In the ruined hall, swirling streams of emerald magical energy converged towards a lone figure, slowly stepping forward. From the shadows, a colossal monster emerged, its massive body blocking all exits. Its furious roar echoed through the space, jagged teeth dripping with viscous drool. In response, complex magic circles flared to life in the night sky, signaling an even more terrifying spell. The young man softly whispered a wish. I wish. He placed his hand on the ground, magical power surging forth, drawing a brilliant magic circle beneath his feet. Energy surged wildly, concentrating into his body. The young man's eyes glowed red, and his powerful voice resonated. This frost will freeze the ground. Embrace it and lay it to rest. From his magic, a colossal ice goddess materialized, majestic and chilling. An immediate wave of frost spread, freezing everything in its path. The monster roared in pain as sharp ice spikes pierced its body. The ice goddess descended, engulfing the monster in the wrath of eternal winter. As the magic dissipated, the young man gently landed on the ground. He stood there, amidst the completely frozen landscape, silent and proud. His glowing red eyes shone with cold determination. Memories flooded back, an image of a skyscraper appearing. Even among countless geniuses in the family, I was still an outstanding talent. Until that incident happened, a stern man stood before a window, his voice echoing in Hyul's mind. Hyul, do you understand? His glowing red eyes shone with absolute confidence. That was Shin Hyul, the third young master of the Shin family. Of course, father. His promise rang out sharply, full of ambition. I will bring results worthy of the family's name. I will graduate as valedictorian of Obelisk Academy, become the greatest mage, and lead the Shin family. His father's deep voice resonated, acknowledging his son's unique talent. You possess a talent superior to even your older brothers. No one can compare. His eyes shone with belief and heavy expectation. I look forward to it, my son. Reach the pinnacle of AI magic. Stand at the apex of magical arts and prove yourself. Once again, Hyul affirmed firmly, yes, father. The vow from that year still echoed. Not just to surpass his brothers, but also his father, the nation's top mage. I will definitely prove it. 2 years had passed since that vow. Now, he was at the prestigious Obelisk Academy of Magic. In the waiting hall, an instructor announced loudly, breaking the silence. Second-year students, gather. Today is the practical exam. The instructor called the first name, Baek Sayuk. In response to the encouragement, the white-haired young man smirked. Is there any reason to worry? He confidently declared before the crowd. Because the last place has already been decided. His contemptuous gaze was directed straight at one person. Shin Hyul. Whispers arose. A failure who can't even use basic magic. How did he get to second year? Baek Sayuk uttered venomous contempt, without any reservation. A useless piece of trash, who can't even use AI magic. Facing the humiliation, Hyul remained silent. In this world, mages were precious beings, but that didn't seem to apply to him. The exam began. Baek Sayuk waved his hand, a magic control panel appeared, and 2 growling energy wolves materialized from thin air. Without hesitation, he chanted. A colossal fireball roared, hurtling straight forward. After the terrifying explosion, the announcement rang out. Pass. Baek Sayuk dusted off his hands, a satisfied expression on his face. As easy as expected, it was Hyul's turn. Still those 2 energy wolves, but the pressure now weighed heavily on his shoulders. Magical energy began to gather in his hands. His eyes suddenly glowed crimson. He began the process that no one seemed to believe he could do. Magic source, into the heart, then through 8 steps to form the magic formula. But as soon as the magic took shape, it immediately backfired. The 2 energy wolves growled, turning to attack their own creator. Amidst the crowd, Baek Sayuk sneered contemptuously. Ha, you call that magic? The taunt was like a knife, stirring up painful memories. Cruel judgments echoed in his mind. Shin Hyul, an outdated mage. Know your place. Magic? For someone unsuitable like you? The weight of failure and memories crushed Hyul. He collapsed onto the shattered arena floor, while the system coldly announced, Monster suppression test time has ended. And then, a single word sealed his efforts. Failure. Laughter from the crowd rang out, reveling in this pathetic sight. Hyul gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tightly on the cold ground. I have failed. But then, in those glowing red eyes, there was not despair, but a flicker of madness. But at least, my chanting speed has improved from before. Even that small improvement was everything to him, because the moment he was deemed unsuitable for AI, his own father abandoned all expectations, even sending medicine to destroy the magic circle in his heart. Cornered, he chose traditional magic, a path considered outdated. The only limitation was that he could only learn ancient magic through old, worn-out books. Returning to his messy room, he sighed wearily. Damn it! I wish these old magic books were in ebook format. I'm running out of space for books. Amidst the familiar stacks of books, his gaze suddenly stopped at a strange volume. Did I buy this book? Curious, he reached out and picked up the book with an ancient leather cover and intricate patterns. As soon as he opened it, a gentle light emanated from the pages. It looks quite old, but also luxurious and expensive. But the joy didn't last long. What does it say? The handwriting is too bad to read. Huh? He squinted, trying to decipher each ancient character. Raybel? Betaneo? The familiar name stunned him. Then a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Oh, Tilda, long time no see. That was no ordinary name. That was Raybel Betaneo, humanity's first archmage, the founding emperor of the Betaneo Mage Empire, and the creator of all magic. Memories flooded back. When I was little, I read a lot about him in biographies. Realizing he held the legacy of a legend in his hands, Hyul hastily flipped through the glowing pages, his heart pounding with astonishment and excitement. A massive surge of energy unexpectedly erupted from the book, forcing Hyul to brace himself. Thrown backward by the force, he exclaimed in shock. What is this? Blinding light enveloped everything, Hyul's eyes wide with astonishment. This light? Amidst the halo, an ancient, powerful voice echoed in his mind. To the one with the same physique and who can hear my voice, a cloaked figure appeared in the illusion, solemnly declaring, I, Raybel Betaneo, leave this book to you. Hyul was stunned, realizing he was listening to the last words of a legend. The voice. From the book. Memories suddenly flooded back, bringing him back to a dark past. Back then I had no idea that being deemed unsuitable was actually a stroke of luck. In the pouring rain, the instructor announced the cruel results. Students who fail today's practical exam will have to attend remedial class. Amidst the crowd, whispers of criticism arose, aimed directly at him. It's that guy who was rejected by even the AI. Back in reality, a surge of blue magic swirled around Hyul. He, who once helplessly endured, never expected to be reborn one day. The next day, at the Magic Academy, the atmosphere in the cafeteria was quite lively, but it seemed to have nothing to do with him. Hyul still sat alone at a table by the window, silently like a shadow. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. Eating alone again today? Hyul looked up, responding indifferently. Yeah. You're here? His fellow student pulled up a chair, eyes twinkling mischievously. Oh, that looks pretty good. This guy's name is Ji Sun-chan. He looks a bit foolish, but in reality, he's a 3-ring mage since he was 18, ranking in the top 10 of the academy, a genius not to be underestimated. And here's that genius, trying to snatch Hyul's food. If you're not eating it, give it here. Worry about your own portion. Even so, he was still Hyul's only friend in this dull school life. Suddenly, a brilliant red light flashed in Hyul's eyes, signaling something unusual. Noticing his friend's pensive look, Ji Sun-chan immediately became protective. If anyone bullies you, just tell me. I'll deal with them. Hyul brushed it off, changing the subject to a mysterious discovery. No, I'm fine. Yesterday I found a strange book. Ji Sun-chan was surprised. An original? A strange book, Hyul continued. Everything after the 3rd page is blank. It's a book about Raybel Betaneo. When I opened it, it even glowed, and a voice echoed. Ji Sun-chan was half skeptical. It uses magic too? Quite an investment. So what does it say? A mysterious smile appeared on Hyul's lips. It talks about him passing on his magic to a successor. Apparently, if you don't have the same physique as him, you can't even open the book. He paused for a moment, preparing to reveal the most terrifying detail. Oh, and the last page says, memories of the terrifying words flooded back, that you must die first. Ji Sun-chan was stunned. What? Hyul explained the death in more detail. Not the heart, but creating a mana circle, right in your brain. Ji Sun-chan couldn't stay calm anymore. Don't joke around. A mana circle in your brain? It's telling you to die. Hey, let me see that book first. That night, at the Obelisk Academy's student dormitory, Ji Sun-chan was in Hyul's room, staring at the book. Is this it? The book says it can't be opened unless you have the same physique as Raybel Betaneo. Hyul simply replied. Just try it. Without hesitation, Ji Sun-chan put all his strength into his hands, trying to pry open the rock-hard cover of the book. But no matter how hard he tried, the book didn't budge. It won't open. Ji Sun-chan gasped. Helpless. Is there a sealing spell? Completely helpless. Ji Sun-chan turned away in frustration. I don't know. Forget it. I give up. I'm going home. Good night. The room door closed, returning the room to silence. Hyul stood there, alone with the mysterious book. And then, in absolute silence, the book that Ji Sun-chan couldn't open, automatically turned its ancient pages before Hyul. Hyul was stunned, his red eyes fixed on the book. It opened so easily. Ancient characters suddenly glowed on the previously blank page. He was shocked. Huh? This page was blank. Suddenly, a distant voice echoed from infinite space, and the image of a cloaked mage appeared. To my successor, if I'm not mistaken, you are likely using a mana circle in your heart to cast magic. The voice continued, sketching the scene of a modern city under the moonlight. For ordinary people, that is normal, but for you and me, that is not the right path. The voice seemed to pierce Hyul's mind, asserting a fated difference. The book suddenly flew from his hand, emitting a powerful surge of energy. If you accept my will, and are willing to become my disciple, destroy the mana circle in your heart. A blinding light from the book shot directly into Hyul's forehead, the final command given, and create a mana circle in your brain. The book closed, falling to the floor. The message had been conveyed. Then, open this book again. Hyul gritted his teeth, his face full of indignation. A tasteless joke, still forcing me to create a mana circle in my brain. He knew well that mana was poison to the brain. If it infiltrated, his mind would collapse, and at worst, it would be death. Hyul clutched his head, sweat pouring down. He muttered in anger. Right. It's clearly telling me to die quickly. Unable to restrain himself, he flung the book away. Who would ever do that? The grimoire lay silently on the floor, its ancient appearance now looking truly terrifying. The next day, at the academy, an instructor noticed Hyul's pensive expression. Student Shin Hyul, what's wrong? Hyul, in his neat uniform, held out the book with a serious expression. Instructor, could you please take a look at this book? The teacher took the book, squinting at the complex patterns on the cover. Is this ancient script? Indeed, it feels very old. The instructor flipped through the ancient book, his finger tracing the worn cover. Hyul waited anxiously, not daring to blink. So what do you want me to check in this book? Please, sir, help me open it. He explained further, his voice a little urgent. And, could you check if it's sealed by magic? Sealed? Yes, there's been a strange rumor among the students lately. The instructor gently advised, but still agreed to help. Believing rumors isn't good for your studies. You should focus on academics instead. Let me concentrate for a moment. He closed his eyes, using his magic to sense, but then his brows furrowed slightly in doubt. A few seconds later, he handed the book back to Hyul with a firm conclusion. There are no traces of magic in this book. Forget the rumors and focus on your studies. Thank you, sir. Walking down the deserted hallway, Hyul was lost in disappointment. He had hoped for even the slightest possibility. Even Jisun-chan, who has powerful magic, and the teacher couldn't open this book. But then, a spark ignited in his mind. What if it wasn't sealed by magic? A cunning smile spread across Hyul's lips. It's possible. It's real. The complex patterns on the book cover were no longer mysterious, but like a map leading to a new horizon. That night, in the quiet room, Hyul sat in contemplation. The book lay on the floor, like a silent challenge. He pulled out a small pouch of medicine, his eyes heavy with a difficult decision. This was the medicine his father sent. If he drank it, the mana circle in his heart would be destroyed. The image of his strict father reappeared, along with a cruel command. Forget magic and focus on magical theory. But Hyul's eyes glowed with a resolute red. He would never give up. I won't give up on magic. He clenched his fist, telling himself to be brave. Don't be afraid. But at that very moment, a violent spasm struck, forcing him to cover his mouth tightly. His eyes widened, horrified by the sudden pain. Hyul collapsed, clutching his convulsing chest. It hurts so much. My mana circle, linked to my heart, is shattering. This pain was the foretold death of a mage. To live, Hyul had to perform a forbidden challenge, circulate mana through his brain. It all stemmed from this ancient book. Thanks to it, he had the chance to be reborn as a mage. The agonizing pain that seemed to be killing him gradually faded as the mana flowed through his brain. So, this is what death feels like? On the brink of life and death, a strange voice suddenly whispered. The whisper was like an invisible hand, gently touching Hyul's consciousness. Oh, future generation, do you hear me? It was the voice of mana itself. His body floated in the universe, where light and shadow, heaven and earth intertwined. He existed with mana. He heard that voice, sometimes laughing, sometimes singing loudly. Mana spirits danced around him, as if bestowing blessings upon him. Consciousness suddenly returned. Hyul awoke on the floor, his eyes now glowing bright red. He sat up, still in shock. Am I still alive? His gaze suddenly stopped when he saw the magic book open beside him. He quickly picked it up, utterly astonished. On the blank page, there are words. The mysterious voice echoed again, clearer than ever. Congratulations! You have taken the first step. A cloaked figure appeared in his mind, revealing the book's name. Idrid. From this moment on, your legend will begin. Through the Book of Idrid, the ancient mage's dying words resonated. Through Idrid, I leave all my magic to you, to my successors. The magnificent figure of Ray Belbaitaneo seemed to be passing on his legacy to Hyul. Ray Belbaitaneo's voice echoed in Hyul's mind. No, now I should call you, my disciple. He couldn't hold back the tears streaming down his face. A few days later, life at the academy continued as usual. In the lecture hall, second-year students were focused on the magic lecture, but for Hyul, studying now held an entirely different meaning. He was engrossed in the legacy he had just inherited. A new entry has been added. Who knew learning magic could be this fun? Because the Book of Idrid contained an endless treasure trove of knowledge, far surpassing any curriculum, he began to uncover the deepest secrets of magic. To begin, mana has a will of its own. For ordinary people, the will of mana, when it infiltrates, destroys the brain, acting as a toxin. But Hyul was different. He realized the truth about his body. The will of the brain blocks the will of mana. In other words, it is not destroyed. A surprising truth flashed in his mind. That's why I have a natural resistance to AI chips interfering with brain function. Hyul's train of thought was interrupted by the lecturer's voice. And now, everyone. The man cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the entire class. You all know there's a midterm assessment for second years, right? This midterm will have a new rule added. The class buzzed with murmurs. Hyul also looked up, sensing something ominous. A new rule? The lecturer smiled meaningfully. Starting this year, students who do not meet the standards, his eyes sharpened, his voice stern, will be expelled. He burst out laughing, his gaze fixed on Hyul. This is a personal proposal from the head of the Shin family. The declaration was like a signal. The surrounding nobles began to whisper, casting contemptuous glances at Hyul. It's time to eliminate the defective. The lecturer threw his head back and laughed gleefully, not bothering to hide his intentions. It seems there's a student in my class who's on alert, but in response to it all, there was only silence. Hyul's eyes glowed red, cold and resolute. The challenge had been issued, and he accepted it. In the heart of the city at dusk, Hyul strode with a single purpose. He stopped in front of a building with a sign that read AR Training Center. Hyul sighed inwardly. The city's rental simulation training centers are too expensive. He glanced at the price list on his phone, the financial burden weighing on him. 200,000 won an hour. Damn it, even this price feels heavy now. Despite the cost, Hyul pushed the door open and entered. A staff member at the reception desk spoke up. Welcome. He approached the counter, his voice decisive. 1 hour. The staff member looked up, a little surprised. Are you alone? Yes. The staff member slid a card over. Then please use room 14. Instructions for the holographic device. Hyul took the card, cutting off the explanation. I know how to use it. His eyes glowed red, without a trace of impatience, leaving behind the curious gaze of the staff member who had just recognized him. That guy. Isn't he Shin Hyul of the Shin family, the son of a noble deemed unsuitable for AI? How unlucky. Hyul stood before the door of room number 14. A mechanical voice rang out. Initiating training simulation. Inside, the space transformed. Hyul had changed into more comfortable training clothes, ready for the challenge. Challenge mission. Wolves. Immediately, a pack of fierce wolves made of blue energy appeared, surrounding him from all sides. The illusory beasts growled, baring their fangs, their glowing red eyes fixed on their sole prey. Hyul remained calm. Although they are low-level monsters, dealing with 10 at once is not easy. The Academy's average completion time for this challenge is 12 minutes and 33 seconds. He clenched his fists, recalling what he had painstakingly practiced. Now, I'm practicing what's written in the Idrid book every day. There's no better way to check my progress. Hyul's red eyes blazed with fighting spirit. It was time to display his true power. My new mana circle. He raised his hand to the sky. A surge of emerald energy erupted, forming a colossal magic circle. Infinite circle. In response to the challenge, the pack of wolves charged simultaneously, plunging into the storm of energy Hyul had just summoned. The energy storm transformed into a raging torrent, sweeping away everything in its path. With blazing red eyes, Hyul stared at his hands, unable to believe it. This is incredible. Is this my true power? A stream of memories flowed through his mind, explaining the difference. While other mages circulated mana circles only through their hearts to use AI magic, he could circulate it throughout his entire body by using his brain. This very difference allowed him to transcend limits, controlling even pure magical elements. Amidst the overwhelming sensation, a majestic voice echoed in his mind. My disciple, do not be surprised by things at this level. Your path is still long. The cloaked figure of Ray Bell Bateneo appeared. The infinite circle is merely the foundation of Bateneo-style magic. Its essence is to control magic through images created in the mind. He presented an ancient book. This is the first book of Bateneo-style magic, Xinyi, and also the first step. At the same time, in the training area, an employee was cleaning up after work. Thank you. See you again. He wearily dragged his feet towards room number 14. I just want to go home. Suddenly, he stopped. A curious thought flashing through his mind. Come to think of it, I wonder how that fallen genius has been training. He glanced at the performance leaderboard. His eyes widened as he read the first line. Shin Hyul, Wolf Challenge, 6 minutes 37 seconds? This is international competition level? He couldn't believe it, thinking that an unqualified person couldn't possibly set this record. This damn machine, it's broken again. A furious kick landed on the equipment, leaving the chaos he had just caused behind. Hyul strolled leisurely down the street, clutching the magic book tightly. He recalled that forming the first circle, Sime, was a real struggle, but the records in Baiteneo's book were completely different from the magic he had ever known. Baiteneo's book revealed a strange philosophy. Mana is your limbs, your heart, and your mind. Move it as you wish. But those abstract words only confused Hyul further. What does that even mean? Seeking enlightenment from such vague phrases, it felt like he could grasp something, but then it slipped away. In the magical world, they called this the Wall of Enlightenment, a limit every mage had to face. Pushing aside complex thoughts, Hyul decided to follow the book's instructions, focus on circulating mana throughout his body. A stream of blue energy enveloped him, but doubt still crept in. Is this alone enough? 10 hours passed without him realizing. Normally, circulating mana for so long would have exhausted him to unconsciousness, but this time was completely different. He realized it was already morning. A tired sigh escaped. Good morning, Hyul. Ji Sunchan's familiar voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. Ji Sunchan worriedly patted his shoulder. Hey, why do you look so worn out? Are you okay? The unexpected light pat made Hyul stumble. Constantly being aware of the mana flow was not easy. He silently told himself he had to quickly get used to this new magic circle, to use it proficiently. Memories flooded back. At 12, when he reached the second circle, he was hailed as a prodigy, his father's hope. But now, he could only maintain the first circle in his brain. What is the best path forward? In his deadlock, his father's words from years ago suddenly echoed. Breaking the wall of enlightenment is crucial for progress in magic. Those were the words his father spoke when he still had expectations for him. His father's stern face appeared clearly. Perfection is merely a shackle. Perfection is a lie, born from human arrogance. In that moment, a spark ignited in Hyul's mind. Perfection is a lie. Returning to his room, Hyul sat down to meditate once more, but this time with a completely new mindset. He felt it. A different flow, a connection he had never known before. Mana surged, and Hyul felt it as a part of his flesh and blood, blending into every muscle fiber, every blood vessel. From his hands, a blazing red energy erupted. His eyes also turned blood red, his will and mind completely controlling the power. He realized the flaw in current magic, and a bold idea emerged. Free magic, no incantations needed. He compared it to AI magic, which only used shortened incantations, but that was still a structured method. However, the approach recorded by Baiteneo was completely different. It freed the mind from all constraints. It was a type of magic that could change form at will, breaking all algorithmic structures of magic formulas. With a radiant smile, Hyul unleashed brilliant fire phoenixes, which soared around him in an enchanting dance. He continued to manipulate mana, creating more fire creatures, demonstrating his extraordinary ability. Although he was only at the first level and felt exhausted, Hyul still couldn't believe he had cast this impossible magic. He felt as if he was breaking the wall of enlightenment, reaching new heights of power. Outside the academy walls, a new day had begun. Brilliant golden sunlight illuminating the ancient architecture. Suddenly, an academy employee appeared at Hyul's door. Shin Hyul, you have a visitor. Follow me, the stern man said. Hyul, sitting at his desk, was surprised by this sudden announcement. A visitor? He wondered. In the hallway, the employee continued to lead the way, his steps decisive. Yes, your father has come to see you. Hearing that, Hyul was completely shocked, unable to believe his ears. My father? He exclaimed. They stopped in front of a room, a sign on the door reading guest room. Inside, Hyul's tall father stood with his back turned, majestic and cold. Come in, he said. Hyul entered the room, offering a dry greeting. Long time no see, father. The father waved his hand, signaling the academy employee to withdraw. The man quickly bowed and left, leaving the two alone. The atmosphere in the guest room grew heavy. The two sat opposite each other, separated by a long table. The father spoke first. "The fact that you're still attending the academy. It seems you haven't taken the medicine I sent." Hyul didn't deny it. "Yes. But recently," his eyes glowed a brilliant red. "My magic has progressed," the father sneered, his voice full of contempt. "Progress? Still chasing that futile dream, are you?" But those harsh words couldn't extinguish the fire in Hyul's heart. "Yes, I am determined to become a great mage who leads this era." Hearing that declaration, the father's eyes also glowed a similar red. Hyul's gaze didn't waver either, meeting it steadfastly. The father let out a sigh, his anger seemingly turning into disappointment. "Hyul, you've wasted a year," he growled, each word like a sledgehammer blow. "It's time to face reality. No matter how much effort you put in now, or what achievements you make in the future, as long as you keep rejecting AI magic, you will never become a true mage." He leaned back, offering an escape. "If you abandon these meaningless ideals and properly study magic theory, you can still make use of your talent." Hyul decisively stood up, cutting off his father. "As I've said before, I will not give up on magic." His eyes burned with ambition. "I don't want to live an ordinary life." He braced his hands on the table, leaning forward. "Relying on my father's reputation." He boldly declared his ultimate goal, an ambition so grand it could manipulate fate itself. "What I want is to become the next head of the Midoshan family." In response to that bold declaration, there was only cold silence from his father. He narrowed his eyes, his tone full of disdain. Becoming a grand mage or the head of the Midoshan family is not something that can be achieved by ambition alone. But Hyul didn't flinch, the corner of his mouth curving into a challenging smile. "I will prove it." The father looked skeptical, his words sharp as a razor. "Prove it? You're not just planning to barely pass the academy's test and avoid expulsion, are you?" Hyul looked directly at his father, making an unmistakable pledge. "In this assessment test, I will make it into the top 10. He staked his entire future on this gamble. "And if I fail, I will leave the academy and dedicate myself to studying magic theory, as you said." Then he stated his condition, his voice resolute. "But if I succeed, I want you to acknowledge my talent as a mage and promise to support me wholeheartedly." The father sighed, rubbing his tired temples. He seemed to understand. "So, that recent achievement is the source of your baseless confidence, is it?" He stood up, draping his cloak over his shoulders, his back exuding authority. After some consideration, he finally conceded. "Perhaps. It wasn't a meaningless achievement after all." The pact was set. Hyul stood there, his steadfast gaze following his father's receding figure. A few days later, at Orvalisk Academy, an academy staff member stood before the class, drawing the attention of all the students. "Attention, we will now announce the assessment method for this evaluation." The announcement caused a stir in the class. "One-on-one combat? I was hoping for a monster hunt." The staff member raised a finger, emphasizing, "This assessment method is a knockout tournament. In other words, a decisive battle." Hyul listened thoughtfully, calculating the path ahead. The staff member's words continued. "The test will take place over 3 days." In a corner of the classroom, Baek Sahyuk smirked smugly upon hearing the next announcement. Starting from the round of 16, external businesses and members of the Magic Tower will be allowed to attend as spectators. In Hyul's mind, the final instruction echoed, his eyes burning with steely determination. "Everyone, do your best, that's all." 3 days later, the atmosphere at the academy was more bustling than ever. Throughout the hallways, chatter about the test buzzed. "A duel? I heard even the Magic Tower is coming. How incredible." Hyul quietly walked through the crowd, listening to the whispers. The whole school is excited about the midterm assessment presentation. If the Magic Tower comes, it will even attract the media. The Magic Tower, an organization of 12 high-ranking mages worldwide, possessed power comparable to a nation. It was every student's dream. Suddenly, a provocative voice cut through Hyul's thoughts. "Hey, you piece of trash." The one who spoke was Baek Sahyuk, the white-haired guy with a smug smirk. "How's your condition?" Hyul merely glanced, not uttering a word. He knew this guy well. Baek Sahyuk, an upperclassman in his second year, with an unbearable personality. Baek Sahyuk approached, his tone condescending. "The first match of the midterm assessment. I heard my opponent is you." He gritted his teeth, revealing sharp, beast-like fangs, his words dripping with venom. "You know you're screwed, right?" The distance between them closed, the atmosphere taut as a string. "I'll get my fair revenge for what happened 5 years ago." Memories flooded back. 5 years ago, in the finals of the Youth Magic Tournament. That was the day Baek Sahyuk suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. From then on, the world dubbed him the solitary mage. Things got worse when he discovered Hyul was an incompatible AI. The Academy's threat became his weapon. Didn't they say anyone who doesn't meet the standards will be expelled? Since then, Baek Sayuk had relentlessly harassed him. His savage laughter pulled Hyul back to reality. So, should I beat you to a pulp until you get expelled? Baek Sayuk and his cronies burst into arrogant laughter. What are you gonna do? Cry all the way home? Hyul remained silent, his gaze turning cold. So, this was his first opponent. In response to the threat, a wicked smile spread across Hyul's lips. He turned the tables. Huh? Isn't that what's about to happen to you? I'll make the most of this opportunity, Baek Sayuk. The white-haired guy froze, veins bulging on his temples. What? Hyul's unexpected challenge made the surrounding crowd begin to murmur. Surprise quickly turned into rage. Baek Sayuk bared his fangs and sneered. Is this bastard crazy? He exploded, spreading his arms wide as if he couldn't believe his opponent's stupidity. Are you insane? Do you still not understand the situation? Hyul ignored his anger, letting out a light breath. He smirked, his voice full of contempt. 5 years ago, you were just as noisy, and then you lost miserably. Hyul's glowing red eyes bored into his opponent. Haven't you improved at all? Baek Sayuk gnashed his teeth, choked with indignation. You punk. Seriously, Hyul chuckled gleefully, poking directly at the old wound. Oh, sorry. Are you upset about losing to me? Weak mage Baek Sayuk? That remark was the final stab. Baek Sayuk's face darkened, filled with extreme hatred. You dog. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he swung his hand and grabbed Hyul's collar. You piece of trash. But Hyul merely gently brushed his hand away. Living in the mud, you probably wouldn't understand. But falling can only happen to someone who once stood at the peak. He calmly adjusted his clothes, his voice full of confidence. And once a genius, always a genius. An arrogant smile appeared. I'll make sure you remember that clearly. With that, Hyul turned and walked away, leaving Baek Sayuk stunned in his rage. Shaking with rage, Baek Sayuk roared a venomous vow. You piece of trash, I'll crush you and burn you to ashes. The next day, a large headline on an online newspaper screamed a name. The glorious return of a genius. The fallen prodigy of the Shin family, Shin Hyul, rises against adversity. Hyul calmly read the news about himself, his expression showing no surprise. On the front page of online newspapers, the Baek Sayuk family is no pushover either. He easily found a journalist willing to write an article for him. He had anticipated this move. Knowing his personality, I knew he'd pull a stunt like this. In the upcoming midterm evaluation, everyone was eagerly awaiting the return of a prodigy, and that was exactly what Hyul wanted. He smirked. The more eyes on me, the more advantageous it is for me. Perfect. Just then, the phone on the table suddenly rang loudly. Caller. Father. Hyul answered the phone, his tone remaining calm. Yes, father. A cold voice from the other end of the line echoed. I've seen today's article. You don't need to worry about it. Standing in the magnificent office, the powerful man spoke. Did you arrange this? Hyul frankly admitted. Yes. I provoked Baek Sayuk to attract public attention. The father's expression remained unchanged, his voice steady. Shin Hyul. The last time I accepted your proposal, it wasn't because I trusted you. It was because it wouldn't cause any damage to the Shin family. Skepticism was evident in his every word. And I still don't expect you to win. That article could bring infamy to the Shin family. So why do you ask me to ignore it? Hyul calmly explained. Public opinion already believes I've been expelled from the Shin family. Even if I bring disgrace, the impact on the family will be minimal. The father placed his hand on an ancient book, his voice hardening. The impact may be small, but it's not non-existent. You understand that wherever you go, the Shin family name follows you. Hyul's eyes flashed red. Of course, I'm aware of that. The father remained unconvinced. But considering the benefits gained, you believe it's worth it. Benefits? If you win, what benefit does it bring to the family? 100%. Hyul's eyes glowed red, his hand gripping the magic book, a confident smile on his face. It's me, the greatest mage the Shin family has ever produced, and also the strongest family head in history, Hyul confidently declared. You will have the greatest Shin family head there has ever been. That arrogant declaration seemed to have convinced the father. Your ambition alone, it seems, has surpassed even the Tower Lord. Hyul smiled with relief. Thank you, father. But that wasn't all. The father's voice hardened on the other end of the line. But if you disgrace the family after all this, then prepare yourself for the consequences. He hung up. The call ended. Hyul slowly put the phone down. He let out a soft sigh of relief. His red eyes returned, resolute and sharp. Now, the stage is set. The day of the midterm evaluation finally arrived. Amidst the noisy crowd, Hyul stood alone, gently rotating his wrists, warming up for the upcoming battle. A provocative voice rang out. Baek Sahyuk approached with a sneer. "Hey, you defective. Did you like the article I wrote? A prodigy, huh? Famous right from day one," he continued to mock, relishing the impending scenario. "I can't help but laugh thinking about you losing without even getting to cast a single spell." Contrary to his opponent's expectations, Hyul merely chuckled. "I actually think you're the one who's going to lose." Baek Sahyuk froze. "What? Are you crazy?" Hyul placed a hand on his chest, his face full of feigned sincerity. "Thank you for walking right into my trap." His smile turned icy. "But you don't like me, do you? I, on the other hand, couldn't care less about an unknown like you." Hyul's arrogant words infuriated Baek Sahyuk. You madman." Hyul ignored the outburst. "So I'll finish this quickly. Don't you dare resent me." He raised a finger, his gaze sharp. One circle magic. His finger pointed decisively at Baek Sahyuk, a declaration of war that couldn't be more arrogant. "I'll defeat you with just a single one-circle spell." In a magnificent arena, the atmosphere was heating up by the second. This was the Obelisk Academy arena, where magical talents would clash. In the middle of the arena, Hyul provoked his opponent with an arrogant declaration, his eyes glowing red. "I'll defeat you. With only a first-tier spell." That declaration caused a stir throughout the stands. His opponent, Baek Sahyuk, gnashed his teeth, revealing sharp fangs. Fury erupted in the white-haired man's eyes. "You, low-class scum. How dare trash like you look down on me?" An Academy staff member raised his hand and blew the whistle to start the match. Obelisk Academy second-year midterm exam. First match. Begin. As soon as the signal sounded, Hyul simply stood still with a confident smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Baek Sahyuk launched a preemptive attack. "Die, you piece of trash." Magic power converged at his fingertips, ready to explode. Two blazing fireballs shot straight towards Hyul, tearing through the air. That was Baek Sahyuk's signature spell, Burst. But something was wrong. A strange device glittered at the back of the white-haired man's neck. This wasn't a normal spell, but an amplified third-tier incantation. Burst. Faced with the insidious attack, Hyul remained unusually calm. A terrifying explosion shook the entire arena, engulfing everything at its epicenter. Standing amidst the dissipating smoke, Baek Sahyuk let out a gleeful laugh. "Huh, that's the price for your arrogance, you fool." But his smile suddenly vanished, freezing into an expression of utter horror, because amidst the dust and smoke, Hyul still stood tall, without a single scratch. No way. Not a single scratch? Rage overcame horror. Baek Sahyuk roared, his hand drawing a complex magic circle. "Then try this." A rain of blazing meteors shrieked down, carrying terrifying destructive power. But facing the sea of fire, Hyul merely smiled faintly. A mass of pure water condensed in his palm. Water. A verdant wave rose like a fortress wall, swallowing each fireball with a piercing hiss. Baek Sahyuk froze, his fangs clenched tight. "What? My signature spell, Burst, was blocked so easily?" He couldn't believe his eyes. From above, a gaze followed the match with a thoughtful expression. "How strange," he murmured, realizing something extraordinary about the boy's magic. Indeed, even if it's only a first-ring spell, to cast it instantly. The woman standing beside him couldn't hide her curiosity. "Why did you reschedule all your appointments with the Blue Tower, just to watch this student's match? Do you know anything about Hyul's magic?" he asked back, his gaze still fixed on the arena. "No, I only read an article about the return of the prodigy, so I came here out of curiosity." The assistant could only sigh wearily. "So it was just a coincidence?" She reminded him of his identity. "Huh. Even so. If it gets out that the Blue Tower Master and an 8th Ring Mage came here to watch a student's match, there will be a huge commotion." The man just chuckled. "Ha ha ha. I know that well." His identity was revealed. Kim Kangen, the Blue Tower Master and an 8th Ring Mage. "That's why I'm using the VIP room," he replied, looking down at the arena with his assistant. But it seemed their privacy was about to be broken. The room door suddenly slid open, and a figure quietly stepped in. Kim Kangen turned around, a strange sensation catching his attention. Kim Kangen recognized the person who had entered, his voice slightly surprised. "Oh, it seems you're here too?" A thick curtain of steam still covered the arena floor, obscuring the outcome of the recent magical clash. As the steam dissipated, Hyul appeared, completely unharmed, his eyes glowing an unusual red. From the stands, Baek Sahyuk trembled in disbelief. "What the hell is going on? He blocked my 3rd ring explosion with just a 1st ring water spell." The battle replayed in his mind, Hyul's water phoenixes easily swallowing each of his opponent's fireballs. Baek-Sayuk gritted his teeth, realizing an even more terrifying truth. And his casting speed. It's abnormally fast. As if reading his opponent's thoughts, Hyul smirked. What's wrong? Curious about my casting speed? The provocation was like adding fuel to the fire. Baek-Sayuk roared. Shut up! Fury erupted, and he charged forward with a crazed expression. Die and get out of my sight! He leaped into the air, 3 blazing magic circles appearing, signaling a destructive attack. A terrifying explosion engulfed the arena floor in a sea of fire. Amidst the smoke, Baek-Sayuk laughed maniacally, certain that victory was his. You fool. How pathetic. But from within the sea of fire, a cold voice rang out as Hyul's figure emerged, without a scratch. Where do you think trash like you can go? He simply waved his hand gently, and a sharp wind spear formed from the air. Before Baek-Sayuk could collect himself, the wind spear grazed him. He stammered in horror. What? He was utterly terrified, sweat pouring down. When did he cast the wind spear spell? Hyul still stood there, unperturbed amidst the hazy dust. Baek-Sayuk desperately realized. And my attacks didn't even scratch him. Why isn't he affected at all? Despite his panic, his arrogance still wouldn't let him back down. Huh, really? You think you can defeat me with just a first-ring spell? In response to the challenge, Hyul smirked. A sharp wind spear formed in his hand. Yes, of course. Without a moment's delay, the magical spear shot forth, tearing through the air. Baek-Sayuk hastily erected an energy shield. The fierce impact forced him to brace himself. He gritted his teeth, sweat starting to bead on his forehead. Anger overcame his fear, and he roared. What the hell are you doing? Don't get cocky just because your casting speed is a little faster. But as soon as he finished speaking, another surge of magic power unexpectedly attacked from behind, throwing him forward. Stumbling from the sudden blow, Baek-Sayuk clutched his throbbing arm, his face utterly disbelieving. Shin Hyul, you! He looked back in horror, realizing another wind spear was dissipating into the air. When did he cast a wind spear behind me? Cold sweat streamed down his face. Baek-Sayuk stammered in utter shock. You, bastard! What the hell did you do? From above, Blue Tower Master Kim Kangan and his female assistant silently observed the entire development. On the arena floor, Hyul casually spun a wind orb on his fingertip, his smile unwavering. What? Still don't get it? He smirked, his eyes full of provocation. Want me to show you again? As he finished speaking, the wind orb transformed into an energy bird, its wings spread wide with immense power. The magic bird circled once, then turned into another wind spear, shooting off like an arrow. Baek-Sayuk froze, screaming in panic. What? Is that really a wind spear? Wind spears can't have a double-shot attribute. Hyul's eyes flashed red, his smile becoming more dangerous. Yes, they shouldn't, but I can. He raised his hand, and this time, 4 gigantic wind spears appeared simultaneously. This time there are 4. Try to block. 4 wind spears tore through the air, heading straight for Baek-Sayuk. Facing the attack, Baek-Sayuk clicked his tongue, quickly erecting a magic barrier. The spears violently collided with the shield, creating a rain of energy fragments. He smirked smugly. It's just a first-ring spell, as long as I can block it then. But before he could finish his thought, a sharp pain struck him from his side. He gritted his teeth, realizing the bitter truth. A wind spear flew on a curved trajectory. Hyul spoke casually, interrupting his opponent's thoughts. Thinking is good, but are you sure you want to just stand there? The match has only just begun. As he finished speaking, countless other wind spears formed around him. The rain of magic poured down once more, giving Baek-Sayuk no moment of rest. Damn it, this bastard! He ran headlong, trying to escape the range of the wind spears. He believed that all magic had limits to its power and range. As long as he created enough distance, those unpredictable attacks wouldn't be able to reach him. Hyul merely sneered at that decision. Not a bad decision. In that case, he clasped his hands together, and a massive surge of magic power began to converge. A wind spear of unimaginable size gradually took shape, larger than all the previous spears combined. The smile on Baek-Sayuk's face froze. He turned back, stunned by the horrifying sight. What? The gigantic spear swallowed him whole amidst his desperate scream. From the stands, Blue Tower Master Kim Kangan couldn't hide his astonishment. Oh, not just instant casting. Kim Kangan narrowed his eyes, trying to analyze. But their trajectories changed and merged in mid-air. What kind of magic is this? In another corner, a figure exuding absolute authority silently observed. Kim Kangan's female assistant recognized the man, her voice tinged with surprise. Lord Shin In-hyuk? Shin In-hyuk, head of the renowned Maido Shin family, a great 8-ring mage. The female assistant stammered in confirmation, her voice full of confusion. Hyul's magic is clearly disregarding the rules of open-source magic. She explained that modern magic operates under rigid rules. Each spell has fixed parameters, from range and speed to the ability to change trajectory. For example, with the reverse flow slash spell, if the target is beyond 38 meters, the magic cannot reach them, and once a trajectory has been adjusted, it cannot be changed again. In other words, modern mage duels are a battle of wits, where each side tries to predict the opponent's moves based on known spells. Flexible reactions are the key to victory, just like a skill in a video game. But the Baitaneo-style magic that Hyul used completely ignored those limitations. A fierce surge of magic power erupted from his position. The arena floor violently shook under the pure magical power. Amidst the rubble, Baek Sahyuk gasped, unable to believe it. Am I really struggling against a first-ring spell? Hyul stood coldly before him. You've underestimated first-ring magic too much, Sahyuk. Even if you exhaust yourself using third-ring magic. A small water orb formed in Hyul's palm as he continued. A mere pen is enough to kill someone. Baek Sahyuk looked up, his eyes filled with extreme confusion. What does that mean? Hyul's eyes glowed with a deadly red, the water orb deforming into a skull shape. First-ring magic, water. Without hesitation, Hyul pressed the water orb into Baek Sahyuk's face, forcing it to flood his throat. Magic is the same. You don't need grand magic to end a life. While pinning his opponent, Hyul coldly explained the useless protective layer on him. The Academy's combat uniform is protected by a safe barrier spell. A safe zone. His crimson eyes bored into the dying man. But right now, it seems to be of no help to you. Baek Sahyuk convulsed in despair, the water drowning out all his screams. Hyul's words echoed like a death sentence. Just like you. The entire vast arena was plunged into an eerie silence. In the center, only one figure stood firm. Hyul turned towards the referee, a faint smile on his lips. Instructor, I think the outcome is already clear. He asked casually as if challenging. Shall we continue? Those words jolted the referee out of his stupor. He hastily raised his hand, his voice echoing throughout the arena. The match is over. The winner is Shin Hyul. The defeated opponent was carried away unconscious. The match truly decided. Hyul quietly turned his back, his solitary figure walking up the steps. He clenched his fist, a familiar feeling rising within him. It's been a long time. Memories of a glorious past flooded back, the moment of standing at the very peak. This feeling, it was the feeling of being recognized, of winning. The feeling of being a mage once again. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hallway, Blue Tower Master Kim Kangin and his assistant were walking. From above, he looked down at the ruined arena where the match had just ended. The return of a genius. He covered his mouth, but couldn't hide his amused smile. His eyes gleamed with a meaningful red hue. Interesting. His gaze was fixed on Hyul's distant figure. I want to know more about him. Immediately after the match, a familiar and excited voice rang out. Hey, Shin Hyul, you won? That's amazing. Ji-Sun-chan rushed over, pressing his face close to Hyul with undisguised admiration. Hyul, how did you train? Your magic is unbelievable. He excitedly gesticulated, reenacting the recent battle. Wind spears flying everywhere. Then the spells merged and unleashed. Hyul gave a mischievous smile at his friend's enthusiasm. Do you want to know? Ji-Sun-chan immediately leaned closer. Of course. Hyul leaned his lips to his friend's ear, whispering mysteriously. Well, that magic is, then suddenly leaned back with a triumphant smile. A magic book appeared in the air. It's a secret. The teasing ended as Hyul adopted a serious expression, showing his phone to his friend. Ji-Sun-chan, have you seen this? Ji-Sun-chan was curious. Seen what? On the screen was a breaking news report. The return of a genius. Hyul explained. My post-match interview has already been published. The scene shifted to a chaotic press conference, where reporters surrounded Hyul. Exactly what was the instant magic Hyul showed us? Camera lenses pointed directly at Hyul's calm face, despite the barrage of questions. How can you cast magic instantly? Do you mean the way I changed or combined the trajectory of the wind spears? Amidst the buzzing crowd, a calm but authoritative voice rang out, cutting through everything. Allow me to answer that question. Hyul flinched, his red eyes widening slightly. He recognized the newcomer. It was Kim Kangin, the Blue Tower Master, known as the Ice Demon King. He entered with his female assistant, flashing a refined smile. Hyul, I watched your recent match with great interest. Kim Kangin placed a hand on Hyul's shoulder, his voice echoing through the room. I believe you used the fourth ring magic recall. The declaration stunned everyone. Recall? Without a single incantation, a brilliant flame erupted in Kim Kangin's palm, proving his words. The entire group of reporters was speechless at the display of power. With a condescending smile, Kim Kangin explained. It's magic that allows for pre-preparation and instant casting when needed. With recall, instant casting is entirely possible. But that explanation raised an even bigger question. Kim Kangan smirked, continuing to explain the recall spell. Though powerful, this magic also has a drawback. It can only store spells 3 rings lower than the user's level. He turned to Hyul, asking with a probing look. So, Hyul, am I right? Hyul nodded in confirmation. That's right. Kim Kangan laughed heartily, placing a hand on Hyul's shoulder. I was wondering how to explain Baitenio-style magic, and you helped me at just the right time. Both burst into comfortable laughter. A red-haired reporter was stunned, quickly asking a question. So that means, Hyul's magic level has reached the 4th ring? Kim Kangan excitedly confirmed, his face full of pride. That's right, I guarantee it. Immediately, thunderous applause erupted along with rapid camera flashes, like brilliant fireworks celebrating the shocking news. In the reporters' minds, this was unprecedented sensational news. Reaching the 4th ring level at such a young age was a feat comparable to legendary Tower Masters. With confirmation from the Blue Tower Master, there was no longer any doubt. Jisun-chan, with a surprised expression, approached Hyul. Hyul, are you really a 4th ring mage? But putting that aside, he continued, his eyes full of questions. How do you explain bypassing the rules of open source magic? Another reporter immediately agreed. That's right. That's exactly it. Kim Kangan smiled mysteriously, bringing a hand to his chin. Regarding that, allow me to explain. Hyul smirked, his glowing red eyes flashing with confidence. Bypassing the rules of open source magic is actually surprisingly simple, he casually declared. I modified the spell formula. Kim Kangan stood beside him, wearing a meaningful smile. Jisun-chan's eyes widened, cold sweat running down his face. Modify the spell formula? That's impossible, Kim Kangan explained, using a humorous analogy. Modifying a spell formula is like trying to add a flying function to a car. Hyul continued, his face full of pride. That's not something that can be done easily, unless he's someone incompatible with AI. Hyul's eyes blazed, a shimmering blue magic butterfly appearing on his fingertip. He wondered about the future of such a person, and then announced a new name for this type of magic. Transformed magic. Hyul stood amidst a swarm of magic butterflies, confidently declaring, from now on, I will call modified spells transformed magic. His red eyes glowing. Hyul smiled smugly. This is a revolution. He believed that from today, the entire magic world would be shaken, and just as he predicted, news of the match and the new type of magic spread like wildfire. But not everyone believed it. Jisun-chan grimaced in disgust. Transformed magic? That sounds awful. Stop it. He growled. And I'm supposed to believe that? Hyul simply replied, yeah, just believe it. Jisun-chan sighed, seemingly unwilling to argue further. Right. Do you believe it? He changed his tone, patting Hyul's shoulder. Anyway, I'm glad you won. All right, I'm heading back to the dorm. Hyul was surprised. Now? Yeah, I need to save my strength because I have a tough opponent tomorrow. He cheerfully waved goodbye, striding away. Hyul stood silently, his gaze thoughtfully following his retreating back. A tough opponent? The next day, at the Obelisk Stadium, the atmosphere was tense. On the arena floor, Jisun-chan was on his knees, panting in a defensive posture, completely overwhelmed. From the stands, Hyul squinted. So the tough opponent Jisun-chan mentioned is her. Her golden hair gently swayed in the wind, the female mage's back exuding an extraordinary aura. Adela Starrett. A name introduced with solemnity, echoing throughout the arena. She was a genius born from the union of France's Starrett family and Korea's House of Mystic, Hyul observed thoughtfully. Adela's magic was very unique, and the reason for that was the esoteric moon elemental magic of the House of Mystics. A gigantic, brilliant magic circle enveloped Adela. Jisun-chan strained to defend, a fragile magic shield his last line of defense against that terrifying power. The surge of moonlight magic erupted, sweeping away everything in its path. Jisun-chan's defensive shield shattered. He was thrown back, helpless against the absolute power. The referee's whistle blew decisively. Match over. In the center of the arena, Adela Starrett stood, her golden hair fluttering in the lingering magical light. Winner. Adela Starrett. On the stands, Hyul quietly observed, his expression pensive. His eyes glowed red, analyzing every detail of the magic just used. Moonlight, an esoteric magic combining both light and shadow, far surpassed all conventional definitions of power and range. Hyul thought to himself, facing such an opponent was truly difficult. But then, a strange feeling suddenly arose. Huh? Wait a minute. On the arena floor, Adela subtly turned her head, her gaze directed towards the stands. He froze. That gaze. It couldn't be mistaken. Is she looking at me? Hyul patted his defeated friend's shoulder in comfort. You did well. Here, drink some energy drink. He put his arm around Ji Sun-chan, trying to cheer him up. Having to face Adela, that's really bad luck. Ji Sun-chan changed the subject, and received a confident smile from Hyul. Have you won your second match yet? Of course, Ji Sun-chan's words were cut short by Adela's appearance. So that means your next opponent is. That last match was great. Taken by surprise, Ji Sun-chan awkwardly scratched his head and replied. Oh? Ah, thanks, I learned a lot too. But Adela wasn't looking at him. Her gaze swept past, and stopped at Hyul. The black-haired boy remained silent, his eyes full of scrutiny. Adela Starrett spoke, her voice sharp as ice. Shin Hyul, you're back on the path of a mage, aren't you? Her azure eyes bored into him, holding a burning plea. The reason I entered this academy. I hope you'll help me remember it. Hyul's thoughts drifted to the past, to two powerful families. He and Adela, descendants of the Maido Shin family and the House of Arcana, had known each other long before entering the academy. The relationship between the two families had always been good, giving them countless opportunities to meet. But between the two children, there was only one definition. Formidable rival. Memories flooded back, images of young Hyul celebrating with the championship trophy, while Adela stood behind, quietly in second place. She had even given up the chance to study abroad just to surpass him, but then everything changed. Since the day he was labeled AI incompatible, an invisible wall had risen between them. Neither had spoken another word. That event was a heavy blow to Adela, who had lost her only rival, lost her goal to strive for. Hyul sighed, thinking to himself that he wasn't worthy enough to be her goal. Adela, but the blonde girl didn't accept that self-doubt. She resolutely turned and walked away. We'll see about that. Once we fight. Just then, Ji Sun-chan patted Hyul's shoulder, his expression full of hidden meaning. Hey Hyul, are you sure you're ready? Hyul replied blankly. Huh? Ready for what? Losing all patience, Ji Sun-chan grabbed his collar. Are you serious? Do you really not know? He growled, revealing a shocking truth. Your next opponent is Adela Starrett. Hyul froze. His eyes widened, completely disbelieving what he had just heard. What? That shocking news seemed to echo throughout the vast, empty arena under the sunset, where their destiny was about to be decided. The next day, the arena was packed with spectators. The incessant murmuring of conversations filled the air. On the arena floor, Adela was ready, her blonde hair neatly tied back. She stood there, patiently waiting. In the crowd, disparaging remarks began to ring out. Where's Shin Hyul? He didn't get scared and run away, did he? Haha. Well, it's understandable. In the interview, he boasted about innovative magic. But in the end, it was just empty talk. It's too obvious. He probably realized he couldn't beat Adela and ran off. Adela's patience seemed to have run out, and the referee wore a stern expression. The waiting time was over. An announcement echoed throughout the arena. Time's up. According to the rules, Adela Starrett wins due to opponent's absence. But the declaration was cut short by a desperate shout. Wait! Hyul rushed in, out of breath, his clothes disheveled. His tired expression quickly vanished, replaced by a smug smile. Sorry for being late. The referee was stunned, then snapped. Shin Hyul, where have you been all this time? But he didn't give Hyul a chance to explain, waving his hand decisively. All right, I'll hear your explanation later. I won't give you any time to breathe. Consider this your punishment for being late. The order was given. Take your positions. Hyul stood there, his gaze completely changed, without a trace of confusion. Adela, in a ready stance, asked, May I ask why you were late? Hyul closed his eyes, his expression strangely calm. It's nothing major. A surge of azure magic began to swirl around him. Just a few preparations. Adela paused, her eyes full of doubt. Preparations? Hyul's eyes snapped open, his smile turning sharp. You're quite strong, Adela, so I had to prepare to defeat you. The arrogant declaration stunned Adela. She murmured, unable to believe it. Preparations. In one day? But she could feel it. The energy emanating from Hyul now was completely different. I can feel it. The Shin Hyul in front of me is completely different from yesterday. Adela's blue eyes gleamed with determination and interest. Can I expect to see your true power? Hyul extended his hand, magic converging. Let me tell you something first. You'll have to go all out from the very beginning. As Hyul's declaration ended, the call to start the match echoed throughout the arena. Without a second's hesitation, Adela made the first move. A brilliant orb of light formed in her hand. Blazing pistol. Energy erupted from her palm. A single shot transformed into a barrage of fire bullets, relentlessly rushing towards Hyul. Facing the preemptive attack, Hyul's eyes glowed red. Wind! A powerful wall of wind bent the trajectory of the fire bullets, causing them to explode harmlessly, but Adela didn't flinch, immediately switching to her next magic. Earth Spike! The ground beneath Hyul's feet began to crack violently. Immediately after, countless sharp spikes of earth and rock emerged from the cracks, thrusting straight upwards. Attacked unexpectedly from below, Hyul was forced to leap into the air to dodge. A triumphant smile appeared on Adela's lips. Suspended in midair, you can't dodge this attack. Her eyes gleamed with absolute confidence. A giant magic circle appeared, enveloping Adela as she unleashed her finishing blow. Air Strike! Hyul realized his opponent's intention, an attack aimed at his defenseless state in midair. Theoretically, this was an unavoidable blow. Most people would think so, but... A mysterious smile bloomed on his lips. In midair, Hyul placed his hand on an invisible foothold. Barrier! A sturdy magic shield unexpectedly appeared, defying all laws of physics. The stands buzzed with commotion. No one could believe their eyes. Defensive magic. In midair? Impossible. Adela Starrett was stunned, utterly astonished. Wah! What is that? She looked up, realizing an even more absurd truth. He flipped the barrier and used it as a foothold. Shin Hyul! Standing on the invisible foothold, Hyul smirked. Still that unique magical perception. He looked directly at his opponent, calculating silently. The House of Mystery's secret moon elemental art. To counter it, I'll have to go all out. And to do that, Hyul looked up at the sky, his eyes glowing red. I'll bring the sun itself into this battle. Adela flinched, squinting at the sudden blinding light. She raised her hand to shield her eyes, realizing the source of the terrifying light. Sunlight. Hyul's silhouette stood tall against the sun, signaling an impending attack. Without hesitation, Adela spread her arms, channeling all her magic. Great shield. In response, Hyul also took his stance, activating a peculiar magical flow. Arrow! He shot forward like an arrow, swirling ribbons of wind magic enveloping his body. A terrifying collision erupted as he slammed directly into Adela's defensive shield. He was being cautious, using 3-ring defensive magic combined with 1-ring arrow magic, and with an unexpected strategy, he pierced through the most solid defense. As soon as he landed, Hyul immediately switched to offense, magic spreading from his palm pressed firmly against the arena floor. Adela Starrett didn't flinch, her eyes sharpened. All right, now it's my turn. She charged forward, but an invisible force suddenly gripped her leg. Adela was stunned, while Hyul, with his glowing red eyes, merely watched silently. A solid crystal mass rose from the ground, locking her ankle in place. Adela was astonished. Earth Elemental Bind? Since when? She suddenly recalled the moment he touched the ground. Could it be? He cast magic the instant he landed, but Hyul gave her no time to think. His speed was too great, making Adela only able to exclaim. My eyes can barely keep up with his movements. His silhouette glided across the arena, leaving Adela, who was held back, behind. Utilizing the distance, Hyul began to chant another spell, energy converging in his palm. Water bullet. A fierce surge of magical water formed. Without hesitation, Adela channeled power into her heel, shattering the shackles binding her. At the same time, Hyul launched 3 magical water orbs into the air. The water bullets descended like meteors, aiming directly at Adela's position. Facing the attack, she raised both hands, ready to defend. A sturdy barrier appeared, completely blocking the roaring water dragons. Adela smirked, seemingly having grasped her opponent's fighting style. He's easier to deal with than I thought. But elsewhere, Kim Kangan had a completely different assessment. As I see it, Hyul used 4-ring magic, memory. Indeed, memory allows for storing magic, but at a cost. Even as a 4-ring mage, Hyul can only activate magic of 3 rings or lower. Adela Starrett scoffed contemptuously at that fact. 1-ring magic can't defeat me. But then, a blinding flash of light tore through the sky. A magical spear plunged to the ground with terrifying speed, creating a violent impact. Adela was dazed, not understanding what had just happened. When did he find an opening to attack? She suddenly realized it was a transformed wind spear, subtly hidden. The surprise attack made Adela stagger, a sharp pain flaring from her side. She collapsed onto the cold arena floor, and when she looked up, Hyul was standing tall before her. His glowing red eyes shone with a deadly coldness. Have you forgotten who you're up against? He enunciated each word, engraving the truth into the defeated opponent's mind. Adela Starrett. From above, Kim Kangan's female assistant was stunned. His combat instincts are truly unimaginable. Kim Kangan calmly explained, a meaningful smile on his face. From the moment he dodged the first Earth Spike attack, Hyul had planned everything. By jumping into the air, he lured Adela into attacking. Then, He used the shield as a foothold to fly higher, using the sun's glare itself to obscure her vision. And from memory, he set up a delayed wind spear. Kim Kangan continued to analyze the perfect game. When he landed, he used kinetic to draw Adela's attention to himself. And finally, he used Earthbind to make her mistakenly believe this was a ground battle. Right before the wind spear was activated, Kim Kangan concluded his analysis. And when aligned with the sun, he launched the prepared wind spear. He smiled, completely convinced by that intricate strategy. But from another corner, Shin In-hyuk had a different perspective. The Grand Mage of the First Ring. Now I understand why he recently earned that title. He clicked his tongue, his tone belittling all of Hyul's efforts. But in the end, it's still just one ring magic. Just watch. His words were like a prophecy. Below in the arena, the stone floor cracked, but the battle had reached a stalemate. Adela Starrett, though caught off guard, remained steady. Her gaze was sharp, unwavering. Facing her, Hyul's eyes glowed red. He knew well that the previous attack wasn't enough. Shin In-hyuk continued to analyze coldly. Even with the upper hand, he couldn't deliver a finishing blow. He stated firmly, he cannot end this match. On the arena floor, Hyul was silent. He understood his limits better than anyone. Hyul knew well that Adela hadn't used that time's magic yet. Breaking the silence, Adela spoke, her voice full of respect. Truly impressive. You remind me of that time. A powerful surge of magic erupted from her body. I will also face you with my full power. Magic circles began to appear. Instead of worrying, Hyul secretly thought, finally, the space around Adela transformed. Pure light converged, creating an overwhelming spectacle. This was what he had been waiting for. The ultimate attribute, moonlight. She unleashed her family's secret art of the Swanman House. Halo, a gigantic magic circle enveloped the entire arena, its blue light swallowing everything. Under the terrifying pressure, Hyul strained to resist, the ground beneath his feet shattering. The entire arena trembled as a pillar of magical light shot straight into the sky. In the stands, Shin In-hyuk coldly turned his back, as if he already knew the outcome. Kim Kangan asked, "Are you leaving, sir?" Shin In-hyuk replied, his voice devoid of emotion. "The match is over. No need to watch anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the Shin family prepared to leave. But then, Kim Kangan's female assistant was stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing. No way. Kim Kangan also turned back, his eyes flashing with a strange light, a smile full of hidden meaning. Below the stands, Ji-sun-chan was also utterly bewildered. And right in the center of the arena, Adela Starrett was speechless. This can't be. Facing her, Hyul stood firm, a more complex, fiery magic circle taking shape. Intense heat erupted as he unleashed his technique. Fire God. Adela was astonished, recognizing the magic's tier. Tier 2 magic? Hyul smirked, his eyes blazing. "I told you. I was late because I was preparing to defeat you," she mumbled, trying to rationalize the absurdity before her. Memoria's limit is only Tier 1 magic. A horrifying realization flashed in Adela's mind. Could it be that you've reached Tier 5? Her only reply was Hyul's enigmatic smile, his blazing red eyes seemingly containing a universe of power. Night fell over Obelisk Academy's dormitory, quiet and peaceful. But in his room, Hyul found no peace. He sat in contemplation, thinking about the recent match. His blazing red eyes shone with determination. Adela isn't someone who can be defeated with just Tier 1 magic. His hand rested on the ancient grimoire, his heart filled with worry. His direct combat style was inherently incompatible with the mysterious nature of this magic. He sighed in exasperation, his original plan completely ruined. I had intended to wait until I had fully mastered it before overwhelming her. But then, a new page of Idrid's book opened a ray of hope. If I can truly use Sime, the ancient script seemed to whisper to him. It says to channel energy into the magic circle on the next page, and that magic circle promised something unimaginable. This magic circle will lead you to a new realm. Hyul looked up sharply, skepticism mixed with curiosity. Is this some kind of teleportation mechanism? But then, his hesitation was quickly extinguished by determination. Let's try it. No need to hesitate any longer. Without wasting a second, he channeled his magic power into his hand, pressing it directly onto the page. A powerful burst of light immediately erupted from the magic circle, reacting violently to his energy. The light grew increasingly dazzling, pushing Hyul back. Damn it, it's glowing again. It's just... The entire room was engulfed in a silent explosion of magical energy. When the light faded, only the book remained on the bed. Hyul had vanished. He awoke with a sharp pain, trying to regain his bearings after the sudden teleportation. Before his eyes was a completely unfamiliar space, a gigantic circular library bathed in warm golden light. Hyul looked up at the source of light, bewilderment clear on his face. Where am I? In the silent space, a clear voice echoed. Welcome to the first trial page. A floating figure appeared before Hyul. I am Alpha, the guide managing the first page. Hyul, still bewildered, mumbled. The first trial page? Alpha replied concisely. Yes. The white-haired girl spread her hand, her tone full of authority. This is the first trial page, inside Idrid's book. That affirmation stunned Hyul. Inside. The book? He had thought he was teleported to some distant place, not a real space existing right within the book. His astonishment quickly gave way to an amused smile, Hyul's eyes glowing red. Unbelievable. Alpha continued to explain. In this trial, we will check if your mindscape has been fully materialized. Detailed instructions will be provided at the start, and if you pass, pages 18 to 31 will be updated with information about Tier 2 magic. Hyul clenched his fist, his gaze resolute. He understood the crux of it, so I have to pass the trial to gain the path to Tier 2. Alpha looked directly at him. The explanation ends here. Shall we begin the trial? Without a moment's hesitation, Hyul replied, his fist clenched. Of course. Let's start right away. Alpha smiled faintly, her eyes closing. Understood. Her body began to dissolve into countless fragments of light, floating upwards and declaring. Then, we shall begin the first trial. Magical energy erupted violently from those fragments. Hyul held his breath, watching, preparing to face whatever was about to appear. From within the dazzling light, a colossal magical entity gradually took shape. Hyul was stunned. I didn't think it would be human, but I also didn't expect it to be a magical entity. A powerful voice echoed throughout the space. Now, I will explain the trial. Hyul froze, his red eyes blazing with astonishment. This voice. It was unmistakable. This is Master's voice. As instructed, a brilliant gemstone appeared in mid-air, radiating chaotic energy. The name of this stone is Elemental Mana Gemstone. The voice explained its nature as an incomplete crystal, containing 4 chaotic mana attributes. Your task is to completely purify this stone. Hyul couldn't believe his ears. Completely purify something so chaotic? The master continued, emphasizing the difficulty of the trial. The elemental mana gemstone is an extremely fragile stone. Mana must be controlled with extreme caution. Inside the stone, 4 types of mana existed in a state of extreme chaos. Hyul thought to himself, this was no different from being asked to separate individual grains of sand, salt, sugar, and pepper from an already mixed concoction. He exhaled sharply. This was no joke. Only someone who had mastered the mind's will could purify this. But, instead of being discouraged, a confident smile appeared on Hyul's lips. This is going to be interesting. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his power. Mind's will. Before his eyes, the world within the stone appeared. A chaotic universe of shimmering mana particles. The power of the mind's will began to intervene, creating currents, attempting to separate the chaos. Hyul's entire body was enveloped in a magical current, his mind completely immersed in the purification. He gritted his teeth, focusing every nerve cell. Concentrate. The chaotic mana currents were gradually subdued, beginning to separate into distinct streams, but suddenly, a fierce opposing energy burst forth from the stone. Hyul braced himself to endure it. The backlash was too great, throwing him backward. Hyul staggered to his feet, realizing that even a small mana fluctuation was enough to create a shockwave. Damn it. I have to be extremely careful. He stared at the stone. The mana source within was so chaotic that it couldn't be easily separated. But then, a determined smile appeared on his lips. His eyes glowed red. But, I think I have a way. Disregarding the passage of time, he plunged into experimentation, again and again, trying to refine it. Just a slight lapse in concentration, and all his efforts would be wasted. He repeated this process countless times. And then, finally, the moment arrived. He succeeded. The elemental mana light stone shone brilliantly in his hand. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed from the void, startling Hyul. Congratulations on overcoming the trial, successor. He was still stunned, trying to compose himself after the unexpected declaration. The voice continued, explaining his reward. You have comprehended the mind's will. I will update the Idrith book with the second circle, the technique to weave the resonance ring. Hyul jolted awake, realizing he was lying in bed. He looked around blankly, unsure of what had just happened. I'm back? At that moment, the book on the table automatically opened, and golden magical characters began to appear on the page. A radiant smile appeared on Hyul's face. All right. Finally, I have the method to weave the second circle. His eyes shone with determination. A new goal had been set. Before the next match begins, I must master the second circle. Meanwhile, at the Academy's arena, another match was underway. Adela Starrett roared, unleashing a massive surge of blue magic. Her terrifying power caused the ground to crack, and the arena shook violently. Adela Starrett extended her hand, her golden hair fluttering in the surging magic, her brilliant blue eyes full of authority. Her blue magic exploded, tearing apart the arena ground, creating dazzling pillars of light that made the audience below squint. Witnessing that scene, Ji Sun-chan and the middle-aged man beside him were utterly terrified, exclaiming in despair, "Damn it! Hyul is definitely finished." Adela Starrett stood tall, her proud gaze sweeping across the ravaged arena floor, declaring the match over. She couldn't help but be surprised by her opponent's rapid progress. Adela Starrett's deep blue eyes gleamed with doubt, as if trying to see through some secret. For a moment, a past image flashed through her mind. Hyul with a mysterious smirk, beside a younger Adela. The genius I once had my eyes on is no more. Returning to reality, Adela Starrett still stood in the brightly lit arena, her face pensive as she thought about what had happened. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, startling Adela Starrett, her eyes wide with astonishment and vigilance. What? What is that sound? At the same time, Hyul's pupils turned blood red, emitting a dazzling light, signaling that a terrifying power was about to be unleashed. Hyul stood amidst a blazing red magic circle, his hands ablaze with fire and dark energy, roaring the incantation, blinding darkness. Hyul's eyes were blood red, his expression cold and determined, as he concentrated all the dark magic into his palms. From the magic circle behind Hyul, two gigantic hands of shadow reached out, menacing the entire arena. Hyul extended his hands forward, red energy blazing in his palms, his will firm. With free will, Hyul's blood-red eyes flared fiercely, reflecting cruelty and supreme power. Kim Kangin and Ji Sun-chan witnessed the scene, their faces utterly astonished, unable to believe their eyes. Ji Sun-chan and Baek Sa-hyuk gasped in horror, extreme fear evident on their faces. Adela Starrett clutched her chest in pain, collapsing, her eyes frantically looking towards Hyul. What? What is happening? Hyul stood tall amidst the magic circle, controlling the two gigantic shadow hands, completely overwhelming Adela Starrett, who lay prostrate on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Hyul unleashed the finishing blow, his eyes blood-red, his hands erupting with magical flames. Fire God Vulcan! Adela Starrett panicked, hastily deploying magic. Defensive magic. But what Hyul summoned far exceeded her imagination. A colossal, blazing magical cannon appeared from the void. Resonance version 1. Adela's pupils contracted. Pure horror was evident in her eyes. Her defensive circle shattered before the terrifying destructive power. She desperately realized, no, I can't stop it. But instead of accepting defeat, a strange surge of energy erupted from Adela. She raised her hand to the sky, amidst an illusory galaxy. The fear vanished, replaced by a confident, even arrogant, smile. You have returned. Once again, be my target. Hyul's cannon roared, unleashing a destructive barrage of fire. The referee had to cover his face from the terrifying pressure of the impact. In the stands, Shin In-hyuk stood motionless, his sharp gaze following every development. In the observation room, Blue Tower Master Kim Kangin and Ji Sun-chan also held their breath, awaiting the result. After the earth-shattering explosion, Adela's figure was thrown backward. The arena floor cracked like a spiderweb. Adela lay motionless, while Hyul stood tall on the opposite side. But immediately after, he also collapsed, gasping for breath. The recent attack had completely drained Hyul's strength. The referee's voice echoed throughout the arena, breaking the silence. The match is over. The winner, Shin Hyul. As soon as the results were announced, Shin In-hyuk immediately turned and left. Kim Kangin spoke up in surprise. Are you leaving, sir? Without looking back, Shin In-hyuk merely smirked. I have another appointment. Ji Sun-chan watched his retreating back, a knowing smile appearing on his lips. I understand. Kim Kangin, the Blue Tower Master, observed Hyul from afar, a knowing smile on his lips. You really are. Hyul could only force a smile in response. Not good at lying at all, are you? After the curious crowd dispersed, the room finally returned to quiet. Only Hyul remained, shedding his facade and admitting the exhaustion that was overwhelming him. I'm exhausted. Leaving the commotion behind, Hyul sank into thought, dissecting the recent battle. He had used moon art, a secret hybrid magic. It was a combination of the range of light magic and the destructive power of dark magic. By adjusting the intensity of the dark elements, he narrowed the attack range, neutralizing his opponent's magic. It was a success in subtly controlling mana, something he had never been able to do before. The resonance ring had given him a strangely deep insight, helping to analyze the structure of moon art. The light-purifying mana elements sharpened his control. Hyul knew well that without any of these factors, defeating Adela Starrett would have been impossible. Hyul's train of thought was suddenly interrupted. A familiar figure was calmly approaching him. Kim Kangan adjusted his glasses and called out, "Hey, Hyul!" Hyul flinched, unable to believe his eyes. He sprang up, his voice full of surprise. "Tower Master." Kim Kangan smiled, his eyes full of meaning. "I've come to speak with you, Hyul." The atmosphere became quiet. The private conversation between the Tower Master and the unusual victor officially began. Kim Kangan began with a polite smile. "Apologies for disturbing you while you're tired. I watched the match. It was a magnificent battle." Hyul replied briefly, his eyes still wary. "Thank you." The friendly atmosphere quickly dissipated. Kim Kangan pushed up his glasses, his gaze sharper. "I'll ask directly, Hyul." The unexpected question was thrown out, echoing in the quiet room. "Have you reached the 5th ring?" Hyul remained silent, his crimson eyes revealing no emotion. He was calculating every move. In Hyul's mind, the image of the 2nd ring magic circle he had used in the match appeared. The Blue Tower Master must think I used the memory spell. He quickly deduced that once he could use 2nd ring magic, being mistaken for a higher-level mage was inevitable. And from there, they would reach an unbelievable conclusion. Mistaking me for having reached the 5th ring, he chuckled, breaking the silence. "No, I haven't reached the 5th ring." But Kim Kangan was not easily fooled. His eyes lit up with interest. "I see. Then, how did you use 2nd ring magic, Hyul?" Hyul decided to throw out a lie to probe. "If I said I used illusion magic, you wouldn't believe me, would you?" Kim Kangan immediately seized the clue. "If it's illusion magic, is it the transformation magic you mentioned in the previous interview?" Memories of the enchanting blue butterflies from the interview suddenly flooded the Tower Master's mind. Kim Kangan appeared convinced. "That's right. Transformation magic." Hyul secretly decided to stick with this excuse. Let's just say that. But deep down, he knew the truth was even more terrifying. And one 8-year-old reaching the 5th ring would cause a global earthquake. I must hide it for now. However, Kim Kangan still didn't let up. That's an incredible type of illusion magic. But what does it have to do with 2nd ring magic? The Tower Master's gaze sharpened. The loophole in the lie had been discovered. Cornered, Hyul played an even bolder card. "I improved the memory spell." Kim Kangan was stunned, surprise clearly visible on his face. "You improved the memory spell?" Contrary to expectations, Kim Kangan burst out laughing. He put one foot on the table, looking down at Hyul with amusement. "Haha, so that's it." Nodding in approval, the Blue Tower Master showed immense interest. Truly astonishing. But then, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Kim Kangan's eyes flashed with an eerie red light, and he reached out towards Hyul. Kim Kangan's hearty laugh rang out as he patted Hyul's shoulder. "I'm very impressed. I didn't expect you to improve even the weakness of memory." Hyul could only mumble in response. "Thank you, sir." Suddenly, Hyul froze. His eyes also glowed a similar red. Kim Kangan leaned in close, his crimson eyes piercing deep into Hyul, as if wanting to see through all secrets. The red light from the 8th ring mage's pupils flared intensely. Under immense pressure, Hyul still held his head high and faced him. His heart pounded in his chest as the Blue Tower Master used an invisible power to probe every inch of his being. A faint smile bloomed on Kim Kangan's lips. "Certainly," he explained his conclusion. "There are no signs of the characteristic mana pathways of a 5th ring mage. Now I'm certain." Stepping back, Kim Kangan declared loudly. "Just as Hyul said, he has not yet reached the 5th ring." His expression returned to calm and professional. "Now I'll head down. I'll explain everything to the reporters." Kim Kangan gently pushed up his glasses, the red light in his eyes completely gone. As he turned and walked away, his voice still echoed. "Ruby Demonic Eye. Authenticated." Hyul quickly replied, "Ah, thank you, sir. Please travel safely." The door closed, returning quiet to the room. Hyul let out a long sigh of relief. The burden in his heart finally lifted. Ruffling his messy hair, he was still in disbelief. "I can't believe the Tower Master even used the Ruby Demonic Eye to verify." Ruby Magic Eye. It is rumored that with the magic eyes of Blue Tower Master Kim Kangan, the wielder can see through the essence of magic. A power considered the pinnacle among detection-type magic eyes. Good thing a Tower Master like that didn't discover me, he thought to himself, a weight lifted from his shoulders, because Baitinio-style magic was his biggest secret, something that couldn't be carelessly revealed. Meanwhile, cheers echoed throughout the arena. The match was over. The winner, Shin Hyul. Hyul's glowing red eyes had not yet faded, confirming an absolute victory. But just as he turned to leave, a voice rang out. "Wait." He turned back, slightly surprised to recognize the person who had called him. Adela Starrett, the opponent he had just defeated, was standing firm again. "I thought you'd have to rest for 4 hours, but you're already up?" Yes, I'm fine now. Hyul was curious. So, is something wrong? Adela hesitated. Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to give some feedback on our match. Even so, she still seemed hesitant. But, the finals are coming up soon. If you're tired, we can do it later. Without a moment's hesitation, Hyul smiled back. No, let's do it now. The feedback will also help me. Follow me to the waiting room. His decisive demeanor left Adela a little stunned. He walked, silently reflecting on the past matches. Both in terms of strategy and magic usage, there was so much he needed to learn. One day, he also wanted to become that strong. He unconsciously felt a surge of burning passion emanating from the person walking behind him. Both entered the academy's main tower, a glass and steel structure reaching straight into the blue sky. Bright sunlight illuminated a luxurious waiting room, devoid of people. However, elsewhere, the image of Hyul smiling brightly for the camera was a nightmare. Shin Hyul. I thought everything was over. Inside the skyscraper, the main headquarters of the Shin Group, the proud silver dragon emblem dominated a corner of the sky. In a luxurious room, two figures were watching news about Hyul on a large screen. The haunting image of Hyul's smile made the woman grit her teeth. Damn it, she spun around, her face contorted with anger. I thought everything was settled. The woman, Shin Seo, the eldest daughter of the Shin family, yelled at the man beside her. Brother, are you just going to abandon Hyul like this? Responding to her panic was a smug smirk from Shin Jihan. So what are we supposed to do? What if they bring Hyul back to the family? Shin Seo became even more agitated. Brother, you know better than anyone what happened a year ago. She trembled as she recalled the past. To have to go through that treatment again, Shin Jihan gently interrupted. Don't worry, Sia. He pointed to the image of Hyul lifting the championship trophy a year ago. A year ago, that kid might have been a genius. But now, he's just trash who can only use second circle magic in actual combat. Shin Jihan said, his contemptuous gaze fixed on the screen. He smirked. You've watched his matches too, haven't you? Shin Seo's worry didn't subside. But brother, everyone's going crazy over how amazing he is. Shin Jihan's face hardened. Listen carefully, Sia, he explained clearly, while Hyul's victorious image remained on the screen. All of Hyul's opponents so far have only been third circle students. For a fourth circle mage, defeating them is obvious. But Hyul has a fatal weakness. He's incompatible with AI magic. He's just trying to compensate with petty tricks and forbidden arts. Finally, Shin Jihan concluded with absolute confidence. Ultimately, Hyul is still far inferior to a typical fourth circle mage. His skill level, no matter what, is much lower. Shin Seo nodded in agreement. That's right, I think so too. She disdainfully concluded that the incompatible would always be incompatible, only able to crawl on the ground. Shin Jihan silently handed her a cup of tea, but a worry suddenly arose in Shin Seo's heart. And, what if he becomes a threat to the next family head? Shin Jihan's eyes turned cold. A surge of magic erupted, and the cup shattered in his hand. Then it won't be too late to deal with him. But in another place, under a different sky, the story took a completely opposite turn. At the Academy's central arena, an earth-shattering battle had just come to an end. One combatant had fallen, the other stood tall in the posture of a victor. The referee decisively raised his hand, his voice echoing throughout the stands. The match is over. The champion of the second-year midterm exam is Shin Hyul. The stands erupted in cheers. The genius has returned. Endless praises lauded the power and reputation of the Shin family. At the center of attention, Hyul flashed a proud smile, savoring his sweet victory. He had proven that forbidden arts could surpass even AI magic. From the stands, an excited shout rang out. Hyul, you're amazing. Ji Sun-chan rushed over, hugging his friend tightly and shaking him. You did it. Everyone recognizes your true strength now. Hyul could only give a wry smile. Sun-chan, calm down. However, not everyone was happy about this victory. Hidden in the crowd, envious eyes still watched. Tisk, without forbidden arts, he's nothing. The homeroom teacher approached, beaming. Congratulations, Shin Hyul. I'm very proud. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Sun-chan slyly asked. So, are you going to treat us? Ji Sun-chan cheered, pulling Hyul's bewildered hand along. Great, let's go. Come with us. Contrary to his friend's enthusiasm, Hyul skillfully declined. Sorry. I really want to go, but I have an important appointment. Ji Sun-chan was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Come on. He still tried to persuade him. What's the fun in a party without the main character? But Hyul only gave a wry, resolute smile. Sorry, it's really important. Helplessly watching Hyul's back disappear, Ji Sun-chan could only sigh. Sorry, Sun-chan. Leaving behind the school festivities, Hyul blended into the bustling crowd of the city. He had a more important promise to keep. Soon, The image of the student disappeared, replaced by a young man in a stylish suit, with unusually sharp eyes. A luxurious car was already parked by the road. The man in the suit spoke when he saw him. "We've been waiting for you." The call rang out, confirming his identity. "Youngest master." The old butler respectfully opened the car door. "The family head is waiting for you. I will escort you to the main mansion." The car set off, heading towards a colossal, isolated, and imposing mansion under the cover of night. Hyul looked up at the familiar gates of the Shin family, a place he no longer belonged. A full year had passed since that day, a year since he was deemed useless for being incompatible with AI magic, defying his cold father, and being expelled from this very home. The heavy main door opened, welcoming the outcast son back. Hyul stepped inside, the familiar space stirring his heart. "Everything is still the same, just as I remember." His footsteps suddenly halted on the cold marble floor. He had arrived, before the silent oak door of the study, where his powerful father was waiting. Shin In-hyuk's presence weighed on Hyul's mind like a mountain. Standing before the fated threshold, Hyul's crimson eyes gleamed with extreme tension. "I'm finally back here," he murmured to himself, a self-reflection full of hidden meaning. His hand clenched tightly, each finger seemingly wanting to crush the air, showing his iron resolve before the upcoming confrontation. In the vast room, the bright moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the imposing figure of Shin In-hyuk, sitting behind a massive desk. The powerful father, with sharp, cold eyes and a stern expression, seemed to be lost in deep thought, not turning to look at his son. Amidst the quiet space, Shin In-hyuk's low voice rang out, breaking the silence. "Come in." Hyul gently pushed the door open, slowly stepping into the room, where light and shadow merged in a strange way. For Hyul, this was not just a room, but a place holding countless memories, where he had to confront his past and future. Shin In-hyuk still didn't turn his head, his hands flipping through documents, as if Hyul's presence wasn't worth his attention. Hyul stood straight, bowing to his father. "It's been a long time." Hyul's gaze was firm, unwavering, facing the father who always placed heavy pressure on his shoulders. Shin In-hyuk finally looked up, his sharp eyes fixed on Hyul, then coldly commanded, "Sit." Hyul obeyed, sitting down in the opposite chair, and immediately, Shin In-hyuk began his harsh assessment of him. "I once thought you were a failure." He stood up, turning his back to Hyul, his voice echoing in the room. "With a casting speed 20 times slower than average, and your magic dissipating if you lose focus." Shin In-hyuk walked slowly, continuing to list his son's shortcomings. "You also couldn't cast multiple spells." He stopped behind Hyul, his cold gaze looking down. "You were a prime example of a useless, incompatible person." Shin In-hyuk placed his hand on the back of Hyul's chair, continuing to speak about the past. "However, everyone still recognized your special talent. That's why I suggested you switch to AI magic, to make the most of it." He turned away, looking out the window, his tone full of skepticism. "Of course, I didn't have high hopes for this attempt either. I thought it was just a desperate move by someone pushed to the brink." Shin In-hyuk revealed the true reason. "Furthermore, I saw Baek Ga's article. I thought this would be a good opportunity for you to come to your senses after a heavy defeat." He turned his back again, his voice still even. However, Shin In-hyuk's eyes suddenly sharpened, acknowledging an unexpected truth. "You have completely surpassed my expectations. By overcoming your incompatibility and creating transformative magic." A rare smile appeared on the father's lips. He approached, his voice carrying an unprecedented recognition. "This gamble, you've won, Hyul. Your performance truly deserves to be called that of a real mage." The unexpected praise made Hyul's eyes glow red. Emotions surged, and he could only utter a single word. "Thank you." Shin In-hyuk smiled with satisfaction, making a significant promise. "From now on, the family will support you wholeheartedly. Tell me everything you need to pursue magic. I also permit you to return to the Maido Shin family." His voice echoed throughout the room, full of authority. "As the legitimate heir of the Shin family, serve the family well." Hyul raised his head, his eyes gleaming with iron resolve. But then the atmosphere suddenly changed. Shin In-hyuk's hand grabbed his son's collar. And, finally, a warning. His voice turned cold, each step seemingly freezing the entire space. "If I feel you are stagnating or regressing, then..." His hand clenched Hyul's hair, his face contorted in a threatening grimace. "I will personally destroy your magic circles." The pressure from an 8-ring mage made Hyul tremble. His hands clenched, fear rising but overridden by his firm will. This was his last chance. Faced with the brutal warning, Hyul didn't flinch. He looked straight into his father's eyes. "Yes, father." The air in the Shin family head study thickened. Shin In-hyuk spoke, his voice full of authority. "So, what is your goal?" The man stared intently at his son, reiterating an ambition that seemed to have been buried. Right. Didn't you once aim for the position of the Shin family head? The faces of his siblings flashed through his mind, a bitter reminder of Hyul's current standing. Currently, among your siblings, you are the weakest. But in response, Hyul raised his head, his gaze firm. As I said before, my ultimate goal is to become the Shin family head. No more, no less. First, I will make everyone in the family acknowledge me. Shin In-hyuk clasped his hands, his expression unchanged. And how do you intend to do that? Instead of speaking, Hyul decisively placed his hand on a document on the table. He declared sharply, revealing a challenging path. By participating in the World Academy Olympiad in 2 months, his eyes glowed red with determination, his hand pressing firmly on the table like an oath. There. I will bring back the gold medal. It was the biggest stage for young mages under 20, dubbed the Mage Olympics, a dream arena, attracting worldwide attention with a level of prestige no less than professional tournaments. Shin In-hyuk immediately poured cold water on his son's ambition. However, our country's best achievement so far has only been a silver medal. Images of past victors flashed by, a reminder of the fierce competition and distant glory. The family head's face clearly showed skepticism, declaring you will win a gold medal. Do you realize how far-fetched that is? Hyul didn't flinch at the skepticism. Yes. That's why I have a condition, father. Shin In-hyuk raised an eyebrow. A condition? He looked straight at his father, images of his siblings always trying to obstruct him flashing through his mind. During the 2 months of preparation for the tournament, please stop them from getting in my way. Shin In-hyuk pondered. A bold move, using a gold medal not yet guaranteed to exchange for protection. Normally, he would refuse, but a smirk briefly crossed the powerful man's lips. But this might not be a bad idea. The scene shifted to a magnificent building under the morning sunday. Amidst stacks of old books, the morning light shone into the silent room, and there, Hyul lay collapsed on the floor, exhausted after a long night of intense research. A dizzy spell came over him as he slowly woke up. Ugh, did I fall asleep? He sat up, rubbing the back of his neck. As soon as he returned from the family estate, he plunged into researching the requirements for the next test. Although he had passed the first test, to reach the third circle, he had to conquer the second challenge, and now, he was completely stuck. The magic book before him was just blank pages. The only clue he had was a word. Resonance. This meant he had to raise compatibility to the realm of mastery of the second circle. To begin the test, he just needed to touch the book and channel mana, according to the principle of compatibility. But the scribbled words in the book vaguely instructed, he needed to connect the judgment circle and the resonance circle organically. Hyul focused. 2 streams of magic power, one red and one blue, began to form between his hands. Like this? The 2 circles of energy intertwined, forming a brightly glowing infinity symbol on the page, but it still didn't seem to be enough. Feeling stuck, Hyul decided to go outside. Just a short walk to clear my head. The modern city welcomed him with fresh air and a bustling pace of life. Hyul strolled leisurely by the riverside. That's right. Sometimes you need this to clear your head. He took a deep breath, his mind gradually relaxing. Now I'll take a walk, grab some breakfast, and delve deeper into the realm of resonance. But his train of thought was suddenly cut short by a sight in the distance. Ah, over there. Before Hyul could even process what was happening, a figure darted past right in front of him. Huh? A strange object suddenly flew over, knocking the hat off Hyul's head. He cried out in surprise, eyes wide with astonishment. Hyul clutched his face, collapsing in pain. A worried female voice echoed in his ear. Are you all right? Ah, it hurts so much. Hyul's eyes suddenly turned fiery red, and he looked up, his face full of anger. Hey, you! Standing before him was Adela, a blonde girl with azure eyes, standing tall under the dazzling sunlight. Hyul called her name in astonishment. Adela? Afterward, they walked together on the paved road. Hyul was still wondering about the recent incident. Anyway, why did that plastic bag fly towards me? Adela bowed her head, her face apologetic. Hyul held a banana milk carton in his hand, seemingly understanding the situation. I'm sorry. Hyul offered a slight smile, reassuring Adela. He looked at the banana milk carton in his hand, then back at her. It's all right. Thanks to you, I also got some banana milk to drink. But you still only drink this kind? Adela hugged a bag full of banana milk cartons, confidently declaring it the best drink humanity had ever created. Hyul could only stare in amazement. Of course, it's the best drink humans have ever created. That many? The sky was clear blue, with white clouds drifting lazily, like a peaceful pause in their conversation. Their conversation continued as they walked. Adela asked Hyul about returning home. I heard you've returned home. Hyul smiled, confirming he had returned to the magic tower yesterday. Yes, I returned to the magic tower yesterday. Adela sighed in relief, then asked about Hyul's childhood dream. That's good. So, your dream of becoming the head of the magic tower is still alive? Hyul was surprised, his eyes turning fiery red again, as if trying to recall something. I said that? A memory suddenly flooded back, showing Hyul and Adela as children sitting together. Adela smiled, confirming they had talked about that dream many times. That's right. We talked about it often. Hyul looked into the distance, his face pensive, then firmly denied that dream was no longer his. No. That's no longer my dream. Adela was utterly surprised, asking if Hyul had compromised with harsh reality. What? So you've compromised with reality? Hyul began to explain that becoming the head of the magic tower was not easy, especially with many outstanding siblings. Adela looked confused. Well, after all, the magic tower has many outstanding siblings. Becoming the head isn't easy at all, huh? Hyul flashed a confident smile, his eyes shining brightly. He declared his true dream was to become a magic master, standing at the pinnacle of all mages. My dream is to become a magic master, and stand at the pinnacle of all mages. Hyul didn't just want to lead one magic tower, but all of them. His eyes burned with immense ambition. No, all magic towers. Adela was utterly astonished by that declaration, seemingly unable to believe her ears. That is, my goal. Adela was still reeling, exclaiming with admiration. The pinnacle of all mages. That's an incredible goal, truly beyond imagination. She gave a knowing smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Hyul. As your follower, that's truly dramatic. Night fell, bringing with it twinkling stars, signaling a transition. At the Magic Tower mansion, a different atmosphere prevailed. Inside the mansion, a purple-haired woman was biting her lip, her hand clutching her throat, her expression full of worry and anger. She angrily looked at the man standing opposite her, calling out in a low, furious voice. "Brother!" Her azure-haired brother stood there with his arms crossed, his face strangely calm. The sister couldn't contain her frustration. "Aren't you worried at all?" The brother replied, his tone placid. Father must have his reasons. Though outwardly calm, the brother's eyes still held deep contemplation. In the large room, their father, Shin In-hyuk, sat majestically behind his desk. The brother thought to himself, unable to believe their father would set such conditions. He broke the silence, asking, "Father, why have you called us here?" Shin In-hyuk pondered for a moment, his sharp gaze sweeping over his two children. I understand both of your personalities well. Therefore, I have an order for you." Shin In-hyuk's voice rang out with authority, accompanied by an order that surprised both of them. "For the next 2 months, you are absolutely not to interfere with Hyul." Both siblings were stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. The sister couldn't keep her composure, exploding in anger, almost shouting. "Father, why?" The brother quickly held his sister's arm, trying to calm her. He offered a forced smile, turning to their father. "Father, could you tell us the reason?" Shin In-hyuk looked at his two children, his voice calm and steady. "You both know, Hyul officially returned to the Magic Tower yesterday," he continued, mentioning Hyul with a serious expression. "The boy is still a minor, and has been away from the family for a year." Shin In-hyuk declared his decision. "Therefore, I think he needs 2 months to adapt to the family." He narrowed his eyes at his two children, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Especially you two, you'll surely be watching him closely, considering the competition for the head position." The brother remained silent, his face betraying no emotion. Then, a perfect smile appeared on his lips. "Yes, I understand, father. Is there anything else?" Shin In-hyuk turned his back, his voice cold. "No. You must be tired. Go rest." Just as the brother was about to leave, the sister grabbed his arm. "Brother, why are you leaving without saying anything?" She only received silence as his back disappeared. A frustrated huff escaped her, but as soon as he was out of sight, the young man's calm demeanor shattered. He covered his face with his hand, gritting his teeth to suppress his anger. "Damn it. I can't accept this." He began to analyze the situation, knowing that his two other younger siblings had no interest in competing for the family head position. The unusual favoritism shown to Hyul made him unable to understand. But to leave Hyul alone just because of a 1-year hiatus? He muttered in the empty hallway. If it were father on any other day, he would say that a 1-year hiatus disqualifies one from inheritance. Furthermore, protection only applies until age 16. Age 17 is already outside that scope, so why would he say that? Meanwhile, the sister was also tearing at her hair, a horrifying speculation forming in her mind. Could it be? Father has. The brother immediately dismissed that hypothesis. "No, that's not it. Hyul hasn't shown father enough yet," the sister retorted. "Then why?" An image of Hyul's terrifying magical power flashed through his mind. Perhaps he saw some potential. He continued to list possibilities. Or, father is interested in the mysterious magic system Hyul has mastered. Or, it's possible father and Hyul have an agreement. Hearing the two words agreement, the sister was stunned. An agreement? What kind of agreement? And then, her fury erupted. She clutched her head and screamed, "That's right, that's not a decision father would normally make. How annoying." Shin Hyul. In response to his sister's outburst, the brother crossed his arms and calmly suggested, "Should I call back all the people I sent to watch him?" Unless those people were confident they wouldn't be caught by shadows. An intelligence unit directly under father, the secret force of the magic tower. He continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. "By the way, I've already withdrawn all the surveillance I placed on Hyul." Hearing that, the sister was stunned, asking in a panic, "Brother, what are you going to do?" His gaze sharpened, without a word of explanation. "I'll be heading out first." He left, a smug smile on his lips. Even if she agreed, Hyul having an agreement with father was still too risky. "I'll have to consult with the Black Tower." At the same time, at Obelisk Academy, a teacher stood before the class, happily announcing, "The midterm evaluation period has concluded. Everyone did very well. Our class has the honor of having the top-ranked student." He loudly called out the name, Shin Hyul. Amid scattered applause, Hyul stood there with a cold expression. The teacher handed him a certificate of commendation. "Among all 17-year-olds in our country, it's safe to say you are the best." "Congratulations." "Thank you, sir." The teacher smiled, presenting a new challenge. "Since you've taken first place, maintain that position for 2 months and aim to participate in the Academy Olympic." A challenging smile appeared on Hyul's lips. "Yes, that's exactly what I intend to do." As he turned away, whispers and murmurs rose behind him. "What's there to be so arrogant about, winning with visual magic?" The disparaging remarks continued. 2 months, huh? He'll probably lose all his fame in a week. The limits of an outcast will be revealed soon enough. Hyul quietly sat down, ignoring the slander, but his glowing red eyes and sneer said it all. Finally, the class ended. A male student stretched tiredly. "It's finally over." His classmate grumbled about the 8 theory lessons, but Hyul merely smirked. "At least tomorrow is all practical training." Hyul chuckled, lightly punching his friend's chest. "See, I told you to exercise." His friend stumbled back, wincing in pain. Hyul simply stated coldly, "Weakling. Are you even a mage?" His friend gritted his teeth, his golden eyes flaring with annoyance. He angrily turned and walked away. "Damn it, now I can't even tease you about magic anymore?" But Hyul didn't let up. "If you're annoyed, why don't you train to overcome your weaknesses?" The provocation hit a nerve. His friend spun around, growling, "I'll definitely overcome it and smash your head first." Hyul merely smirked, intrigued by the challenge. "Really? How about we go to the training room after dinner for a change of pace?" His friend froze, completely unprepared for this suggestion. Hyul wondered, "What's with that face?" His friend quickly waved his hand, making an excuse. "I'd love to, but I'm not feeling well right now." Hyul crossed his arms, looking bored. "Just say you don't want to go." Cornered, his friend suddenly became serious. "No, let me be honest. It's not that I hate exercising. I just hate exercising times with you, okay?" Hyul looked bewildered. "What's so bad about me?" His friend lowered his head, his voice growing softer, revealing a deep-seated feeling. "Honestly, I'm scared at the way everyone looks at you." His friend's unfinished words hung in the air. The Obelisk Academy training room, the dry clang of metal. Hyul strained to lift an incredible amount of weight, leaving those around him stunned. A student was scolding his friend, but then paused at the unbelievable sight. "Who's that? That weight. Is that something a human can lift?" Whispers began to spread. "Isn't that Shin Hyul, the second-year student who took first place in the midterm exam?" The heavy barbell was set down, creating a slight tremor on the training floor. Hyul panted, drenched in sweat, telling himself he had neglected his physical training too much. "I've completely lost it." He took a sip of water, his gaze distant. Even in the Book of Idrid, it's written very clearly. Hyul recalled the ancient texts. The infinite circle, a massive circulatory flow throughout the body, strongly interacts with physical training. A strong body and a strong circle create resonant power, enhancing combat efficiency. Aware of this, he was determined to master both physical and magical abilities to achieve an optimal state, and the place to test his results was none other than Obelisk Academy. But the first test was a pack of grotesque beasts. 3-eyed black panthers growled, their gazes piercing deep into their opponent. They simultaneously charged, surrounding Hyul from all sides. Without hesitation, Hyul lunged into their midst, gracefully evading a panther's deadly pounce. His eyes were sharp, glowing red. Magical power began to flow. Azure magical whips lashed out, striking hard at the surrounding monsters. He spun around, controlling streams of energy to attack from all directions, maintaining distance from the pack, but they still charged frantically. Two panthers pounced on him simultaneously from both sides. He ducked low to dodge, and at that very moment, a blazing fireball formed in his hand. Fire God. The roaring magical flame shot forth, wiping out the last monster in a violent explosion. As the smoke cleared, an announcement echoed. Shin Hyul, monster extermination practical training complete. In the control room, the supervisor looked at the results on the tablet. The result is, Hyul breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the two words. Perfect, maximum score. He smiled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Thank you. Sitting and resting on the waiting bench, whispers and murmurs echoed around him. He spread his hand, feeling the new power. Thanks to the infinite circle, his physical strength seemed to have increased by half. He clenched his fist, determination surging. He knew that upon reaching the third circle, his power would increase even further. I must strengthen the infinite circle. Without hesitation, he sank into a state of intense concentration, azure mana beginning to surge. Energy converged, his mind completely still. The circle of will and the circle of resonance. He began to circulate the two streams of mana throughout his body. Little by little, he refined the vibration frequency, rotation, speed, and purity of the mana, a process requiring absolute precision. After an extreme effort, he leaned back in his chair, panting from exhaustion. Synchronization rate, 99%. Even after hundreds of attempts, the final 1% remained insurmountable, but his gaze did not waver. Circle master level. He would definitely succeed, no matter the cost. Night fell. Hyul began his usual jog. His breathing was steady, each step firm on the deserted road. He passed through quiet streets under the streetlight, but in the shadows, a pair of eyes was watching his every move. His keen senses screamed in alarm. Without a second thought, Hyul threw a reflexive punch. The attack was easily blocked. Hyul was stunned. He stepped back, taking a defensive stance, his red eyes full of vigilance. Who's there? But then, his pupils constricted as he recognized his opponent. The face hidden behind the hood and mask was a familiar one. Baek Sayuk. Without warning, Baek Sayuk swung his arm to attack. But the blow only grazed the air. Hyul had dodged it. Annoyed by the missed attack, he gritted his teeth. You're good at dodging, like a rat. The earring fell to the ground. Hyul calmly picked it up, his eyes never leaving his opponent. What's wrong? Not going home even though it's the weekend. A sneer formed on Hyul's lips as he realized the truth. It's not that you're not going home, but that you can't, right? He continued to poke at the other's sore spot. You're under probation, so even if you wanted to, you couldn't go home, could you? The words were like an invisible punch that stunned Baek Sayuk. Shut up, before I kill you. The threat only made Hyul burst into hearty laughter. Haha, you even used your family's power, and this is the result? He concluded with a sarcastic remark. If it were me, even without probation, I'd be too ashamed to go home. Or is it, because you simply have nowhere to go? That was the last straw. Fury erupted, and crimson magic gathered in Baek Sayuk's palm. He roared. Shut your mouth, you useless bastard. Hyul was stunned. He hadn't expected his opponent to go so berserk just because of a few taunts. This dog, is he really going to attack me, using magic right on the street? Disregarding the consequences, Baek Sayuk charged, a fireball in his hand, ready to incinerate everything. You bastard. And then, the mockery vanished. Hyul's eyes turned crimson, chillingly cold. The moment the fireball was about to hit, Hyul acted. He firmly grabbed Baek Sayuk's wrist, neutralizing the attack. Baek Sayuk was astonished. Hyul's strength completely exceeded his expectation. Without giving his opponent a second to recover, Hyul used his strength to slam the white-haired man onto the cold ground. The battle ended swiftly. Hyul coldly looked down at the defeated opponent, screaming in helplessness. Let me go, you brat. But their confrontation was interrupted. At some point, figures in black suits had surrounded the alley. Two men quickly restrained Baek Sayuk. He struggled wildly. Let go. I'm going to kill him today, another person said coldly. Silence. Let's talk first. But he still yelled. Let me go. Facing the man in the suit, Hyul calmly explained. I was forced to subdue him because he attacked me with magic. He pointed to the corner of the wall, where a red dot was glowing. Everything was recorded by the security camera. The man nodded. We'll discuss the details at the academy tomorrow. It's late. You should head back to the dorm. Hyul turned his back, muttering. I can't believe he used magic in a place like this. Meanwhile, Baek Sayuk was still being escorted away, his screams echoing in the empty alley. Hyul glanced back at his retreating figure, his eyes sharp and cold. Baek Sayuk, keep it up in the future. The next morning, at the magnificent Obelisk Academy, a crowd of students was whispering and discussing in front of the school's notice board. Neatly posted on the paper was a disciplinary notice. Have you heard? Baek Sahyuk used magic on the street over the weekend, causing a huge commotion. Really? The notice clearly stated that Baek Sahyuk was deducted 10 conduct points for using magic both inside and outside the school grounds. This raised questions. But why only 10 points? Normally he'd be expelled, wouldn't he? Hyul stood amidst the crowd, quietly listening. A voice spoke up. It's understandable that Baek Sahyuk only got 10 points deducted for causing trouble. That's thanks to the intervention of the Baek family, a newly rising clan. They've donated huge sums of money to the academy to secure a title. Therefore, the academy can't punish him severely. Hyul turned and walked away, leaving the chatter behind. He thought to himself, perhaps by now, Baek Sahyuk was probably getting a beating. Just as he guessed, Baek Sahyuk was gritting his teeth while on the phone. An angry voice roared from the other end. Hey, you crazy bastard, he mumbled. Father, I'm sorry. But his father's rage did not subside. I told you to keep quiet until you graduated. Is that so difficult? His father's voice hissed. Baek Sahyuk could only bow his head. Ah, no sir. If our family doesn't get the title, it's all your fault. Understand? Yes, I'm sorry. The call ended. Baek Sahyuk gripped the phone tightly in his hand, his knuckles white with anger. On the screen, the caller's name was still clearly visible. Cash Flow. The fury after the call made Baek Sahyuk grit his teeth. Damn it. Unable to suppress it, he vented his anger with a magical slash that tore through the air. Breathing heavily, he hissed the name that haunted him through gritted teeth. Shin Hyul. That name echoed like a curse in his head, fueling his hatred to the extreme. Losing all reason, Baek Sahyuk roared. That bastard! The phone shattered under his heel, just like his composure. Everything. It's all his fault. Just then, a voice spoke from behind, carrying a hint of amusement. Well, it seems you have quite a deep grudge against Hyul. Baek Sahyuk startled and turned around. Instructor Smith? He was met with a casual question. What's wrong? Is it not allowed? The instructor chuckled, feigning understanding. Of course it is. Who you love or hate is your heart's right. But listen, Sahyuk. He leaned closer, his voice dropping suggestively. Don't you want revenge on Shin Hyul? The sudden offer stunned Baek Sahyuk. Smith's voice was like a hypnotic whisper, delving deep into his darkest desires. Isn't that what you crave? Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, Hyul sat quietly in a room cluttered with books, a scene completely contrasting his enemy's rage. He scrolled through his phone, his mind analyzing the recent incident, Baek Sahyuk's case. I could complain to the academy, but I actually benefited from it. Just as he finished his thoughts, a new email notification appeared on the screen. The email was from his father, Shin In-hyuk, with a brief and cold message. In exchange for silence regarding this incident, we have acquired 3% of the mining rights held by the Baek family. Shin In-hyuk concluded the email with an offer. Well done. If you want any reward for the mining rights, just let me know. Hyul merely smirked. He understood this move clearly. To obtain a title, the Baek family not only needed academic achievements but also had to maintain peace with major clans. And this time, the victim was Hyul, a direct descendant of the Shin family. Too high a price to pay for a confrontation. The Baek family was forced to find a way to appease. But the price of 3% mining rights showed how much they coveted the title. The title was the ultimate symbol of status. Because of it, Baek Sahyuk was abandoned by his own family, no longer a threat to Hyul. Everything was resolved. Hyul cast aside his calculations, deciding to focus on cultivating his own power. The next day, at the Magic Academy, the scene was as usual, with students and instructors walking around the vast campus. But Hyul sensed a change. Is the control over the instructors tighter because of the Baek Sahyuk incident? His train of thought was interrupted by a familiar voice. Shin Hyul. Hyul turned, immediately flashing a polite smile. Hello, Instructor Smith. The man simply replied. A tense silence enveloped them both. Smith's eyes behind his glasses were sharp as knives, seemingly wanting to pierce through all of Hyul's defenses. But he maintained a calm expression, waiting. Finally, Smith spoke, the smile on his lips becoming even more enigmatic. I've noticed for a while, Hyul, it seems you really don't like me. Hyul blurted out, then quickly corrected himself. Yes, that's right. No, it's not. Smith sneered, feigning understanding. I said some rather harsh things to you before, but they were all sincere advice. Don't misunderstand. Then he extended his hand, a false offer of reconciliation. So, from now on, why don't we start over? Hyul smiled, his crimson eyes gleaming mysteriously. Ah, no, he replied softly, but in his mind, he secretly gave thanks, a thanks full of hidden meaning. Immediately, the air around them twisted. Fragments of dark purple energy exploded, tearing through space. Hyul's eyes widened in horror, his facial muscles twitching. An extreme sense of unease washed over him, signaling an unforeseen calamity. Instructor Smith, with a sinister smile, stood there, enveloped by a dark mana mist. He taunted Hyul. "It's late, but congratulations on ranking first in the midterm exam." Then he continued. "And I sincerely hope you've found your own path." Trapped in the mist, Hyul tried to analyze. This mana feels right, but he still couldn't fully understand its nature. Smith hovered in mid-air, dark mana swirling around him. Hyul realized. Magic? This ominous dark mana. A wicked smile appeared on Smith's face. He had revealed his true nature. Hyul was stunned, a terrifying name suddenly flashing in his mind. The Black Tower? Hyul gritted his teeth, his crimson eyes gleaming with indignation and suspicion. The Black Tower, a hideous structure towering under the dark purple sky, appeared as a confirmation of Hyul's fear. Unlike the 12 official color towers, this was an unofficial tower, following its own path. It was founded by a group of depraved criminals, under the leadership of the self-proclaimed King of Dark Mages. Hyul gritted his teeth and cursed, the harsh truth hitting him. Damn it, is Instructor Smith involved with the Black Tower? Smith still hovered, surrounded by a network of dark purple magic. Hyul suddenly realized an even more terrifying possibility. So that means there might be other Black Tower mages in the school. How? Since when? Hyul faced Smith, his eyes full of vigilance, but still trying to maintain an outward calm. Hyul's eyes flashed crimson, and he pushed aside his scattered thoughts. No, that's not important right now, he told himself. First, I need to understand the magic formula to assess the situation. In the illusory space, Hyul and Smith stood opposite each other, surrounded by countless magic formulas and data being loaded. Hyul focused intensely, his crimson eyes scanning each line of the formula. This magic formula, it looks familiar, he suddenly realized. This is, a flash of insight struck Hyul's mind. A mind control spell. He was surprised. Wait, mind control? But my brain has the ability to resist all external interference. So then. The answer was too clear. Instructor Smith's mind control magic was completely useless against his brain. Thanks to this special ability, he knew he would survive this time. Seeing others still being manipulated, a plan began to form. They haven't realized yet. So my next move is to pretend to be affected by the mind control spell and extract all information about the Black Tower. The decision was made. His eyes glowed crimson, ready for the upcoming act. Back in reality, Smith observed Hyul, seemingly pleased with his reaction. Excellent. But deep down, the instructor seethed with resentment. A disabled idiot who couldn't even use an AI chip had made him bow his head and apologize. He leaned close to Hyul, dark magic beginning to spread. Hyul, listen carefully. A chip appeared in midair. From now on, always carry this with you. And don't ask why, that's all. Hyul obediently accepted the command, playing the role of the controlled person perfectly. Yes. He thought to himself, wondering if the act was over yet. But Smith wasn't finished. He smirked, his eyes full of scrutiny. And Hyul, explain your mutated magic. The tricky question came. Hyul immediately clutched his head, feigning extreme pain. He stammered, trying to resist the command. I can't say. The pain seemed to intensify. Smith observed, assuming Hyul's subconscious will to protect his secret was too strong. All right, stop. As soon as Smith withdrew his magic, Hyul peeked through his fingers, a subtle smile flashing across his face. The act was a success. That was mind control magic. It interferes with the target's brain, amplifying emotions or controlling them as desired. A characteristic magic of the Black Tower. If cast by a high-level mage, it could even destroy the opponent's mind, an extremely dangerous forbidden spell. In the distorted mental space, Smith revealed his calculations. Trying to extract memories could break the target's mind. Seeing how easily he gave up, it seems mutated magic isn't what he wants. He gritted his teeth, annoyance clearly visible on his face. Smith sighed, revealing his contempt. You possess foresight magic unsuited to your status, so I had intended to sell you off. Tesk. All right, this mission cannot fail. Then, he declared, his hand resting on Hyul's hair. After the mission is over, I will take your foresight magic. The magical space shattered. Hyul startled awake, bewilderedly looking at the man in front of him. Huh? What? Hyul? Smith smiled kindly, a completely different expression. Are you all right? You've been distracted while we were talking. He withdrew his hand. You must be tired. I won't bother you anymore. Good luck. Hyul was still stunned, only managing to mumble in response. Ah, yes, I understand. Smith turned and walked away, blending into the bustling crowd. Hyul stood silently, his gaze sharpening, turning crimson. A cold suspicion began to creep into his mind. He walked through the magnificent Obelisk Academy campus, his heart heavy with thought. Amidst the lively chatter of other students, Hyul remained lost in his own world. He found a secluded corner of the courtyard and sat down on a bench. Alone in the silence, he raised his hand to his lapel. A strange, tiny object was clipped between his fingers. Hyul's red eyes reflected its image. This is an illegal AI chip, an innovative upgrade chip. Hyul was stunned. Giving me this means their goal is to frame me as an illegal AI user. A dark scenario unfolded. Sensational headlines, accusations, a reputation ruined in the blink of an eye. Hyul pondered. Instructor Smith has no reason to ruin me, he mumbled. Of course, our relationship isn't good, but then another thought flashed in Hyul's mind. Someone must have made a request to the Black Tower. His eyes glowed a brilliant red. This mess was too big for someone who had only just re-emerged. So, most likely, it was one of his 2 brothers or 2 sisters. The 4 with the clearest motive, to tarnish Hyul's image and completely remove him from the succession battle. He began to analyze each person. First, Minji isn't interested in the succession battle, she wouldn't do this. My brother In-hyuk is involved, but he doesn't have the guts to do something so audacious. Excluding those 2, only the most suspicious pair remained. So, is it one of the remaining 2? Or both? Hyul's fists clenched, determination etched on his face. Should I arrest Instructor Smith and interrogate him? But he quickly dismissed that idea. The Black Tower was extremely sensitive about information. Smith might just be an unwitting pawn. Arresting him now would only bring trouble. Then, Hyul raised his head, his gaze fixed firmly in one direction. A towering jade-blue spire rose majestically in the heart of the city. That was his new target. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Hyul stepped into a luxurious office. A man stood with his back to him, his voice echoing. Welcome, Hyul. The ash-haired man turned around, his gaze sharp. So, what do you want to tell me? His golden eyes gleamed with cold scrutiny. Hyul secretly assessed him. Blue Tower Master Kim Kang-in. Seems colder than usual, doesn't he? But he didn't let that deter him. Now's the time. Kim Kang-in froze, his hand instinctively rising to cover his mouth. I told you not to be a burden. In the Blue Tower Master's office, Hyul made a surprise visit. Are you researching something? Kim Kang-in didn't hide it. Yes, a rather unusual magic stone. It's taking longer than I expected. Hyul was slightly curious. A magic stone? Inside the box was a sparkling stone, radiating pure energy. This is elemental manalite. Hyul smirked, his red eyes glowing with interest. Oh, this is a rare opportunity. Kim Kang-in invited him to sit down, getting straight to the point. We're both busy, let's get right to it. He leaned back in his chair, adopting a superior air. So, the matter you mentioned, Hyul. Is it so important it couldn't wait, requiring a face-to-face meeting? Hyul merely scoffed, which annoyed Kim Kang-in slightly. You seem a bit too excited. Noticing the other's attitude, Hyul decided to show his hand. You won't listen to anything I say like this. So, let's negotiate. Before we get to the main issue, I have something to say. He looked directly into the Tower Master's eyes. Regarding the magic stone you're researching. Elemental manalite. Kim Kang-in flinched, the confident look vanishing from his face. He lunged at Hyul, grabbing his collar, his voice full of astonishment. How do you know about it? Its name has never even been revealed, let alone its existence. Hyul remained calm, pushing his hand away. Well, you should speak carefully. I didn't plant spies in the Blue Tower, nor did I steal information. Kim Kang-in froze, not understanding what was happening. Then how do you know? Hyul quietly reached into his briefcase. The reason is simple. He pulled out a brilliantly glowing object. Because I have one too. Kim Kang-in was stunned, speechless, stammering as he saw the stone in Hyul's hand. Hyul held the stone high, pure magical light spreading throughout the room. Exactly. This is a perfectly crafted elemental manalite. Still reeling, Kim Kang-in tremblingly asked. Hyul, don't tell me. You crafted this elemental manalite yourself? Hyul's eyes glowed with magical red. He affirmed confidently. Yes, I made it with my own hands. The answer made Kim Kang-in burst out laughing, a laugh full of skepticism. Haha, that's ridiculous. But behind that laugh was a shockwave. The Red Tower's top magic engineer, James Pillar, renowned as the world's best at crafting magic ore. Even the elite craftsman of the Blue Tower, or he himself, one of the world's top 3 crafters, couldn't create this gem. Yet now a high school student had done it? Suppressing his astonishment, Kim Kang-in changed the direction of his question, his voice probing. Hyul, Are you the owner of this magic stone? Or did you just happen to acquire it? Hyul replied nonchalantly. That's right. I figured the Blue Tower was the only place that could handle a magic stone like this, so I just brought it along. Kim Kangen's eyes gleamed with calculation. So, may I ask how you obtained this magic stone? Hyul smirked, flatly refusing. No comment. I just happened to pick it up, and was lucky enough to craft it successfully. The Tower Master burst out laughing, pretending to believe the story of chance. That's all I'll say. You certainly have incredible luck, Hyul. But then, the smile vanished. Kim Kangen rested his hands on the table, his demeanor turning serious. All right. Mages have the right to keep their own secrets, he affirmed. I won't ask any further. Hyul merely nodded slightly. Thank you. Kim Kangen carefully put on gloves, cradling the stone like a treasure. He mused. This is the only magic stone in existence that simultaneously contains all 4 elements. He handed the stone back to Hyul, his gaze piercing. So, what is your purpose in bringing this magic stone here? Without a moment's hesitation, Hyul declared his goal. I want to use it to craft a divine artifact. The 2 words, divine artifact, made Kim Kangen's eyes light up. A divine artifact, he pressed. What kind do you intend to craft? Countless possibilities appeared in his mind. An outfit, a piece of jewelry, or a weapon of destruction? Hyul replied indifferently, seemingly unconcerned by the Tower Master's excitement. If it's just to increase elemental magic efficiency, then anything will do. Kim Kangen nodded. I understand, but... His gaze was fixed on the sparkling elemental magic stone on the table. He emphasized the core issue. High-grade magic stones require commensurate materials. The crafting fee will be very expensive. Are you sure? Kim Kangen burst out laughing, assuming the Meidoshin family would pay for everything. Oh, my apologies. You're from the main branch of a mage family, so I assume the family will take care of it. But Hyul coldly cut him off. No, his eyes glowed red, and his voice sharpened. This divine artifact project, I demand absolute secrecy from the family, and from everyone else. Kim Kangen laughed at his audacity. Haha, Hyul, you're quite cunning. So, how will you pay? He snapped his fingers, and a colossal number appeared. The cost will be around this. The Tower Lord narrowed his eyes skeptically. Can you manage without your family's help? Hyul merely smiled. No, instead. His mysterious smile piqued Kim Kangen's curiosity. Another method? And then, Hyul played his trump card. I will craft an elemental manalite right here, before you, before the Blue Tower Lord. Kim Kangen froze, then excitement erupted in his eyes. You mean, you're going to transfer the crafting method to me right now? The Tower Lord sprang to his feet, unable to hide his delight. All right, with this, not only will it cover the cost, but we can also give you many other things. But while Kim Kangen was still immersed in elation, Hyul spoke, his expression serious again. In that case, may I ask for one more favor? What is it? Is it related to today's main topic? Kim Kangen asked, his tone much more relaxed. Hyul didn't answer immediately, simply placing a small object on the table. This, Kim Kangen picked up the object to examine it, and then he was stunned. This is an improved upgrade chip, an illegal IL chip. Where did you get it? Hyul's fists clenched under the table. He looked up, his gaze sharp. A mage from the Black Tower at the Academy gave it to me. Hyul's glowing red eyes showed determination. There are mages from the Black Tower hiding at Obelisk Academy. Please help me deal with them. Night fell, and the meeting concluded under the bright moonlight. A luxurious car quietly pulled over to the side of the road, waiting for Hyul. He leaned through the window, instructing the woman behind the wheel. Be careful when you go inside, she replied. Take care. The woman nodded slightly, her eyes sharp behind her glasses. Yes, we'll meet again soon. The car sped away, leaving Hyul alone with the knight and his schemes. Returning to the dormitory, a silent hallway greeted him. Hyul collapsed onto his bed, stretching contentedly after a long night. He opened the box. Inside was a sparkling elemental manalite. Well, that was lucky. I didn't expect Kim Kangen to be researching this. A smug smile spread across his lips. Thanks to this, I can craft the divine artifact without my father knowing. While a small familiar furiously screamed invisibly, Hyul was secretly triumphant. He had avoided an unfavorable deal with the Becca family, retaining the mining rights. He closed his eyes, savoring the sweet taste of victory. Meanwhile, at the Blue Tower, Kim Kangen was deep in thought. If everything goes smoothly, though this is hard to believe, there are rumors about the strict security of Obelisk Academy. The shadow of the Black Tower loomed over the prestigious school. Yet their mages are still hiding there. He stared at the illegal chip in his hand, the sole evidence for the audacious accusation. Could it really be that difficult? A knowing smile suddenly appeared on the Blue Tower Lord's face. He crossed his arms, making his final decision. Normally, the Blue Tower wouldn't act solely based on a student's suspicions. But alright. Let's take this risk and see. In the crowd, Hyul was making an important call. Have you arrived, Hyul? Yes. Then I'll be counting on you to execute the plan. As soon as the call ended, the elevator doors opened, ready to take him to the top floor. On the other end of the line, the tower master of the Blue Tower reassured him confidently. Yes, no need to worry about that. As long as the information is accurate, our Blue Tower will not make any mistakes. The elevator shot upwards, soaring through the skyscrapers. Hyul replied concisely, placing his full trust in his ally. Yes, I trust you. Then I'll contact you later. He decisively hung up as the elevator doors slowly opened before a luxurious hall. Facing the familiar scene, his eyes glowed with an eerie red, and a half-smile appeared. I've arrived. He greeted them, breaking the quiet atmosphere of the family gathering. Brothers, sisters. The first to speak was the second daughter of the Shin family, Minji. She joyfully exclaimed, "Oh my, long time no see. Hyul." Hyul offered a polite smile. "Long time no see, you haven't changed at all." Minji delightedly asked back, "Are you complimenting me?" "Yes, of course." She playfully compared heights with her younger brother. "Hyul, you've grown so much, haven't you? You're almost taller than Inhyuk now, aren't you?" Hearing that, the second son of the family, Inhyuk, burst into laughter. "Minji, don't say such inauspicious things." He approached, placing a hand on Hyul's shoulder with a friendly demeanor. "Welcome back, Hyul. Honestly, it's hard to be completely happy. But, anyway, welcome home." Hyul responded with a seemingly sincere smile. "Yes, thank you. You're as straightforward as ever." His smile vanished, and his gaze turned colder as he looked towards the end of the table, where the two most powerful figures were seated. "Long time no see." He called out their names one by one. Brother Jihan, Sister Sia, the eldest son of the family, Shin Jahan, smirked. "Ha. You've shed your childish look. You seem more like a man now." Beside him, the eldest daughter Shin Seiya merely replied coldly, her gaze sharp as a knife. Youngest sibling, long time no see. But behind his calm expression, Hyul's mind was screaming. On the surface, they're smiling and talking, but they clearly want to devour me alive. As expected, the culprit is right here. The eldest son Shin Jihan broke the silence, raising his wineglass with a polite smile. "How about we eat and talk? I'm curious why our youngest sibling called the whole family here." Hyul replied, his tone unusually nonchalant. "It's nothing special," he explained amidst the luxurious but cold banquet table. "It's just been a long time since we last met, so I wanted to treat everyone to a meal." That explanation was like adding fuel to the fire. Shin Seiya was stunned. "What? You called everyone here for such a trivial reason?" Hyul's smile turned cold, and he retorted. "But even if I hadn't arranged it, wouldn't brother Jihan or sister Sia have done the same? Am I wrong?" Shin Seiya slammed the table and shot up, her rage erupting. "What? This insolent brat!" Losing patience, she pointed directly at Hyul's face. "Fine, just say it. What exactly are you planning to do, kid?" Before Hyul's bewildered expression, she roared. "Don't play dumb. Are you going to participate in the succession race or not?" Hyul's eyes glowed with an eerie red. He smirked, his voice full of provocation. "If I said I wasn't interested, would you believe me?" Shin Jihan scoffed. "Who would believe that?" Hyul calmly retorted. "Then why ask?" Jihan signaled for his sister to calm down, his gaze sharper than ever. "Sia, you're asking the wrong way. For matters like this, words aren't enough. He needs to prove it with action." He turned to Hyul, his smile growing more cunning. "By the way, Hyul, I heard you acquired a rather interesting vision magic. Transformation magic, I believe? Do you intend to share it with the family?" The sudden question struck directly at Hyul's weakness. Jihan continued to press, outlining a generous path. "Sharing that vision magic would be proof that you're giving up the succession race." Shin Seiya immediately chimed in. "Brother, that's a great idea." The pressure from his two older siblings weighed heavily on him. Hyul placed his hand on his chest, his gaze firm but tinged with sadness. "Brothers, sisters, this vision magic is my only hope. For someone without the aptitude of a mage, this is my only chance to live as one. I cannot easily share it," he reaffirmed, "and it has nothing to do with the succession race." This unexpected sincere explanation made Minji, the sister who had been silent until now, speak up in confusion. "All right, then, there's nothing for it. Because it's our youngest sibling's only hope." Shin Seiya was stunned by Minji's sudden change, while Shin Jihan merely smiled meaningfully. Minji gently wiped her youngest brother's face, her heart filled with emotion. Thank you for understanding. Shin Ji-han broke the tense atmosphere with a hearty laugh. Come on, let's put this meaningless competition aside. Why don't we relax and chat a bit? That's right. I really want to hear more about Hyel. Minji agreed, turning her gaze towards her still silent younger brother. Dessert was served, and the awkward atmosphere gradually dissipated. Shin In-hyuk, the other brother, leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed, giving Shin Se-ah a provocative look. The forced dinner finally had a bit of a family atmosphere as laughter and chatter began to fill the air. But then, the chime of a grandfather clock echoed, signaling a fateful moment. At that very moment, Hyul's eyes flashed red. He mumbled as if he knew what was about to happen. It's been a while, perhaps I should. An urgent news notification simultaneously appeared on everyone's phone screens. The peaceful dinner immediately shattered. The entire family simultaneously looked at their phones with astonishment. Minji was the first to exclaim in shock. What's happening? It's an emergency message! Shin Ji-han cried out, his face serious. Shin Se-ah snapped, her annoyance clearly visible on her face. Right now? At this hour? Amidst the chaos, only Hyul maintained an unusual calm. Shin In-hyuk's face also tightened with tension. The news headline clearly displayed on the screen. An employee of Obelisk Academy, Lang Smith, the second son of the prestigious Smith family, has been arrested for being a criminal mage linked to the Black Tower. While his siblings were still reeling in shock, Hyul simply sat there silently, as if everything was within his expectations. Inwardly, Hyul smiled triumphantly. Found it! Before the shocking news, Shin Ji-han tried to maintain his composure, but his tense expression betrayed him. Hyul's gaze was sharp, his target locked. Shin Ji-han, it's you, isn't it? Night fell, and the full moon illuminated a plan that had been set in motion. From another location, a voice through the earpiece confirmed his deduction was correct. Well, it seems Hyul was right. The official news report was only part of the truth, recounting how an assistant of the Blue Tower had accidentally discovered Smith's suspicious activities in the supply warehouse. But that was just a superficial act. Hyul began to recall the game of chess he had set up himself. I merely made a logical deduction based on the information I had. Since Instructor Smith infiltrated the academy, he would definitely act within the school grounds. Considering the time he intended to use mind control magic on me and this week's schedule, if he wanted to pull a trick during the survival test, he would have to tamper with the training material. The regular supply check is on the afternoon before the test. Therefore, the only time to act without being discovered. The door to the supply room suddenly burst open. Is tonight, Thursday night. Smith flinched in horror as he was caught red-handed. I had the Blue Tower monitor the supply room. Meanwhile, I gathered the seniors to find out who hired the Black Tower's agents. The result of this two-sided game of chess. We've caught Instructor Smith, and I also have reason to suspect Shin Ji-han's connection to the Black Tower. Hyul glanced at his brother, who was forcing a smile. Under the moonlight, he smiled contentedly. The plan was executed perfectly, gathering information without revealing myself. Hyul's retreating figure faded into the distance, his mind still analyzing. It's a shame there's a connection between Ji-han and Instructor Smith, but I'll dig it out eventually. On the other end of the line, Kim Kang-in sat perched on a chair, his voice full of excitement. Hyul, I originally intended to help you, but who knew you'd end up helping me instead? The Blue Tower's reputation has soared thanks to this incident. Hyul chuckled softly in response to the offer of repayment. I won't refuse an offer. Kim Kang-in's hearty laugh rang out. Haha, I like this straightforwardness. Alright then, I'll take care of everything on this end. Yes, thank you. Take care. Hyul put away his earpiece, a contented smile still on his lips, but that piece shattered in an instant. The ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, and deadly, glowing red energy pillars erupted. The sudden explosion threw Hyul sprawling onto the tiled floor. He propped himself up, his eyes already glowing crimson from magic and rage. Completely caught off guard, he could only exclaim in panic. What? Amidst the thick smoke and dust, an eerie voice echoed, calling his name like a curse. Shin Hyul. Shin Hyul. And then the attacker revealed himself. Baek Sahyuk stood there, his face contorted with hatred. Die! Die, you pathetic bastard! Hyul was stunned, realizing the ghost from his past had returned. Baek Sahyuk? Without giving him another second, Baek Sahyuk roared, unleashing a destructive surge of magic straight towards Hyul. The speed of the attack was unbelievably fast. With no retreat, Hyul tensed, blue energy erupting around his body. Resonance amplification. Immediately, he summoned a massive wall of water in front of him. Water shield, but the enemy's magic was too powerful. The water shield shook violently, threatening to shatter at any moment. At this rate, the water shield will break. In that critical moment, Hyul used his other hand to grip his wrist, pouring all his remaining strength into the defensive magic. He roared, desperately reinforcing the shield before it was completely crushed. But Hyul's efforts were futile. The shield shattered, followed by a terrifying explosion that engulfed the space. The force of the explosion threw Hyul far back. He stumbled upon landing, trying to get back on his feet after the impact. His left hand was burning. As expected, I couldn't completely dodge. From a distance, a gleeful laugh rang out. Baek-sayuk appeared, scoffing. See? That's the difference in skill. He laughed savagely, his eyes full of contempt. Why bother trying to get up, you piece of trash? Now look what happened. Hyul gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred as he stared directly at his enemy, Baek-sayuk. But then, Hyul suddenly noticed something unusual. Huh? Wait, something's wrong with him. His eyes are bloodshot. Baek-sayuk licked his lips, his tongue unnaturally long, revealing sharp fangs. A horrifying thought flashed through Hyul's mind as he recognized this reaction. Forbidden drug. Berserker. This drug forces mana circulation to accelerate, causing blood vessels to burst, transforming the user into a berserk warrior. But more importantly, the user will fight to the death. Hyul screamed in horror. Are you really insane? In response, Baek-sayuk merely roared something incoherent before lunging. Insane? No, I'm perfectly fine. Realizing reasoning was futile, Hyul concentrated his glowing red magic. Red mana. Third ring spell. Incinerating infection. He lunged, grabbing Baek-sayuk's collar, trying to stop his madness. You crazy bastard! Hyul roared, pouring strength into his arm, but Baek-sayuk merely sneered, his face still terrifyingly lucid. I told you, I'm fine. In fact, I'm only normal now. A deadly glint flashed in his eyes. Haha, now you're dead for sure. Instantly, a destructive surge of energy from Baek-sayuk's hand pierced straight into Hyul's chest, incinerating infection. Hyul collapsed to the ground, helpless. Baek-sayuk stood there, looking down at the defeated opponent with a smug smile. Oh? Look at this bastard. Hyul groaned on the ground, pain spreading throughout his body. Baek-sayuk was surprised. You're still alive? The surprise quickly turned into rage. He clutched his head, trembling. You blocked my magic twice. Yet, Hyul had gotten back up, his eyes sharp and defiant. That sight was like adding fuel to the fire. A flawed piece of trash like you. How dare you? Baek-sayuk's anger erupted into a wild, irrational growl. Then suddenly, he fell silent. The madness vanished, replaced by a bewildered expression. Well, anything can happen. Hyul stood firm, his eyes glowing crimson as he observed the unusual change. As expected, erratic mood. Definitely berserk, but something didn't quite fit. Hyul continued to analyze, doubt rising within him. It was his magical power. It was too illogical. No matter how much berserker drug he used, his power couldn't increase that much. Could it be? Hyul decided he had to try. He began to gather magic, immediately drawing Baek-sayuk's attention. What are you looking at, you moldy scum? Ignoring the provocation, Hyul unleashed a wind orb, releasing countless air blades that shot into the sky. Baek-sayuk stared blankly as the blades flew past him. Moldy scum. That contempt once again ignited his rage. How dare you use such trashy magic on me? Hyul thought to himself, I should have been more careful with the wind orb. The magical flame in Baek-sayuk's hand flared into a destructive orb, but I didn't expect it to come to this. You're already beneath me, Baek-sayuk roared, completely consumed by his own frenzy. But it was a trap. Gas burst, Hyul shouted, unleashing all the energy he had set up from below. Baek-sayuk couldn't react in time. His face contorted in horror as the explosion engulfed him. Hyul's eyes gleamed with determination. It hit, but Baek-sayuk still stood firm amidst the smoke, frantically gathering a massive fireball, fire magic, at this range. Hyul realized immediately. Flame pistol. Die! Baek-sayuk roared, unleashing his full fury. The terrifying torrent of fire rushed forward. Hyul analyzed. This attack had immense destructive power at close range, but its effective range was only 7.74 meters. Theoretically, it could be dodged. Yet Baek-sayuk was stunned. No way. Hyul had bent the trajectory of the magic, causing the fireballs to explode on the building behind him. Breathing heavily, Hyul looked straight at his opponent. Do you hate me so much that you have to use an IL chip? Baek-sayuk burst into a wild laugh. IL chip? What nonsense are you talking about? Hyul was disappointed. As expected, you don't even remember. A purple chip was deeply embedded in the back of Baek-sayuk's neck, emitting an ominous light. Why would I use it on a piece of trash like you? Losing patience, the white-haired man lunged forward with green energy blades. If you're going to talk nonsense, then shut up and die. Hyul stood firm, the chip's effects clear in his mind. It enhanced the body, amplified magic formulas, and altered both the power and range of spells. The white-haired man screamed frantically as his attack was blocked. "So what, you bastard?" Hyul calmly revealed while parrying. "The interesting thing is, I'm researching the structural changes of circles and mana, as well as the transformation of magic formulas." His eyes flashed sharply. "Thanks to this, I'm very sensitive to changes in magic. For better or worse, I'm receiving hints from both the illegal IL chip and the madman." Baek Sayuk roared in confusion, his body beginning to show signs of disintegration. "What the hell are you talking about? You bastard!" Hyul held out his hand, blue energy converging. "I won't thank you. It's just a matter of ending it at dawn or right now." Resonance. In his mind, Hyul flipped through the magic pages of Idrid. Anyone who reached this level transcended their current state. However, for the past few days, he had only been troubled by one thing. The main problem was the penalty. This technique accelerated speed by interweaving different magic circles, creating a tremendous burden on both body and mind, and the price to pay was time. If one reached the second Circle Master level and used resonance, the effect duration was only 3 minutes. After that, for the next 12 hours, the mana circle would be completely paralyzed. Hyul mused, "I need to think carefully before using it." Meanwhile, Baek Sayuk yelled, "You stupid kid," mumbling to yourself, "Are you scared?" Hyul half closed his eyes, the decision made. Resonance time is 3 minutes. 3 minutes. He sprang up, his red eyes flaring with killing intent. That's more than enough. Earth Dragon. The ground cracked open, and countless orange energy spikes shot straight towards Baek Sayuk. The white-haired man struggled to dodge, a horrified scream escaping his throat. He couldn't believe his eyes, his teeth clenched. "This is third circle magic? How can trash like you use third circle magic?" Hyul merely smirked, his expression full of provocation. How did I use it?" In a fit of rage, Baek Sayuk unleashed a dark curse. "Die, damn it!" Hyul coldly thought to himself, "Even your curses are half-hearted. Truly a boring cliché." Hyul's eyes flashed blue, and a wall of water appeared. Water shield. The sturdy water wall completely blocked the screaming torrent of dark magic. Baek Sayuk roared furiously. "Damn it! You couldn't block it before, but now you're using it?" He swung his hand, and the magical flame flared up even more fiercely. Burn and die in a sea of fire. But this time, the water wall didn't just defend. It swirled into a gigantic vortex, engulfing Baek Sayuk's flames. The flames were completely extinguished. Baek Sayuk stood stunned, speechless. "What?" Hyul stood amidst the dancing currents of water, his cold voice ringing out. "You should know this before speaking. If it were me, after seeing the Earth Dragon, I would have realized this water shield was different from the previous one." Hyul's eyes glowed red, a mocking smirk on his face. "Your magic can't even touch me now." In response, Baek Sayuk staggered, his entire body trembling from exhaustion and anger. Shin Hyul. He let out a wild roar, his sharp fangs exposed. His rage erupted, and he lunged towards Hyul like a wild beast. "Now I understand," he screamed, coming to a mad conclusion. "Why did you become so strong? You used illegal doping. That's why you're so powerful." Facing his opponent's madness, Hyul merely closed his eyes slightly, his expression calm. "It's over." Without a shred of pity, Hyul stepped onto the rippling water. "I won't pity you, this is all your own doing." Darkness began to spread from beneath Hyul's feet, engulfing everything. Darkness, blindness. Baek Sayuk panicked as his vision was stolen by the thick darkness. What is this?" Amidst the pitch-black space, Hyul's cold voice echoed, judging his enemy's hesitation. "If you hadn't hesitated to kill me, things wouldn't have come to this." Disoriented and consumed by fear, Baek Sayuk yelled desperately, "Come out! Don't hide! Shin Hyul, stop hiding! Come out and fight me! Shin Hyul!" But Hyul wasn't hiding. He was preparing the finishing blow. Earthbind, Airbind. Immediately, purple magical chains from thin air constricted Baek Sayuk's body. This kind of binding magic. The last chain wrapped tightly around his leg, causing him to lose balance and collapse. Hyul's voice rang out, devoid of emotion. "It's too late. The last mercy I can grant you is a death as quick and peaceful as possible." Hyul appeared right behind him, gripping the chains of fate. Baek Sayuk still screamed frantically. "Don't talk nonsense. It's not over yet. If it weren't for you, my life." While Baek Sayuk was still struggling, Hyul coldly cut him off. "Do you think your life would have changed? I don't think so. At that time, you probably would have just blamed someone else again. By the way," Hyul whispered, revealing a deadly truth. "Do you know why people don't use illegally modified AI, besides the side effects on the body?" The white-haired man stammered, disbelieving his ears. "Nonsense. What nonsense are you talking about?" A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Dark magic flowed from Hyul's hand directly into Baek Sayuk's body, making him convulse in extreme pain. With a cruel smile, Hyul explained, "Just now, I adjusted my mana to the frequency of your overheating chip. How does it feel?" "Even in a berserk state, it's still excruciatingly painful, isn't it?" Baek Sayuk could only gasp in despair. "Stop." Hyul clenched his hand, continuing his lecture amidst his opponent's screams. An AI and a body overclocked beyond their limits can easily collapse with just a small external impact. He let go, watching Baek Sayuk writhe with contempt. "Because of your insane actions, do you think you'll get anything good from the Baek family?" The words pierced Baek Sayuk's greatest fear like a knife, making him tremble uncontrollably. Hyul twisted the knife deeper. This time the scale is completely different. 30% of the magic stone mining rights. No. Maybe even up to 40%? And then, with a sinister smile, Hyul delivered the finishing blow. "Goodbye, Baek Sayuk. Thanks for the gift. What a generous tree you are." Magic converged, aiming directly at the chip implanted in Baek Sayuk's hand. A dark phantom was dragged from his body, screaming silently before dissipating. Baek Sayuk's body collapsed onto the cold tiles, life completely gone. Amidst the deadly silence, Hyul calmly bent down to pick up his opponent's phone. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiped his finger across the screen and made a call. Hyul's voice rang out, cold and decisive. "Father, it's Shin Hyul." On the other end, a calm male voice replied, "Yes, what's the matter at this hour?" Hyul's eyes were still glowing red, reflecting an undeniable accusation. "I know everything you've been watching," he continued, his reasoning sharp as a knife. "No matter how late it is, it's highly unusual for no students or police to show up after such a commotion in the dormitory." From his luxurious office overlooking the night city, Shin In-hyuk offered a weak explanation. The students might have already evacuated, but Hyul had anticipated that answer. "You can't conclude it was me just because I could block the police. Many people could do that, but only you would stand by and watch until the battle ended." In the tense conversation with his father, Hyul explained that his siblings couldn't monitor or harm him thanks to the family's protection declaration. Shin In-hyuk, from his office overlooking the night city, nodded slightly in agreement with his son's explanation, but his eyes still held a calculating glint. "You're right. As for you," suddenly, Shin In-hyuk appeared outside, hidden in the bushes, his face astonished at something unexpected. Soft footsteps echoed on the grass, signaling the arrival of a mysterious figure. A cloaked figure, wearing a terrifying mask, was hidden in a ready stance. Hyul revealed. "I sent Sokyeon along." Shin In-hyuk was still walking, observing a group of mysterious people surrounding someone lying on the ground, likely the scene of Hyul's battle. Shin In-hyuk questioned Hyul over the phone, his tone full of skepticism. "So, knowing I was watching, why didn't you call for help?" Hyul, with a bruised face and glowing red eyes, replied decisively, "It was to show you the third circle magic." Shin In-hyuk, back in his office, looked unconvinced. "I don't think you could have achieved much in such a short time. So, you've been hiding that you can use third circle magic?" Hyul admitted, but immediately denied. "That's right. Of course, that's a lie. Actually, I only used the resonance effect from a second circle mage." Hyul continued to explain, while images of Shin In-hyuk and Adela appeared as an illustration of his words. "I still lack power. If you knew I used third circle magic, the interference from my other siblings would be unimaginable." Hyul continued, preparing to reveal another secret. And Hyul stood next to Seokyeon, who was casting magic. He explained the allies' role. Here, Seokyeon is using sound-blocking magic and illusion magic to seal off the surroundings. Shin In-hyuk, after hearing Hyul's explanation, smiled faintly with satisfaction. "Very good. I've sent a car. Go home and rest." Hyul ended the call, his name and the end call button displayed on the phone screen. "Yes, thank you, father. I'll see you when I get back." Shin In-hyuk gazed into the distance, a hidden smile playing on his lips, seemingly contemplating something. He burst into laughter, showing amusement and surprise. "I don't know what you've been doing for the past year, but your confidence is truly remarkable." Hyul turned to look at Sokyeon, his face still bearing wounds, but his eyes resolute. "Long time no see, Sokyeon." In response to Hyul's greeting, Seokyeon removed his metal mask, revealing his true face. He knelt on one knee, his voice full of reverence. "Long time no see, young Master Hyul. Excuse me for a moment." Standing up, Seokyeon looked directly at Hyul's wounds. "Your injuries are not light." A gentle stream of healing magic emanated from his hand. "I'll provide basic first aid. The rest will be handled by the family's private doctor." Hyul softly replied, "Yes, thank you." Hyul turned and walked away, completely trusting him with everything. "So, I'll leave the rest to you." Once Hyul's shadow had disappeared, Seo-kyun pulled up his hood, ordering his subordinates. This matter will not get out. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper under the starry night, a rage was brewing, ready to erupt. Kim Kangin, the Blue Tower Master, ripped off his tie, grinding his teeth. Damn it. He strode angrily towards his room, roaring. Why has it come to this? But when the door opened, he froze. A stranger in a hooded cloak was already comfortably seated on his sofa. Finally off work, are we? The stranger continued in a mocking tone. I thought I'd have to wait forever, Kim Kangin growled. Are you from the Black Tower? The hooded man sneered, ignoring the question. Forget about that, you're quite unlucky. I didn't expect someone from the Blue Tower to mess things up there. Kim Kangin's anger reached its peak, and he lunged, grabbing the stranger's collar. Is this a time to laugh? Didn't you boast that you would never fail? His eyes glowed with angry blue. Now what do you want from me? The hooded man remained nonchalant, pushing Kim Kangin's hand away. I apologize. I tend to laugh a lot. Since the mission failed, I will refund the money and handle the aftermath properly. He stood up, his tone turning cold. Our clients are VIPs, so there's no need to worry about information leaks. Instructor Smith will. A wicked smile appeared under the hood as he raised his hand to his neck. Not survive the morning. Kim Kangin waved his hand. His life has nothing to do with me. But that kid Baek Sahyuk gave the ill chip and berserker to Hyul. How do you plan to handle that? Following Kim Kangin's words, the mysterious broker, with a sinister smile, confirmed Baek Sahyuk's fate. Don't worry about that. That kid is brain dead. Hearing the words brain dead, Kim Kangin flinched, his face filled with bewilderment. Brain dead? What does that mean? The broker calmly explained that Baek Sahyuk had attacked Hyul alone. He flashed a cunning smile, adding that Baek Sahyuk was now just a breathing corpse due to the side effects of what he had used. Kim Kangin frowned, dismissing his concern for Baek Sahyuk and focusing his attention on Hyul. I don't care about that. So, what happened to Hyul? The broker replied cryptically, further irritating Kim Kangin. Well, he was injured, but now he's vanished. Kim Kangin gritted his teeth, questioning. Are you trying to play word games with me? He replied, still with an indifferent expression. Oh, of course not. I'm just telling you what I saw. A horrifying truth suddenly flashed in Kim Kangin's mind, making him clench his fists. Does this mean? Hyul defeated Baek Sahyuk, who used the ill chip and berserker. The broker confirmed, but immediately added a crucial detail with a mysterious smile. That's right. Well, that's not entirely accurate. He went on to reveal that Seo-kyun was present at the scene when Baek Sahyuk attacked, though it was unclear whether his purpose was to protect or monitor Hyul. Not only that, Seo-kyun quickly set up isolation and containment magic, demonstrating his formidable vigilance and ability. Because of this, the broker couldn't follow the battle to the end, only managing to express regret for missing an interesting spectacle. Kim Kangin was stunned, a name suddenly appearing in his mind. Could it be the shadows? He hastily asked when Seo-kyun began tracking Hyul. Do you know when Seo-kyun started following Shin Hyul? The broker shook his head, only knowing that Seo-kyun appeared after Hyul stopped working with their VIP clients. Kim Kangin fell into thought, realizing that Seo-kyun was the head of the Shadows unit, directly under his father. He couldn't help but wonder about this unexpected presence. Kim Seo-kyun, the head of the Shadows unit, directly under my father. But why would someone like that be there? Kim Kangin's expression turned serious. He understood that if the shadows were involved, things would become much more complicated. A cautious decision was made. If the shadows have acted, I must be more careful. It seems I should refrain from bothering Hyul for a while. Seeing Kim Kangin's change in attitude, the broker continued to ask about the ill chip Hyul possessed. So, what will you do with the ill chip Hyul is holding? Kim Kangin waved his hand, reassuring that everything was accounted for. The ill chip he gave Hyul had a unique deletion code and would automatically self-destruct, vanishing into thin air. Seo-kyun asked one last time. Any other questions? Kim Kangin, beads of sweat on his brow, could only weakly reply. No. Having received the answer he needed, the cloaked figure turned on his heel. Well then, I'm leaving now. I have to deal with Rangsmith. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped straight off the balcony, his cloak fluttering in the night wind. Client, I'm off. Seo-kyun's silhouette quickly merged into the city's night, leaving Kim Kangin alone with his complex thoughts. The assassin was gone, but Kim Kangin's work wasn't finished. He had to ensure Seo-kyun left no traces, even if it meant breaking his own home's security magic. Meanwhile, Seo-kyun glided between skyscrapers, the knight his ally. Must hurry. A few days later, at an ancient academy, Professor Smith was examining a book when suddenly, a gut-wrenching pain struck him. He collapsed, his body convulsing violently in extreme agony. News of his death was quickly reported. Today, I heard from the Blue Tower Master that Rengsmith suddenly clutched his chest and died during transport. Hyul sat there, listening, his eyes glowing red. Hearing the news, Hyul leaned back in his chair. He had anticipated this, but hadn't expected it to unfold so helplessly. It seems Seokyeon handled Baek-Sayuk's case well. Everything had been smoothly resolved. Hyul let out a sigh of relief. Just then, the phone on the table vibrated. It was a message from his father, reporting excellent results. Negotiations with the Baek family were complete, and in exchange for their silence, they received 43% of the mana stone mining rights. Reading the messages, a smug smile appeared on Hyul's lips. Dad sent so many at once. He must be very satisfied. He looked out the window at the brilliant morning Sunday. All right then. It's good that everything is settled, anyway. Relief was evident on his face. All the pieces were in place. Now, all that's left is to prepare for the biggest tournament of top mages. The phone screen displayed a notification about the competition taking place in 89 days. An excited smile spread across Hyul's lips. This is getting interesting. Suddenly, a surge of azure magic enveloped his body. A message appeared in the air. The 12-hour resonance penalty has ended. He clenched his fist, feeling power surging within him. Without wasting a second, Hyul identified his next objective. The third circle. An ancient book, emitting magical light, appeared before him. He quickly flipped to the page he was looking for. To the challenge page, the book fell to the floor, its light flaring intensely, engulfing the entire room. Hyul squinted at the dazzling light. When he opened his eyes, he found himself floating in an endless white void. Where is this? This white space? Could it be another world within the book? A pillar of light suddenly erupted right in front of him. From within the light, a female figure gradually emerged, her golden eyes glowing brightly. Welcome to the second challenge page. She introduced herself with confidence. I am Beta, the manager of the second challenge page. Hyul mumbled, trying to grasp the situation. The second challenge. He wondered if it would be like the first test, perfectly refining elemental mana light, but Beta denied that speculation. On the second challenge page, the successor will be evaluated on their ability to freely control circles. Her gaze sharpened, offering an incredible promise. Details will be revealed when the test begins, and once passed, pages 32 to 81, containing information about third circle magic will be updated. That immense amount of knowledge stunned Hyul. He could only utter one word. Insane. The dizziness quickly turned into extreme excitement. Huh, an update from page 32 to 81? I thought it would only be about 10 pages, but the smile soon faded, replaced by a sharp gaze. Hyul realized that a great reward meant no ordinary challenge. Third circle magic must be on a completely different level. Beta sensed his mix of anticipation and apprehension. Well then, let's begin the test immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, a colossal pillar of magical light descended from the sky, enveloping Hyul. Amidst the ethereal space, a hauntingly familiar voice echoed. My disciple, I shall now announce the content of the second test. Hyul was stunned. This voice, Master, Raybel Baitneo's voice continued to resonate as a complex magic circle appeared. From now on, 100 magic circles will appear sequentially. Activate them all. Without hesitation, Hyul reached out, mana converging at his fingertips, ready to conquer the challenge. The magic circle before him immediately glowed, and ancient runes began to move. As soon as Hyul's energy touched it, the magic circle flared brightly, then suddenly transformed into a completely different shape. The sudden change made him pause. What? It suddenly changed? His master's voice echoed again, setting a harsh rule. The activation time for each circle is 3 seconds. If you fail, you will have to start over from the beginning. Hyul smirked, thinking he had figured out the problem. Just memorize it, right? But his illusion was immediately shattered. The order of the circles will change each time. Don't try any petty tricks. All right. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to accept the game. His glowing red eyes opened, filled with fighting spirit. Let's see. But the magical space suddenly vanished. The scenery changed completely. Before him was a normal room, and on the table lay a thick magic book, lying still. Hyul froze, his face shifting from intense determination to stunned disbelief, then twisting in frustration. 8 hours. Hyul slumped his head onto the table, letting out a heavy sigh. After 8 hours, at most I've only deciphered 10 words. Picking up the grimoire, his eyes shone with determination despite his exhaustion. However, the good news is I'm slowly grasping the patterns. But he knew, relying solely on luck would make it difficult to pass. He decided he had to find more clues. Engrossed in his notes, Hyul suddenly stopped short. A strange detail caught his eye. In his mind, the author's message suddenly echoed. The book I wrote is not just one volume by Idrid. If you feel stuck, seek out my other books. They will surely aid your progress. Hayul's heart pounded. Not just one volume? So the time will come when I have to search for the remaining books, even though I don't know their names or locations. The modern city stretched out before his eyes. His mind reeling, Hayul decided to go out for some fresh air, hoping to change his mood. Just as he entered the convenience store to pay, he unexpectedly bumped into someone. Looking up, both were stunned. Adela? Hayul? A moment later, both were sitting on a park bench. Hayul spoke first. I often see you. Adela nodded. Yes, me too. You look like you've been up all night, he remarked. Adela was slightly startled, a little flustered. I'm reading a rather interesting document, Hayul said, presenting a transparent tablet filled with ancient characters. Would you like to read it? He explained. The title is The Feasibility of Spatial Teleportation Magic. Adela squinted. Oh, this? It looks like a pseudo-book, but contrary to Hayul's expectation, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. I know, but read it now. Her sudden enthusiasm left him dumbfounded. Adela was completely engrossed in the ancient characters, eagerly pointing at every detail. Adela happily enjoyed her banana milk, while Hayul maintained an indifferent expression. He glanced at the bag beside her, filled with identical cartons of milk. Taking a sip, Hayul smiled faintly. Oh, it's actually quite good, isn't it? Adela replied enthusiastically. Right? But the smile quickly faded. Hayul's gaze returned to the document in his hand, his voice lowering. It doesn't have a logical conclusion. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, glowing with an eerie red. Huh? Adela didn't notice the change. She continued to explain. This thesis is based on the books left by Raybel Baitaneo, which I analyzed myself. That name hit him like a thunderclap. Hayul jumped, exclaiming in surprise. Raybel Baitaneo! Gone was his indifferent expression. He carefully traced his hand over each line of ancient text. I knew it. The structure of this book is a bit different, but, in his mind, Baitaneo's familiar characters appeared, comparing them to this crude thesis. Here and there, Baitaneo's style is still present. Many parts are similar to his basic theories. Shallow and empty, but Hayul spun around, his eyes interrogative. Adela, who is the author of this book? Taken aback by his attitude, Adela hesitated for a moment before replying. Go Song-jun. Immediately after, Hayul was sitting at his desk, the room cluttered with books and papers. He plunged into searching for information. His glowing red eyes were glued to the computer screen. Go Song-jun, a magic researcher, not affiliated with any organization, age and gender unknown. The only information he found was that thesis. Perhaps he received heavy criticism and then disappeared. He leaned back in his chair, holding the printout of the thesis. Is this the limit of what a normal student can find out? A decision was made. He put the paper down and reached for his phone. A knowing smile spread across Hayul's lips as he put the phone to his ear. Ah, hello. Greetings, Blue Tower Master. In the magnificent Blue Tower, a sudden call broke the silence. On the screen, the name Shin Hayul appeared. On the other end of the line, Kim Kang-in groggily picked up after a long night of research. What's up? Hayul's voice rang out confidently. I have a mutually beneficial proposal. The unexpected proposal made Kim Kang-in fully alert. Without beating around the bush, Hayul got straight to the point. Can you help me find someone? At the same time, at the prestigious Obelisk Academy, the atmosphere in the training room was heating up by the minute. Hayul unleashed his magic, streams of green energy swirling around him. His opponent, a brown-haired student, hastily erected a magic shield to defend himself. From above, Hayul unleashed a series of sharp wind blades, pushing his opponent onto the defensive. Completely overwhelmed, the student roared in frustration. Hey, you bastard! Hayul, this is cheating. Hayul replied, his tone nonchalant. Cheating? It's just Tier 1 magic. What's the problem? That explanation only made the student more bitter as his body was thrown back. You arrogant bastard, where's the fairness in this? Lying sprawled on the floor, he could only stare in horror at the magic blades still hovering above him. This power was completely beyond what a normal student could possess. In response to his opponent's astonishment, Hayul continued to unleash a barrage of magical attacks. The brown-haired student hastily erected magic shields, struggling to defend himself. While Hayul was satisfied with the result, the other guy was sweating profusely. See, you defended well. I almost died. The brown-haired student sprang to his feet, accepting a new challenge. All right, a close quarters fight? Hayul smirked, his eyes glinting with challenge. Oh, Tilda. Good. But do you think you can beat me up close? Thinking he had found an opportunity, the brown-haired guy charged straight forward. My chance. But Hayul easily blocked his punch. With a swift movement, Hayul grabbed his opponent and slammed him to the floor. The unexpected display of martial arts stunned the other students. Hyul smiled contentedly, clenching his fist. So what? The brown-haired student lay sprawled, groaning in pain. It wasn't a bad idea, Hyul analyzed. In close combat, the advantage of variable magic disappears. It's just the power of a Tier 2 mage against a Tier 3. That's a good strategy. Is this a compliment or an insult? Sounds unfair as hell. In the changing room, the brown-haired student muttered as he put a pain patch on his back. Magic duels are dirty. Close combat is insane, he concluded angrily. He's truly a dirty fighter. Hyul patted his back, grinning. If you don't like it, then train harder, Tilda. The conversation suddenly shifted. By the way, what's your plan now? What? The brown-haired student smirked, his eyes sharp. Isn't your goal to win the Olympiad? Hyul froze, completely taken aback by the direct question. How? How did you know? Memories of the endurance test flooded back. Hyul's performance far exceeded the average, a number that couldn't be hidden. The brown-haired student continued to analyze. Both in exams and training, you've been dominant in every aspect lately. If you want to compete with the seniors, I guess that's your best option right now. But he saw through the insecurity hidden behind those achievements. However, in your current state, you're thinking it'll be hard to win the Olympiad. Hyul's forced smile was the answer. The brown-haired student triumphed. Right? I knew it. He pointed out the harsh reality. Furthermore, this year's candidate is a 5-ring mage. With your 2-ring magic, it's definitely impossible. Hyul gritted his teeth, admitting the truth. He's right. To succeed in the Olympiad, even if I can use 3-ring magic through resonance, it won't make much of a difference. Determination flared in Hyul's eyes. To face them, I'll need at least 4 rings, and so, I have to find Go Sang-jun. Immediately, a location appeared on his phone screen. Hyul, now in neat attire, stood bewildered at the indicated location. Where is this? On the other end of the line, Kim Kangen's voice rang out leisurely. Sorry for the delay. I didn't expect finding one person to take a whole week. This is my first time too. Kim Kangen got straight to the point as Hyul looked up at the building in front of him. Go Sang-jun's current location is. Hyul was stunned, recognizing the familiar scene. This was the old bookstore he used to frequent. Wait, he's here? Hyul couldn't believe it. It turned out Go Sang-jun was hiding right under his nose, at a shop near the academy. Memories flooded back. After being deemed incompatible with AI magic, this was where he came to, gathering knowledge from grimoires and old books. A bold speculation flashed in Hyul's mind. Could it be? The Idrid grimoire also came from here? Pushing open the familiar door, he stepped inside. Hello, sir. Inside, a man was diligently arranging books, startled by the sound. Recognizing the regular customer, the bookstore owner smiled kindly. Oh, Hyul? Long time no see. Are you doing well? He looked him over, his eyes sharp. I heard you can properly use magic now. Hyul smiled brightly. I look much healthier too, he replied sincerely. It's all thanks to you, sir. I didn't do much, just sold you books. But Hyul insisted. Those very books brought me to where I am today. Thank you, sir. The bookstore owner chuckled heartily. All right then, what brings you here today? The smile on Hyul's face faded, replaced by a serious expression. Sir, may I meet Go Sang-jun, your son? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Why are you asking about Sang-jun? No, how do you know him? Hyul quickly explained. I read one of his theses, and I heard he's here. I apologize if my actions are a bit abrupt, Hyul emphasized. But this is very important to me. I have to meet him. The shop owner turned away, deep in thought. An essay? Oh, right. There was that. After a moment of thought, he turned back, his eyes resolute. All right, I'll let you meet him. Hyul happily bowed in gratitude. However, as the bookstore owner placed a hand on his shoulder, a meaningful but echoed, signaling that things were not simple. The bookstore owner's warning echoed directly in Hyul's mind. Even if you meet him, you won't get any answers. He froze. What? The cryptic words left Hyul completely confused, trying to understand. What do you mean? Ignoring Hyul's confusion, the bookstore owner simply gestured. Just follow me for now. He opened a door, his voice dropping. Go Sang-jun is in here. Hyul silently followed, their footsteps echoing in the quiet hallway, leading to another room. Stopping before the door at the end of the hallway, the bookstore owner gestured. Go in. This is his room. Hyul's heart pounded. A sense of unease rose as he timidly called out, but there was no reply. Go Sang-jun? Instead of a reply, there was the steady, monotonous beeping of medical equipment. An oxygen mask covered most of the face of the person lying on the bed, their emaciated arm filled with IV lines. The scene before Hyul was of a person in a vegetative state, completely motionless. Long purple hair spread across the pillow, a pale face, and faint breaths escaping from behind the mask. This was Go Sang-jun. Hyul was stunned. The bookstore owner's somber voice echoed, confirming the cruel truth. Yes, this is my son, Go Sang-jun. Both sat down by the bedside. The atmosphere was heavy, with only the soulless sound of machines remaining. Breaking the silence, Hyul asked what bothered him most. May I ask? What happened? The bookstore owner nodded slightly. All right. He looked at his motionless son, his voice full of bitterness. Go Sang-jun committed the greatest taboo. His hands clenched, his eyes etched with pain. Of a mage, a taboo? What kind? Hyul asked again, and the answer sent a chill down his spine. When channeling mana, he committed the ultimate taboo, circulating mana into the brain. A jolt ran down Hyul's spine. He was stunned, circulating mana into the brain. That means, he did exactly what I did. Memories of the line between life and death flooded back. A horrifying truth. Hyul's hands clenched, his shock turning into endless concern. Why? Why would he do such a thing? The bookstore owner replied in a somber voice. It was necessary. He explained that Go Sang-jun was forced to do so to salvage a theory that had completely collapsed. He said there was no other choice but to circulate mana in his brain. In the father's recollection, the image of Go Sang-jun lying in the hospital bed appeared, his life sustained by machines. I should have stopped him at all costs. Hyul looked at Go Sang-jun's sleeping face, another thought rising in his mind. How close did this person get to Vaitner-style magic? The bookstore owner interrupted Hyul's thoughts. Anyway, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can satisfy your curiosity. If it were Go Sang-jun, he would have been very happy to talk to you. Hyul quickly bowed. It's all right. I apologize for bringing up sad memories. It's all right, don't worry. The bookstore owner placed a hand on Hyul's shoulder, his gaze warmer. I know you are diligent and truly appreciate books. The way you always search through grimoires reminds me so much of Go Sang-jun, and that makes me happy. The brilliant sunset sky descended, coloring the entire space. After a moment of silence, Hyul spoke. Sir, if it's not too much trouble, may I see the books your son used for his research? The bookstore owner pondered. You mean Go Sang-jun's books? He mused for a moment, then nodded. All right, if they're just rotting away in the study, it's better to give them to someone who needs them. But I have two requests. He held up 2 fingers, his eyes fixed on Hyul. His first request was unexpected, to credit Go Sang-jun in the essay on spatial magic. Hyul didn't hesitate. Of course, I will definitely do that. Good. The bookstore owner raised 1 finger, his tone becoming serious. The second warning was delivered in a stern tone. Absolutely do not recklessly channel mana into your brain. Hyul flinched, quickly complying. After Hyul accepted the conditions, the bookstore owner led him into the study. All right, these are the books Go Sang-jun researched. Amidst countless books, the bookstore owner was still pondering. But as for the book you need. Suddenly, Hyul's gaze stopped. A book tucked on the shelf suddenly emitted a strange light, as if beckoning. An indescribable allure emanated from it. As if by an invisible force, the book slid off the shelf by itself and fell straight down. Hyul was startled in surprise. Hyul quickly caught it. The ancient book cover with familiar patterns stunned him. It looked somewhat similar to the Book of Idrid. Still in shock, Hyul turned to the bookstore owner. Sir, this book is? The bookstore owner looked at the book, recalling the image of Go Sang-jun. Ah, that one. That's the book Go Sang-jun always carried with him as if it were a treasure. Just read it, he stated firmly. Whatever you're curious about is probably in there. Hyul turned to the first page. Inside were scribbled words and incomprehensible symbols. As expected, the handwriting is terrible, but then, a horrifying truth struck Hyul's mind. His eyes glowed red. This is my master's handwriting. After a moment of silence, Hyul hugged the book tightly, bowing in gratitude. Thank you very much, sir. The bookstore owner just stood there, not understanding what had just happened. Are there any other books with similar writing? Hyul inquired, but the bookstore owner merely pondered. Honestly, I don't know either. Hyul changed tack, pressing about a luxurious red hardcover book. I don't recall ever seeing a book like that. The bookstore owner shook his head, further confusing Hyul. Then how did Go Sang-jun get it? Realizing he couldn't get any more information, Hyul gave up. Ah, I see. Thank you, sir. Countless questions swirled in his mind. After all, how did the Book of Idrid end up in his possession? Night fell over the academy, but the doubts in Hyul's heart had not yet subsided. Back in his room, Hyul recalled his search in Go Sang-jun's study. He had only found a single book that looked similar to the Book of Idrid. Nevertheless, A glimmer of hope appeared. It's still better than finding nothing. But as soon as he placed the two books side by side, a surge of magic suddenly erupted. Hyul was startled in fright. What's happening? Both books were simultaneously emitting a brilliant light. A magical vortex of roses and ribbons swirled up, engulfing Hyul. A solemn voice echoed. To the worthy successor of the Book of Idrid, I leave this book. He struggled in despair. Hey, I'm being sucked in again. Amidst the chaotic space, Raybel Baitaneo's voice suddenly echoed. This book's name is the Book of Mimiri. Master, I've been pulled into the book again. Enjoy the blessings of knowledge. In the empty room, two books lay still on the table. The Book of Mimiri closed with a cute teddy bear-shaped lock. Immediately after, Hyul was thrown into a completely different space. A luxurious and unfamiliar room. Still dazed, he could only utter, "Where is this?" Before Hyul could collect himself, a small hand reached out from thin air. A sudden light touch on the back of his neck startled him. Hyul spun around, his eyes gleaming with vigilance. A little girl with a mischievous smile appeared. Gotcha, welcome to Mimir's book. Hyul stared in astonishment at the strange being before him. Who are you? The little girl giggled, a look of smugness clearly visible. I am Mimir, the manager of this place, Mimir's Well, and she extended her hand, declaring, Pleased to meet you, successor. Hyul was still reeling. Mimir's Well? That's the name of this library, Mimir excitedly explained. A library prepared by Raybel Batinio for future successors. That name struck Hyul like a bolt of lightning. A library exclusively for Baitaneo's successor. Hyul looked around, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. It looks a bit small to be called a library. That's because your achievements are still low, Mimir smirked. In Mimir's Well, the scale changes depending on the successor's level. Judging by this size, it seems you haven't even passed the second trial, have you? Hyul admitted. Yes, that's right. Mimir suddenly looked annoyed. Excuse me, but can we speak more informally from now on? Hyul was still bewildered by Mimir's sudden suggestion. Huh? Since we'll be seeing each other a lot, it's weird to keep formalities, Mimir said, wiggling her finger. Let's just be comfortable with each other. Hyul subtly smirked, quickly catching her drift. Ah, all right, let's do that. As soon as the atmosphere became more informal, Mimir immediately changed the subject, her voice full of admiration. By the way, successor, you're quite talented, aren't you? To find me so quickly, and only in the second round? Hyul replied. I don't see what's so good about finding you early. Mimir burst out laughing, her eyes sparkling mischievously. It is good. It means you can proceed straight to the fifth round without any obstacle. The words fifth round struck Hyul's mind forcefully. He was stunned. Fifth round? How is that possible? In response to Hyul's skepticism, Mimir said nothing more. Instead, she unleashed a pure, brilliant surge of magic. The energy converged, pulling an ancient, thick book from the shelf, making it float down. The book emanated a mystical aura, gently landing in Mimir's hand. She offered the book to Hyul, her eyes full of hidden meaning. Just read it, and you'll understand. Hyul carefully turned each page, and then he immediately realized. This is detailed resonance theory, Mimir explained. This place is full of information that couldn't be included in Idrid's code, just like the book you're reading. Hyul looked up, his eyes full of questions. Why wasn't all of this included in Idrid's code? Mimir smiled. A very good question, Mimir explained. Complex magic circles appearing around the book, illustrating her words. There was too much knowledge, too much content, that far exceeded the purpose of testing the successor. For various reasons, only the most essential information was included in the code, Mimir concluded. Standing amidst the glow of endless knowledge. That's why this Mimir's Well was created, Hyul carefully confirmed. So, Master recorded more detailed content here in Mimir's Well, Mimir explained, likening this boundless space of knowledge to a colossal reference book. In contrast to the summary book Hyul was holding, a thought flashed in Hyul's mind. So all the books here contain such a vast amount of information? And as my achievements increase, the number of books will also increase? Exactly, Mimir playfully winked. Now, do you understand how to reach the fifth circle? Confidence flared in Hyul's eyes. Of course. With this, I can easily pass the second trial. Immediately, Hyul immersed himself in the treasure trove of knowledge, ancient magical pages unfolding before his eyes. He floated in a mental space, dedicating his entire mind to absorbing and synchronizing the magic circles. Sweat beaded on his forehead, Hyul panted, but a number appeared in his mind like an astonishing achievement, 79 circles. He recalled the second trial, synchronizing 100 magic circles. At first, it took me 8 hours just to complete 10, but since encountering Mimir's Well, I've managed 79 inches a single go. Hyul looked back, a faint smile on his lips. Until now, everything I did was pure, arduous training. His eyes glowed red with determination, his hands clenched. At this rate, I'm confident I can complete all 100 circles. Tonight at the earliest, tomorrow at the latest. The power from Mimir's well was like a magical feast, flowing and invigorating him. Looking out at the city at night, Hyul thought to himself, getting Mimir's book right before the Olympiad is truly a godsend. And somewhere in the night, a magnificent mansion appeared, silently waiting. The steady sound of footsteps echoed on the marble floor. Hyul was walking down the empty corridor of the mansion, a sudden summons. Hyul wondered, why did father call me? Could it be to reward me for the Baek Sahyuk incident? Memories of that battle flashed by, the image of Baek Sahyuk collapsing at his feet. Hyul's original plan was to spend the entire day at Mimir's after school, but a summons from the head of the family was an undeniable command. The heavy study door opened. The maid announced, Master, young Master Hyul has arrived. A deep, hoarse voice echoed from within. Come in. Shin Jihan, the head of the Shin family, sat majestically behind his desk, his sharp gaze fixed on Hyul. Sit down. I'll get straight to the point. Shin Jihan's voice rang out, cold and clear. Unlike last time, your contribution this time wasn't 100%, but undeniably, you contributed more than half. He continued to analyze. Adding this incident to the last, your stake in the Magic Stone Mine exploitation rights is now 26%. Hyul replied with a single, concise word. Yes. Shin Jihan nodded. You've brought in significant profits, and you deserve a fitting reward. Shin Jihan looked directly into his son's eyes, posing the crucial question. What do you want? At that moment, a brilliant red light flashed in Hyul's eyes. Hesitation vanished, replaced by an iron will. Yes, I do. Breathing heavily, Hyul declared his request, one that no one had expected. I want the ancient relic kept deep within the family vault. Shin Jihan raised an eyebrow, his face full of skepticism. An ancient relic? Surely you don't believe those fanciful tales about hidden secrets within them. They're just antiques. But Hyul didn't flinch. No, I don't think so. I believe that even myths contain truth. Shin Jihan sighed, rubbing his tired temples. Hyul's determination, in his eyes, was merely youthful impulsiveness. You're still too young to believe in such far-fetched stories. Faced with his son's steadfastness, Shin Jihan conceded. If that is your choice, I will respect it. But you may only take one item. This condition didn't seem to faze Hyul. He smiled in response. Yes, thank you. Shin Jihan got straight to the point. So, what ancient relic do you want? Hyul didn't hesitate. Yes, what I want is the ancient relic resting in the family treasury. His gaze fell upon a single treasure, a cloak proudly displayed in a glass case. Ray Bell Bateneo's cloak. And so, they proceeded together into the treasury of the divine mage family. Inside the treasury, the box containing the relic was handed to Hyul. Shin Jihan placed his hand on the box, his voice full of hidden meaning. Please, I hope you won't regret this choice. But Hyul merely smiled confidently, accepting the treasure. Yes, thank you, father. Watching his sons retreating back, Shin Jihan could only sigh. He still believed this was an immature decision, trusting in a wild tale. Nevertheless, he advised, dedicate yourself fully to your training, so you have no regrets. If you wish to return, that's fine too. The luxurious car rolled away, carrying Hyul from the family estate, speeding into the night. Sitting in the car, Hyul was pensive. He knew well that most of the ancient relics the family possessed were genuine, and Ray Bell Baiteneo's cloak was the key to the path he had chosen. Hyul smirked confidently. If this truly is Master's cloak, then 30% of the Magic Stone Mine shares are nothing. However, a flicker of doubt suddenly crossed his mind. Wait, is this real? What if it's fake? He decided to check immediately. Opening the box, Hyul's eyes widened in astonishment. The shimmering light, like a flowing galaxy from the fabric, stunned him. This is pure magic fiber? It was a supreme technique, using crafting technology to draw magic stones into delicate threads. In the world, fewer than 30 artisans possessed the ability to process this material, and the cloak before him was made entirely of magic fiber. Hyul broke out in a cold sweat. Furthermore, how could such advanced technology exist in that era? Even the most advanced magic fiber creations today couldn't compare. He had never seen anything like it. Returning to his private room at the academy, Hyul sat on his bed, carefully examining the treasure in his hand. He flipped the edge of the cloak, and a familiar detail caught his eye. This signature, and this terrible handwriting. It was indeed Ray Bell Bateneo's handwriting, but just as he confirmed it, Hyul discovered something strange. But what about this structure? He was stunned to realize an unbelievable truth. The inner and outer layers are completely reversed. Basic crafting theory clearly states, the inner layer of magic fiber equipment should enhance magic transmission, while the outer layer should block magic to reduce damage. But this cloak had a completely opposite structure. The outer layer enhanced magic, causing the wearer to suffer more damage. Meanwhile, the inner layer blocked magic, suppressing the owner's own power. Hyul pondered, his trust in his master unwavering. My master wouldn't make such a mistake. Suddenly, a crazy thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? It's designed to be worn inside out? Without hesitation, Hyul turned the cloak inside out. A surge of pure magic immediately emanated. This is, strangely, even after being reversed, the structure of the inner and outer layers remained identical. So this was intentional, Hyul whispered, cold sweat breaking out. But what was the purpose? In Hyul's mind, Shinjihan's image appeared, cold and distant. Is this really an ancient relic? Now I understand why father left it to rot in the vault. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from a magic book. The light enveloped the toys and jewelry, teleporting them away. They all landed on Hyul unexpectedly, startling him into shouting. Mimir! Mimir looked up from the book, greeting him cheerfully. Oh, successor, you're here? But her smile faded as her eyes fell upon the cloak in Hyul's hand. She jumped up, recognizing it immediately. What? Isn't that Ray's cloak? Her astonishment quickly turned into excitement. Wow. Successor, you found it? Your luck is insane. But Hyul only responded with a puzzled expression. But this cloak seems a bit strange. Mimir curiously stepped closer. Strange? How so? As soon as she touched the fabric, both of them flinched simultaneously, their faces changing color in surprise. Ignoring her previous astonishment, Mimir abruptly changed the subject, holding up 2 fingers. Successor, you're still in the second circle, right? Hyul confirmed blankly. Mimir explained that at that level, his ignorance was natural. Then stop thinking by yourself. But then Mimir paused, hastily covering her mouth as if she had misspoken. Sorry, successor. I can't explain anything about this cloak. Hyul was stunned by this mystery, resolutely wanting to return the item. What? Why? Never mind, I'll just return this. Mimir ignored him, lost in thought, then found another approach. Beitner magic has a very special incantation, but just as she was about to say it, some invisible force stopped her. Mimir stammered, struggling with her own words. A special incantation? Hyul wondered, while Mimir frustratingly realized she couldn't even utter the name. Regaining her composure, Mimir cleared her throat and declared loudly, Let me say it again. Beitner magic has a special incantation. An incantation called true magic. Hyul was stunned, repeating the 2 words he had just heard as if in disbelief. True. Magic? That's right. Unlike the magic you're using, this is the real true magic. Mimir's assertion left Hyul dumbfounded. So the magic I've been using all this time is fake? Mimir coldly confirmed. Well, unfortunately, that's true. She gestured for silence. Regarding Zenmo Fa, I cannot reveal anything until the successor reaches a certain level. Hyul pondered, quickly piecing together the events. Is it some kind of binding? Exactly, Mimir confirmed. And this cloak is a sacred artifact that exists to support Zenmo Fa. Hearing that, Hyul looked back at the cloak in his hands, and the crucial question was asked. So, what level do I need to reach to have it explained? Faced with that direct question, Mimir hesitated again. As for that, Mimir's hesitation vanished, replaced by an urgent command. The 5th circle, those words still echoed in Hyul's mind, like an ultimate goal. You must master the 5th circle, and enter the page of the 5th trial. True Beitner magic only truly begins when you master it. Memories of the frantic training night flooded back, starting with the magic book page emitting a dazzling light. In the trial space, Hyul focused his entire mind, drawing complex circles again and again. After countless failures, the magical energy finally erupted, brilliant like a fireworks display. Hyul's face lit up with extreme joy. Finally, it's a success. A familiar voice rang out, warm and proud. Congratulations on passing. Hyul froze. This voice. Master! Now, I will teach you how to weave the 3rd circle. Raybel Baitneo's voice continued to guide. Hyul murmured. The 3rd circle. The 3rd stage of Beitner technique. The 3rd infinite circle. Interference. Hyul was astonished by the completely new concept. The interference circle? The memory ended. Hyul exhaled, his hand still clutching the magic book. Donning the cloak, Hyul felt a new power. So, I've completed the 2nd trial. The book floated before him, ready for the next lesson. Now it's time to weave the interference circle. Hyul thought to himself, if not for Mimir's cloak and book, the 2nd trial might have lasted much longer. All of this began the night before, at Mimir's well. Mimir solemnly declared an ultimate power. You can only use it once you've become a Bahuan master and passed the 5th trial. Faced with such a distant condition, Hyul could only sigh in acceptance. Well, I guess I have no choice. He decided to put the cloak away, waiting for the day he reached Wuhuan. Seeing this, Mimir quickly stopped him, not understanding why Hyul intended to put away such a precious item. Hyul casually explained that the mana fabric being inside out made it useless. Oh, give it to me. Without waiting for Hyul to say more, Mimir snatched the cloak. Mimir put on the cloak, excitedly revealing its true function. This cloak prevents mana from escaping and keeps it inside, allowing you to reach a state of mana saturation. Mimir's explanation stunned Hyul. In other words, Mimir continued, your brain will be affected by the excess mana, helping to accelerate recovery from fatigue. The same applies to the physical fatigue accumulated in your body. Hyul suddenly realized, I get it. If I wear this cloak, I can reduce my sleep time, right? Mimir winked mischievously, a smile full of hidden meaning. Wearing this cloak means you don't need to sleep at all. Hyul was speechless at that declaration. What? Not need to sleep at all? Exactly, Mimir proudly affirmed. If you wear it for about 5 hours a day, you will always maintain peak condition. But then Mimir added that those were just side effects. The true power of the cloak went far beyond that. Hearing this, Hyul's expression completely changed, a smile full of ambition clearly visible. I truly want to become a Wuhuan master as soon as possible. Mimir reminded him that this item only worked for the successor and was deadly poison to others. Hyul nodded, secretly calculating. With such an overpowered treasure, the upcoming trials would probably be much easier. 2 days passed. Hyul was immersed in a state of tranquility, pure magical power enveloping his body. Suddenly, Hyul's eyes snapped open. A brilliant red glow, but within it, a hint of deadlock. It turned out all efforts were in vain. I've tried many times, but something is still missing, Hyul murmured, feeling like he was just a step away from the door but couldn't quite reach it. Interference, the key to achieving new power, something Hyul yearned to comprehend. Ancient texts in the book revealed the secret. Baitnor's 3rd circle possesses the power to interfere with others' mana. Prerequisite, 100% synchronization. Hyul suddenly realized this was the essence of Huanganje, the ability to interfere with others' magic. A daring thought sparked in his mind, followed by an excited smile. Sounds fun, doesn't it? Hyul suddenly realized. It turned out the 2nd test wasn't the destination, but merely a stepping stone to weave the Huanganje. Turning the page, Hyul finally found the answer. To weave the 3rd Huan, one must resonate the Huangongxiang, synchronizing with the surrounding mana. By continuing to resonate like that, the 3rd Huan will be formed. Hyul's eyes gleamed with determination. Clenching the book, Hyul sprang to his feet, brimming with vigor. All right, this time, I will definitely succeed. Without a moment's hesitation, Hyul began to circulate his power, synchronizing all the abundant mana in the air with the saturated flow within his body. The energy converged, transforming into mana spirits dancing around Hyul, as if searching for a new home. They were drawn by Hyul's allure, clinging to his body like children finding their mother. Stream by stream, the mana spirits dissolved, permeating Hyul's body. They had found their dwelling place. Merging into the endless mana flow, Hyul heard their whispers. Let's play. A warm sensation enveloped his body, a comfort that Hyul didn't want to let go of. Joy surged as the mana spirits materialized, dancing around. Hyul believed he only needed to maintain this resonance. At Hyul's invitation, the spirits held hands, forming a dancing circle. But the fun was short-lived. Hyul began to feel a burning sensation, sweat pouring out. He knew that even a 1% deviation in the amplification rate would destabilize the mana. It was a process requiring absolute concentration. Hyul had to control that deviation to let the mana settle, gradually reducing the amplification rate little by little. He focused on the mana circles, silently controlling them without letting them realize. The mental space vanished. Hyul collapsed onto the floor, exhausted. Sweat poured off him like a shower. He gasped for breath, but his eyes shone with satisfaction. With a decisive sound, done. Hyul's eyes glowed red. Magical energy surged from his palms as the first circle, contemplation, was unleashed. Immediately after, the second circle, resonance, erupted, enveloping Hyul's body. Hyul clenched his fists, pouring all his will and power into it. A blinding flash of light erupted as the third infinite circle, intervention, was officially completed. In the magical space, Hyul smiled contentedly. Finally, I've completed the third circle, the circle of intervention. A burning desire flared in Hyul's eyes. I need to get stronger as fast as possible. To the level of a 5-circle archmage. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a dense forest under the scorching Sunday. Amidst the quiet, Hyul relaxed, letting small birds perch on him. He mumbled to himself, "The survival exam. Huh." This was a large-scale test at the training ground in Gangwon Province, lasting 32 hours. Each student was equipped with a special artifact. The mission was simple: survive as long as possible in a continuously shrinking area. A score notification appeared on his wrist. Hyul murmured, "All right, it's time to act." But the difference in this test was having to survive not only against monsters, but also against other students. The peace suddenly shattered. The startled birds flew away, signaling another presence. From behind, a purple-haired student suddenly appeared, roaring a declaration of war. "Die, Hyul!" A fireball shot forward, but Hyul reacted faster, gracefully dodging its trajectory. The purple-haired guy smirked. "Good dodge, but I've got the flow now." Without a word, Hyul charged forward, throwing a punch straight at his opponent. "Barrier!" Another white-haired individual appeared behind a magical shield, scoffing. "Idiot! What do you think a punch can do?" But facing the trap, Hyul's eyes glowed a vivid red. The game had only just begun. Hyul's intervention ability erupted, striking directly at the magical shield. The sturdy barrier shattered like glass under a single blow. The ambusher was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What? Immediately after, a sharp earth orb pierced through the fragments, aiming straight for him. The impact sent Kang Gi-hak flying backward, both in pain and shock. He couldn't understand. My barrier. Lost to something like an earth orb? Hyul coldly watched the defeated opponent. "Idiot. So proud of ambushing me?" He gently rubbed his neck, his tone sarcastic. "Besides, who screams when they attack?" A smug smile spread across Hyul's lips as he looked at his fist radiating multicolored energy. Is this the power of intervention? That attack was not simple. It was a perfect combination of weakening the core of a second-tier magic barrier, then finishing it with a first-tier earth orb. A notification rang out, sealing the loser's fate. Student Kang Ji-hak, eliminated. Hyul walked leisurely, thinking to himself. Because he let his guard down, things went so smoothly. The device on his wrist lit up. Hyul received 10 points. He continued deeper into the forest, gaining a clearer sense of his ability. I think I've grasped how to use intervention now. At this rate, it might not only be effective against second-tier magic, but even third-tier magic. A flash of light gleamed in Hyul's eyes, signaling magic about to be cast. Immediately, he unleashed a massive fireball. The terrifying explosion incinerated a corner of the forest, but that deafening sound attracted unwanted attention. Hyul startled and turned around. He was surrounded. A pack of bloodclaw wolves silently emerged from the shadows. Hyul quickly assessed the situation. It seems they were attracted by the sound of the previous battle. Instead of fear, he showed amusement, stretching casually. If it were normal students, they'd probably complain about having to fight continuously. Hyul's eyes glowed red, a confident smile on his lips. But for someone who needs an overwhelming lead like me, this situation is truly welcome. The alpha's howl echoed, tearing through the silence. The hunt began. Without hesitation, Hyul charged into the pack of wolves, magic erupting. "Come on, you dogs." Meanwhile, in a state-of-the-art control room, Hyul's every action was being closely monitored. The judges were reviewing the most prominent names. Adela Sterat. Ji Sunchan, a female judge, continued, her eyes fixed on the screen. Kim Kang-soo. Ma Jae-hak. These students are truly impressive. Another person commented. If they keep this up, they'll easily make it into the top 10. But immediately, an objection was raised. Haha. But will it be easy to last until the very end? The bespectacled female judge suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. By the way, the screen showed Hyul standing amidst the fallen wolves. It seems no one doubts Hyul's skills anymore. Another judge looked at his colleague, his voice full of implication. Judge Go Chang-soo? Go, Chang-soo smiled in acknowledgement. That's right. Another judge spoke up, suggesting Hyul was far from incompetent. Immediately, someone objected. Incompetent? He dominated the #1 spot in all previous training sessions, and even now, he's still leading with an unbelievable score difference. The leaderboard clearly showed the disparity. Hyul comfortably in first place, far ahead of Adela in second. Even more astonishing was Hyul's understanding of his enemies. He exploited the habits of the bloodclaw wolves, deliberately leaving one alive to call the pack from afar. It was a terrifyingly clever move, solely for the purpose of accumulating more elimination points. A female judge was both excited and worried. If this continues, we can absolutely hope for a victory at the Olympiad. Meanwhile, in the examination area, the battle had concluded. Hyul panted, standing amidst the defeated wolves. With this much, I must have earned about 60 points, right? No sooner had he spoken than a violent tremor suddenly struck. The ground shook wildly, throwing Hyul into the air. What is this? An earthquake. No, no way. The ground is moving. Hyul's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw something emerging from the ground. This thing is a colossal creature with a massive body and a shell made of solid emerald, the emerald turtle. Contrary to expectations, Hyul's face showed no fear, but rather extreme excitement. Why is such a rare monster here? He landed gently, directly facing the colossal creature. His eyes sharpened, full of challenge. This is my first time seeing it with my own eyes. Without a hint of fear, Hyul roared, challenging the monster. Come on, face me! Meanwhile, at the Obelisk Academy's evaluation tower, all developments were being closely monitored. The large screen broadcast the confrontation live. A voice broke the silence. Hyul and the Emerald Turtle. A teacher explained that this monster was placed here to encourage cooperation among students. It's a rare monster deployed in the main training area. Worry was evident on the teachers' faces. No matter how much of a genius Hyul is, this isn't something he can handle alone. The Emerald Turtle, a level 4 reptilian monster, renowned for its impenetrable defense. It is the natural nemesis of all mages. The colossal monster charged, its power shaking the ground. A devastating ram, pure power crushing everything in its path. The terrifying impact force sent Hyul flying into the air like a rag doll. But instead of panicking, a defiant smile appeared on Hyul's lips. If I take down this monster, I'll earn a huge amount of points. In midair, he quickly regained his balance, preparing for an incredible counterattack. Magical energy converged in his palm. Barrier! A sturdy magical shield appeared right beneath his feet, becoming a perfect foothold in midair. He used it as a springboard, launching himself even higher just before the shield shattered into pieces. In the control room, astonishment spread. He used the barrier as a foothold to dodge the attack. But that barrier isn't strong enough. The Emerald Turtle is a tough opponent even for a 6-ring maid. Gaining momentum from the jump, Hyul plunged down, unleashing a fiery attack. Vulcan's Flame! The flames erupted fiercely, engulfing an entire area. From above, Hyul squinted, a wry smile on his face. Will it work? But from within the sea of flames, the Emerald Turtle emerged, its crystal shell without a single scratch. Realizing the attack was ineffective, Hyul immediately fled. Not easy at all. This monster is beyond imagination. Even a 5-ring mage would struggle to defeat it alone. Perhaps it's due to the mana accumulated in its body. That thought flashed through Hyul's mind. Wait, mana in its body? A cunning smile replaced his tense expression. Oh, there's something I need to test. Hyul channeled magic into his legs. Leg strength boost. Hyul's speed surged, surprising even the Emerald Turtle. He glided like the wind, easily dodging the monster's sluggish attacks. But merely dodging wasn't enough. A single stomp from it could flatten an entire area. If I keep running like this, I won't win. I have to fight. Resolutely, Hyul turned, directly facing the colossal enemy. Before the impending attack, he erected a magical shield. Barrier! The terrifying power of the Emerald Turtle instantly cracked the shield. What kind of power is that? Hyul braced himself, realizing defense was futile. I underestimated it. I can't block it. Resonance. Now, there was only one option left. A direct confrontation. Hyul recalled a crucial detail, revealing the monster's weakness. Immediately after attacking, it cannot move until its joints recover. That was the fated moment. Now. Wind. Utilizing the wind, Hyul shot into the air, gliding over Lu Baogi's head. Memories flooded back. A picture book from his childhood had revealed a fatal secret. A continuous attack puts immense pressure on its joints. And right after that attack, when it was immobile, that was the golden opportunity. Hyul landed precisely on Lu Baogi's hard shell. This is my chance. Ice Spear. In the observation room, the teachers were stunned, unable to believe what was happening. Through the large screen, they witnessed an unbelievable sight. Hyul didn't just attack. Intervention activate. A surge of dark energy enveloped the spear. The icy spearhead, enhanced, pierced the sturdy crystal shell. Lu Baogui collapsed. Its colossal body lay motionless amidst sparkling fragments. Hyul panted, exhausted, but his eyes gleamed with the joy of victory. I won. The device on his wrist lit up, displaying an impressive number, plus 1,000 points. Excellent. A satisfied smile appeared on Hyul's lips. The sky returned to a clear blue after the fierce battle. And in a magnificent, luxurious place, the demon god's mansion appeared. Inside the mansion, Shin Jihan and the bodyguard were watching Hyul's battle on a giant screen. A faint smile appeared on Shin Jihan's lips, full of amusement. He noted that Lu Baogui was inherently weak against ice attributes, but still couldn't understand. How could he do that with only 3 magic circles? Do you know? The scar-faced bodyguard could only bow his head in admission. Sorry, I don't know either. On the screen, Hyul was butchering the monster. Shinji-han nodded, approving of his judgment. Food sources are paramount in a survival And then, Hyul carried his spoils, a colossal hammer crafted from the turtle shell, on his shoulder and quickly departed. The incident made the bodyguard wonder. "Master, may I ask something? Why did Hyul act so boldly?" he continued, referring to Shinji-han and Shinsea's malicious, suppressive action. Shinji-han raised his hand, his expression profound. All of these actions were premeditated. He began to explain Hyul's past. When magic was restricted, he was eliminated from the family competition, leaving his status pathetic. Shinji-han's eyes gleamed sharply. But now, it's different. He revealed that, somehow, Hyul had acquired immense power and made remarkable progress in magic. That was why, 2 months before the Olympiad, Hyul had requested protection from his siblings' harassment. Not only seeking safety, Hyul also wanted to stand out as much as possible, to do something extraordinary. His goal was to attract the world's attention, solidify his position within the family, and build his power as quickly as possible. Shinji-han mused, resting his chin on his hand. And after 2 months of protection, Shinji-han concluded that Hyul was indeed a bold individual, confident that the family's test would be no problem. Night fell, enveloping the dense forest under the full, round moon. In the quiet space, Hyul sat alone by a campfire, leisurely roasting a large piece of meat. According to the survival training rules, all confrontations were prohibited between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. Hyul mused, thinking these safety rules were too lenient and wouldn't help the students improve. He knew that in many other places, academies enforced much harsher rules, and Hyul was determined to change that. Nevertheless, he didn't forget to take advantage. This time, we're allowed to bring magic tools. Luckily, I can recover from fatigue thanks to my master's cloak. Putting all calculations aside, Hyul happily enjoyed his lavish dinner. After eating his fill, he contentedly rubbed his stomach. That was delicious, but the peaceful moment suddenly vanished. A strange sound from the bushes immediately put Hyul on alert. 2 figures emerged from the darkness, surprised to recognize him. It was Ji, Sunchan, and Adela. Caution was quickly replaced by curiosity. All 3 sat around the campfire, and Hyul spoke first. "Why are you 2 together in the forest like this?" Ji Sunchan frankly admitted. "We were fighting until a little past 11 p.m. "Oh no, not fighting. I was getting beaten to a pulp." He pointed at Hyul, deducing. "The fight stopped at 11 p.m. You must have been lured here by this enticing aroma." Enchanted by the lingering scent of roasted meat, Ji Sunchan and Adela swallowed. "It smells so good. When will you share some with us?" Hyul froze, cold sweat breaking out. He had already eaten everything. "Well, just throw it away then. Maybe you 2 should eat it too," Hyul thought sarcastically, imagining Ji Sunchan and Adela cheering joyfully. "Deadly aroma!" Ji Sunchan exclaimed, holding up a hot piece of roasted meat. Adela also happily took her share. "Thanks for the meal." Without hesitation, both eagerly devoured the delicious meat. In his imagination, Hyul crossed his arms smugly like a master chef. "It's delicious, isn't it?" "Yes, absolutely delicious." Cutting off his train of thought, Adela suddenly looked seriously at the meat in her hand. "This meat, isn't it from a honey bear?" Honey bear, a bear-like monster living in the forest, was famous for its delicious flavor when roasted. "No, it's not," Hyul denied, explaining that in this training area, only 2 types of monsters were edible. Adela calculated, only honey bear and Lu Bao Gi. Besides those 2, the others are either poisonous or tasteless, inedible. An incredible speculation suddenly flashed. Adela turned to Hyul, her eyes full of astonishment. "No way. You hunted a Lu Bao Gui?" Hyul gave a meaningful smile, his eyes glowing red. "That's right. During the day, in the west." Ji Sunchan almost choked, his mouth still full of meat. "Really? I've only seen Lu Bao Gui online. How did you hunt it?" "That's truly amazing," Ji Sunchan continued to exclaim in admiration, making Hyul remind him, "Hey, don't talk while eating." But Adela was not easily convinced. Skepticism was clear on her face. "I've never heard of a mage below 5 circles being able to hunt a Lu Bao Gui." Her gaze bore into Hyul, seeking an explanation, and the answer lay in a moment she was completely unaware of. Memories of the battle suddenly flooded back. A destructive surge of magic gathered in Hyul's hand, ready to strike down the enemy. It was a colossal pillar of fire, a destructive vortex sweeping away everything in its path. Adela and Ji Sunchan were stunned by the horrifying sight. 3 magic circles? When the flames dissipated, only Hyul remained standing there, strangely calm. The truth far exceeded Adela's imagination. "No way. Transformation magic. 6 circles?" The battle ended. Hyul calmly looked at the device in his hand, as if he had just taken a stroll. Ji Sunchan and Adela approached, still bewildered. Wow, how did you win? Hyul simply replied that he had pierced through its shell. The absurd answer drove Ji-sun-chan mad. What? Does that even make sense? Hyul just gave a wry smile, ignoring their skepticism. Ji-sun-chan suddenly remembered. The entire battle was recorded by the Academy's drone, so we can watch it later. Hyul smirked. No. I think I'll get to watch it first, won't I? His cryptic words left both of them puzzled. Hyul's eyes glowed red, and he looked directly at Adela, declaring, "Anyway, tomorrow we'll fight, fair and square." While Ji-sun-chan clutched his head in despair, Adela smiled with interest. "Great. Well then, good luck." A surge of emerald magic flared around her. "I also have something I want to show you." Just then, an announcement rang out, signaling that the second day of the survival test had begun. In the control room, a cold voice echoed. 2 hours remaining. The survival round has narrowed, and now, only 4 people are left. In the silent forest, Hyul walked alone. The final question remained unanswered. Who will stand at the pinnacle of this life and death battle? A surge of emerald magic suddenly tore through the space. Instantly, Hyul's eyes glowed red. Without hesitation, he launched a preemptive strike. Wind Spear, a barrage of energy spears shot forth, causing a terrifying explosion among the trees. However, from the epicenter of the explosion, a smug voice rang out. "So, we've returned to the supernova stage, have we?" That figure gently landed, easily dodging Hyul's attack. And then, with incredible speed, that person charged straight towards Hyul. Fast, a devastating kick sent Hyul flying backward. Sliding across the ground, Hyul propped himself up, astonished by the power he had just faced. Facing him, Ji-san-wook smirked. "Hyul, I think you're truly unlucky to run into me here." But Hyul only clenched his fist, his eyes sharpening. "Sorry about that. I actually feel lucky." The past at Obelisk Academy suddenly rushed back, where Ji-san-wook easily defeated another opponent with his bare hands. His power left onlookers in awe. That's Ji-san-wook for you. Body enhancement magic truly is the best. Among the second-year students, he was one of the top 2 in martial arts. As rumored, Ji-san-wook was an expert in body enhancement magic. Hyul's eyes glowed red, facing Ji-san-wook's confident smile. Clearly, this was not an opponent to be underestimated. In response to the unspoken provocation, Hyul decided to confront him directly. "If that's the case, then I will also." Blue energy erupted around his fist, and Hyul also chose body enhancement magic to dive into a hand-to-hand battle. Hyul's choice only made Ji-san-wook more excited. A fair and direct confrontation? Excellent. Meanwhile, in the Obelisk Academy's evaluation room, the judges watched closely. It seems Hyul and Ji-san-wook have chosen a pure body enhancement battle. Go Chang-soo, one of the judges, offered his initial assessment. In this match, the advantage clearly leans towards Ji-san-wook. That assessment was entirely justified. Ji-san-wook not only had the best combat ability among the second-year students but was also the national tournament champion. However, Go Chang-soo narrowed his eyes, recalling yesterday's battle. Hyul's true abilities are still an unknown. Back in the arena, Ji-san-wook wasted no time, unleashing a powerful punch. Hyul leaned back, dodging it by a hair's breadth. At that very moment, Hyul's pupils glowed an unusual red. The demon eye had been activated. Hyul's vision could now analyze every flow of magic. He realized that mana was concentrated entirely in his opponent's fist, but it was just a feint. The flow of magic suddenly shifted, concentrating directly into the knee. Hyul immediately read his intention. A devastating kick came flying, and he quickly erected a magic shield to block it. The immense impact made Hyul's hands tremble, but the shield held firm. As expected, this kick is heavy. But if I use the barrier to counter, instead of just defending, Hyul turned the shield into an attack. The barrier shattered into countless sharp crystal fragments, flying straight towards Ji-san-wook. Ji-san-wook was stunned by the unexpected tactic. Destroying the barrier completely? He had never seen this kind of magic before. Could it be? The rumors about the return of the genius mage are true. His astonishment quickly turned into excitement. A belligerent smile spread across Ji-san-wook's lips. It's definitely not just a rumor. The match began to intensify. This is getting fun. But I also have my pride. Ji-san-wook growled, determined not to lose in his specialty. I won't lose in close combat. Hyul's eyes glowed red. He saw an opening. The chance is here. Magic power condensed, enveloping Hyul's fist. 2 streams of power collided head-on. Hyul unleashed a magic-infused punch, and Ji-san-wook used his bare hands to block it. Hyul didn't expect the attack to be blocked so easily. What? From the observation room, Go Chang-soo and the others sprang up in astonishment. He blocked it. Seizing the moment, Ji-san-wook unleashed a lightning-fast kick. but Hyul flipped backward, dodging it by a hair's breadth. Hyul calmly assessed. Not bad reflexes, but still quite clumsy. As soon as he landed, Hyul closed in. He launched a physical attack disguised with fire magic, a technique capable of piercing through any defense. Ji San-wook barely managed to raise his hands to shield himself. The terrifying heat immediately scorched his flesh, severely injuring his hands. Before the pain from his burning hands subsided, Ji San-wook had to face Hyul's terrifying speed. Too fast, Ji San-wook could only exclaim in surprise. He hastily tensed his body, raising his hands in an unconscious defensive posture. Hyul smirked, his red eyes full of mockery. Huh, trying to defend like that again, are we? A magic-infused punch flew forward as a perfect feint. Your armpit is exposed. It was too late for Ji San-wook to realize he had been tricked. The real attack was a dangerous spinning kick, enhanced by magic without him realizing. The tremendous impact made Ji San-wook feel his ribs shattering. But a fighter's will wouldn't allow him to fall. Attack is a fighter's destiny, Ji San-wook roared, charging forward despite the pain. In response to that recklessness, Hyul merely warned coldly. If you rely too much on strength, your body will shatter. Ji San-wook unleashed a powerful high kick, pouring all his remaining strength into it. But that kick only grazed the air as Hyul gently ducked to avoid it. Don't you think you're overexerting yourself? Hyul remarked. Losing his momentum, Ji San-wook's body staggered, unable to maintain balance. Without giving his opponent a chance to recover, Hyul delivered a devastating uppercut. The tremendous impact sent Ji San-wook flying, causing him to sprawl on the ground. Hyul let out a soft breath, dusting his hands as if he had just finished a chore. Below him, Ji San-wook could only groan in pain. But in that brief moment, Ji San-wook managed to channel all his mana into his jaw to minimize the impact. Even so, the punch was too powerful, making his consciousness waver. Hyul smirked, unable to hide his admiration. As expected, his combat senses are truly astonishing. A notification panel appeared, adding points for Hyul's victory. He admitted this was certainly not an easy opponent. Dusk fell, painting the entire sky in vibrant orange hues. Time continued to pass. Night enveloped everything, and then a gigantic blue pillar of light suddenly descended upon the forest. Hyul coldly looked at the device on his wrist. His eyes had turned fiery red. Only 3 survivors remain. His gaze sharpened as he realized something. No, now there are only 2 people left? Just then, Adela appeared from another pillar of light, gently landing on the ground. Good evening. A beautiful night, isn't it? Under the starry sky, the last 2 survivors stood facing each other. The decisive battle was about to begin. Meanwhile, in a modern skyscraper, Shin Ji-han and Shin Se-ah were watching the entire development on a giant screen. Shin Se-ah couldn't hide her astonishment. No way, in a nationally televised exam. Someone like that is the last survivor. Rage erupted. We can't touch him. That bastard is clearly getting more and more out of control. Fear crept into her anger. At this rate, Hyul will become a successor candidate again. No, it's unforgivable. Absolutely not. Right, big brother? Her only reply was a heavy silence from Shin Ji-han. That silence only made Shin Se-ah more furious. Big brother, say something. He took down Lu Baogui all by himself. How? How did he take down that Lu Baogui? This is a live exam, not just online, but even father. Father must have seen it. This entire family has seen everything. Amidst her frenzy, Shin Ji-han finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice. Sia, calm down a little, won't you? His advice was like adding fuel to the fire. No, how can I calm down in this situation? But then, a sudden cold aura enveloped her. Shin Se-ah's eyes froze. Shin Ji-han's voice rang out, devoid of emotion, yet containing a deadly threat. I won't say it a second time. Her rage immediately vanished, leaving only extreme terror. Shin Se-ah trembled. I'm sorry, big brother. I'll be quiet. So, please, don't punish me. A faint smile curled on Shin Ji-han's lips. Punishment? He stood up, gently placed his hand on Shin Se-ah's head, his smile becoming even more inscrutable. What are you talking about, Se-ah? Why would I punish you? His smile turned sinister, his eyes gleaming with morbid amusement. We're siblings, aren't we? Shin Se-ah breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank you. Meanwhile, Shin Ji-han turned away, his expression becoming pensive. Hyul, that guy is always cunning, always knows how to seize the best opportunity. In the shadows, Shin Ji-han's thoughts turned malicious. Even if we're siblings, if he keeps stirring things up like this, I can't let it slide. At the same time, a terrifying explosion ripped through the night, signaling an uncompromising confrontation. The culprit was Adela. She roared, mana converging. Moonlight bullet. This time, I won't let my guard down. I've watched your matches dozens, even hundreds of times. Memories of Hayul's power flashed through Adela's mind. In that match, you turned the sun into your ally, didn't you? But tonight's battle will be completely different. Under the bright moonlight, Adela had chosen a battlefield entirely her own. Adela's fingers glided through the air, drawing a complex magic circle. She shouted loudly, determined not to give her opponent an opening. I won't give you a chance to counterattack. A torrent of wild mana surged forward. Caught by surprise, Hayul could only frantically dodge the rain of magic bullets, but the barrage was too dense. A moonlight bullet grazed his shoulder, tearing through Hayul's clothes and flesh. Adela hovered in the air, a series of magic circles appearing around her. The number of bullets is completely different from the midterm exam, she confidently declared, exposing her opponent's weakness. There's no way to dodge all of them. A mage specializing in control and technique is very weak against simple long-range attacks. Adela's eyes blazed, sharp and full of determination. This is your weakness, Adela roared, pouring all her strength and will into the attack. I will surpass your skill, your effort, everything. The rain of moonlight bullets converged at one point, creating a fierce explosion. Amidst the smoke and dust, Hayul gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, blood soaking his shoulder. The agony rendered him speechless. Despite his injuries, Hayul stood firm, his tone full of defiance. Weakness or something? Huh. An arrogant smile spread across his lips, his red eyes blazing. This is just sweeping with magic circles. What exactly did you analyze? Hayul easily neutralized each wave of relentless attacks, continuing to scoff. Of course, not everyone can just throw money to spam resources like this. Truly befitting the heir of the prestigious Shinbu family, isn't it? Hayul's smile suddenly vanished as he noticed an unusual surge of mana. And this is Adela, since when? Across from him, Adela stood amidst complex, overlapping magic circles, exuding a completely different aura. Did you reach 4th tier? Right behind Hayul, a sharp ice needle suddenly materialized. Adela calmly watched the smoke dissipate. As expected. You noticed immediately. Hayul spun around, using mana to deflect the ice needle just in time. He admitted, hiding an attack in the smoke, but Adela gave him no time to breathe. I reached 4th tier 7 days ago. And that's not all. Adela closed her eyes, focusing her entire mind. The night sky suddenly blazed, a colossal source of energy being summoned above her. A spear of light, condensed from pure mana, pointed straight down from the zenith. Adela coldly declared, now. She opened her eyes, her gaze as sharp as a knife. I won't fall for those old tricks anymore. Lightning and ice crystals simultaneously erupted around Adela, her power far exceeding all expectation. Adela's blue eyes glowed, reflecting the image of impending destruction. Hayul was stunned. Not only was it 4th tier magic, but Adela had also comprehended Mind's Eye. Isn't this too much? It was Mind's Eye, a secret magic passed down through Adela's maternal Start family in France, a type of detection magic eye, similar to Kim Kangen's Ruby Eye. Adela's current power is a combination of the Shin family's range and versatility, along with the Start family's tracking ability, making her extremely formidable. Faced with such power, Hayul had only one conclusion. This is truly a monster in human form. Countless magic circles appeared under the moonlight as Adela raised her hand. From now on, I'll go all out. I'm not foolish enough to go easy on you. The magic you used to defeat Lu Baogui, when are you going to show it to me? As soon as she finished speaking, numerous streams of magic shot straight towards Hayul. In response to the magic storm, Hayul merely smirked. Ah, I was just about to show you. At that very moment, his red eyes flared. Magic Eye. Every structure of the attack appeared before Hayul's eyes. Adela's moonlight bullet, cast 12 times using the Schilling-Fairline formula, and focused via the inverse Verdania equation. With a mere flick of his hand, their entire trajectories were bent, plunging straight into the ground with dazzling explosions. Adela was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. Moonlight bullet went off course and missed its target? What exactly did you do? Amidst the dissipating magical dust, Hayul flashed a provocative smile. What do you think I did? Can't your mind's eye see it? Under the full moon, the mansion of the Arcane Council stood tall, majestic, and silent. Inside, Wei Sangcheol stammered the name of the person opposite him, the wine glass in his hand trembling slightly. Inhyuk. What kind of magic is that? His astonishment reached its peak. What kind of magic could so absurdly bend the trajectory of a spell? Wei Sangcheol's face, the head of the Arcane Council and Adela's father, was still filled with shock. In the luxurious room, Wei Sangcheol stood watching the large screen replaying Hayul's battle. Hayul didn't tell you anything? Shin Inhyuk sat opposite him, calmly replying. Actually, I don't know either. Wei Sangcheol sat down, his face full of surprise. It's surprising that Hyul even kept it from you. Shin In-hyuk, the head of the Archmage family, took a sip of wine, his eyes sharp. Over the past year, the kids have become much bolder. The screen glowed brightly with Hyul's magic. Lately, they've been keeping more secrets from me than sharing. Wee Sangcheol mused. I see. It seems Hyul has truly changed a lot in a year away from home. The kid has changed a lot, Shin In-hyuk confirmed. Wee Sangcheol chuckled softly. It's true that men need to go out to mature, don't they? Wee Sangcheol's expression grew more serious. Honestly, during the midterm evaluation, I just thought the kid got lucky. He laughed loudly, looking directly at Shin In-hyuk. I'm embarrassed to say this, but I thought that kid Hyul would only shine for a moment and then fade away. Shin In-hyuk's eyes narrowed. Right, he drew his own conclusion. I see. In the end, Hyul is someone incompatible with AI. Wee Sangcheol recalled the match. Back then, he won against our Adela not because of skill, but thanks to technique and strategy. He asserted, his gaze fixed on Hyul's image on the screen. Then everyone will start analyzing information about Hyul, and once his limits are exposed, he'll soon fail. Wee Sangcheol confidently affirmed. That's right, especially since Adela is very good at analysis. He flashed a proud smile. Exactly, my daughter's analytical skills are the best. Wee Sangcheol sighed softly. But, it seems, I underestimated him. The earth-shattering magic battle between Hyul and Adela erupted fiercely. At the same time, elsewhere, Ji Sun-chan spoke. In-hyuk. Shin In-hyuk smiled with relief. I'm always grateful for Hyul. Wee Sangcheol reminisced. When my daughter first lost her purpose, her eyes were completely empty. But now, her eyes are brighter than ever. Adela unleashed her attack with all her might, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Ji Sun-chan also agreed. I'm really grateful that Hyul is back. Jisoo has also started to regain her motivation. Hyul's power on the battlefield was that very inspiration. Shin In-hyuk smirked. Indeed. Suddenly, an announcement echoed across the night sky. Survival battle concluded. Survivors, please cease combat immediately. The magic dissipated. Hyul stood still, looking at the device on his wrist. His glowing red eyes still bore the intensity of the battle. The vast battlefield now only held two figures standing opposite each other. Adela panted, trying to regain her composure after the fierce confrontation. In contrast to her, Hyul smirked, a hint of regret in his voice. What a pity. If I had a little more time, I would have won. Adela smirked provocatively, not accepting Hyul's words. Nonsense. Clearly, I was the one with the advantage. Words exchanged, both fell into a tense silence, neither willing to yield. Suddenly, an older man approached, breaking the atmosphere. Come on, that's enough. You two cool down. Let's go home. The next morning, yesterday's match still lingered in Adela's mind. Clearly, I was winning, right? Hyul immediately dismissed it, crossing his arms smugly. Forget it. I'm always the winner. Adela couldn't believe his absurdity. Their argument made Ji Sun-chan, who was sitting between them, uncomfortable. He sighed. Hey, if you two are still going to argue, go argue in your own rooms. Causing trouble in my room is annoying. Immediately, both Hyul and Adela yelled in unison, pointing fingers at him. Shut up! The 26th eliminated! Ji Sun-chan flinched. Stung, Ji Sun-chan whined. This is my room. I just wanted us to watch the survival battle show together. He pointed to the lavish feast he had prepared. I even prepared pizza, fries, and soda, and banana milk too. All for you two. And yet, Ji Sun-chan sobbed in indignation. Finally, both sat down. Adela spoke up. Ji Sun-chan, if you sit there I can't see anything. Ji Sun-chan urged excitedly, but a horrifying truth was quickly revealed. What? This show is 14 hours long? 14 hours later, all three had actually watched it all. While Hyul and Adela remained seated, Ji Sun-chan had collapsed, fast asleep on the floor. Even in his sleep, Ji Sun-chan mumbled about his foe. Ugh. Truly an analytical monster. A faint smile appeared on Adela's lips, making Hyul wonder. Why are you smiling? Adela replied while gently covering Ji Sun-chan with a blanket. I'm just happy. Her gaze was on her sleeping friend, but her words were directed at Hyul, admitting her surprise. Honestly, I thought you'd give up halfway through. She couldn't hide her admiration for Hyul's willpower. Adela's smile shone with sincerity. You have a really good friend. Hyul smiled, his gaze distant. To me, they're almost too good. A wonderful friend. The atmosphere suddenly quieted as Adela unexpectedly spoke. I'm sorry. Hyul had no idea what was happening. Why are you suddenly like this? Memories of deliberately shunning Hyul flooded back, and Adela confessed, bowing her head. For a whole year. I pretended not to know, but now I feel that choice was a mistake. So I apologize. Contrary to expectations, Hyul just smiled understandingly. Why do you have to apologize for that? I was the one who rejected your signal. Hyul reaffirmed, then glanced at Ji Sun-chan. I chose to keep my distance. Well, I kept my distance from that guy too at first. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ji Sun-chan suddenly sprang up, his face filled with extreme panic. What? Is that true? Adela flinched. Ah, you're awake? Ignoring the chaos, Hyul clenched his fists, his eyes burning with resolve. Now, I'm not the same as I was a year ago. I've gained new power. Still stunned, Adela and Ji Sun-chan turned their gazes to Hyul, awaiting an explanation for his bold declaration. I also have reliable teammates, Hyul stated firmly. There's something I want to show everyone. With that, a pure, brilliant orb of energy flared in Hyul's palm. Adela exclaimed in astonishment. It's that! Ji Sun-chan couldn't believe his eyes. No way. The magic orb emitted a dazzling, overwhelming light. A confident smile bloomed on Hyul's lips, his glowing red eyes reflecting a mysterious glint. That's right. This is my magic, Ji Sun-chan stammered, a terrifying hypothesis just forming in his mind. So that means, your transformation magic can target even an opponent's magic formula? That's right, Hyul calmly confirmed, pointing to his eyes. I also have magic eyes that allow me to see through magic formulas. Adela was stunned. Magic eyes. So that's how you saw my secret art? Yes, secret arts are usually not passed outside the family, Hyul explained. This is just something I analyzed and recreated myself. Ji Sun-chan suddenly remembered. Then, the way you pierced through Lu Baogi's shell, that was also transformation magic, Hyul continued. I interfered and weakened the durability of that shell. The shell was actually composed of magic. Ji Sun-chan threw up his hands in surrender, completely convinced. As expected, you're a monster. I guess I don't need to ask again about you bending the trajectory of my moonlight bullet, do I? But Adela saw another crucial point. If the condition for using interference magic is to fully understand the opponent's magic, then you didn't not use it at first, but rather couldn't use it. Hyul smiled brightly. That's right, you're really smart. Hyul explained his strategy during the match. You only focused on using moonlight bullets. Thanks to that, I was able to analyze the mana. If you had used other magic, I would have had trouble. Adela mused, admitting her fatal mistake of being too simplistic in her strategy. Seeing this, Ji Sun-chan curiously asked about the weakness of interference magic. Hyul replied, the mana analysis calculation is quite complex. He continued to explain his limitations. So I can only interfere with magic that flies straight in front of me. In actual combat, there isn't enough time to calculate, so I can only change the trajectory a little. Adela immediately posed a bold hypothesis. What about rotating the opponent's magic 180 degrees and sending it back? Ji Sun-chan flinched at the prospect, while Adela suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. The shock turned into anger, and Ji Sun-chan grabbed Hyul. Why? Why are you blabbing everything about such an overpowered magic? Hyul merely asked calmly. Don't you understand? Which only confused Ji Sun-chan further. And then, with a mischievous smile, Hyul uttered a single word. Olympiad. The name of the most prestigious magic tournament stunned Adela, and left Ji Sun-chan speechless. Hyul solemnly declared his goal. I will take you two to the Olympiad. Help me. Ji Sun-chan stammered Hyul's name, his face pale with fright. He quickly raised his hand to refuse, but Hyul stopped him, signaling him to speak. Ji Sun-chan tried to explain. Adela makes sense, but I don't have the skills to compete in such a big tournament. There are 7 third-year classes, so getting a spot from the academy for me is a bit difficult. Before Ji Sun-chan could finish, Hyul patted his shoulder. Don't worry, it's fine. Hyul's reassurance came with a chilling smile. No matter what, I'll make sure you participate. Ji Sun-chan's horrified scream echoed silently. Adela smiled confidently, outlining the strategy. Despite its limitations, interference magic will be our trump card. She explained that in specific matches, like destroying magic stones or capturing flags, this type of magic would unleash its ultimate power. That's right. In tiebreaker and siege matches, it's almost a cheat-like magic. Noticing Hyul's unusual confidence, Adela suddenly paused. If so, do you have another hidden card? Her question was met only with a subtle, meaningful smile. Hyul's eyes glowed red, his smile growing more arrogant. Of course, night fell, and the discussion ended. Hyul went to another place, donning his magic cloak, holding a glowing ancient book, he whispered. It's done. He extended his hand, and a brilliant magic circle appeared from thin air. Shall we enter? The space transformed, and an ancient, magnificent library gradually materialized. As soon as he stepped in, Hyul saw Mimir perched on a chair. Mimir, you're here. Oh, successor. Mimir playfully pointed at him. You're later than I thought. Don't tell me you didn't get first place? Of course I got first place. Hyul replied smugly. The points from the match with Lu Baogui were decisive, he continued, recalling an old agreement. By the way, do you remember telling me I had to win a gold medal in a competition? That's right. I talked to my friends about it. And about the interference too. Hyul admitted frankly, the images of Adela and Ji Sun-chan flashing through his mind. Mimir looked surprised. Really? But didn't you say it would be better to master it before telling them? You told them quite quickly. Hyul smiled confidently. No, I told them at the right time. Mimir was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Verdant magic energy erupted around Hyul. Mimir exclaimed in astonishment. You've comprehended interference already? Faced with that display of power, Mimir could only cheer excitedly. Successor, you're amazing. Hyul's eyes glowed red, and he smirked. Yeah. So, he extended his hand towards Mimir, his eyes filled with determination. Can you find me some books about the realm of destruction? Three-ring mage. Destruction. Clenching his fist, Hyul resolved. It's time for me to step into that realm. Just then, an unexpected call interrupted his thoughts. The caller was Kim Kangen, the Blue Tower Master. Hyul answered the phone respectfully. Yes, Tower Master. On the other end of the line, Kim Kangen's voice rang out excitedly. Hyul, I watched your test video. It's incredible. I never thought you could defeat Lu Baogui alone. Hyul humbly replied. It was just luck, Kim Kangen continued, his voice full of admiration. And you were on par with Adela, who has already reached the fourth circle. How did you break through Lu Baogui's shell? Kim Kangen's excitement peaked. That's right. And I also saw Adela's moonlight bullet deviate from its trajectory. Through the phone screen, Kim Kangen mused thoughtfully. Initially, I thought it was a magic interference field, but that's not it either. Hyul interrupted, his tone still polite but firm. Tower Master. I sincerely apologize, but I cannot share the details of my magic. Kim Kangen burst into hearty laughter. I got too excited again. My apologies. You don't have to answer. Kim Kangen's voice grew more serious. A mage has the right to keep their own secrets. Hyul listened in silence, his expression unchanged. But then, a knowing smile appeared on Kim Kangen's lips. But Hyul, your magic is truly fascinating. I'll figure it out myself. After the challenging declaration, Kim Kangen abruptly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, I'm contacting you about the elemental manarite artifact you once requested. On the other end of the line, Hyul showed a hint of tension. Is it good news or bad news? A confident smile spread across Kim Kangen's lips. Of course, it's good news. As of now, everything is ready. Now then, let's get down to business. Hyul was stunned, then asked worriedly. Really? Is everyone overworking themselves? Take it easy. Over the phone, Kim Kangen chuckled. No. Everyone here is a true artisan, unable to resist the allure of a new magic stone. Hyul smiled with relief. As expected, they must have poured their hearts into it. Anyway, don't worry about the artifact, Kim Kangen reassured, seemingly preparing to end the call. But just as he was about to hang up, Hyul quickly interrupted. Ah, wait a minute. I have a request. Kim Kangen raised an eyebrow, amusement clearly visible. A request? Is it about compensation for the Langsmith incident? Hyul replied with a resolute gaze. No, that depends on how the Tower Master interprets it. Kim Kangen chuckled delightedly at the ambiguous answer. Is that so? Interesting. I wonder what proposal you'll make this time. Tell me. Without a moment's hesitation, Hyul got straight to the point. Yes, for this year's Olympiad, I want the artifact artisans of the Blue Tower to be dispatched as engineers for the national team. Mimir shrieked in horror at the information she just heard. What? You're going to duel a fifth circle mage? Hyul sighed, confirming wearily. That's the condition Kim Kangen set. The weight of the sudden decision fell upon him, making Hyul question himself. Did I take this too lightly? Memories of the recent phone call flooded back. Kim Kangen's voice echoed from the other end of the line. You want our artisans to become official engineers for the Olympiad? Hyul's request was met with a radiant smile and a blunt refusal. I refuse. Hyul froze, cold sweat breaking out. As expected, this was an utterly unreasonable request. But then Kim Kangen's smile became knowing, turning the tables. That's what I wanted to say, but if Hyul wins a duel against a fifth circle mage, then the discussion will change. Stunned by the insane offer, Hyul could only stammer his agreement. Kim Kangen continued to analyze, his voice full of realism. You know that among the foreign students participating in this year's Olympiad, there are 2 fifth circle mages, right? I don't doubt Hyul's abilities, but the core issue remained profit. Deploying our artisans requires an enormous sum of money, It's difficult to make such a large commitment solely for honor. The call ended, leaving Hyul with an impossible challenge. Back in reality, Mimir crossed her arms, her face full of skepticism. They want solid proof that you can win a gold medal. So what's your plan? No matter how I think about it, defeating a fifth circle mage is impossible. Hyul's eyes gleamed with determination. So now, I've secured a grace period of 10 days. He looked up, his mind already set on a path, however arduous. If there's a countermeasure, it might still be possible, but mastering it in 10 days won't be easy. Mimir still didn't understand why he had to take such a risky gamble. But do you really need to go that far just for the Blue Tower to send engineers? Hyul stood up, resolute. Of course, otherwise everything would be meaningless. Hyul explained his reasons, his eyes shining with confidence. The only people in the country who can adjust and customize Olympiad-approved holy artifact are at the Blue Tower. Mimir froze, beginning to understand the importance of this place. It must be an incredible place. He emphasized the undeniable disparity. Holy artifacts created by ordinary craftsmen and those from the Blue Tower have at least a 10% difference in performance. Furthermore, currently only the Blue Tower is capable of adjusting elemental manalite holy artifact. Mimir suddenly realized, grasping the crux of the matter. So artifact performance will determine the win rate. If that's the case, we definitely need their support. Completely convinced, Mimir hurried. That's right, we must get them. So when do we go to the third challenge page? But Hyul was not in a hurry. He calmly stated, I plan to read all the books you prepared before going in. Mimir was surprised, then smiled in approval. Really? Oh, what excellent thinking. She adopted a mysterious air. Well then. All right. When you enter the third challenge room, please send my regards and tell them I'm doing well. Hyul wondered, but only received a playful answer. Regards? Do you know anyone there? It's a secret. Hugging her stuffed rabbit tightly, Mimir giggled. It wouldn't be fun if you knew beforehand. The scene suddenly changed. From the ancient library to the skyscrapers of a modern city, where the Shinga group is headquartered. Inside, a lavish party was underway, welcoming the esteemed guests of the Mado Shinga group. Amidst the clinking of glasses and words of praise, a name was mentioned. As expected. It's the chairman. Wee Sung Cheol, the center of all attention, was being hailed as the family's successor. At this point, it can be said that the chairman is almost the next head of the Mado Shinga family. He replied with a humble smile. You're all too kind. I'm just lucky. Everything I have today is thanks to all of you. Amidst the appreciative laughter, a guest raised a glass. The future of Mado Shinga is truly bright. But then, the conversation suddenly shifted. Certainly. Moreover, the youngest son has been making a name for himself lately. Wee San Cheol's eyes narrowed slightly, listening to every bit of gossip. Another person excitedly recounted. Everyone saw it, right? Who would have thought he could defeat Lu Baogui alone? The scene of Hyul confronting the giant monster alone reappeared. Once a genius, always a genius, right? Wee Sang Cheol's hand tightened around his wineglass as another person continued. What about the match against Adela, who reached the fourth circle? Did everyone see it? To withstand the secret techniques of the guardian god family is truly astonishing. After witnessing that, who would dare say he's a faulty AI? If his face were covered, people might think it was a proper magic battle between adults. The party atmosphere grew lively, all revolving around Hyul's achievement. Even though speaking with Wee Sangcheol couldn't help but mention that name, I'm really looking forward to Hyul's performance in the upcoming Olympiad. Me too. I heard the family head is also extremely pleased with Hyul's performance. Hyul, Hyul. That name echoed from all directions, reverberating in Wee Sangcheol's ears. His discomfort reached its peak, turning his smile into a dark shadow. Too noisy. Memories of a Hyul praised since childhood flooded back. This one, that one, they're all babbling as they please. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. I don't like that. And what I hate most is you, Hyul. I thought I had finally gotten rid of you, but now you're crawling back up again. Just then, the party suddenly stirred. Huh? Where did the chairman go? The glass shattered on the floor, red wine spreading like blood. When did he disappear? Leaving the chaos behind, Shin Jihan strode down the deserted corridor. He irritably loosened his tie, a sense of unease rising. This isn't good. The night wind fiercely blew his coat open as Shin Jihan stepped onto the balcony. No way, that bastard. It's him. Shin Jihan's eyes blazed with a deadly glint. He must die. At the same time, in Mimir's well, a space separate from the real world, Hyul was immersed in ancient books. Every word, every complex magical concept, was absorbed by Hyul, completely unaware of the wrath aimed at him. Closing the last page, a sense of satisfaction welled up in Hyul. Good. Mimir looked up from her notebook. Finished reading? Hyul replied casually. If this is all there is, then I guess so? Mimir sprang to her feet, dramatically spreading her arms. So you've read all the books about destruction. How is it, successor? Do you understand it better now? Hyul honestly shook his head. No, not at all. Mimir remained patient. Is that so? At least you've moved past a vague understanding, right? Hyul thoughtfully looked back at the book. I can grasp the structure, to some extent. Mimir held up a crude drawing. It's natural that you don't understand. It's like telling someone without wings to flap them and fly. How could they understand, right? Mimir emphasized. Because the prerequisites haven't been met. For now, you will never understand destruction, Hyul thought to himself. The drawing is a bit hard to look at, but I get the point. Mimir puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Damn it, my masterpiece. Mimir's explanation made Hyul fall into thought. Conditions, huh? So, to meet those conditions, Hyul came to the only conclusion. So, I have no choice but to enter the page of the third trial? Mimir happily confirmed, her arms spread wide amidst towering stacks of books. That's right, all the answers lie within the third page. A question suddenly flashed in Hyul's mind. Could it be that the person you asked me to greet is the one who teaches about destruction? Mimir evaded the question, pouting. Well, if you're curious, just go and see. You've read all the books anyway, haven't you? Hyul's eyes glowed red, his patience exhausted. Then tell me this. Is there some kind of restriction preventing you from talking about the third trial page? A mysterious smile bloomed on Mimir's lips. That's not a restriction. A faint figure with long, flowing hair appeared behind her. We have a promise just for the two of us. Immediately after those words, another book suddenly appeared in a brilliant magical light. Hyul turned around, his voice full of skepticism. What did you promise? That you can't even hint at the third trial? Instead of answering, Mimir merely smiled as Hyul took the newly appeared book. Without hesitation, Hyul opened it. A blinding light immediately erupted from the pages. Hyul's hand was as if sucked tightly onto the glowing page. Magical branches reached out, wrapped around him, and pulled him violently into another world. Amidst the dizziness, Mimir's voice echoed. You'll understand when you hear it. The sensation of being pulled suddenly stopped. Hyul's eyes snapped open, astonished by the fantastical, shimmering space spread before him. This place is a forest? Hyul was stunned by the overwhelming sight. Not just an ordinary forest. Giant trees stretched straight up into the sky. Where exactly is this place? Confusion quickly set in. I thought I'd be pulled into a strange space like last time. But there's no guide, and I can't hear Master's voice either. Despite his bewilderment, Hyul decided to venture deeper into the mystical forest. A speculation flashed in Hyul's mind. Could it be that this entire forest is the trial page? To verify, Hyul climbed a high cliff, but what appeared was only an endless sea of trees. How ridiculous. Master's magic is truly beyond imagination. After exclaiming, Hyul began to run, determined to find the limits of this space. But it was useless. No matter how far Hyul went, the forest seemed to have no end. Stopping by a stream, Hyul mused. This trial. What exactly is it? Suddenly, a powerful tremor came from deep within the earth. Hyul flinched, sweat breaking out. An earthquake? No, this is. A chill ran down his spine. Something is watching me. Utter horror was evident in Hyul's glowing red eyes. From within the foliage, a colossal, glowing red head slowly emerged, its bright white eyes fixed on Hyul. The entire colossal creature appeared, its body even taller than the surrounding ancient trees. Hyul froze, completely overwhelmed by the monster. This is absurd. The monster was right in front of him, unbelievably close. And yet, I didn't even notice. Thrown back by the terrifying pressure, Hyul fell backward, plunging straight into the freezing water. The shock hit him. Struggling to get up, Hyul's mind frantically analyzed the creature before him. Slitted eyes, characteristic of a reptile. Scales like armor, tough as crocodile skin. Claws and fangs sharp as blades. There was no mistaking it. It's an extra-grade disaster, a drake. Hyul had thought it was just a creature of legend. Now, he understood. Defeating it, that's the test. Defeat this thing? As that thought flashed, another harsh reality struck him. No way, I can't move. Just a slight breath from it was enough to make the mana in the air tremble. This was a completely different league. In its eyes, Hyul was just a plump mass of mana, a prime prey. Can I escape? He tried to get up, but his body seemed no longer to obey his will. The monster's gaze remained fixed on him, observing, hopeless. Even at his current speed, he couldn't escape. But the bigger problem is, my body isn't moving. If it charged now, it would all be over. But then something strange happened. The drake remained still. Wait. Why isn't it coming closer? Hyul's heart pounded as he realized an invisible force was hindering the monster. Is something stopping it? Suddenly, an ethereal light enveloped the space. Hyul looked up, stunned by the miraculous sight. The gentle ripple of water broke the silence. A graceful figure was walking on the surface of the lake. A clear, elegant voice rang out, praising Hyul's will. Even when facing an extra-grade monster, you did not abandon hope. Your will is as solid as steel. Despite the perilous situation, you maintained your composure. The woman of otherworldly beauty emerged from the light. You have passed. Now you can move. Hyul spun around, bewildered by her presence. Who are you? She smiled gracefully. My name is Elena L. Greenwood. I was once the guardian of this forest, a great sorceress, and an old friend of Ray. Hearing the name Raybel Betaneo, Hyul froze. No way, he stammered, realizing her true identity. A dryad? Elena L. Greenwood sighed softly, her sharp gaze directed at the monster. First, shall we drive it away? Hyul was completely bewildered by her suggestion. Huh? Elena L. Greenwood turned her back, facing the colossal drake directly. Blinded by greed, yet you did not step into my domain. I acknowledge that. She raised her hand, and magic began to converge. To acknowledge your patience, and especially for having damaged my garden, I will forgive you. Therefore, brilliant light gathered in her palm, radiating terrifying power. Silently return to the forest where you belong, remnant of a fallen noble. With that, Elena L. Greenwood's power erupted. Streams of emerald energy tore through space, rushing forth like invisible slashes. Hyul looked up in astonishment, unable to believe what was happening. The entire forest seemed to resonate with Elena L. Greenwood, obeying her command. Hyul realized this forest was declaring its master. Standing before the colossal drake, Elena L. Greenwood coldly declared, If you do not understand my words, then today, you shall return to the void of the outcast. Her emerald eyes opened, sharp and merciless. Instantly, the drake's massive body was torn apart by deep wounds. Hyul froze, utterly horrified as he witnessed countless slashes appearing on the monster's body. It all happened in a flash, without a sound. The attack was so fast it seemed to merely graze the afterimage of the drake. What? What the hell did she just do? Hyul whispered, his mind completely blank. Clean, deep cuts ravaged the monster's tough scales. Blood gushed from the fatal wounds. Yet, the drake still stood tall, facing Elena L. Greenwood, defiant. She merely spoke softly, giving it one last chance. Just one warning. Begone. The monster roared, ignoring the warning and charging forward. But then Hyul realized something even more horrifying. The wounds healed instantly. An extra-grade disaster creature, and a woman who could confront it without flinching. Hyul trembled, wondering who truly was Elena L. Greenwood. Elena L. Greenwood's emerald eyes shone with a gentle kindness, seemingly understanding all the fear in Hyul's heart. Her voice gently broke the tense atmosphere. Are you all right? Though still stunned, Hyul nodded. Yes, thanks to you, I'm fine. Elena L. Greenwood showed understanding. But you must have been very shocked. Leaving the colossal monster behind, she extended her hand towards Hyul with an implied invitation. Now, follow me, successor. Hyul followed Elena L. Greenwood, venturing deep into the mystical forest, where light filtering through the canopy created an ethereal scene. Their destination was a fairy tale house nestled within an ancient tree trunk, its door carved with ancient runes emitting a magical blue light. Inside, the space was cozy and serene. Elena L. Greenwood poured a steaming cup of green tea. Try it. This is the herbal tea that Raybel Betaneo loved, she added with a gentle smile. You'll feel calmer. Hyul took the teacup, taking a small sip. The moment the tea touched his tongue, a powerful surge of energy spread throughout Hyul's body. His eyes flared red. All fatigue, all mental turmoil vanished in an instant. What is this? My mind. It became clear instantly. The tension completely disappeared, replaced by a pleasant sensation and extreme surprise. Elena L. Greenwood smiled contentedly, setting down her teacup. I'm glad you like it. Is it to your liking? Completely forgetting his usual cool demeanor, Hyul exclaimed excitedly. Yes, this is the best tea I've ever had. Elena L. Greenwood smiled gently. I'm glad you like it. Are you feeling a bit calmer now? Hyul bowed his head, a little embarrassed. I'm ashamed that I let you see me in such a pathetic state. But Elena L. Greenwood simply waved her hand gently. Oh, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Memories of the giant monster suddenly flooded back. The mere fact that you didn't collapse before a drake is already quite remarkable. Hyul mused, confirming his horror. So that really was a drake. At that moment, I couldn't even move. Elena L. Greenwood continued to explain, her tone hinting at something deeper. Although it is the ruler of this forest, it would normally never venture into my territory. But this time, perhaps the temptation was too great for it to resist. Hyul looked bewildered. Huh? Resist what? Elena L. Greenwood looked directly at him. The pure mana source with extremely high density that you carry within you is an exquisite delicacy for a drake. She smiled playfully. To its eyes, you must have looked quite delicious. The momentary hunger made the monster forget its fear of Elena L. Greenwood. Returning to her calm demeanor, Elena L. Greenwood asked, "Do you have any other questions?" Hyul was silent for a moment, then asked the question that had been weighing on his mind. Is this place really inside Idrid's book? He recalled the vast forest, a world so real it was hard to believe. The scale here was completely different from the previous trial pages. Exactly. Where is this? In the quiet space, Elena L. Greenwood's voice rang out, ready to unveil the secret this place is. In the third trial page, spanning from page 214 to 232 inches Idrid's book, Hyul was stunned, his pupils contracting. Elena L. Greenwood's confirmation was like a bolt from the blue. The memory of the giant monster still haunted him. Hyul slammed the table, his voice trembling with doubt. That drake. Could it also just be an illusion? Elena L. Greenwood replied with a mysteriously nonchalant expression. Who knows? It's not real, but it's not fake either. Hyul was completely confused by the ambiguous answer. Huh? What do you mean? Elena L. Greenwood began to explain. This space was created based on records of the past, a world inside Idrid's book, recreating the Greenwood forest that once existed in history. To help Hyul visualize it better, Elena L. Greenwood offered a simple concept. It would be easier to understand if we called it a copied world, wouldn't it? Therefore, it is neither real nor fake. Hyul gradually pieced everything together, trying to grasp an extraordinary truth. So, they recreated a world exactly as it was in past records, and then placed it inside Idrid's book? How is that even possible? Elena L. Greenwood smiled, admitting that this magic was beyond even her understanding. I don't know the details either. The only ones who could understand this magic are Ray Belbateneo himself, or his sole successor. And then, Elena L. Greenwood's gaze fixed directly on Hyul. That person is you. One day when you reach Ray Belbateneo's level, you will be able to understand it. Accepting his role as successor, a bigger question arose in Hyul's mind. So what was Master's reason for creating this space? Elena L. Greenwood didn't hesitate. It was to pass on a certain type of magic to you. Hyul's heart thumped. What kind of magic? Elena L. Greenwood nodded slightly. That's right. Her gaze became profound, focused. Hyul's pupils contracted in extreme astonishment. Elena L. Greenwood spoke, her voice echoing with authority. The level of a Bytanian three-ring archmage, an essential magic to master destruction. The eyes that see through the essence of magic. The divine eye, eyes that seem to see through everything. Golden eyes. Hyul was stunned, recognizing the power manifesting before him. That's the divine eye of the Bytenio family. The divine eye, Elena L. Greenwood admitted, but her divine eye was not perfect. The only ones who can fully control the divine eye are Ray Belbateneo and you, the successor. She revealed that her existence here, even as a mere record, was to fulfill Ray Belbateneo's last wish, to awaken that power for Hyul. At the same time, in a modern and dazzling city, a luxurious car glided along the highway, separated from the hustle and bustle outside. Inside, Shin In-hyuk sat, authoritative and cold. Report. Shin In-hyuk's subordinate began to present the previously mentioned issue. Young Master Shin In-hyuk and young lady Shin Minji both showed little interest in young Master Hyul. What's surprising is, young lady Shin Se-ah also seemed indifferent. The subordinate speculated. It seems the family head's orders have had a significant impact, but Shin In-hyuk didn't think so. Shin Se-ah has indeed calmed down, but I don't believe she'll leave Hyul alone. Perhaps she's just being cautious because she knows my shadow guards are following Hyul. Shin In-hyuk changed the subject, his gaze sharpening. What about Shin Jihan? Young Master Shin Jihan also seemed wary, but that was all. Even the party he hosted showed no suspicious signs. After listening, Shin In-hyuk nodded in understanding. A nearly imperceptible smirk appeared on his lips. So, both of them have learned to clearly distinguish between public affairs and private matters. With Hyul's gaze still lingering in his mind, Shin In-hyuk coldly ordered, no matter what, do not let your guard down until the protection period ends. Keep a close watch. Yes, understood. And the scarred bodyguard replied, his finger gliding over a device, and purple magic began to activate. The space inside the car fell into absolute silence, a magical barrier enveloping them. I've blocked the sound because this is confidential information. This is a report on whether anyone in the family is in contact with the Black Tower. To date, we have investigated 32 individuals, including elders dissatisfied with young Master Hyul's return, as well as high-ranking directors of affiliated companies. Shin In-hyuk listened in silence, no emotion showing on his face. The bodyguard presented a preliminary conclusion. Regarding the Black Tower, everything is clean. Shin In-hyuk immediately grasped the implication. That means, if not limited to the Black Tower, then it's not clean at all. That's right. Among the 32 individuals, 5 have suspicious backgrounds. Their profiles appeared on the magical screen. Shin In-hyuk narrowed his eyes at the list. These guys. A deadly glint flashed in his eyes. I will deal with them myself. Meanwhile, in a distant place, separated from power struggles, Hyul was facing a completely different challenge. Before him was Elena L. Greenwood, the forest's guardian, with a gentle smile. Well then, from now on, we will begin the training course to master the Divine Eye. Her declaration echoed in the magic-filled space. Yes, Hyul replied without hesitation, his eyes blazing. Please train me as rigorously as possible. Elena L. Greenwood smiled with satisfaction. As expected of Nukare's successor, in this regard, you are very much like him. Now, close your eyes. Following Elena L. Greenwood's words, Hyul obediently complied. That's right. From now on, I will transmit my mana to you, the successor. Her voice rang out gracefully. Very slowly, a warm current of energy began to flow into Hyul's body, and I will explain the Divine Eye to you. A sharp pain spread throughout his body, but Hyul gritted his teeth and endured. Elena L. Greenwood explained that this knowledge was originally only for those who reached the 4th circle. Hyul suddenly realized that even after thoroughly searching both Idrid's tomb and Mimir's book, he had never seen a single line mentioning the Divine Eye. This information was completely sealed off. A speculation flashed in his mind. Elena L. Greenwood, the other book you mentioned. Could it be Mimir's book? Elena L. Greenwood seemed surprised. Oh, you know about Mimir's book? Hyul calmly replied. Yes. I also received a message from Mimir. The promise to the young librarian from years ago resurfaced in Hyul's mind. A private message, a pact that had to be fulfilled. Elena L. Greenwood? Hyul called, feeling the woman behind him stiffen. She quickly replied. Ah, I apologize. Hyul clearly sensed it. For a moment, Elena L. Greenwood's mana fluctuated. Did I say something I shouldn't have? Immediately after, the energy flow stabilized again, continuing to transmit into his body. Elena L. Greenwood smiled with relief. I apologize. So you've met Mimir. That's truly a comfort. She skillfully changed the subject. Let's put Mimir's matter aside for now. Let's return to the Divine Eye. The reason the Divine Eye is revealed in the 4th circle is not a big secret. It's simply because I exist within the 3rd trial page of Idrid's tomb. Hyul was stunned. Elena L. Greenwood. You're inside the book? She nodded. That's right. Ray Bell Baitaneo placed me here, entrusting all explanations to me. It turned out, the book's capacity was limited. Elena L. Greenwood recalled, her voice tinged with affectionate reproach. Honestly, he really knows how to exploit others. The amount of information that can be recorded. Hyul mumbled, suddenly remembering Mimir had said something similar. Elena L. Greenwood's voice rang out, explaining the reason. The trial pages and the successor verification spell alone required an enormous amount of magic, which couldn't be contained in a single book. Therefore, Idrid's book only contained core information, with the rest compiled separately in Mimir's book. Finishing her explanation, Elena L. Greenwood's eyes gleamed with a strange light. Pure green energy began to gather in her palm. Magic burst forth, enveloping Elena L. Greenwood. Everything is ready. Open your eyes, successor. Hyul was dazed by the sudden surge of energy. He realized with astonishment. Elena L. Greenwood's magic is completely synchronized with my infinite circle. I can't even tell whose magic this is anymore. But that feeling of fusion quickly gave way to an indescribable unease. Elena L. Greenwood. Something is. Very strange. Her voice remained strangely calm. Yes. A little strange, isn't it? I used magic to block your optic nerves. Hyul was aghast, unable to believe his ears. You blocked my eyes? But Elena L. Greenwood merely smiled, revealing her true purpose. It's too early to be surprised. The Divine Eye is a 6th sense, separate from the 5 ordinary senses. She explained that to train it, all other senses must be eliminated. Immediately, Hyul felt the change. Touch, smell, taste, all gradually faded away. And finally, even hearing was taken away. Panic surged as he realized he could no longer feel anything. Deprived of all senses, Hyul collapsed. Above, Elena L. Greenwood's voice echoed, not through his ears, but directly in his mind. Successor, I now invite you to the world of death. Hyul sank into an empty world where all 5 senses were completely sealed. Unable to see, unable to hear. He didn't even know if he was standing or sitting. Having lost both smell and taste, Hyul's body was completely numb to all external stimuli. A terrible doubt crept into his mind. Is my body still functioning? An even more terrifying question suddenly flashed, making his eyes glow red. Or was I even alive to begin with? Fear surged. This was not mere darkness. It was the feeling of being engulfed by waves of solitude, unable to perceive anything. Hyul realized this was hell. But then, amidst the despair, he clenched his fists. A spark of determination flashed. This is just training. Elena L. Greenwood said so. He recalled the explanation of the divine eye, the sixth sense that could see mana, completely independent of the five senses. In other words, I can see mana even in this darkness. Hyul roared in his mind. See mana. He focused his entire will. Energy erupted, dispelling the undefined void. And then, the world appeared. Not through ordinary eyes, but through sparkling streams of mana, painting everything in the forest. Elena L. Greenwood was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. How can this be? She stared in astonishment at Hyul lying there, surrounded by the light of mana. No one can remain calm when their five senses are sealed. Normally, after just 1 minute, victims would go mad. After 2 minutes, they would start thinking of death, and after 3 minutes, they would take their own lives. Such was the fate of those afflicted by this spell. Elena L. Greenwood thought to herself, she understood the horror of this magic better than anyone. I only intended to show him a glimpse, and then immediately dispel the spell. She recalled that she herself had to get used to it little by little, a process full of hardship. Yet the successor had endured a full 3 minutes, with his five senses sealed, remaining incredibly calm. But then Elena L. Greenwood realized something even more astonishing. No, rather, this forest is resonating with his mana. Belief surged in her eyes. If so, it seems everything can still proceed according to plan. Pure magical energy began to flow, enveloping the sacred space of the forest. Inside, Elena L. Greenwood could only exclaim in astonishment. Unbelievable! 20 minutes had passed since the training began. Hyul's breathing was still steady, the mana circle stable, a perfect, undisturbed state. Elena L. Greenwood whispered, finally understanding. This is the successor chosen by Idrid's library, Raybel Bataneo. You already knew. She was certain that Raybel Bataneo had foreseen Hyul's ability to resist the sense-sealing magic. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting her thoughts. Lady Elena L. Greenwood, are you listening? Elena L. Greenwood flinched, completely taken by surprise. Hyul's eyes snapped open, glowing with a brilliant golden hue. He calmly spoke. Can you remove the sense seal? Confused by Hyul's initiative, Elena L. Greenwood hastily replied, raising her hand to dispel the spell. Yes, I'll do it right away. As soon as the seal was removed, Hyul let out a long breath, a sense of freedom spreading through his body. Huh, finally I can breathe. He stood up, stretching comfortably as if nothing had happened. Elena L. Greenwood asked worriedly, Are you all right? Don't move so suddenly. Elena L. Greenwood's voice trembled with astonishment. She couldn't understand. How did you overcome the sense seal? That must have been an unimaginable horror. Hyul mused, recalling the recent experience. A world where all five senses are deprived. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Hyul explained that initially, he could only brainwash himself. But this was supposed to be safe training. It was a method of self-hypnosis. He forced himself to cast aside fear, focusing his entire mind solely on seeing mana. But Elena L. Greenwood immediately interrupted. Is that all? That's not a fear that can be overcome by mere hypnosis, Hyul admitted. That's right. That's why I almost gave up halfway through. He recalled that abyss. Although his reason knew it was training, his body wouldn't obey. The brief moment in darkness felt endless. A hell named solitude. Despair and death crept into his mind. Just as Hyul's concentration was about to break, a thought suddenly flashed. Hyul's gaze sharpened, painful memories flooding back. At least, it's still better than a year ago. Dark memories resurfaced. The day he was judged unfit for magic. The day his path as a mage closed. A year ago. The day Hyul was abandoned by his own family, by his biological father, standing alone before the cold mansion. He had lived in hell for a long time. But even so, Hyul told himself, isn't this still better than sinking into the depths of despair after losing everything? The light of reality pierced through the tree canopy, drawing Hyul back to the forest. Elena L. Greenwood was still reeling. The sense seal was better? Hyul replied without hesitation. Yes. He looked at his palm, feeling the power rising. The sense seal is a challenge for me to move forward, isn't it? His words choked Elena L. Greenwood, a pang of sorrow evident on her face. Seeing this, Hyul smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. His gaze now held only tranquility. Anyway, it's all in the past, Joy erupted. Hyul spread his arms wide, immersing himself in the pure magical light. Right now, I'm just grateful to have found my own special path. Hyul's words and the magic surrounding him made Elena L. Greenwood unconsciously hold her breath. For a moment, Hyul's image blurred, replaced by a painfully familiar silhouette. Ray, memories of a distant past, of the peaceful forest and carefree days, suddenly flooded her mind. Interrupting her reminiscence, Hyul's radiant voice rang out. And you too, Elena L. Greenwood. Thank you. Elena L. Greenwood was astonished, Hyul explained. In the darkness where all senses were sealed, I saw your mana, Elena L. Greenwood. Small magical spirits danced around Hyul as proof of his words. Your mana is truly gentle. Thanks to it, I felt truly at peace. He suddenly realized something. Could it be that I was inspired by you? Hyul smiled, repeating the word he had just uttered as if to confirm it. Gentle. Those words, that smile, once again evoked the image of someone from the past. Overwhelmed with emotion, Elena L. Greenwood gently closed her eyes. I never thought I'd hear those words again. Raybel Bataneo. Night fell upon the forest. Inside a cozy old treehouse, their conversation continued. Hyul recounted his journey. I've been constantly going back and forth between Mimir's book, Elena L. Greenwood replied. I see. I'm glad to know Mimir is doing well. Thank you. Thanks to you, I heard good news. Hyul said modestly. Not at all. I merely conveyed the message. Elena L. Greenwood smiled warmly. If you've met Mimir, you must have heard about me and the Greenwood Forest. Contrary to her expectation, Hyul denied it. No, not at all. She said it was a promise and couldn't reveal anything. A hint of sadness flickered across Elena L. Greenwood's face, her gaze distant. Mimir still remembers that promise, but I can no longer keep that promise. The sudden change in atmosphere confused Hyul. Elena L. Greenwood? She forced a smile, dispelling her melancholy. Ah, I apologize. I suddenly ruined the mood. He quickly reassured her. It's all right. Elena L. Greenwood took a small sip of tea, her eyes questioning. She seemed to be wondering about the relationship between him and Mimir. Hyul quickly waved his hand, forcing a smile. Ah, no, it's not like that. We don't have a bad relationship. By the way, what exactly is that promise? Elena L. Greenwood's smile was somewhat distant. You seem quite interested in that promise. I apologize. It's a secret. A distant memory resurfaced. That's a promise only between the two of us. Not just you, but even Raybel Bataneo. I cannot tell. That refusal unexpectedly revealed an important truth. A deduction flashed through Hyul's mind. If that's the case, then it means that, like you, Elena L. Greenwood, Mimir was also a real person in the past. He stated firmly. Elena L. Greenwood's expression showed a fleeting surprise, then she chuckled. She still hasn't told you? That's Mimir for you. I don't think I can answer that question either. If Mimir wants to keep it a secret, I can't be the one to reveal it. Hyul completely understood. If you can't say, it's all right. If it's a vow, then it cannot be broken. Elena L. Greenwood's eyes softened, filled with gratitude. Thank you, successor, for understanding us. Night fell upon the forest, silent and mysterious under the full moon. The conversation had come to an end. Hyul decided to return, his heart still set on training until he completely mastered the divine eye. I should head back. So, from now on, I hope for your continued guidance. But just before leaving, a final question arose in Hyul's mind. Before I go, may I ask one more question? Hyul's glowing red eyes looked directly at Elena L. Greenwood, the question filled with curiosity. What is your relationship with Mimir? Elena L. Greenwood smiled faintly, a gentle smile tinged with sadness. As for that, we are friends. Elena L. Greenwood's words evoked a distant memory of an ancient grimoire and a shared vow. Together with Raybel Bataneo, we protected the magic of Beitner. However, that beautiful memory suddenly shattered. The book was torn apart by a strange magic, childish yet destructive. The scene vanished, and Hyul cheerfully stepped out of the teleportation space. I'm back. Mimir, who was lounging on the chair, was startled, surprised by Hyul's sudden return. Huh? You came back quickly. Yeah, I have school tomorrow, so I came back early. Hyul replied, but Mimir merely narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Doubt was evident on Mimir's face. Have you been properly trained? Hyul grinned, confidence brimming in his voice. Of course, and to prove it, Hyul's eyes glowed with a brilliant golden light. The divine eye had been activated. He squinted at Mimir, his tone teasing. Looking at the lazy mana floating around you, I'd say yes. Mimir immediately pinched Hyul's cheek hard, both annoyed and unable to hide her surprise. That's strange. After that training, there's no way you could be this all right. Hyul continued to analyze, his gaze fixed on Mimir. How interesting. Your true mana is cold and calm. Mimir smiled meaningfully, not denying it at all. Is that so? Actually, I'm a very cold person. Releasing Hyul's cheek, Mimir returned to the main topic, doubt evident in her voice. You went through the 5 senses sealing training, and you're really okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Hyul replied casually. That calmness only made Mimir more suspicious. Or did Elena L. Greenwood go soft and take it easy on you? She continued to hypothesize. Or did the forest's magic help you? Hyul asked blankly in return. The forest's magic? What's that? He recalled that Elena L. Greenwood herself also found something amiss, then turned to Mimir. No. What? Because I didn't suffer psychological trauma? That answer made Mimir jump up from the chair, extreme astonishment evident on her face. How can you not be traumatized after going through that insane magic? There must be some trick, right? She yelled, insisting on an explanation. What did you do? Spill it. Having no other choice, Hyul decided to tell Mimir about the tragic event a year ago. After listening, Mimir was stunned. Then rage erupted on his behalf. What? Something like that happened? Those bastards. If it were me, I would have. Hyul began his story. So, until a year ago, I was still wandering aimlessly. And furthermore, surrounded by turning shadows, he sank into despair. Because everyone placed too much expectation on me, the backlash was even greater. And then, I lived in the shadow of despair. But now, seeing it as a magic training that enhances my abilities, I can even endure having my senses sealed. Hyul's explanation made Mimir suddenly understand. I always sensed a dark side to the successor. Is it because you've become accustomed to that environment? The truth revealed, Mimir finally understood the pain Hyul had kept hidden. So that's how it is. Hyul fell silent. He had thought Mimir would just brush it off as an insignificant story, but their serious expressions were almost like Elena L. Greenwood's promise echoed in Hyul's mind. To be able to understand us, we will also become those who understand you. Returning to reality, Hyul smiled brightly. Difficult, Lady Elena? Well, just a little. Mimir narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Is something wrong with this guy? Mimir quickly changed the subject. Anyway, the training went smoothly. Do you think you'll finish in time as promised? Hyul sprang up, his eyes resolute. Yes, of course, I'll do it. Hyul's determination blazed. After a year immersed in despair, he realized how lucky he was. Now, as the legendary successor, he couldn't stop. Night fell at the Obelisk Academy dormitory. In the room filled with books, 2 ancient grimoires lay on the table, emitting an ethereal glow. Hyul lay restlessly on his bed. Elena L. Greenwood's teachings echoed in his mind again. It's about the divine eye, a mystical eye that develops alongside the infinite circle. In the first circle, it can see the colors of mana. By the second circle, it can recognize fragments of magic formulas, and upon reaching the third circle, the wielder will see the essence of magic. To master that power, he must be able to see mana whenever he wishes. Hyul raised his hand, trying to focus the flow of energy. I need to use the divine eye more freely. A flicker of hesitation appeared in his glowing golden eyes. I can do it, right? Suddenly remembering something, Hyul picked up his phone. An email from Kim Kangan. His opponent, a 5th circle mage, had been decided. On the screen was the profile of an unfamiliar man. Juhan Wook, 29 years old. The content on the phone stunned Hyul. Huh. This is? Soon after, he was at Obelisk Academy. Inside the magic training hall, fierce streams of magical power clashed, creating a chaotic scene. Slumped on the floor, an exhausted student looked at the arena. Is that a real person? The one who astonished him was Adela. A series of complex magic circles were deployed by her with absolute precision. Just then, Hyul walked in. A barrage of magic arrows rained down from above, aimed directly at him. But in response to that storm of attacks, Hyul calmly erected magic shields, blocking them all with ease. Noticing Hyul's presence, Adela was surprised. So, the content of the Blue Tower Master's email was to send a strategic guide? The two stood facing each other in the vast arena, one attacking relentlessly, the other defending effortlessly. Hyul coldly confirmed. Yes. It wasn't a profile, but a strategic guide. Hearing that, Adela became even more determined. If that's the case, that strategic guide. Before she could finish, a colossal, unprecedentedly complex magic circle formed above her head. In what sense? Adela was stunned, her eyes reflecting horror as she realized the nature of that magic. A gigantic scythe of energy swept past, its speed and power far exceeding all imagination. The practice match ended. Adela stood rooted to the spot, completely silent before the display of power she had just witnessed. Adela mumbled as Hyul's magic faded. That's right. I don't understand their intentions either. Hyul retracted his aura, his glowing red eyes softening. He extended his hand towards Adela. Adela, what do you think? Adela took Hyul's hand to stand up. That profile, can I see it? Adela stared at the phone screen, disbelieving her eyes. It's real. This isn't a profile anymore. It's more like a strategic guide. Jisun-chan ran over curiously. Really? I want to see it too. Virtual information windows appeared from the phone. Adela admired it. And this is an absolutely perfect data analysis. An image of Kim Kangen appeared, standing before the magnificent blue tower. Perhaps this was his concern, wanting Hyul not to worry about analysis but simply to focus on improving his skills. Back in the training room, Jisun-chan thought this was a good thing, but Hyul still had a nagging worry. That's true, but there's no more time for practice. Jisun-chan thought practicing was better than overthinking, but as soon as he finished speaking, Hyul turned, pulling Adela back to the arena. All right, let's continue. Sun-chan's complaints rang out. Is the break over? I haven't even caught my breath yet. But in response, Hyul's stern command came. You have to train in that state to increase your stamina. Jisun-chan, run for an hour. Forced, Jisun-chan ran while cursing bitterly under his breath. Hyul, you devil. In his mind, an image of a horned Hyul laughing gleefully appeared. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of magical pressure erupted behind him. Jisun-chan startled and looked back. Both Hyul and Adela were unleashing fierce magical power, complex magic circles enveloping them. Jisun-chan screamed in horror. You two lunatics! This is indoors! Their magic was so powerful it cracked the training floor. Jisun-chan could only clutch his head in despair. How can you two unleash magic like that in the training room? Night fell. Obelisk Academy's dormitory building appeared, quiet and magnificent. Returning to her room after a long day, Adela let out a tired sigh. With no strength left, she collapsed onto the bed, ignoring the uniform still on her. I should change before sleeping. The thought flashed, but sleepiness had already set in. Good night. As her heavy eyelids closed, an image suddenly flashed in Adela's mind. It was Hyul's magic. Much faster, much stronger than hers. Adela's eyes snapped open. No, that's not it. A feeling of injustice welled up, and she clenched her fists. It's so unfair. I've tried so hard, yet the gap is still so vast. Disappointment quickly turned into determination. Adela sat up abruptly. I can't go on like this. I have to try harder. Her gaze sharpened. I'll use my family's secret art. At the very least, I don't want to lose to Hyul in moon attribute magic. The flame of determination ignited, and Adela stood up. I can't just sit here and sleep. A cold shower. That's right. I need to rewatch today's training recording. At the same time, in a distant place, under the bright moonlight, a magical forest appeared. Hyul stood there, quietly taking a deep breath. He opened his eyes, recognizing the familiar presence. Elena L. Greenwood. He thought to himself, he no longer needed sensory blocking magic. Elena L. Greenwood smiled with satisfaction. It seems you've perfected your ability to see through mana. Hyul's eyes glowed red. Yes. Though looking for too long still gives me a headache. I can use it any time now. Elena L. Greenwood didn't waste a second. Shall we begin the next training session? A brilliant magic circle glowed around her. This time, you will use your magic eye to observe my magic circle. Hyul listened intently, the magical light reflecting in his eyes. And as you observe, at some point, you will begin to see gaps where the magic can be broken. This concept was completely new to Hyul. Gaps? Elena L. Greenwood affirmed confidently, her hand gently tracing the magic circle. Yes, all types of magic have gaps. Your task is to exploit those gaps to collapse and erase the magic circle. She declared decisively, green energy surging. That is, dispel, nullifying a magic circle. The idea stunned Hyul, a level of power he had never imagined. That's right, magic dispel, Elena L. Greenwood explained. By maximizing your mana eye, you can neutralize magic. With a trusting smile, she encouraged. Just try it. If it's you, you'll grasp it right away. Hyul stood opposite Elena L. Greenwood, her magic circle still emitting stable energy, challenging him. He reached out his hand, trying to feel the complex mana flow before him. But something was wrong. Hyul's eyes turned a brilliant yellow. What is this? He felt a warm, gentle mana flow. But no matter how closely he looked, the magic circle remained perfect, without a single flaw. Activate your mana eye, Elena L. Greenwood's voice echoed. Now, analyze the structure of the magic circle and find the flaw. Following the instructions, Hyul focused his energy. His eye flared with a brilliant yellow light. The mana eye was activated. A memory suddenly resurfaced, a teaching from a distant figure. In arcanology, no formula is absolutely perfect. Knowledge from Mimir's book flowed into his mind, a chapter on dispelling. Because nothing is perfect, every magic formula contains flaws. The old teaching echoed. See through the essence of magic. Listen to the sound of mana, and find the loophole within it. Hyul was stunned as the truth was revealed. Before his eyes, Elena L. Greenwood calmly maintained the magic circle, like a final test. In that moment, magic will no longer be magic. A light push of the hand, and the entire magical construct shattered. Dispel. At the same time, at the magnificent Obelisk Academy, the meeting to discuss strategies for the Olympiad had just concluded. Shin In-hyuk stood up, his cold expression revealing no emotion. But just as he left the meeting room, a voice called out his name. Mr. Shin In-hyuk. Kim Kang-in approached with a cordial smile. I didn't expect the head of the Demon God clan to personally attend a meeting like this. Shin In-hyuk retorted, his tone unfriendly. That's what I should be saying, Master of the Blue Tower. Someone like you has no reason to be here. I'm just participating as a sponsor, Kim Kang-in casually explained, but that answer only made Shin In-hyuk more suspicious. Kim Kang-in smirked, correcting himself meaningfully. That's right. More precisely, I should say a potential sponsor. Shin In-hyuk narrowed his eyes. It sounds like the Blue Tower is planning to send artisans. I'm still considering it, Kim Kang-in replied casually as they walked together. As I said, I'm just a potential sponsor. Shin In-hyuk remained unconvinced. Just your consideration alone is surprising, Shin In-hyuk countered. But the Blue Tower is not currently in a position to send artisans. Fortunately, everything is going smoothly for us. Kim Kang-in looked up at the sky, his voice full of confidence. We believe this year's Olympiad is well worth the investment. That answer made Shin In-hyuk even more puzzled. Is it that valuable? Kim Kang-in smiled, his eyes flashing with intense conviction. With Hyul leading the Korean team, they can create a miracle and bring home a gold medal for the country. Hearing that name, Shin In-hyuk paused. Hyul? Kim Kang-in confirmed firmly. That's right. I'm sure you also have great expectations, my lord, Kim Kang-in said, his tone provocative. Shin In-hyuk simply replied concisely. Me too. This coincidence made Shin In-hyuk realize something. He exhaled, a speculation flashing in his mind. I see. Does that mean Hyul also made a proposal to you? Shin In-hyuk turned back, looking directly at his opponent, wanting to confirm his suspicion. What exactly did he propose to you? Kim Kang-in merely smiled mysteriously, not answering immediately. Through the phone screen, Hyul's image appeared, Kim Kang-in's voice echoing. He said he would win gold at this year's Olympiad, so he asked me to send engineers. What about you, my lord? Shin In-hyuk stood silently, recalling Hyul's proposal. He said he would win gold, so he asked me to provide every possible convenience until then. A memory of Hyul from a year ago flashed through Shin In-hyuk's mind. He had changed completely, his eyes now filled with astonishing confidence. Shin In-hyuk questioned Kim Kang-in. You accepted his proposal without any conditions? Under suspicion, Kim Kang-in simply replied. That's right. Providing a little convenience isn't difficult. But Shin In-hyuk didn't let up. Just because of a child's words, you're really going to send artifact artisans? The pressure from Shin In-hyuk only made Kim Kang-in smile with amusement. Like father, like son, this overwhelming aura was unmistakable. It turned out, Kim Kang-in had his own calculations. That's right. If Hyul meets the condition I set, I will be willing to invest. Shin In-hyuk immediately asked back. What condition? Kim Kang-in declared loudly, his voice full of challenge. He must defeat a fifth circle mage in a one-on-one battle. That is my condition. A satisfied smile spread across Shin In-hyuk's lips. Not bad. Will you come to watch? Shin In-hyuk asked. Kim Kang-in replied. May I come? Of course. The agreement was set. At the same time, in a sacred forest, a sweat-drenched training session also came to an end. Hyul collapsed onto the ground, exhausted after the final test. I'm so tired. A gentle voice echoed as Elena L. Greenwood appeared. You've worked hard, successor. She placed the tea set on the grass. With this, the entire training course is complete. Hyul could only reply with one word. Yes. Looking up at the one who had guided him, Hyul offered a grateful smile. Elena L. Greenwood, you've also worked very hard. Thanks to you, I've come this far. Elena L. Greenwood smiled kindly, but a hint of worry flickered in her eyes. I wonder if I pushed you too hard, since this is the last time. But Hyul sprang up, full of vitality. Thanks to Master's cloak, everything is under control. After the training session, Elena L. Greenwood gently offered tea. Have some tea. It will help you dispel your fatigue. Hyul accepted. I'll enjoy it. Looking at Hyul, Elena L. Greenwood involuntarily remembered her old student. This point is different from Ray Bell Beta Neo. He absolutely hated strenuous activities. Memories flooded back, making her smile even brighter. He was the type to solve everything with magic, so whenever he had to lift a finger, he would grumble and complain. The laughter suddenly ceased, giving way to a solemn atmosphere. A wondrous light enveloped the forest as Elena L. Greenwood spoke. "Successor," her voice echoed, pure yet tinged with sadness. "Thank you for seeing it through to the end. My training with you, it concludes here." Elena L. Greenwood smiled. "Thanks to you, I also found great joy in teaching." Yahello listened, an indescribable feeling rising within him. This should be a happy occasion, but why do I feel so unsettled? Elena L. Greenwood's gaze was distant, holding the wisdom of 1,000 years. "From the moment I awaited you, successor, I knew there would come a time when we would have to part ways." Her words were like a riddle. Yahello's eyes glowed red, confused. "Huh? What do you mean?" Without a word of explanation, Elena L. Greenwood's body began to glow, dissolving into thin air. "Once my role ends, the page of destruction will disappear." Sadness was evident on her face, a foretold sacrifice. "I, along with this forest. This is the promise I made with Ray Bell Bicentennial." The final confession struck a heavy blow to Hale's mind. "Please don't make that sad face." Elena L. Greenwood's body transformed into countless leaves of light, a testament to an unchangeable destiny. "It's time to say goodbye, successor." In a panic, Yahello cried out in vain. "Without you, Elena L. Greenwood, mastering the deciphering technique is impossible." But the only reply was her serene voice, echoing from a distant realm. "The fact that you are Ray Bell Bicentennial's successor, the one who can fully inherit his magic, I am truly grateful for that." A shimmering tear of light welled in her eye. "My only regret," her words trailed off, vanishing with her final silhouette, "is that I won't be able to witness your growth anymore." Yahello desperately reached forward, trying to grasp the fading figure. Elena L. Greenwood's final advice echoed. "Successor, no matter what difficulties or trials await, never give up." The final grasp was merely an ethereal sensation as her body turned into light. "And, please take care of Mimir." Her voice was gentle. "That child gets lonely easily and might be a bit troublesome." With blazing red eyes, Yahello nodded decisively, promising with all sincerity. "Yes, I certainly will." An eternal farewell, an unprecedented pain, an unresisting sorrow, an indescribable loss. Amidst the heartbreaking agony, her final words resonated. "Congratulations. You are now a time thief." As the last particles of light vanished, the magic book Idrid hovered in mid-air, radiating a completely new energy. Returning from the memory space, Yahello immediately checked the book. The broken pages had completely disappeared. A relieved yet determined smile appeared. "Thank you, Elena. The days of training in that forest." Yahello would engrave them in his heart, along with this eternal farewell, to move forward. At the Blue Tower's large training ground, an important announcement was about to be made. Kim Kangin flashed a confident smile at the crowd. "Soon, Yahello will face a 5-circle mage in battle." But immediately after, that confident expression vanished, replaced by a grimace full of tension. Shinji-han narrowed his eyes, speaking in a contemplative tone. "What do you think? What are the odds of winning?" Meanwhile, the mentioned opponent, Ju Han-wook, was being held tightly by 2 others, his face pale. "But why? I was clearly dragged into this, wasn't I?" On the VIP stands, an atmosphere of anticipation hung heavy. While Adela had gone down to the arena to cheer for Yahello, Ji-sun-chan was restless. Facing Yahello, Adela asked directly, "Do you think you have a chance to win?" From above, Kim Kangin smirked, offering a cold assessment. "I'd say, about 10%. Meanwhile, Yahello's opponent, the 5th circle mage Ju Han-wook, was also ready. That assessment displeased Ji-sun-chan. That's a bit different from what I thought." Seeing this, Kim Kangin turned to the other person. "What's your estimate, sir?" Go Changsu narrowed his eyes, his voice full of disdain. "Generously speaking, 2%. Kim Kangin chuckled at the brutal number. Quite a harsh evaluation. His interested gaze shifted to Ji-sun-chan. "What about you, Ji-sun-chan?" Startled by the sudden question, Ji-sun-chan flinched. Kim Kangin narrowed his eyes, his voice serious. "That's right. Put aside the fact that he's your friend and think objectively." Pressure weighed heavily on Ji-sun-chan, and sweat began to bead. "How much chance do you think Yahello has of winning?" Below in the arena, Yahello remained calm, seemingly unaware of the debate happening because of him. After a moment of hesitation, Ji-sun-chan declared loudly, "Even so, I believe he has at least a 50% chance." That number made Kim Kangin sit up straight. "Half? That's a surprisingly generous estimate. What's your reason?" Ji-sun-chan bowed his head, admitting, "The reason is, there's no specific reason. I just think if Yahello goes all out, it could be a 50-50 fight." The conviction in Ji-sun-chan's eyes was unwavering. That guy is still developing at an astonishing rate, and he hasn't even shown us his full power yet. A knowing smile appeared on Kim Kangan's lips. So you mean, until now, Hyul hasn't gone all out? All discussions ceased. The female referee's voice echoed throughout the arena, declaring loudly, "All magical defense setups have been checked. The match, begin." In the middle of the vast arena, Adela cheered, "Go for it." Hyul was slightly surprised before responding, "Huh? Oh." Facing him, Ju Han-wook simply smiled silently, his eyes exuding absolute confidence. In the waiting area, Adela bowed her head, her face full of worry. Suddenly, Ji Sun-chan rushed over, sighing in relief. "I'm alive. Adela, you did great," Adela asked blankly. "What happened?" Tension enveloped the arena. Hyul's eyes glowed red, while Ju Han-wook maintained his calm smile. The female referee's voice rang out loudly, breaking the silence. "Then both of you, to your positions." The two opponents stepped into the magic circle. "I never expected to face the prodigy of the magic family," Ju Han-wook said. Hyul humbly replied, "Please go easy on me, senior." The female referee swung her hand decisively. "Begin." Ju Han-wook crossed his arms, yielding the initiative. "I'll let you make the first move." Hyul didn't hesitate. "Then I won't hold back." Immediately, Hyul deployed his magic. Countless complex magic circles appeared around him, signaling multi-elemental attacks about to be unleashed. He smirked, his eyes sharp. "Since you've given me the initiative, I'll put my full power into this first strike." Ju Han-wook showed interest. "Oh Tilda, this is the terrain-altering magic I've only heard rumors about. How interesting." Hyul, at the center of the magical storm, provoked, "Don't you think you're being too complacent?" "This is a situation where I can afford to be complacent," Ju Han-wook retorted, his smile widening. Hyul narrowed his eyes. "That confidence. Let's see how long it lasts," he roared, pushing both hands forward, unleashing all accumulated magic power. Fire! A roaring rain of fireballs descended, aiming straight for Ju Han-wook. Faced with the complex spell, Ju Han-wook was only momentarily surprised. Impressive. It looked like a type of magic, but the trajectories were unpredictable. Some orbs flew fast, others drifted slowly, making evasion impossible. Ju Han-wook thought to himself, if this was true fifth circle magic, it would be terrifying. But he was ready. Without a moment's hesitation, Ju Han-wook raised his hand, and complex magical data streams appeared, ready for an absolute defense. His eyes sharpened, determined to block this attack. Non-attribute defensive magic. Fifth circle. Absolute shield. A series of magic circles activated simultaneously, and then, a gigantic hexagonal energy dome enveloped Ju Han-wook, completely neutralizing the firestorm. Hyul observed the result. Even fifth circle magic, the absolute shield, can easily block it. But he had anticipated this, and immediately dashed forward. Its weakness is that the caster is also isolated. In a flash, Hyul had crossed half the arena, aiming straight for the defensive orb. At this moment, Ju Han-wook cannot stop me from getting close. Inside the shield, Ju Han-wook was stunned as he realized his opponent's true intention. "You left an opening for me to approach, so you intended to rush in from the start, huh?" The moment he touched the shield, Hyul smirked, his eyes glowing red. "Do you really think so?" He leaped up, aiming for the top of the energy dome, directly above Ju Han-wook. Disruption. Hyul unleashed another spell, not to destroy, but to interfere with the opponent's own magic flow. Cold sweat ran down his temples. Ju Han-wook's confidence completely vanished as he felt his magic being torn apart from within. Both Adela and Ji Sun-chan were stunned. A crack in the fifth circle shield. Hyul's magic was overwhelming the seemingly impenetrable shield. In the stands, Kim Kangan smirked, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible. But Hyul had already touched the cracking barrier. "It's too late." That wasn't just an attack. It was a perfectly calculated trap. I calculated the timing to interfere with my magic, then set it to accelerate immediately after. With overlapping trajectories, wind and fire become one. A colossal pillar of fire roared, engulfing everything. Firestorm! The magic shield shattered into countless fragments. Adela was speechless. Absolute shield. Ji Sun-chan screamed in horror. "It broke!" Hyul smiled smugly. "If only you had let your guard down a little more, senior." But amidst the sea of fire, a calm voice echoed. "Comfortable, yes, but careless, no." The flames dissipated, revealing Ju Han-wook unharmed inside a brand new absolute shield. That's what the Tower Master taught us. Hyul froze. The moment the old shield shattered, a new one formed. So this is the level of a fifth circle mage. Behind the solid defense, Ju Han-wook flashed a confident smile. Flames erupted around him, signaling a counterattack. "All right, Junior. It's my turn to attack from this side." Hyul's eyes glinted sharply. just as expected. All information about Ju Han-wook perfectly matched the data provided by the Tower Master. Fire magic and body enhancement magic. Deadly specialties. Based on that, Hyul devised a plan. The next attack would be close combat, combining both of Ju Han-wook's specialties. Immediately, Ju Han-wook charged forward, with furious fiery swirls following his every movement. Hyul clenched his fist, realizing his opponent's intention. Right now, he's interested in his own magic. To observe more closely, Ju Han-wook would definitely not aim for vital point, but that didn't mean he would hold back. In this situation, there was only one answer, and that was the right arm. The blazing fire blade slashed down, aiming directly at the target Hyul had predicted. Blood splattered. The fire blade pierced Hyul's shoulder, and a searing pain surged through him. But instead of falling, Hyul was right in front of him, fist clenched, accumulating magic power. A devastating punch landed squarely on Ju Han-wook's jaw. The impact stunned Ju Han-wook, who couldn't believe what had just happened. Ju Han-wook's speed was by no means slow, yet his initial confidence had turned into utter astonishment. You reacted well at this speed? In response, Hyul merely took a stance, his eyes sharp. I also know a little about close combat. Flames flared in Ju Han-wook's palm, and his smile showed understanding. I see. He realized this opponent was not simple. Even though close combat is his specialty, he still analyzed his own strength and adjusted his stance. He's truly no ordinary opponent. A thought suddenly flashed through Ju Han-wook's mind. The future is truly terrifying. Third circle magic combined with close combat, a completely different level. Realizing the threat, Ju Han-wook decided not to hold back anymore. From now on, I'll go all out too. Mana surged violently, concentrating in his hands, signaling an earth-shattering spell. He roared, unleashing his full power. Fire rain, the arena sky blazed. This was the privilege of a fifth circle mage. A wide-area destructive spell rained down countless fireballs, turning the arena floor into a sea of flame. Ju Han-wook smirked, full of confidence. Third circle magic can't block or dodge this. What are you going to do against this attack? Facing the destructive rain, Hyul's back looked small. Would the match end here? With my victory? But at that very moment, a blue light flashed in Hyul's eyes. He began to cast a spell, with intertwined blue and red energy streams swirling around his body in a strange magical dance. A sphere of pure energy condensed in his hand, its power compressed to the extreme. Resonance. Immediately, a colossal blue magical wave erupted, roaring straight into the fire rain. Witnessing the absurd sight before him, Ju Han-wook was utterly stunned. This can't happen with circle magic. From the observation room, high-ranking mages only saw a massive steam explosion engulfing the entire arena. Is that also a type of variant magic? The aftermath of the magical clash caused chaos in the stands. The fire, rain, and water shield collided. I can't see anything. What happened? A bespectacled mage squinted, analyzing. The water shield must be third circle magic? But it feels like it's fourth circle or higher. Amidst the chatter, Shin Ji-hun quietly observed, his sharp gaze never leaving the dense white mist. Inside the arena, Ju Han-wook tried to regain his composure. Damn it, my vision. But in this mist, he can't see either. So, where are you going to attack from? But he was wrong. A figure glided through the mist, as swift as a ghost. Hyul activated his trump card. His ordinary eyes suddenly glowed with a mystical golden light. Magic eye. The physical world blurred, giving way to the flow of energy. Even if I can't see, mana will guide me. Amidst the chaotic space, a blazing red streak appeared. It was the residual magic power from his opponent's fire sword. Hyul smirked. Found you! Without wasting a second, Hyul darted through the mist, each step precise and filled with killing intent. Ju Han-wook's senses screamed in alarm. He felt a terrifying pressure rushing towards him. He hastily spun around, swinging his fire sword instinctively. There you are. But Hyul didn't attack from the ground. He descended from above, his entire body enveloped in lightning, condensing into a destructive spear. Lightning spear. Ju Han-wook was utterly terrified. How did he get this close? Quick, absolute shield. No, the absolute shield was already broken once. It's too risky. With no retreat, Ju Han-wook roared, channeling all his magic power into a direct attack to meet the challenge. If that's the case, through his magic eye, Hyul calmly analyzed his opponent's counterattack. That's yellow mana. The yellow energy Hyul sensed was earth element magic. Ju Han-wook was trying to erect a defensive barrier. Sharp stone slabs rose from the ground, forming a solid wall called Earth Shield. But Hyul gave his opponent no time. I have to stop him before the wall is erected. The spear of light shot forward, mercilessly shattering each stone slab. Ju Han-wook could only let out a cry of agony as the powerful energy blast struck him directly. Without a moment's rest, Hyul prepared his next attack, a fist enveloped in blazing red fire. He charged forward with terrifying speed, delivering a scorching punch towards Ju Han-wook. Overwhelmed, Ju Han-wook could only exclaim, "So fast! Blue mana?" Hyul's eyes flashed with a sharp golden light. A sudden high-pressure jet of water shot out, piercing Ju Han-wook's shoulder. A laser water jet? As he flew into the air, Hyul unleashed a fireball, combining two opposing elements in a continuous attack. Cornered, Ju Han-wook strained to create a water shield, which collided with the fireball, causing a terrifying explosion. Scalding steam billowed up, completely obscuring Ju Han-wook's vision. "Damn it, my vision again." The annoyance quickly turned into rage. "Now I'm starting to get pissed off. Your cheap tricks end here." Ju Han-wook roared, preparing to counterattack as he saw Hyul fall to the arena floor. But it was just a trap. Beneath the steam, Hyul had placed his hand on the ground, a new magic circle silently activating. Elena L. Greenwood's teachings echoed in Hyul's mind. Discern the essence of magic with your mind's eye. Listen to the sound of mana, and grasp the gaps in the incantation. And from that moment, guided by Elena L. Greenwood, the magic in Hyul's eyes was no longer just magic. Hyul's hand pierced through the chaotic energy currents, touching the very core of his opponent's magic. Ju Han-wook was utterly horrified. "My magic, it's gone." Hyul smirked, seizing complete control. The moment you are certain of your victory is precisely the most dangerous moment. Immediately, Hyul unleashed his finishing blow. A furious magical vortex named Storm Dance engulfed the arena. The referee's decisive voice rang out, cutting through the chaos. "Match over. The winner is Hyul." Amidst the ruined arena, Ju Han-wook lay motionless, utterly defeated. The scene was still like a slow-motion film. Ju Han-wook's attack, the magic he had always been so proud of, had been disintegrated into nothingness with just a touch. In the Blue Tower training area's waiting room, the match had drained Hyul's strength. "Ha, I'm really tired." The door suddenly opened. Kim Kangin entered with a radiant smile. "Hello, Hyul. That was a truly amazing match." Without a word, Hyul turned his back, intending to leave through another exit. Quick as a flash, Kim Kangin blocked his path, pressing close to Hyul with an excited expression. "I can't even describe how shocked I was watching the whole match." Kim Kangin prattled on, likening Hyul's strategy to a perfect chess game that gave him goosebumps just thinking about it. Kim Kangin gushed, his voice full of astonishment. "What the hell was that ultimate move? And the fourth circle magic, Storm Vortex? How did you overcome the weakness of Memorize It?" In response to his fervor, Hyul calmly asked, "If I told you I improved Memorizes with transformation magic, would you believe me?" "Of course, I wouldn't." Kim Kangin scoffed, dismissing it. "Third circle magic, I could still understand." He stepped back, emphasizing the absurdity of Hyul's words. "But from fourth circle onwards, it's a completely different story. This isn't just an improvement, it's a complete elimination of Memorize's flaws." Kim Kangin's eyes sharpened. That's an impossible contradiction. Cornered, Hyul could only remain silent, a faint sweat beading on his forehead. Kim Kangin recalled the match, his mind still reeling. Near instantaneous casting speed, free magic that broke all existing molds. Above all, you even nullified your opponent's magic. He stared intently at Hyul, the curiosity in his eyes reaching its peak. "Ultimately, what kind of magic do you use, Hyul?" That question seemed to hit Hyul's weak spot. He hesitated. That is, the tense conversation was cut short, as the scene shifted to the skyscraper of the Blue Tower headquarters. Inside the luxurious office, Hyul and Kim Kangin sat facing each other. Kim Kangin's female assistant reported, "So I will arrange the engineers for the Olympiad before tomorrow." Kim Kangin took a sip of coffee, a satisfied expression on his face. "Good. Coordinate with the contractors so other projects aren't delayed." He placed the cup on the table. A decision had been made. In the splendid office, Kim Kangin smiled meaningfully. "Sua, what do you think?" Sua replied. "About what, sir?" Kim Kangin's smile grew even more radiant, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Do you think we can actually win a gold medal in this Olympiad?" Sua looked up, her gaze firm behind her glasses. "I don't think it's entirely impossible." Kim Kangin chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "Really? Just yesterday you said even a bronze medal was out of reach." Sua calmly replied. "Well, today's situation is different from yesterday's, right?" Kim Kangin smirked, seemingly having anticipated the answer. "You're impressed too, aren't you?" Sua lightly glided her hand over the virtual keyboard, lines of magical data running across it. She swallowed hard, admitting an undeniable truth. "Yes, it's truly unbelievable." The initial excitement subsided, replaced by deep curiosity. Kim Kangin crossed his arms. "By the way, what kind of magic does Hyul actually use?" He narrowed his eyes, probing. You observed everything from start to finish with your ruby eye, didn't you? Sua didn't hesitate. Yes, I did. But then, she lowered her head, her voice full of confusion. But, even after watching, I still can't understand it. Memories of the match resurfaced, with Hyul's figure blurred in the steam. I think the steam concealed the magic from my ruby eye. It must have some kind of protection. Hearing this, a sense of unease crept into Kim Kangen's heart. That's a bit scary, Sua continued, her voice even. I understand that he destroyed the Hell Formation, but exactly how? I have no idea. The image of Hyul absurdly shattering the magical encirclement appeared in both their minds, Sua concluded, her voice conveying extreme astonishment. Even with the ruby eye, one of the top 3 great detection magic eyes, it's still an undetectable type of magic. Kim Kangen rested his chin on his hand, his gaze sharpening. This mystery made him restless. That's why I was so worried, and asked him directly in the waiting room. Memories of the confrontation in the hallway resurfaced. Kim Kangen had blocked Hyul's path. That is, Hyul calmly placed his hand on his chest, reiterating an unwritten rule. Didn't you say it yourself last time? A mage has the right to keep their magic a secret. His eyes flashed red, a meaningful smile on his face. I cannot tell you about my magic. Back in the present, Kim Kangen recounted to Sua. Yes. I was flat out rejected with the reason it's a secret, and even challenged to figure it out myself. Sua frowned, raising a worrying possibility. What if it's something illegal? But Kim Kangen immediately dismissed it. No, it's not. The purity and structure of the mana are too clean to be dark magic. He placed a tablet on the table, preparing to reveal what he had discovered. The only thing I found was, memories flooded back. The moment Kim Kangen put his arm around Hyul's shoulder, trying to probe. Hyul responded with a challenging question. If I told you I improved my memory with transformation magic, would you believe me? Kim Kangen turned his back to Sua, his gaze fixed on the city outside. He knew it was a lie. The only thing I know for sure is that the magic Hyul used wasn't transformation magic. Whatever it is, this year's Olympiad is definitely going to be interesting. He turned back, a sly smile on his face. So, want to grab a bite? Sua merely smiled faintly, a knowing smile. Amidst the skyscrapers, her voice rang out, full of practicality. Will you be paying for overtime? The scene shifted to the Obelisk Academy dormitory under the morning sunday. The blaring alarm clock from the phone shattered the morning's tranquility. A tired hand reached out to silence it. Hyul slowly sat up in bed, his entire body aching after the recent battles. My whole body is sore. An unusual fatigue washed over him, and Hyul wondered if he had gotten enough sleep. Perhaps it's because I used dispelling magic on the resonance, that I'm more tired than usual. When using resonance, a mage cannot use their own mana. This also meant his master's cloak had become useless. A significant loss. Hyul sat silently on his bed, lost in thought amidst a room cluttered with books. Even the morning sunlight streaming through the window couldn't dispel the weariness on his face. The price of victory was exhaustion, evident in every breath. Just then, his phone screen lit up. A message from the person Hyul least expected. His father. You must have pushed yourself too hard in yesterday's match. I've arranged for you to have a day off. Just rest and recover today. The full message from Shin Jihan appeared. Hyul held his phone, silently reading the rare words of concern. He recalled his father's previous message, saying he was worried when Hyul left without a word after the practice match. A faint smile appeared on Hyul's lips. All right, a glimmer of hope had just been kindled. But he knew the real challenge was only just beginning. There wasn't much time left until the Olympiad. The grimoire on the table suddenly glowed brightly. Magical energy converged, and Mimir appeared. Oh, successor. You're here? How was the match? Hyul gave a thumbs up, trying to appear confident. Of course I won. It was a piece of cake. Mimir narrowed her eyes. Are you sure it was easy? You look like you're about to drop dead. Hyul sighed, admitting the truth. To be honest, it wasn't easy at all. I almost lost. He explained that this victory was largely thanks to Kim Kangen's information, so there was nothing to be proud of. Brushing aside idle thoughts, Hyul looked directly at Mimir, his eyes burning with determination. All right, Mimir, bring me a book. About the fourth infinite circle, specifically the expansion circle. Mimir cheered excitedly at his request. The fourth infinite circle, expansion. Immediately, hundreds, thousands of books floated through the air, forming a colossal mountain of knowledge. I have gathered all the books on expansion for the successor. Read them all, don't miss a single one. Time in Mimir's well passed in the blink of an eye. And then, reality returned. Obelisk Academy. In the classroom, a teacher was assigning homework, their voice echoing monotonously. From Chapter 5 to Chapter 10, write and submit everything about the characteristics of AI magic. If you review the materials carefully, it won't be difficult. But Hyul's mind was not on the lecture. He was engrossed in a completely different concept, something much deeper and more complex. The expansion circle. In his mind, the newly acquired knowledge began to organize itself. The expansion circle was fundamentally different from the previous circles. The deduction circle, the resonance circle, and the intervention circle. All were formed from overlapping petal-like structure. And then, a thought flashed through his mind. If the expansion circle enveloped those three circles, they would enter an even more stable cyclical state. The result was, the entire infinite circle became solid, and magical efficiency skyrocketed. Furthermore, when the circle stabilized, the drawback of the deduction circle, mental exhaustion, would be reduced. The number of times and duration of resonance would increase, meaning the penalty from the resonance circle would also decrease. The burden from the intervention circle and the pressure of using dispel would also be alleviated. A confident smile spread across Hyul's lips as he realized another important thing. The divine eye too. However, the excitement was quickly replaced by intense focus. Since this is a completely new type of circle, weaving it together won't be easy. Amidst Mimir's boundless treasury of knowledge, Hyul had found the answer, but it also revealed a more intractable problem. Indeed, this is the biggest problem. The pressure of time weighed heavily on his shoulders. He knew there wasn't much time left, therefore, not a single moment could be wasted. The Obelisk Academy's indoor training ground became their forge. Under Hyul's supervision, Adela and Ji Sun-chan pushed their physical limits to the maximum. 5 more minutes, Ji Sun-chan panted, drenched in sweat, his body almost at its breaking point. In contrast, Adela faced exhaustion with an iron will, her blue eyes unwavering. Hyul glanced at the clock on his phone and signaled, "All right, 10-minute break." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Sun-chan collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted. "I'm dying." Adela turned and asked, "Are you okay?" But instead of comforting him, she leaned down, her voice sharp. "Keep going." Ji Sun-chan looked up, bewildered by her firm attitude. A mischievous smile suddenly appeared on Adela's lips. "We promised to try harder, remember?" Memories flooded back, extinguishing any nascent thoughts of giving up in Ji Sun-chan's mind. It all began the night right after the battle with Ju Han-wook. Hyul was utterly exhausted. "Everyone, I just finished a match and I'm really tired. Can we do it another time?" However, it was Ji Sun-chan who cut him off, using Hyul's own logic to retort. "What? No matter how tired you are, feedback must be given the same day. You said so yourself." Even Adela, who was now pushing her teammate, had hesitated in that moment. "But I'm too tired today. Can we do it tomorrow?" Rebuffed by his own words, Hyul turned himself into a coach. The last training session, when you're utterly exhausted, that's the real training. Skipping it is like throwing away 30% of your effort. He smugly repeated his own philosophy to Ji Sun-chan. "That's what our esteemed teacher Hyul always says. You haven't forgotten, have you?" But those words were like a splash of cold water on Hyul himself. He snapped awake, his determined smile returning. "That's right, I almost thought too shallowly. I can't forget the mindset of a beginner." Hyul's energy surged to an alarming degree, and to prepare for tomorrow's intense training. "I'm really looking forward to it." Ji Sun-chan panicked, only wishing his friend would just go to sleep and get it over with. Giving his teammate no escape, Hyul dragged Ji Sun-chan away amidst desperate cries for help. Adela merely responded coldly with a congratulatory remark. The next morning, the atmosphere outside a convenience store was peaceful once more. Ji Sun-chan sighed in admiration as he walked with Adela. "Humph. Even if we're friends, a genius is still a genius." Adela completely agreed. He still couldn't believe Hyul's improvisation during the match. He's really crazy. Just because his opponent gave up the first move, he threw away his entire strategy and created a new one on the spot. The admiration still lingered in Ji Sun-chan's every word. A question suddenly popped into his head. Was Hyul like that when he was a child too? Adela paused for a moment. "You could say he was more childish than he is now. You mean his thoughts weren't mature?" Ji Sun-chan asked again. Adela affirmed it decisively. Memories flooded Adela's mind, of an optimistic Hyul who somewhat overestimated his own abilities. And then, she also admitted to herself. "Of course, I was like that back then too," Adela thought to herself. Even though she was constantly chasing after his back, she hadn't changed at all. "In fact, I find it even more exciting now." The image of Hyul immersed in brilliant magic appeared in her mind. "I think I've been more enchanted by his magic than ever before." Ji Sun-chan's voice suddenly rang out. "Huh? That extremely cautious guy used to be like that?" Adela replied. "Yes. At least until he entered Obelisk." A meaningful smile appeared on Ji Sun-chan's lips. Then, Hyul being eliminated by the AI, might not have been a curse, but a blessing. Adela froze, completely astonished by that bold deduction. Ji-sun-chan quickly waved his hand. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything bad. You know, in movies or comics, geniuses always have a characteristic arrogance, don't they? He continued to explain that such arrogance was what hindered development, but Hyul has none of it. Perhaps the incompatibility incident wiped out that arrogance. Adela gradually understood. So you mean, because he tasted defeat, that's why he became as perfect as he is now? Exactly, that's what I think. Ji-sun-chan nodded, then whispered. Though Hyul would probably go crazy if he heard this, he smiled serenely. Well, Hyul has found his own path and it's working, so now we can say this. Ji-sun-chan's words were like an electric current running through Adela, making her snap awake. He turned around, calling her name with a radiant expression. Adela, let's work hard together. Their determination was visualized through the image of 3 teammates moving forward together. We also have to prove that we are on the path Hyul has chosen. Ji-sun-chan raised his fist high, shouting enthusiastically. Let's give it our all. For the Olympiad. Adela's eyes shone with steely determination. She smiled back. All right, let's work hard together. After the encouraging words, Ji-sun-chan lay sprawled on the floor, his expression much more relaxed. Yeah, that's right. He looked up at Hyul, still a little confused. Huh? Why? Hyul held out a water bottle, his gaze firm. You've worked hard. Ji-sun-chan burst into hearty laughter, his face flushed with emotion. You really know how to hit and then soothe. Hyul smirked, pulling the water bottle back. Say it correctly. When did I make you sick? I even prescribed and gave you medicine. Ji-sun-chan just grinned. Yes, yes. Thank you, amazing doctor. Just then, Adela appeared, her blonde hair neatly tied up, her eyes sharp. Hyul immediately waved, calling out, Adela, it's time for special training. Adela responded decisively. All right. The scene shifted to the vast campus of Obelisk Academy. Inside the training ground, as Adela and Ji-sun-chan were resting, Hyul approached with a serious expression. Adela, sorry to bother you while you're resting, but can I talk to you for a moment? Adela was slightly surprised by Hyul's demeanor. Huh? Talk? The two went to a private corner outside. Hyul got straight to the point, his tone decisive. Since the Olympiad team has been finalized, I want to review our training plan, he explained as he walked. Starting tomorrow, we can officially take a break from classes to train, Adela confirmed. Yes, that's right. Hyul frowned, showing dissatisfaction. Although the academy also has a training program for the team, I don't think 8 hours is enough. He held up his tablet, his eyes burning. So from now on, in the mornings, we'll have strategy meetings. Hyul boldly declared his plan. Adela seemed surprised. Strategy meetings? That's right, Hyul affirmed decisively. We will analyze each event in the Olympics and find ways to win by thoroughly understanding the new rules introduced this year. Adela listened, but still had questions. Sounds good. But why just us? Hyul explained further, Sua's image appearing on the screen. Furthermore, the analysis of foreign opponents has been handled day and night by Sua of the Blue Tower, he concluded. So, starting tomorrow, we'll proceed as planned. Remember this. Adela quickly cut him off. Wait, she looked worried. Planning a strategy is good. But, do you really think the third-year seniors will listen to us? A smirk flashed across Hyul's lips. There's a way for that, he replied with absolute confidence. The next day, at the academy's training ground, 3 figures were present. Ji-sun-chan, covered in sweat, looked tense. Aren't you too worried? Adela and Hyul turned to look, completely calm. Not really. Why? Is there any reason to be worried? Ji-sun-chan yelled, his face panicked. Why? Because everyone else is a third year, except us. That awkward, scary feeling, do you two understand? Hyul remained calm. The title, senior, already carries some implications. Adela was different. I don't. Ji-sun-chan was bewildered. What? Why not? How? Adela crossed her arms, an overwhelming aura emanating around her. Well, because I'm going to win. Another voice interjected from behind. Well, that's even more arrogant than I thought. The owners of that voice were a group of third-year students. Their eyes locked onto the juniors below, full of condescension. Leading them was Kang Shin-woo, with a confident smirk. Following him was Ma Jin-sok, his stern expression and large physique exuding dominance. And finally, Jin Hee-yoon, who had just spoken, her sharp eyes full of provocation. Jin Hee-yoon stepped forward, aiming directly at Adela. Hey, rookie! Say it again, that line where you said you'd defeat us. Yes, say it again, Jin Hee-yoon emphasized. The line where you'll win against us. Adela didn't flinch, her cold eyes responding. If you want to hear it again. Among all the third-year students, There's no one I can't defeat. Ju Han-wook was stunned. He quickly bowed his head. Oh, my friend is a bit rude. My apologies. He turned and whispered to Adela in a panic. Are you crazy? What do you gain by angering them? Ju Han-wook frantically covered Adela's mouth. Stop, don't do that. But Hyul wasn't there to calm the situation. He stepped forward, a mysterious smile on his lips, his eyes glowing red. Greetings, seniors. Sorry for the disturbance. What do you all think about a small team match today, between the second and third years? Hyul growled, ignoring Ju Han-wook's panic behind him. My apologies, seniors. But I need to dominate the entire team. His gaze turned cold, filled with ambition. So I can truly command everyone. Kang Shin-woo smirked, showing interest in the brazen challenge. So that means a match between the second and third years, with 3 members of your team facing 3 of ours? Provoked, Jin Hee-yoon growled. Let me handle this myself. That arrogant attitude needs to be put down immediately. In contrast to that fury, Hyul merely smiled calmly. No, what I mean is, Hyul's eyes glowed red with hidden meaning as he boldly declared. This is a match between all of the second years and all of the third years. So, 3 versus 3? The arrogant declaration of war stunned the entire third-year group. Jin Hee-yoon was speechless, unable to believe her ears. Even Adela and Ji Sun-chan were shocked by Hyul's recklessness. Kang Shin-woo, the leader of the third-year group, narrowed his eyes suspiciously. What is your true intention? He didn't believe it was a simple provocation. There must be a reason. I don't believe you would act so causelessly. Hyul secretly assessed his opponent, recalling Kang Shin-woo's cautious nature since childhood. Then Hyul broke the tense atmosphere with a nonchalant smile. Come on. What ulterior motives could we possibly have? The best way to test our strength is to fight. That mocking attitude only added fuel to the fire. Ma Jin-sok roared in anger. This brat! Unable to restrain himself, Ma Jin-sok lunged forward. Are you planning to crush us with your strength? In that moment, Kang Shin-woo seemed to connect all the dots. I see. Your goal is to overwhelm us and seize control of the Olympiad? Ma Jin-sok immediately closed in on Hyul, growling defiantly. Isn't that right? We're right, aren't we? Faced with the accusation, Hyul merely remained silent, his gaze strangely calm. That silence was the last straw. Jin Hee-yoon pointed directly at Hyul's face, yelling, Your arrogance truly reaches the sky, rookie. Our patience has its limits. Yes, I know you and Adela are talented. But this is wrong. No matter how much you look down on your seniors, there has to be a limit, Jin Hee-yoon growled, anger clearly etched on her features. All right, if it's one-on-one, I suppose you have a high chance of winning. But what about 7-3? Are you kidding? No matter how strong you are. Her finger pointed directly at the brown-haired student accompanying Hyul. You can't defeat us. A group nearly twice your size, with just that kid by your side. The word kid was like a dagger, plunged straight into his pride, leaving him stunned. Amidst the rage, Adela maintained an ice-cold expression, completely unfazed. And then, Hyul looked up. A brilliant red light flashed in his eyes, signaling that his patience had run out. Jin Hee-yoon tried to regain the upper hand, delivering an ultimatum. Let me say this politely, one last time. If you apologize right now, I'll let it slide. Kang Shin-woo took a step forward, a condescending smile on his face. That's right, Junior. This time, you've truly crossed the line. A weary sigh escaped Hyul. That sound wasn't fear, but extreme disgust. Ugh, you're so noisy. Kang Shin-woo merely smirked, certain that his opponent was about to yield. Realizing the storm was about to break, the brown-haired student panicked. Hyul, huh? Are you really crazy? Hyul ignored him, his sharp gaze fixed on Kang Shin-woo, his tone full of provocation. That kid over there? Just shut up and fight. Hyul's smile turned cunning, and he drew out a single word, transforming respect into the most venomous challenge. Senior Tilda. The sky was clear and serene, but on the ground, the atmosphere was tense. 2 groups of students faced each other, signaling an impending conflict. Ma Jin-sok irritably explained the situation. I didn't want to spoil the fun from the start. I tried to mediate, but that only angered him. He turned to his teammate and asked, Kang Shin-woo, are you all right? Kang Shin-woo replied curtly, his face still sullen. Ma Jin-seok decided to settle it by force. All right, let's have a match. 3 versus 7. But a straightforward fight would be boring, wouldn't it? He laid out the condition. If you win, we'll follow the strategy you mentioned. Hyul cut him off, casually accepting the challenge. But if we win, fine, let's do it. Hyul's confidence stunned Ma Jin-seok. I haven't even said what we want if we win yet. Hyul shrugged. Bet whatever you want. If you tell me to leave, I'll leave. Hyul sneered. Because that's not going to happen. The arrogant declaration made Kang Shinwoo's group furious. Jin Hyun gritted her teeth. That bastard! But Hyul wasn't finished. He turned back, stating his own demand. And one more condition. He pointed directly at his opponents. If we win, apologize for calling Ji-Sun-chan a loser. The bet was set. The stage for the confrontation couldn't be grander. The Obelisk Academy Arena. The virtual space transformed into a dense forest under a starry night. Environment setting? Night. Hilly area. Hyul warmed up, then turned to his teammates. Ready? Adela replied decisively. Yes. Everyone's ready. Only Ji-Sun-chan remained silent, his face heavy with worry. A voice echoed throughout the arena, announcing the imminent start of the match. The siege battle will begin in 5 minutes. Take your positions. This was a simulated battle under international rules, with a heavily unbalanced 3-on-7 setup. Hyul looked towards his team's flag, something that needed to be protected at all costs. We should use this formation. Suddenly, Ji-Sun-chan grabbed Hyul's wrist, his eyes filled with worry. Noticing his friend's unease, Hyul turned and asked, "Is something wrong?" Ji-Sun-chan hesitated. Hyul, but do you really need to go that far? Hyul frowned. What do you mean? Do you need to deliberately provoke the seniors like that? Do we really need to turn this match into such an emotional battle? Ji-Sun-chan continued, suggesting that everyone was already willing to follow Hyul's plan without those provocative words. But Hyul brushed him off. Just following me isn't enough. His eyes turned cold and ambitious. They must obey me. Ji-Sun-chan was helpless. Sun-chan, you know the plans I'll devise better than anyone, don't you? But what if this forced obedience only causes resentment? Faced with that argument, Ji-Sun-chan could only fall silent, sweat beading on his forehead. Hyul flashed a confident, almost arrogant smile. It's fine. I have a way to deal with that, he declared loudly beside the flag, his voice echoing. If I win with overwhelming power, there will be no room for resentment. Ji-Sun-chan was stunned. I was foolish to ask him. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Jin Hyun was seething. Shin Hyul, that annoying bastard. What? He said we can take anything because he won't lose anyway? That damn guy. Kang Shinwoo placed a hand on her shoulder. Calm down, Jin Hyun. There are 5 minutes left. Ma Jin-sok also reminded her, and the red-haired girl had to try to suppress her exploding anger. Jin Hyun's rage erupted. I can't. Apologize for calling him a loser? She yelled defiantly. So what if I call a loser a loser? Kang Shinwoo sighed in exasperation, realizing the situation was out of control. Even if I wanted to calm her down, there isn't enough time. Ma Jin-seok agreed, but a different calculation gleamed in his eyes. He pushed up his glasses, a cold smile appearing on his lips. At this point, I'll make use of this rage, because rage is the ultimate stimulant, pushing human strength to its limits. An announcement echoed, tearing through the silent night. The battle began. The air thickened. 3, 2, 1. The game officially commenced. Hyul's eyes flashed red, ready for the hunt. Immediately, Jin Hyun led her team, charging into the forest like an arrow. Move out! In contrast to his opponent's haste, Hyul remained still. He turned to Ji-Sun-chan. I'm counting on you, Sun-chan. Ji-Sun-chan was stunned by the unexpected command. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Hidden behind a rock, Jin Hyun held her breath, observing. The hunt had truly begun. Over the comms, Ma Jin-sok's voice rang out excitedly as he spotted the target. Found their flag. Good. Who's guarding it? A sneer formed on Jin Hyun's lips, her eyes gleaming with disdain. Looks like there's just one useless guy standing there. Just as she said, only Ji-Sun-chan was carelessly guarding the flag. Ma Jin-seok was more cautious. He's guarding alone? Is anyone hiding nearby? Hidden behind a tree, Jin Hyun scanned the area. I don't know. No movement. Don't let your guard down. Still, Ma Jin-seok was uneasy. They might be using him as bait. All right. I'll attack cautiously. Jin Hyun stepped out of cover, heading straight for Ji-Sun-chan with a condescending attitude. Are you guarding alone? She crossed her arms, looking down at her opponent with overt contempt. Useless trash. However, an unexpected question was posed. It seems you knew I would be the first one here, didn't you? Ji-Sun-chan looked up, his sharp eyes unwavering. He calmly confirmed, yes. Jin Hyun was stunned. How? Hyul said so, that a gorilla would come. Ji-Sun-chan replied, his words a direct slap to her pride. In his memory, Hyul's voice echoed clearly, outlining the perfect plan. Certainly, Jin Hyun will attack right from the start. Hyul analyzed her personality perfectly. Her personality is too hot-headed. They'd rather let her attack than defend. That's for sure. Back in reality, Jin Hyun gritted her teeth. You knew I was coming. But you still left yourself to defend alone? Rage flared, making her tremble speechless. Magical energy began to leak from her body. These arrogant brats. Immediately, a massive stream of fire was unleashed, aimed directly at Jisun-chan like a sniper's shot. The colossal pillar of fire surged forward, incinerating everything in its path. Terrifying heat erupted, turning a section of the forest into a sea of flames. Jin Hee-yoon snarled, her eyes arrogant. Fire Strike is a Tier 4 spell. It's not something someone like you can block. Her confidence turned into fury as she noticed something unusual. On the brink of life and death, memories of Hyul's words flooded back. Jisun-chan, you know your role is the most important in this fight, right? Are you going to run away after being ignored? Of course not. Determination flared, and Jisun-chan extended his hand. A blue magical shield began to form, blocking the raging flames. Since you said so, I have no reason to back down. Jin Hee-yoon was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. He blocked it. No way, how is that possible? In her memory, Hyul had shown Jisun-chan the way. You might think you're a damage dealer, but that's not it at all. You are a born tank. Hyul's assertion left Jisun-chan speechless. Me? A tank? Hyul began to explain the primary attributes of mages, using Kim Kangan, who specializes in the water attribute, as an example. And of course, Jin Hee-yoon was also a mage, specializing in the fire attribute. Using one's primary attribute reduces mana consumption and increases output power. Hyul's eyes gleamed with a strange light as he saw through Jisun-chan's true nature. The primary attribute I see in you is the void attribute, and within that, you specialize in defensive magic. As the explanation ended, Jisun-chan's defensive shield fully formed, firmly blocking the destructive attack. Jin Hee-yoon gritted her teeth, anger clearly visible on her face. Shh, you're with Hyul and Adela, so it seems you're deluding yourself with power, huh? Compared to those two, you're just dead weight. Jin Hee-yoon's scornful words pierced deep into Ju Han-wook's mind. She called me dead weight again. I know that well. Compared to those two, I'm nothing. But then, his self-doubt transformed into determination. A defiant smile appeared on Ju Han-wook's lips. He raised his hand, and a blue defensive matrix appeared. If your attacks are only this much, then I can still fight. In response to the challenge, Jin Hee-yoon roared in anger. You brat! Without another word, she signaled. All three immediately charged, fanning out to surround the target. Ma Jin-sok shouted, confirming the order. Cover Jin Hee-yoon. Stop messing around, you useless bum. Jin Hee-yoon led the charge, rushing straight towards Ju Han-wook. Let me shut that mouth of yours. I'll crush you completely. Energy exploded in her hand as she unleashed her skill. Take this, chest strike. A fiery attack violently collided with the magic shield, creating a ripple of energy. Inside the defense, Ju Han-wook remained calm, his eyes sharp. Jin Hee-yoon roared, pouring more power into her attack. One more strike, but the shield remained unyielding. What kind of damn shield is this? Why is it so tough? She recognized the nature of the magic. It looks like a Tier 3 spell, but I've never seen this type before. Realizing that a single attack was ineffective, Jin Hee-yoon ordered her teammates. But there are three of us. If we attack simultaneously, he won't be able to block it. All three channeled their power, preparing for the finishing blow. Jin Hee-yoon smirked. This battle, the victory is ours. Facing the full force attack, Ju Han-wook merely mumbled an incomprehensible sequence of numbers. 16 to 66. As soon as Ju Han-wook finished speaking, the silent night suddenly stirred. Within Ju Han-wook's sight, the enemy's attack formation was locked within a matrix of light. A sudden magical explosion erupted in the middle of the forest, signaling that the counterattack had begun. The preemptive strike hit. Ma Jin-seok couldn't react in time, taking a full fireball to the flank. Immediately after, a rain of magic as sharp as daggers poured down, completely breaking their formation. A bird-shaped energy current soared into the night sky, signaling the next attack. All three looked up, astonished by the unseen magic. Windblade? Meanwhile, Ju Han-wook was still frantically analyzing. From where? Where exactly is it coming from? Jin Hee-yoon gritted her teeth, roaring the only name she could think of. Hyul. Everyone, be careful. In her mind, Hyul's image appeared, full of defiance. That arrogant Hyul is hiding somewhere nearby. All three cautiously scanned their surroundings, trying to find the hidden enemy. But it was too late. A sudden beam of light pierced through Kang Shinwoo's back. Jin Hee-yoon whirled around, utterly horrified by the attack. Adela's silhouette emerged from the shadows, her hand ready for the next volley. Adela's moonlight bullet? It turned out all three magic stones were in Adela's hands. A rain of magic poured down on the entire group. All the magic stones are here. Support. From a distance, Sua watched the situation, her voice full of annoyance. Jin Hee-yoon, stop messing around. Beside her, Go Chang-soo mumbled. In that case, before Go Changsu's decision could fully form, the tide of battle had already turned. Hyul and Adela suddenly appeared, stunning the enemies. Who are these guys? The one they directly faced was Ma Jin-seok, who was guarding the stronghold. Meanwhile, on another hillside, Sua led Go Changsu and Ju Han-wook, her heart full of frustration. Damn it! Because of the previous battle, I sent Kang Shin-woo and Jin Hyun to assist. The situation is more complicated than I thought. Ju Han-wook looked back, towards where their teammate was holding off the enemy. It seems Ji Sun-chan is still holding up well, but the support team Sua sent was falling into a deadly trap. Magic stones! Hurry! They're everywhere! Kang Shin-woo panicked. I can't read the magic trajectory. What's happening? The entire enemy formation was torn apart. Only Ma Jin-seok remained, isolated, defending the flag. Amidst the rain of magic, Kang Shin-woo yelled through the comms. Ma Jin-seok! Where exactly is Hyul? Where should we go? Retreat now. But the answer he received was a bombshell. Hyul and Adela are right. In front of me. The news shattered the entire team. Jin Hyun screamed. What? You idiot! I'm under attack here. Sua also realized she had fallen into a trap. Hyul, what the hell did you do? In response to the enemy's panic, Hyul merely smirked. There's no need to waste time anyway. Everything will be over soon. Ma Jin-seok gritted his teeth, realizing the opponent's perfect plan. Damn it, I walked right into it. If it were just Hyul, I could have stalled for a bit, but Adela was with him too. The blonde girl's presence shattered all his calculations. The two stood there, silently overwhelming. For Ma Jin-seok, this situation was like being hunted by two ferocious beasts, and the predator began to act. Brilliant magical energy converged in Hyul's palm, signaling a destructive attack. This match is our victory. As he finished speaking, a colossal pillar of magical light descended, engulfing the entire battlefield. The overwhelming power terrified Kang Shin-woo. Mana Stone. Against such absolute power, all resistance was futile. Ma Jin-seok collapsed, only able to utter bitter words. Damn it. Kang Shin-woo's entire team was stunned, unable to believe the swift outcome. Realizing there was no longer any chance, Ma Jin-seok hastily raised both hands. How foolish. I surrender. I surrender. The battle ended. The defeated lay scattered on the ground. Exhausted and resentful, Jin Hyun panted, cursing bitterly under her breath. Damn it. The system notification board appeared, confirming an absolute victory for Hyul's team. In contrast to the gloomy atmosphere of the losing side, Ju Han-wook burst into joy. Excellent. Excellent. The friendly match concluded. The tense atmosphere had not yet dissipated, and everyone was summoned back to the academy. The destination was the Obelisk Academy's meeting room. Hyul led his team in, his face still calm after the victory. Inside, the other students, including the recently defeated team, had taken their seats, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped them. Kang Shin-woo and Ma Jin-seok were silent, but Jin Hyun's eyes held unconcealed anger. Her anger seemed about to erupt. Unable to hold back any longer, Jin Hyun lunged and punched Ma Jin-seok directly. How annoying. Hey, Ma Jin-seok, what the hell were you doing? You just handed them the victory so cleanly? Attacked unexpectedly, Ma Jin-seok brushed off the accusation. Then why didn't you try defending against those two? You should have held out until Shin-woo returned. His anger flared, placing all the blame on Jin Hyun. If you hadn't mistaken Hyul and Adela for our side, this wouldn't have happened. Those words were like a splash of cold water. Jin Hyun gritted her teeth, forced to admit her bitter mistake. That was really an attack from Hyul and Adela. Amidst the tension, Kang Shin-woo intervened. Both of you, stop. There's no need for a useless argument. This incident isn't your fault. His gaze turned towards Hyul and Adela, acknowledging a harsh truth. It's just that the opponents did very well. The admission of defeat plunged the entire third-year team into silence. Kang Hyungmin could only sigh in resignation. Min Tae-sik and Park Hana also couldn't hide their disappointment. Kim Jae-seok hung his head, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped the defeated. But that silence couldn't extinguish the fire of anger in Jin Hyun's heart. Ma Jin-seok was no better, his annoyance still clearly etched on his face. Breaking the atmosphere, Kang Shin-woo looked directly at his opponents, his voice full of questions. Hyul, Adela, what trick did you two use? Before the group's curiosity, Hyul calmly stepped forward. I will first explain what you seniors are most curious about. He began with a shocking revelation, Ji Sun-chan's image appearing in everyone's minds. The only one guarding our team's flag was Sun-chan. Jin Hyun was stunned, unable to believe her ears. So you mean, Sun-chan used that strange windslash or moonlight bullet? Hyul shook his head, his tone completely calm as he confessed an even more terrifying truth. No, of course not. All the trap spells that caught you seniors were cast by me. That confession was like a bolt from the blue. Ma Jin-sok sprang up, shouting, "What did you say? You were clearly right in front of me. Are you telling me you cast spells all the way from here to your base?" To answer Ma Jin-sok's question, Hyul didn't use words but acted directly. A brilliant magical orb condensed in his palm, roughly, like this. The moment the orb formed, the entire group was stunned. Moonlight bullet. The shock quickly turned into disbelief. Jin Hyun slammed the table and stood up, turning to question. "That's a secret art of the Arcane Council. Adela, don't tell me you broke the taboo and revealed a secret art?" Hyul interrupted, his tone still strangely calm. "So that you don't misunderstand, this isn't a revelation of a secret art. This is magic that I analyzed and created myself." The explanation was even more unbelievable than the initial confession. Kang Shinwoo narrowed his eyes in skepticism. "Analyze a secret art? Do you really think that's possible?" In response to the doubt, Hyul's eyes glowed with a brilliant golden light. "Yes, it's entirely possible, because I possess eyes that can read magical formulas." Another shocking secret was revealed. Magic eyes? The entire group was stunned. Ma Jin-seok muttered that it was absurd, but Hyul cut him off. "Don't be too surprised yet." Magical energy swirled around Hyul as he revealed his plan. "With my magic eyes, I analyzed Moonlight Bullet. As soon as the match began, I set them and wind blades everywhere." Then Hyul turned his gaze towards someone else. "And Ji-sun-chan too." Ji-sun-chan merely mumbled an incomprehensible number, seemingly having known everything beforehand. 1. 2. In their minds, the image of a sharp wind blade, one of the deadly traps, reappeared. Jin Hyun and Ma Jin-sok flinched, sweat breaking out. They began to understand the scale of this plan. Jin Hyun gritted her teeth, unable to believe the truth she had just heard. An invisible surge of magic was activated from afar, heading straight for the target. Hyul's eyes glowed red. "I used magic preset in the air to cast long-range spells," he concluded, revealing the final piece of the puzzle. "This is an improved version of the magic I used when fighting Ju Han-wook of the Blue Tower." Hyul's explanation did not satisfy Ju Han-wook. "Then how did you aim?" Kang Shinwoo agreed, his face full of doubt. "That's right. Your magic definitely flew straight towards us." Ji-sun-chan spoke up, revealing the first clue. "That's thanks to the numbers I mentioned earlier." A thought flashed through Kang Shinwoo's mind. "Coordinates? Almost." Hyul confirmed, beginning a detailed explanation. "The first number is the identifier for fixed magic. The second number is the angle to adjust the magic's trajectory." He recalled the moment he stood before the group. "And then, I explained it to everyone." Hyul shared this magic mechanism with Adela and Ji-sun-chan. And now, he presented the same thing to the third-year senior. But amidst that flow of information, Hyul still held back his biggest trump card. "Of course, I didn't say anything about Baitaneo-style magic." He skillfully concluded his presentation. "That's the entire secret of my magic." Hyul secretly calculated, believing that sharing the information would make it easier to persuade the seniors, as they were all in the same boat now. Suddenly, his eyes blazed and his voice sharpened. "I'll say it again, my goal is victory. That means a gold medal." The seniors listened in silence to his powerful declaration. Hyul earnestly appealed. "And to achieve that, I need the full cooperation of the seniors. I believe this friendly match has proven how useful my strategy is." His demeanor completely changed, his voice softening. "I apologize for my rude remarks, so..." Without another word, Hyul bowed deeply and formally. "Please follow my lead." Jin Hyun's gaze wavered at Hyul's proposal, but his firm promise rang out, allowing no room for doubt. "In return, I will bring victory to all of you," Kang Shinwoo quietly observed, not missing a single detail. Ma Jin-seok placed a hand on Jin Hyun's shoulder, trying to soothe the simmering frustration within her. Finally, Jin Hyun relented. "All right. I don't like this, but I'll follow your lead." Park Hana's eyes widened in surprise at this sudden change. "Why are you so surprised? Are you really shocked?" Jin Hyun explained the reason, her voice full of reluctance. "I lost the bet anyway, so I have to obey that kid's orders, or I'll have to give up on the national team." Saying that, she turned and walked away. "And also," Jin Hyun extended her hand towards Ji-sun-chan, a confident smile on her face. "I apologize for calling you a loser. I've seen your defensive magic, it's quite solid." Ji-sun-chan was completely stunned by the unexpected apology. He quickly grabbed her hand, his face flushed. "Your fire magic is amazing too, senior." The scene shifted to the magnificent Obelisk Academy. Inside the spacious dining hall, students were having lunch. Hyul approached Ji-sun-chan and Adela's table. "You all worked hard facing the third-year seniors." He smiled, his eyes gleaming mysteriously. "Before we start planning for the Olympiad, I have a small favor to ask." Ji-sun-chan and Adela looked up simultaneously, curious about the sudden request. "A favor?" What is it? Hyul got straight to the point. It's about the evening practice. Could you two practice without me for a while? He smirked, his eyes full of hidden meaning. I'm starting to feel the wall of enlightenment. That declaration stunned them both. The wall of enlightenment? Could it be the wall of the fifth circle? But that was just an excuse. Hyul couldn't reveal his Bythanor magic, the power he was secretly cultivating. To construct fourth circle magic in the Bythanor style, he needed more time. And the wall of enlightenment was the perfect reason. Ji Sun-chan turned to Adela, full of skepticism. Fifth circle at 18? Adela, he's not spouting nonsense, is he? Contrary to Ji Sun-chan's doubt, Adela was completely convinced. Her eyes shone with absolute belief and admiration. Seeing their reactions, Hyul smiled. Anyway, for that reason, I won't be able to attend evening practice. I hope you two understand. Both Adela and Ji Sun-chan agreed immediately, even with a hint of excitement. If it's for that reason, then of course. That's right, starting tomorrow, just take a break. Hyul was a little flustered by their enthusiasm. Why do you two look so happy? Ji Sun-chan laughed gleefully, revealing his true intentions. Don't worry, I'll check your stamina regularly. Hyul froze. What? That's dirty pool? Night fell. At the mansion of the leading mage family, Shinji-han scanned the list of magical ingredients. Horn of the Octobeast, Heart of Calamity, and the Eye of Leviathan. All incredibly expensive items. Shinji-han looked up, his gaze sharp. What do you intend to use them for? Hyul replied without hesitation. They are absolutely essential for my magical achievement. The hint to weave the fourth circle, he had obtained it from Mimir's well. A grand plan was slowly taking shape. In the endless library of the well, Hyul sighed in exasperation. Mimir, isn't there a more intuitive book explaining the expansion circle? He was met with a blunt answer from Mimir. Not at all, Hyul thought to himself, unsure if Mimir was trying to help or hinder. Then buy me another book. As soon as he finished speaking, another stack of books was suddenly thrown down right next to him. Hyul flinched, bewildered by the pile of books that had just appeared. His gaze stopped, and a strange feeling arose. He picked up a book, its old cover depicting a potion bottle. Magic potion? This book looks really old too. Hyul mumbled, thinking about Mimir's habit of carelessly discarding things. But as the first lines of text passed before his eyes, Hyul's expression completely changed. He was stunned. This is it! A radiant smile appeared on Hyul's face. Mimir is truly something else. With this method, anything is possible. The ancient book contained the formula for a magic potion capable of absorbing a colossal amount of mana. This was the key to shortening the time needed to achieve the expansion circle. Returning to reality, Hyul's voice rang out clearly before Shinji-han. Currently, I stand before the wall of enlightenment. Shinji-han was stunned. Does that mean you're about to reach the fifth circle? Yes, Hyul affirmed confidently. Those ingredients are absolutely essential for me to achieve my magical accomplishment. He calculated that most of the ingredients could be collected by himself, but for the rare items, he would have to rely on his father's authority. Shinji-han remained silent, his eyes full of contemplation. Hyul faced his father, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. Shinji-han pondered, admitting Hyul's words didn't sound like a lie. So these ingredients are for brewing a potion? Hyul confirmed. Shinji-han immediately questioned the origin of this unfamiliar formula. Hyul calmly replied that he found it in an ancient book. Shinji-han's eyes glinted with suspicion. An ancient potion. All right. If what you say is true, I'll get it for you. Hyul breathed a sigh of relief, his face brightening considerably. Thank you very much, father. But Shinji-han wasn't finished. First an ancient cloak, now an ancient potion. I don't know what you're planning, Shinji-han continued, an unreadable smile on his lips. But you must be very lucky. Hyul froze, swallowing hard at his father's loaded remark. After the tense confrontation, Hyul sat in the car, recalling everything. Shinji-han had thoroughly questioned him about his magic. From the spells used in the fight against Ju Han-wook to Kim Kangen's questions, no detail was overlooked. Naturally, Hyul refused to answer. He closed his eyes, leaning his head against the seat. Shinji-han's suspicion was inevitable, especially with so many strange things happening at once. Hyul knew he couldn't hide this secret forever. Sooner or later, he would have to tell his father the truth. The car stopped, bringing Hyul to a bustling commercial district, where a sign proudly displayed Monster Byproduct Street. Hyul, in casual clothes with a baseball cap covering his face, blended into the crowded street. Immediately, a vendor called out, "Hey, student, red slime essence here." Hyul recalled the warning to be careful when buying and selling here, amidst the enticing cries of super cheap goods. Another vendor eagerly held out a piece of hide. "Young man, fresh kobold hide just in today. In this chaotic black market, It was hard to distinguish real from fake if you weren't an expert. And that was fertile ground for scammers. Immediately, Hyul caught the eye of a merchant. "Oh my, student over there. Care to try some Saint Latine spider silk? It's a rare find, you know." She eagerly held out a box of shimmering, glowing silk, but the reply was only a sneer. Hyul's eyes flashed red. Since when did one-horned spider silk become Saint Latine spider silk? Caught red-handed, she flustered. "What are you talking about? Don't slander me. I told you this is genuine." Hyul remained nonchalant. "It has a very distinctive glow." Thinking she had found a fool, she thrust the box closer. "See? Look, you see it glowing, don't you?" "Yes, it's glowing." Hyul slowly pointed. "Because of the phosphorescent powder you sprinkled on it." Exposed, the woman could only curse furiously as Hyul nonchalantly turned and walked away. "Good job. Must have taken a lot of effort to sprinkle that powder, huh? Get lost, you damn brat." Blending into the crowd, Hyul mused that his solitary appearance probably made him look like an easy target, but they were mistaken. He had memorized all 40,000 spells in the public library, so how could he not distinguish between real and fake monster byproducts? Don't underestimate this brain. This was Monster Byproduct Street, where real and fake were mixed. Hyul's purpose in coming here was clear: to find ingredients, to concoct an ancient elixir, but to do that, distinguishing genuine goods amidst a sea of fakes was the first challenge. Hyul smiled provocatively, making the shop owner furiously roar. Get out now, you brat! Get lost!" Chased away, Hyul hadn't taken more than a few steps when another voice called out. "Hey, student!" An old man with a cane, smiling with a few missing teeth, approached. So young, yet such sharp eyes. Hyul turned, his gaze scrutinizing. The old man showed sympathy, shaking his head wearily. "They really are a bunch of scammers. I truly wanted to help, but that shop has an organization backing it. My apologies." Hyul merely replied indifferently. "Ah, it's fine." He smirked, feigning innocence. "Anyone who gets fooled by those things is just an idiot." Hearing that, the old man burst into hearty laughter. "You truly are an interesting person." He put an arm around Hyul's shoulder, leading him away. "Oh, I just got new stock yesterday." They stopped in front of another shop. "This is my shop. I'll bring out the black ox horn. Wait a moment." Hyul silently watched as the old man disappeared behind the door. Immediately after, a horn radiating dark purple magic power was brought out. "Here it is, the black ox horn." The old man proudly showed off the item. Flawless S-grade item, over 90% purity. "The manometer doesn't lie. Feel free to check." Hyul raised the meter. The number displayed clearly. 94%. Despite the impressive result, Hyul merely bowed his head silently, revealing no emotion. Thinking he had fooled his prey, the old man grinned widely, quoting an exorbitant price. "This must be fate. I'll let you have it for only 27 million won." The shop owner continued his act, emphasizing the bargain. "You know this high-grade byproduct usually costs over 30 million, right? You're very lucky today." But Hyul only smirked, exposing the cheap scam. Since when did an African buffalo horn become a black ox horn? The shop owner's smile froze on his lips. Hyul glanced around the market. No wonder it felt strange from the start, openly selling fakes like that. "So this is a two-faced scam operation. You're also an accomplice, aren't you?" "Well, whatever." Hyul turned back, his eyes sharp. "This trick won't fool me. Don't waste any more time, bring out the real goods." He added a provocative remark. "If you actually have it." The shop owner broke into a cold sweat, speechless. His cane fell to the ground. Suddenly, he stood up straight, shedding his obsequious demeanor. His attitude changed 180 degrees. "Kid, it seems you're no ordinary person. In that case, my apologies. Now then, please follow me." He gestured, leading Hyul further inside. As night fell, a luxurious car glided along the highway. Inside the car, a transaction notification appeared on the tablet screen. The scarred bodyguard immediately reported to Shin In-hyuk. "Sir, a large payment was just made using the young master's card." Shin In-hyuk calmly looked out the window. "It's probably just for monster byproducts. Let it be. I gave him that card for free spending." The scarred bodyguard still couldn't help but wonder. Monster byproducts? All of a sudden? What is the young master planning? He said he's concocting an ancient elixir. The scarred bodyguard sighed, still a bit doubtful. He's doing something unusual again. But the price is quite high, so I'll check the quality of the purchased items. Shin In-hyuk leaned back in his seat, dismissing his subordinate's worries. "No need. That boy has been proficient with all kinds of monster byproducts since he was 5 years old." His eyes sharpened, full of confidence in his son. "I didn't raise him to be a fool who can't distinguish between real and fake." Decisively changing the subject, Shin In-hyuk asked about another matter. "More importantly, What about the eight-horned beast's horn? The preliminary contract is complete. We are currently negotiating the price. The bodyguard continued his report. Including import time, it will take about a week. A brilliant purple magic circle appeared, enveloping the space, preventing any sound from escaping. Shin In-hyuk moved on to a top-secret matter. What about the internal audit I ordered earlier? We are investigating carefully. It seems someone is colluding with the Black Tower. He explained his method. I deliberately leaked a portion of the report related to the Black Tower and found signs of tampering. The bodyguard bowed his head. But I haven't identified who it is yet. I apologize. Currently, we have narrowed down the suspects to high-ranking individuals with access to the family's top-secret reports and conducted investigations, but found no suspicious clues. Behind the bodyguard's back were images of the suspects, all appearing flawless. Everyone is clean, not a speck of dust. Shin In-hyuk narrowed his eyes, contemplating. No suspicious clues and too clean, huh? That very cleanliness could be the evidence itself. The scarred bodyguard fell silent, realizing the deeper meaning in his master's words. If you say they are so clean, then further investigation might be useless. In that case, we'll just have to wait for the traitor to contact the Black Tower. Amidst the city night, a cold command was issued. Get ready. Magical energy converged, and rare ingredients were gathered in preparation for an ancient formula. Hyul returned, placing the bag full of glowing items on the table. I'm really tired. Mimir happily received it. Oh, successor. You still did a great job collecting everything. Mimir flipped through the ancient book, announcing important news. Now we only need 3 more ingredients to concoct the elixir. What they were creating was the Mana Blessing Elixir. When consumed, it would enhance synchronization, allowing the body to absorb a much larger amount of mana than usual. Hyul mused. This elixir was the key for him to compensate for the mana needed to weave the amplification circle. When will the remaining ingredients arrive? Mimir replied. I contacted my father on the way here, and he said it would take about a week. Mimir exclaimed. A week? Just in time for the Olympiad? Hyul looked thoughtful again. Yes, but even after it's concocted, it seems we can't use it right away. He pointed to the book. According to this book, afterward, mana circulation must be performed to fully unleash the elixir's effects. Mimir immediately understood the problem. So, have you thought of a location yet? Hyul nodded decisively. Yes, I already have a place in mind. Mimir was curious. Oh, where? Bainyang Island. Hyul revealed the plan. This island not only has the highest mana concentration in the country, but recently, that concentration has been steadily increasing. Mimir's eyes lit up, completely convinced. Oh, perfect. So when do we go? Hyul smirked meaningfully, his eyes flashing mischievously. I have a plan for everything. The scene shifted to the magnificent Obelisk Academy. Mimir was astonished. Really? The entire classroom erupted in excitement. Hyul stood before his classmates, smiling as he announced. That's right, it's a training camp on Bainyang Island. A sudden announcement echoed, stirring the academy's atmosphere. In 1 week, we will go to Bainyang Island for a training camp. The authoritative voice continued, confirming the information. That's right, this is a special 6-day, 5-night training course on Bainyang Island. Kim Kangan appeared, a meaningful smile on his face. I personally asked the Tower Master of the Blue Tower to arrange this. You'd better prepare thoroughly. In contrast to Jin Hee-yoon's excitement, Adela seemed a bit flustered. Wow, amazing. Sounds fun, Adela? Meanwhile, another group of students looked worried. It seems we have a lot to prepare. Aren't we just going there to relax? Kang Shinwoo immediately dismissed that naivety. What did you just hear? This is training prepared by the Blue Tower itself. Hyul quietly observed everything, smiling contentedly. The atmosphere at the academy had finally settled. The conflict between the second and third years also seemed to have been resolved. Since the friendly match, Hyul had been able to manage everyone's training schedule. Thanks to the support of the Blue Tower, he gradually gained their trust. Suddenly, an idea flashed, and Hyul spoke. We have to go to the Blue Tower right now for a special mana test. Get ready. The announcement made the whole class groan. The Blue Tower headquarters appeared. A majestic skyscraper where power and technology converged. A polite woman stepped out to greet them. I have been waiting for you. I am Sua, from the Blue Tower. The group couldn't hide their tension standing before the representative of a major power. Sua gestured professionally. Those who need to take the special mana test, please follow me. But then she turned, her gaze fixed on Hyul. As for you, Hyul, the Tower Master wants to see you privately. Hyul followed Sua, stepping into a magnificent, luxurious corridor. The destination was Kim Kangan's office, where a hot cup of tea had already been prepared. Kim Kangan smiled in welcome. You're here. Is your training still going well? Hyul replied. Yes, thanks to you. Kim Kangan continued to inquire, his eyes sharp. Are there no internal conflicts or other issues within the team? Nothing at all, Hyul reassured, though admitting. Since I'm new, it's still a bit awkward, but everyone is gradually getting closer. Kim Kangin laughed heartily, looking pleased. That's good then. At this rate, it'll be fine. Hyul bowed in gratitude, also mentioning another matter. Thank you, sir. Oh, and thank you for the Banyang Island matter as well. Kim Kangin waved his hand, appearing generous. Haha, it's nothing. Renting out the entire Banyang Island is no big deal. But then, the atmosphere suddenly grew serious. Kim Kangin's smile became meaningful. The reason I called you here today, Hyul. You've probably guessed part of it, haven't you? Hyul flinched slightly, a premonition flashing. Is it about the relic? That's right, Kim Kangin confirmed, his tone full of excitement. I want you to prepare to engrave your unique mana imprint onto the relic. Engraving a unique mana imprint is the process of synchronizing a relic with its owner through their characteristic mana code. Kim Kangin revealed an important truth. The tests that the team members are currently undergoing are precisely to prepare for the unique mana imprinting. I also want to complete your mana test before the group training session begins, Kim Kangin stated directly. Hyul quickly agreed. Yes, then any time after 8 p.m. would be fine. A thought flashed in Hyul's mind. The unique mana imprinting has been mentioned. Does that mean the plan to complete the relic is taking shape? Kim Kangin's eyes sharpened, full of determination. Yes, 2 weeks at the fastest, 3 weeks at the latest. Regardless, we plan to complete it during the Olympiad. An ancient book emitted a magical light, signaling a long night of diligent study. Inside Mimir's well, the vast and silent library space was where Hyul was preparing with all his might. He closed the book he had just finished reading, his eyes glowing bright red. Mimir, I've finished this book. Is there another one? In response, Mimir playfully snapped his fingers. Ta-da! Another book, radiating an ancient aura, immediately flew before Hyul. He was a vortex of knowledge, magic surging as each page was turned with extraordinary speed. Mimir brought the book over and inquired. Here, your next book. How are things going? Is your preparation still on track? Preparation? For the Ring of Expansion? Or for the Olympiad? Hyul asked back. Mimir cheerfully replied. Both, Hyul mused. Preparation for the Olympiad is fine. As for the Ring of Expansion, it's still the same. No real progress. Mimir was surprised. Is crafting the Ring of Expansion that difficult? But the problem wasn't technical, quite the opposite. Theoretically, I've mastered it completely. He pointed out the critical bottleneck. The problem is, my body is severely lacking in mana. Mimir nodded, realizing the crux. Then, ultimately, the mana blessing is the key. Yes, Hyul confirmed. But a flicker of annoyance appeared as he thought of his father's intervention. But it seems the materials will arrive a bit earlier. Could it be that the rules were changed? Just because of my father's influence, Mimir, with his innocence, only saw the positive side. The successor truly is lucky. Those words only annoyed Hyul further. Right, is that so? Time passed. The next night, the blue tower stood tall, radiating brilliant magical light under the night sky. Inside the blue tower headquarters, Hyul let out an exhausted sigh. Standing behind him, Kim Kangin patted his shoulder. You've worked hard. Kim Kangin smiled, his eyes full of expectation. This is your first time doing this kind of mana test, isn't it, Hyul? How do you feel? Hyul replied, his voice a little tired. The test itself was simple. But it dragged on for too long, so I'm a bit exhausted. Kim Kangin chuckled at the complaint. Haha, even so, you're still considered very fast, Hyul. You only took an hour, while ordinary people would take up to 8 hours. Kim Kangin's praise stunned Hyul. Turning to another researcher, Kim Kangin explained. To call this test easy, that's truly bold. Even if it's just repeatedly moving mana. Fixing mana within a 0.3% margin of error is not simple at all. But for Hyul, who had already mastered the second challenge, this test was truly a piece of cake. Kim Kangin looked at the results displayed on the tablet, nodding in satisfaction. Anyway, since the results are good, we don't need to worry about the quality of the relic. At this level, perhaps we should aim for a masterpiece. Hyul scratched his head, giving an awkward laugh. Haha, isn't masterpiece a bit much? Kim Kangin began to compare. The blue tower has an S-grade tier, 4 relic, the Emperor's Ring, right? Of course, if we consider a single attribute, it cannot be as effective as the Emperor's Ring. But Hyul's relic is a composite 4-element enhanced relic, created from elemental mana light. Kim Kangin's voice was full of pride. If we consider its versatility, it is certainly a relic that is in no way inferior to the Emperor's Ring. Hyul froze, asking again. You mean, my relic is at least S rank, and tier 4, right? That means, It's one of the top relics in the world. Hyul was stunned, unable to believe his ears. No way. His reaction made Kim Kangan smile in amusement. I think this is the first time I've seen Hyul so excited. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyul hastily asked, "Ah, that relic. Does it have a name yet?" The conversation with Kim Kangan was suddenly interrupted by a message alert. Hyul hastily apologized. "Excuse me, just a moment." His gaze suddenly changed as he looked at the screen. "It's from my father." The message content clearly appeared. The material delivery schedule had been confirmed, and Seo Kyan would be the one to deliver it. A satisfied smile bloomed on Hyul's lips. Finally, all the ingredients for concocting the elixir had been gathered. The time shifted to 8 o'clock the next evening. Hyul was with Mimir. The mischievous girl peeked out from behind him, a smile full of anticipation on her face. Before them was a feast of magical ingredients. A fiery heart, a cosmic brain, a pair of deep purple horns, and countless rare crystals. Mimir couldn't hide her utter delight. They're all in excellent condition and top quality. The size is perfect too. She gave a determined thumbs up. With these, we can get started right away. First, let's prepare the ingredients. According to Mimir, they would start with the reserve materials to get used to the process. In case of any mistake, Hyul carefully began carving a crystal, but it seemed he had overdone it a bit. Mimir calmly instructed, "That much can still be saved. Just cut a little more and try again." Suddenly, a giant cosmic-shaped tentacle emerged from the cauldron. Mimir cried out in panic. "Deal with it quickly, it's about to escape." Somehow, Hyul successfully subdued the rebellious ingredient, transforming it into a bowl full of sparkling cubes. Next was another challenge. Mimir explained that this ingredient was very weak against light. Hyul's task was to divide a single fruit into 3 equal parts. In the dark. After some struggle, the first preliminary processing stage was finally complete. A series of bowls of ingredients had been carefully processed, ready for the official concoction process. Noticing Hyul's fatigue, Mimir suggested, "Now only the most important ingredients remain. How about we take a short break first?" Though a bit hesitant, Hyul still agreed. Alright. Now, only 3 legendary ingredients remained. The 8-pointed deer horn, the heart of calamity, and the Leviathan's eyeball. They were not only expensive items, but also one of a kind. The pressure was immense. Failure was absolutely not an option. A short pause for tea time began. The warm tea aroma spread, soothing all tension. Wonderful. Regaining his spirits, Hyul stood up, full of renewed energy. "Alright, let's get back to work." Opening the first box, Hyul carefully took out the pair of horns shimmering with purple light. First, the 8-pointed deer horn. Hyul focused, channeling magic into the carving knife, making the blade glow brightly. Then, slowly shave off the surface layer. Each stroke of the knife moved carefully, carving out sparkling magical fragments from the horn. Mimir watched Hyul's every movement with bated breath. Hyul's entire mind was focused on every millimeter of the blade's movement. Any mistake would come at a heavy price. Next, Mimir picked up the jar containing the heart of calamity. The heart must be soaked in water mixed with fairy wing powder to completely drain the blood. Maintain the water temperature precisely at 25 degrees. This is an extremely meticulous process. You absolutely must not take your eyes off it for 6 hours straight. For the final ingredient, Hyul gently enveloped the Leviathan's eyeball in a thin layer of magic. Mimir warned sternly, pointing towards the boiling cauldron. "If you don't do that, it will explode as soon as you boil it." After completing the preliminary processing, Mimir announced the next step to Hyul. "So, the ingredient preparation is done. Alright, the next step is..." Hyul's expression shifted when he heard the request. "Simmer the ingredients while stirring continuously for 10 hours. Time flew by quickly, and the long day ended. In the room cluttered with books, traces of a sleepless night were evident. In the vast library, morning light streamed in. Hyul collapsed onto the floor, exhausted after a long night of concocting. Mimir gently stepped forward, smiling contentedly at her fallen successor. "Well done, successor. It's finally completed safely." The fruit of their labor was sparkling magical potions, emitting mystical purple energy. The scene suddenly changed. A luxurious yacht glided across the azure sea, named Mana's Blessing. On the deck, Jisun-chan exclaimed excitedly, "It's finally time for the group training camp." Hyul stood leaning against the railing, quietly gazing at the sea. "The weather is truly wonderful." With this, the preparations to weave the expanded circle are complete. Suddenly, Jisun-chan threw an arm around Hyul's shoulder. "Hey, everyone would think you're a model posing. Want to take a selfie?" The photo was taken, capturing the moment Jisun-chan grinned widely next to a frowning Hyul who still made a V sign with his hand. The background is absolutely perfect, but Jisun-chan still felt something was missing. Hyul lost patience. What's wrong? If you're going to take it, hurry up. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Ji Sun-chan's mind. Hey, Adela. Ji Sun-chan's call broke her train of thought. He put his arm around Hyul's shoulder and raised his phone. Let's take a picture. Adela was surprised. Take a picture? Exactly. It would be a crime not to take a picture with such a beautiful background behind us. Ji Sun-chan pulled both of them closer. Without waiting for their reaction, he started counting. 1, 2, 3. The photo was taken, capturing the moment of the three. Ji Sun-chan grinned widely. Adela posed somewhat awkwardly, and Hyul still maintained his usual cool expression. Ji Sun-chan exclaimed excitedly, "A group photo of 3 is definitely better. I'll post the picture in the group chat right away." With that said, he walked towards the seniors, leaving Hyul and Adela standing together. Adela smiled and commented, "He's always full of energy, but today he seems especially excited." Hyul replied, but his gaze was a little distant. "Maybe it's because it feels like an outing, but this is training. Is it okay to be this excited?" Adela chuckled. "Let him enjoy himself. That energy won't last long once training starts." Then she turned to Hyul. "You're secretly excited too, aren't you?" Hyul looked slightly flustered. "Why do you think that?" Adela playfully replied. "Because you usually look so serious." She quickly changed the subject. "Oh, by the way, I heard that the mana density on Bangyong Island has become thicker recently. I wonder to what extent." The majestic island gradually appeared before their eyes. "We're about to see it," Hyul asked. "Hey, have you ever been to Bangyong Island, Adela?" "Yes, 5 years ago," Adela excitedly recounted. "As I recall, it's a perfect place for training." Hearing that, a rare smile briefly appeared on Hyul's lips. Bangyong Island. Now I'm really looking forward to it. The ship glided across the clear blue sea, heading straight towards the towering island ahead. Bangyong Island, the destination for the special training course, was finally right before their eyes. As soon as he set foot on the island, Kang Shinwoo shouted excitedly, "Yahoo! We're on Bangyong Island!" Immediately after, a massive luxury hotel appeared before the group. Kang Shinwoo and Jin Hee-yoon gaped in astonishment. Hyul calmly explained, "This is the accommodation prepared by the Blue Tower." Inside was a lavish buffet, which left the trainees overwhelmed. Kang Shinwoo pointed at the lobster dish, his eyes shining brightly. "Amazing. Look, there's even lobster." Meanwhile, Hyul recalled another crustacean, of a much larger, colossal size. At another table, Jin Hee-yoon happily invited Adela. "Wow, Adela. Try this dish, it's delicious." In the crowd, Ma Jin-sok wore a smug smile, standing next to Ju Han-wook. Kang Shin-woo quickly approached Adela's table, but before he could do anything, Hyul stood up, interrupting the meal. "All right, after eating, take a 30-minute break, then training begins. Everyone be at the training ground at 3:30. The whole group responded in unison. A short while later, at the magic training ground, Hyul stood facing the trainees. "Is everyone ready? Before we begin, there's something we need to do first." Hyul activated a device, displaying an image of the island. "Because Bangyong Island has a denser mana concentration than other places, you will feel very uncomfortable absorbing mana through your circles," Hyul commanded. "Everyone, try operating your mana once." Immediately, the trainees closed their eyes, focusing on sensing. Blue mana streams began to flow, enveloping each person. In the silent space, streams of mana surged around the trainees. With his glowing red eyes, Hyul perceived every slightest energy fluctuation of each person. He began to give instructions, turning towards Kang Shin-woo and Adela. "You two don't need any advice from me. Just continue as you are." Then Hyul approached Ma Jin-sok, placing a hand on his back. "Senior Jin-sok, you need to reduce your magic circle's output by about 20%. Conversely, he asked Jin Hee-yoon to do the opposite. "Senior Hee-yoon, you're different. Increase your output by 15% compared to now." Hyul moved around the room, no different from a conductor leading a mana orchestra. Among them, Ji Sun-chan struggled the most, sweating profusely. Noticing his difficulty, Hyul immediately approached him. "Sun-chan, reduce your output by 50% and adjust your posture to suit your body." The sudden advice left Ji Sun-chan stunned, but the moment he followed, a different sensation spread throughout his body. Ji Sun-chan burst out in delight. "Oh my god, this feeling, it's unbelievably comfortable. Absolutely amazing." Hyul just smiled smugly. His joy didn't last long before Hyul's voice rang out. "Good, now maintain that state for 1 hour. Begin." Ji Sun-chan froze. "Devil, don't smile like that." 1 hour later, the hellish training finally ended. "Stop." The group of trainees collapsed onto the floor, exhausted. Jin Hee-yoon panted. Who would operate mana for a whole hour? Even a muscular person like Ma Jin-sok had reached his limit. drenched in sweat. Amidst the pervasive exhaustion, a bottle of cold water was offered, promising instant relief. Adela held out the water bottle. Here, have some water. Among the panting trainees, Ma Jin-seok looked up, hesitantly taking it. Thanks Adela. Hyul quietly observed everything. While everyone else was exhausted, Adela remained completely calm. Hyul thought to himself, that's the distinct class of a mystic. Standing up, Hyul drew the group's attention. I suppose everyone understands the problem now, right? Any more questions? The group replied in unison, exhausted. New. Hyul's gaze sharpened. Good, then we will officially begin the training. The training on Banyang Island is self-directed training. Ma Jin-seok was stunned. Self-directed? Training? Hyul nodded. Yes, just train at your own pace. I've given everyone all the advice I can. In this training camp, you will have to make your own judgments and act independently. Jin Hee-yoon spoke up, asking, so what will you be doing during that time? I have my own adaptation training, Hyul replied. First, I need to get used to Banyang Island's mana density. The unexpected confession caused the other trainees to murmur. It turned out this was also Hyul's first time setting foot on this island. But in Hyul's perception, the mana flow here was even denser than he had imagined. A perfect environment. He announced the end of the group session. All right, today's group training is over. Now it was time for his own goal. To weave the expansion circle, I need to make the most of this environment. Separating from the group, Hyul ventured alone deep into the dense forest. Following the directions on his phone, he searched for a special location. It must be around here. Suddenly, a surge of pure, azure magic power erupted in his senses. The powerful energy surge stunned Hyul, his eyes gleaming with surprise and joy. And then, a radiant smile appeared on Hyul's lips as he stood on a rocky outcrop, looking down at what he had been searching for. Found it. Right beneath him, a crack in the ground glowed brightly with emerald energy. A mana vein. Hyul knew that in areas with high natural mana density, like Banyang Island, energy would condense at critical points, forming precious mana veins. This location was truly perfect. Not only was it close to the lodge, but the mana density was also 5% higher than elsewhere. Everything was ready. Hyul pulled out a test tube containing a mystical purple solution. Out of 5 vials, I'll try one first. Elixir, Mana's blessing. With an expectant smile, Hyul whispered, finally, I can test the effectiveness of this. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured the elixir straight into his mouth, but its bitter and unpleasant taste immediately made him grimace. Ugh, the taste is awful. Hyul quickly brushed aside the discomfort. Well, the taste doesn't matter. The question is, does it work? Immediately, a massive surge of energy erupted from within, enveloping Hyul's body in a vortex of light. Harnessing the abundant energy, Hyul cast his magic. Bile Nor's infinite circle. Deploy the third circle. He clearly felt the difference. Whoa, it's real. Mana is flowing into my body many times faster. But the current was too intense, forcing Hyul to brace himself. A massive amount. I must focus. The surging energy transformed into complex circles, threatening to spiral out of control. If I don't control it tightly, the magic power will rampage. Hyul braced himself against the gut-wrenching pain, sweat pouring off him. I have to endure. It only lasts an hour. His goal was to chart a path for the expansion circle to rotate. Each vial of elixir must establish at least 20%. Half an hour passed in a struggle with the immense energy. Gradually, the chaotic mana flows began to stabilize. Hyul breathed a sigh of relief. At this rate, but hope vanished. A violent internal tremor caused fresh blood to gush from the corner of Hyul's mouth. Stunned, looking at his blood-stained hand, Hyul couldn't explain the horrifying incident that had just occurred. At the same time, in a luxurious hotel in the heart of the city, night enveloped a deadly conspiracy. In the penthouse, Go Chang-soo anxiously looked out the window, holding the phone to his ear. The call came from a mysterious individual, and his request stunned Go Chang-soo. You want me to deal with Hyul? The voice on the other end confirmed coldly. That's right. Is it possible? The mastermind revealed himself through his voice, a mysterious hooded man with a strange creature at his feet. Of course, we can always do that. However, he smirked, seemingly having anticipated the request. Avoiding the eyes of the shadow squad led by Seo Kyon. Is that a condition? Go, Chang-soo yelled in despair. Obviously, avoiding their eyes is a must. The hooded man appeared pensive. In that case, it will be very difficult. As I said before, acting while they are watching is unwise. He gestured towards the black-clad subordinates behind him, his voice full of hidden meaning. Our black tower doesn't want its VIP guest to disappear. The small creature nimbly jumped onto the armrest, its glowing red eyes observing in silence. In the darkness, Cat-like creatures with bat wings lurked. Their philosophy, also that of the Black Tower, was utterly ruthless. For now, hold your breath and hide. When the target is completely alone, that's when we strike swiftly, taking their life. Elsewhere, Wei Sangqiao was restless. No. If so, it will be too late. His patience ran out, he growled. Right now, we must act at all costs. In response to his impatience, the voice on the other end spoke with an air of nonchalance. Is there any reason for us to do so? Wei Sangqiao roared into the phone. Xiaoqian. He's trying to help Haiyul. The other end of the line showed a hint of surprise. You mean, the current family head's most trusted retainer? Wei Sangqiao smirked sinisterly. Exactly. If Xiaoqian sides with Haiyul, I won't be the only one in trouble, the voice acknowledged. Indeed. The black-cloaked assassin smiled through the phone. Sir, we sincerely hope you become the new head of the great mage family, but as mentioned, dealing with Haiyul while avoiding Seiqian is almost impossible. Wei Sangqiao snapped. I know that already, but he quickly regained his resolute demeanor. Difficult doesn't mean there's no way. The voice chuckled with delight. Truly worthy of a VIP guest. You truly have keen intuition. Just as you said, there's a very good method. A majestic island with emerald energy pillars appeared. Coincidentally, the target is currently on Banyang Island, so a particularly feasible method exists. Wei Sangqiao's eyes gleamed with malicious curiosity. What method? The black-cloaked assassin slowly drew out his words, building anticipation. That is, sitting in a luxurious armchair, he extended his hand as if grasping the entire island, his voice finally revealing the horrifying plan. We can cause a magical disaster on Banyang Island, and disguise it as an accident. The ruthless declaration of the Black Tower leader echoed, outlining a deadly scenario. On the other end of the line, Wei Sangqiao froze. Intentionally causing a magical disaster? Is that possible? The Black Tower leader stood up, his tone full of confidence. Of course. Given the current state of Banyang Island, it's entirely feasible. A horrifying realization flashed in Wei Sangqiao's mind. Could it be because the concentration of magic power is becoming denser by the day? Precisely. The Black Tower leader strolled leisurely, his tone as if bestowing a favor. This is originally classified information. I shouldn't be revealing it. But since Mr. Shinji Han is a VVIP client, I will make an exception and share it. He smirked, placing a finger to his lips as a sign for silence. On Banyang Island. Do you know what is hidden there? The moment the Black Tower leader's words hung in the air, elsewhere on the island, Haiyul suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He stared in shock at his blood-stained palm, not understanding what was happening. Before Haiyul, the magic power vein suddenly erupted violently. This was not a normal energy overflow. The familiar sensation of absorbing magic power had completely vanished. Just a moment ago, it was like a vacuum cleaner. Now every pore on my body has turned into a black hole, madly devouring magic power. All the surrounding energy was forcibly sucked into his body. Haiyul gritted his teeth, enduring, trying to understand. No matter how powerful this magic power vein is, it shouldn't be able to release such an enormous amount of energy. He clutched his chest, trying to calm himself amidst the tearing pain. I must keep my wits. I must focus. Sweat poured off him. Haiyul's eyelids felt heavy. The terrible pain was gradually eroding his consciousness. Amidst the gut-wrenching pain, Mimir's warning echoed in Haiyul's mind. Successor, if the medicine causes your mana to go out of control, you absolutely must not lose consciousness. You must endure and hold on. Otherwise, you will die. That fatal admonition became his sole motivation. Haiyul gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, determined not to fall. Come on. Hold out until morning. You have to hold on until the very end, he roared in his mind, battling the storm of energy ravaging his body. And then, dawn arrived. Haiyul lay motionless on the cracked ground, exhausted but still breathing. He had made it through. When he awoke, the first sensation was emptiness. My hands can't move. I can't feel any mana in my body. He lay there, panting. Well, after pushing myself to this extent, of course it would be like this. Struggling to sit up, Haiyul smiled in relief. It's a good thing I'm not dead. Perhaps it's thanks to my mana circulation training and Mimir's advice. But the relief was quickly replaced by a question. Why did the mana suddenly overflow like that? Moreover, I can no longer feel any mana from the dragon's vein. Confusion arose. I've never heard of a dragon's vein running out of power. Just then, a surge of pure energy suddenly erupted from the ground, enveloping Haiyul and leaving him stunned. 2 days later, at the special internal training ground on Banyang Island, a burly student stood opposite Haiyul, drenched in sweat. Please go easy on me. Haiyul merely smirked, cracking his shoulder joints. Behind him, several other students lay sprawled out. Oh, I'll do my best. If you keep your head down like that, I won't be able to see you. Adela raised her hand and declared loudly, "Begin." Immediately, Hyul lunged forward, a surge of azure magic converging in his palm. First circle, Shen Yi. The terrifying magical pressure forced Ji Sun-chan to brace himself. This madman, control your power. In contrast to his opponent's struggle, Hyul appeared completely unconcerned. The magical energy was not only stable but also stronger than before. While the mental burden had significantly decreased, he continued to experiment, channeling energy into the resonance ring. Its efficiency and power had skyrocketed. Hyul casually blew on his fingertips, looking at Ji Sun-chan, frozen in a layer of magic, like a trophy. Inside the ice, Ji Sun-chan screamed in despair. "Are you trying to kill me?" Hyul ignored the shouts and continued the test. "Alright, next." Third circle, intervention. A more complex surge of magic shot out, shattering the ice and throwing Ji Sun-chan to the floor. He muttered bitterly. "Now I really hate this game." Witnessing the scene, Adela and Jin Hyun could only stare in astonishment. Adela exclaimed in surprise. "Amazing." Hyul clenched his fist, feeling the new power surging through his body. "Excellent." He smiled contentedly, looking at the equipment that had made all the difference. "Quite useful, isn't it?" The amplification ring. The scene shifted to Bangyong Island, at a luxurious seaside hotel. Inside a room, silver moonlight filtered through the window. Hyul had just finished bathing, a towel draped loosely over his shoulder. He sat down on the bed, shedding the fatigue from the battle. Hyul clenched his fist again, clearly feeling the change. The intervention ring had also stabilized, reducing the burden and increasing its range of effect. Hyul pondered thoughtfully. "I didn't use Dispel in this battle, but now I might be able to use it more often, almost every day." Hyul concentrated, his eyelids twitching slightly. A flash of golden light appeared as his eyes opened. Along with the development of the magic circle, the divine eye had also evolved. Hyul realized that both its power, output, and duration had increased, allowing him to see through the very essence of magic. But as he stepped onto the balcony, a sense of unease suddenly arose. The mana on Bangyong Island was growing denser by the day. This speed was too fast, abnormally fast. Hyul worried it would hinder training, making it difficult for everyone to adapt. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Hyul remembered the existence of a research lab located in the center of the island. He decided he would take the time to investigate it tomorrow. At the same time, at the central research lab on Bangyong Island, a sinister laugh echoed from the entrance to the dark basement. A voice full of anticipation echoed from the deep, winding staircase. "It's almost done." In the lab, Go Sang-jun turned a control knob. "Just need to rotate the axis of this area a little more." A colossal pillar of energy erupted violently, illuminating the entire room. A mad smile appeared on Go Sang-jun's face. "All of this is for dark magic." The next day, at Harleton Hotel, the grueling training session had concluded. Amidst the training floor littered with exhausted bodies, only Hyul stood firm. Everyone worked hard. Immediately after, he hastily left. "I have somewhere I need to stop by." Hyul's haste made the others wonder. Where is Hyul rushing off to? He said he's going to the lab. The conversation reached Ma Jin-sok's ears. A mana research lab? Indeed, the mana density on the island has been strange since yesterday. Under the sparkling night sky, the Bangyong Island Central Research Lab appeared, a facility dedicated to observing and studying the island. Hyul advanced alone towards the building, where the chaotic mana flow was being researched. The mana particles suspended in the air only made him more anxious. He looked up at the building, believing that the answer to this anomaly could only be found here. A lab employee was already waiting. "Welcome, Hyul. Sorry for coming at this hour." "It's all right. We asked you to come." The girl's tired expression showed that the situation was not simple. "We had to contact you urgently." Hyul got straight to the point, his eyes glowing red with worry. "It's about the mana anomaly, isn't it? Have you found the cause yet?" The answer he received was a heavy shake of the head. "Not yet. There's still no clear progress." The girl revealed the most terrifying hypothesis. The leading hypothesis is a mana ley line explosion. She opened the door, leading the way. "The director will explain the details personally. Please wait here for a moment." Hyul waited in the empty room. The door swung open. Suddenly, a massive, ominous surge of mana swept in, making Hyul shiver. Footsteps grew closer. The door closed. A voice echoed from behind. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Hyul spun around, cold sweat breaking out. His expression was stunned. The newcomer was a young man who seemed friendly. "My apologies. I'm late." Hyul froze on the spot, speechless. Seeing Hyul's strange reaction, the man looked confused. "Is there something on my face?" Hyul quickly hid his confusion. "Oh no, it's just... You look younger than I expected." The man chuckled. "Thanks. Would you like some tea?" But that was a lie. Hyul had already known that the director of the Banyang Island laboratory was a young person. But this feeling, the mana emanating from the self-proclaimed director, it had to be at least 7-ring level or higher. Hyul's eyes glowed red. 7 ring. That was the realm of a grand mage. Fewer than 10 mages in the entire country had reached that level. And one of them was merely a research director here? The man turned back, offering a cup of coffee with a radiant smile. Coffee okay? Hyul responded mechanically. Ah, yes, thank you. Reflected in the coffee cup, Hyul's mind was filled with questions. Was he hiding his power, or was he an imposter? The polite smile couldn't hide Hyul's internal scrutiny. Either way, I'll find out quickly. To verify, Hyul secretly activated his ability. His ordinary eyes suddenly glowed with the golden light of the divine eye. Magical energy swept through the space, illuminating the true nature of the person opposite him. Through the divine eye, the image of the gentle director was enveloped by a dark, sinister aura of demonic energy. That sight stunned Hyul, cold sweat pouring out. The imposter, unaware of being exposed, began the conversation. Hyul, I heard you're training on Banyang Island. You must be having a tough time with everything piling up. Hyul forced a smile, playing his part. Yes, this island is a perfect environment for magic training. But just adapting alone has been overwhelming. The director continued, his tone full of feigned concern. The mana density over the past few days is an extremely rare anomaly. It wouldn't be strange if something happened, so it's best you avoid overtraining. As soon as he finished speaking, dark magic swirled around him. It was a level 6 non-attribute illusion magic, deceptive illusion, a spell that conceals identity with a special mist. But the divine eye saw through everything. Hyul confirmed firmly in his mind. This laboratory director is a fake. Not only that, this ominous, dark, demonic energy, Hyul remembered. It was identical to the demonic energy surrounding Smith. All the pieces fit together. This person is a mage of the Black Tower. The chilling truth left Hyul speechless. This island, this research facility, isn't it a trap, a nest of vipers? In a modern office, Ju Han-wook calmly sips a cup of coffee, but across from him, Hyul tries to calm himself. The fear of being discovered and implicating his friends is suffocating him. Ju Han-wook's eyes are sharp behind his glasses, observing Hyul's every expression. He puts the cup down and gets straight to the point. So you want to consult about the mana density on Banyang Island? Hyul nods, explaining his difficulty. The mana density keeps changing, making it hard for me to adapt. Ju Han-wook smiles sympathetically. I understand. You must have had a tough time. Immediately after, he activates a 3D map, enthusiastically explaining complex parameters to a stunned Hyul. Outside, night envelops the modern research facility, sparkling with tiny mana particles. The conversation ends. Hyul stands up to leave with a relieved expression. Then I'll take my leave. Sorry to have bothered you so late. Ju Han-wook and his female assistant warmly see him off. It's no trouble. It's been a long time since we had such an interesting conversation. Hyul's figure gradually disappears into the quiet campus. Ju Han-wook and his female assistant keep smiling, waving until he is completely gone. But the moment Hyul is completely out of sight, the smiles on both their faces vanish. A surge of dark energy swirls up from the female assistant. Well done. Should we send someone to track the target? Ju Han-wook pulls up his hood, covering half his face, a sinister smile clearly visible. No need. The target already has a shadow following him. Shrouded in eerie darkness, he delivers his verdict. Anyway, he doesn't have much time left. A tired voice echoes, confirming the order is complete. Yes, the ghostly darkness swirls, revealing Ju Han-wook with a sinister smile. As per your command, Sir Turkish. Ju Han-wook leads, his dark silhouette gliding through the dim underground corridor. Then once again, shall we go underground? The woman follows behind, stepping in silence. Worry is evident in her voice. But, Sir Turkish, going to the lab so suddenly, the target won't discover our plan, will he? Ju Han-wook merely smirks, dismissing her concern. It's fine. Even if he knows, it's already too late. The door opens to a state-of-the-art laboratory. Ju Han-wook declares arrogantly, the spirit core has reached its limit, and by tomorrow afternoon, the entire island will explode. The colossal crystal trembles violently, dark energy currents cracking its surface. Ju Han-wook admires his destructive masterpiece. Now, the world will be dyed in darkness. Everything is going according to that person's plan. Meanwhile, under the sparkling night sky, a figure rushes desperately. Hyul gasps for breath, his mind in turmoil. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Why is the Black Tower at the lab? He looks back, confusion rising. I'm not being followed, am I? Hyul's thoughts race, images of Ju Han-wook and the mysterious director appearing. Don't tell me, Shin Ji-han sent him to eliminate me? But he quickly dismisses that thought as he continues to rush forward. He's not stupid enough to take that risk, just to act now. A more terrifying hypothesis suddenly flashes in Hyul's mind. What if the Black Tower's target wasn't me from the start? Let's put the pieces together again. He stops, trying to piece everything together, starting with the most unusual phenomenon. The continuous mana amplification occurring on Bangyong Island. The last piece clicks into place. The research director is a high-ranking member of the Black Tower. It's highly likely they've had a sinister plot on this island from the beginning. Then Shin Ji-han's request coincidentally appeared, and our training trip perfectly coincided with the timing. If they interfered with something to cause mana overload or a bloodline rampage, Hyul shudders at the horrifying prospect. This would be the perfect time to kill me without leaving any evidence. Clenching his fist, he identifies the target. As expected, the key to all of this lies in that research facility. The research building stands tall under the night sky, sparkling with anomalous mana particles. Without a second's hesitation, Hyul rushes off, running and making a call. First, I need to ask Seokyeon to investigate that director. No matter what, I have to get everyone off this island, but upon arriving, a harsh truth hits Hyul. He freezes. The ships can't leave? I already told you, the weather is too bad. There are no ships today, the annoyed port employee explains. Hyul still tries to find a way out. What about the mana lines then? Only regular ships are affected by the weather, right? The mana lines are also inactive. The mana density lately is too thick. If we try to run, the engines will overheat. And without a mechanic here, we're helpless. Hyul's eyes glow red, and he grinds his teeth. A perfect trap. Damn it. Could the Black Tower have prepared for this too? Not far away, Adela and the other trainees also received the bad news. What? The ships can't depart? We'll have to request a mana line from Incheonport then. Helicopters are useless in this harsh weather too. Should we go back to the training area? Hyul turns back, offering a reassuring smile. For now, let's just head back to our accommodation. He couldn't let them panic, at least not yet. The group silently pulls their luggage back, but in Hyul's heart, a surging sense of unease rises. Something's wrong. Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine. His instincts are screaming a warning. Hyul's intuition was right. A message from Seokyeon appears, confirming the worst. Cannot locate the research director on this island. Hyul grinds his teeth. A Black Tower director disappearing. Right at this moment, at the same time, a strange magical rain pours down on the island, dyeing the land and sky an ethereal blue. Hyul wonders, what is the Archmage plotting? Amidst the pouring rain, a figure approaches Hyul. Sir, what's the situation? It's Seokyeon. In his combat attire, he raises his hand. Let me set up a rain barrier first. Thanks. What's the situation? Hyul asks as the barrier envelops them. Seokyeon begins his report. After receiving your message, I immediately infiltrated and investigated the research facility. Inside, it was completely empty. All important data had been wiped. We've searched the entire island since last night but still haven't found the director. Hyul muses, trying to connect the events. Did they achieve their goal, or did they have to leave due to an emergency? Either way, their actions were too fast. One of Seokyeon's subordinates speaks up, his face full of doubt. Sir, that research facility. There's something very strange about it. Hyul turns back, his eyes sharp. You think so too, don't you? Of course, this strange rain is definitely due to mana overload, but it's too early to conclude that the Black Tower disappeared because they achieved their goal. Hyul's eyes glow with decisive red light. We must investigate the research facility immediately. The subordinate hesitated. We have. But a fleeting image in his mind seemed to extinguish his intention to object. Understood, sir. We will accompany you. Hyul smiled faintly. Thank you. Before he could finish, an invisible hand tightened around Hyul's throat. His terrified scream tore through the pouring rain. Inside Hyul's mind, a chaotic scene unfolded. Streams of mana roared, colliding with each other like living creatures. This terrifying energy was emanating from the direction of the laboratory. Seokyeon hastily erected a barrier, shielding Hyul from the torrential rain. Young master, are you all right? Hyul brushed off the bodyguard's concern. I'm fine. More importantly, did you hear that sound just now? Seokyeon looked bewildered, completely misunderstanding what Hyul was saying. Sound? I only heard the wind and rain. Hyul realized that only he could hear the mana's roar. A question stung his mind. What is it trying to tell me? Without hesitation, Hyul activated his special ability. His eyes glowed brightly. Divine sight. His vision pierced through the rain, through the distance. A gigantic, grotesque purple energy dome enveloped the laboratory. The sight before him stunned Hyul. What the hell is this? The entire area around the laboratory was submerged in a sea of unstable mana, poised to explode at the slightest impact. He recalled the sensation of dense mana streams in the air, a colossal amount of mana, enough to shatter the laboratory's protective barrier, and its roar. All the pieces fit together, Hyul exclaimed in horror. No doubt about it. This is a mana catastrophe. Moreover, it was a harbinger of a terrifying mana explosion. Damn it, why didn't I realize it sooner? Hyul yelled into the rain. Uncle Seokhyun, I'm heading to the laboratory right now. He dashed off without a second's hesitation. Seokhyun's face hardened, resolute. We will accompany you too. When Seokhyun and his team arrived, the chaotic sight of the purple energy flow left them speechless. What the hell is happening here? One of his companions reported, his voice filled with alarm. A formidable security barrier has been erected around the laboratory. It wasn't here last night. Seika's highest-level security barrier, a complex matrix of 720 parallel magic formulas, capable of near-instantaneous self-restoration. Young master, it will take at least 10 hours to break through it, a subordinate reported. Hyul appeared, remarking coldly, this thing is not worthy of this laboratory. Seokhyun turned, his gaze tense. Young master, do you believe there's something inside the laboratory? Hyul stared at the energy wall. Yes, I'm not sure yet. But Hyul's eyes glowed red. It seems there's a bomb inside. A bomb powerful enough to blow up this entire Yungongyong island. Hyul's warning stunned Seokhyun and his men. Without a moment's hesitation, Hyul raised his hand, and magic power began to converge. First, I will destroy this barrier, Hyul declared, unleashing a torrent of wild energy. The magical power violently impacted the barrier, creating a blinding explosion of light. However, the result astonished Seokhyun's men. The barrier. There are still 719 layers left. Hyul remained strangely calm. Currently, the energy inside the barrier is rapidly diffusing and about to overflow. Everyone, step back a little. In Hyul's mind, Elena L. Greenwood's teachings echoed. Just by breaking a single formula, the concentrated energy would overwhelm its self-repair capabilities, causing a chain reaction. And the key was to find that single weak point to destroy it. Dispel, Hyul whispered, unleashing hundreds of magic rays with millimeter precision. Seokhyun was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. His subordinate stammered. Impossible. The barrier. In the blink of an eye, the formidable defensive matrix had completely vanished. Seokhyun stared at Hyul, a shockwave rising within him. Young master. I heard you only recently reached the 5th circle, but Seokhyun's words caught in his throat. He himself was a 5th circle mage, but Hyul's magic was on an entirely different level. Despite his subordinate's astonishment, Hyul's glowing red eyes were fixed only forward. Let's go inside. As expected, the laboratory was completely empty. Hyul led the way, walking without hesitation. This way, a dense stream of magic power was guiding Hyul. He stopped before a wall. This wall seemed suspicious. Magical energy converged in Hyul's palm, emitting an ethereal blue and red light. Interference. His magic broke through the camouflage, revealing a completely different space. Hyul paused. The wall vanished, revealing a deep, winding staircase leading underground. A secret passage. Seokhyun immediately blocked Hyul's path, his attitude vigilant. We'll go first. Young master, please stay behind. Hyul merely nodded slightly. All right. Under Seokhyun's lead, the guards cautiously advanced deeper into the darkness. The sight at the end of the staircase stunned Seokhyun, leaving him speechless. Young master, this place. Before them was a colossal machine, inside which a crystal-emitting chaotic magic power was imprisoned. This was the cause of the Bangyong disaster, a spirit core, a source of extremely high-density magical energy, found only in areas with dense mana concentrations. Typically, these cores lie deep underground, releasing magic power into the atmosphere through ley lines. Magic vents formed in this way are called mana veins. Areas with a high concentration of mana veins will have significantly higher magic power concentrations than other places. Understanding the nature of the spirit core, a big question arose in Hyul's mind, casting a grim expression on his face. What are they trying to do, after all? Inside the laboratory, Seokhyun reported the situation with an incredulous expression. I can't believe they're excavating and researching spirit cores. These guys are completely insane. Hyul remained silent, his gaze sharp as he heard the grim news. In his mind, the shadow of the Black Tower appeared. This is definitely their work. But the identity of this research director remains a mystery. All speculation had to be put aside. Before Hyul was the violently fluctuating spirit core, a ticking time bomb poised to explode. Seokhyun warned in a tense voice. recalling a past tragedy where half a nation was wiped out due to researching this destructive weapon. Even if we alert the entire island to evacuate immediately, Seokhyun continued, with a spirit core reacting this strongly, who knows how much time we have left. Facing the deadly uncertainty, Hyul decided. I'll take a look. He activated his ability. Hyul's eyes glowed with brilliant golden light. Divine sight. A torrent of colossal, chaotic information flooded Hyul's mind, ancient characters and magic circles swirling around him. The data overload was too much. Even the divine eye couldn't process it in time. But amidst the chaotic sea of information, a terrifying truth began to take shape. The vision of Banyong Island engulfed in flames appeared. Hyul realized the terrifying truth. Only 1 hour left. The shock from the future vision made Hyul stagger. Seokhyun rushed to support his young master. Pushing the pain aside, Hyul yelled, his eyes bloodshot from strain. I'm fine. More importantly, the spirit core will explode within an hour. Seokhyun froze. 1 hour. That number was nothing short of a death sentence. He concluded in despair. Evacuation is impossible. Hyul could only nod in confirmation. That's right. We don't have enough time. With all escape routes sealed, the two looked at each other. A silent and deadly understanding enveloped them. Only one option remained. Hyul's glowing red eyes showed determination. We have no choice but to stabilize the spirit core, but it was an impossible task. The spirit core was out of control, and there was no historical record of preventing a similar catastrophe. Hyul tried to calm himself, searching his memories. Calm down. Think about the spirit core first. Knowledge from the book at Mimir's well suddenly flashed in his mind. The spirit core was almost impossible to find, located deep underground, close to the planet's outer core. Extracting it was also a paradox. The core released mana too broadly to pinpoint, and once unearthed, the altered surrounding structure would cause it to lose its power. Yet, the spirit core before them maintained its function perfectly. A cold thought ran down Hyul's spine, and anger flared. Those Black Tower bastards. What the hell did they do to the spirit core? Damn it. Facing the deadly crystal mass, Hyul felt helpless. There's too little information about the spirit core. Amidst the tension, a steady hand clenched. Then that hand rested on Hyul's shoulder. He turned around, startled. Uncle Seokhyun looked directly at Hyul, his gaze firm. Young master, you don't have to bear everything alone. We are always by your side. Those words were like a cool stream soothing Hyul's racing mind. He placed a hand on his chest, taking a deep breath. That's right. Thank you, uncle. Regaining his composure, Hyul looked straight ahead, his hesitation gone, replaced by the command of a leader. Regardless, we are severely lacking information. Gather all information about the spirit core immediately. Hearing the command, Seokhyun immediately acted, his voice echoing through the comms. I will report to the family head. Hyul nodded, entrusting the task. Yes, I'm counting on you, uncle. At this moment, Hyul knew he could no longer rely on Shin Ji-han or Kim Kangin. The pressure was immense, with only an hour left. I must find a way to stop this mana catastrophe. Meanwhile, at the main residence of the Grand Mage family, a fierce storm was raging. Standing before the window, Shin Ji-han confirmed the news in a low voice. Understood. 1 hour until the spirit core explodes. Time was too short, but he couldn't sit idly by. I cannot stand by and watch my son die. Decisively, Shin Ji-han strode forward, his voice sharp with command. It's me. Mobilize all active mana line, and immediately summon all mages of the 7th circle and above. At the same time, in the server room, an alarm signal blared. Seokhyun turned back, overjoyed. Young master, we've found the research log data, Hyul replied. Good, I'll check it immediately. The identity verification process began, complex data streams scrolling across the screen. But then, a countdown suddenly appeared, the numbers ticking down from 30 minutes. Hyul was stunned. A massive amount of data, and it's counting down. A deadly trap. Could this be a device that deletes all data upon opening? Even if someone finds it, they'll only be left with despair and death. Can the data be backed up? Hyul snapped, but Seokhyun could only reply helplessly. It's all encrypted. I need more time. Seokhyun called his young master's name in vain, but Hyul remained silent, seemingly having made his own decision. Ignoring the warning, Hyul's eyes glowed with magical light. I will analyze all the data myself right now. At the same time elsewhere, Wee Sangcheol stood amidst shadows, his voice full of skepticism. Finding traces of the Black Tower here seems impossible. The connection between the Black Tower and that bastard Shin Ji-han is still just speculation. But then a terrifying illusion struck, darkness engulfing Wee Sangcheol. Me? Dying like this? Will everyone die because of me? Don't even dream of it, Shin Ji-han. That desperate vow seemed to resonate with Hyul's determination. I will survive and drag you to hell myself. Hyul's analytical ability pierced through the encryption, tracing the flow of magic, through the mana veins. The spirit core. A light flashed in Hyul's mind as all the pieces fit together. That's it. That's exactly it. But the joy was short-lived, as Hyul fell into a deadlock again. But how do we neutralize it? We don't have enough people. No, he realized he had no other choice. Hyul's eyes snapped open, blazing red from strain. He shouted a command. Hurry! Gather all team members here. Amidst the pouring rain outside, Hyul added. And my bag at the inn too. Hearing the grim news, the entire team was stunned. Adela stammered, confirming. That's the spirit core, and it's going to explode in about 40 minutes, right? Another member affirmed, eyes fixed on the violently fluctuating energy mass. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. If we want to live, we must prevent the core's explosion. So this is the cause of the recent abnormal weather? The silver-haired man muttered, while the girl beside him exclaimed in horror. Damn it. If we don't do anything, everyone will die in 40 minutes. The blue-haired guy brushed off the despair. What do you mean, do nothing? There has to be a way to stop it, right? Right? In response to the desperate question, Hyul affirmed confidently. Of course there is. Hyul's eyes blazed, and he declared his objective in a low, firm voice. The reason I called all of you here is to prevent the explosion of this spirit core. Hyul opened a box, revealing 4 test tubes containing a mystical purple solution. This is the elixir Mana's Blessing, effective only for mages below the 4th circle. He explained its use. An elixir that greatly increases the absorption rate of surrounding mana. A student immediately expressed doubt. Why do you carry something like that? Is it safe? I made it myself, and I've tested it. It's not poisonous. Hyul's assertion only further astonished the others. There are 4 vials left. Hyul held up the test tubes. If we use them, we can release the spirit core's mana outwards through the mana veins. His eyes sharpened, his voice firm. Here's the plan. Hyul began to explain. The chaotic scene of the island appearing. The spirit core on Banyang Island is exploding, and the mana veins used to release the core's energy are currently unstable. If you drink the elixir and absorb mana directly, while standing on those unstable mana veins, the enormous amount of mana from the spirit core will flow into the mana veins, causing them to overload and explode as well. At that point, the exploding mana veins will cause a mana overflow, releasing energy into the atmosphere and gradually stabilizing the spirit core. The plan sounded perfect, but Hyul suddenly lowered his voice. There's a problem. Someone has to drink the elixir and circulate mana while standing on the unstable mana veins. Naturally, an unprecedented amount of mana will flood that person's body. In the worst-case scenario, they themselves will suffer a mana explosion. If that happens, not only will their career as a mage end, but their life will also be difficult to preserve. Everyone's gaze fell on Adela. Without a moment's hesitation, Adela tilted her head back and drained the elixir bottle. Tears mingled with the cold rain. The energy from the elixir spread throughout Adela's body. There's no more time, she declared. Start now. Meanwhile, in the control room, Shin In-hyuk stood before the unstable spirit core. I have to stay here until the very end to stabilize it, so I can't go to the mana veins myself. Shin In-hyuk's voice rang out, calling the names of the chosen ones. Adela, Senior Kang Shin-woo, Senior Ma Jin-sok, and Senior Jin Hee-yoon. Shin In-hyuk's gaze turned towards Hyul on the screen, placing his full trust. I'm counting on you. The torrential rain poured down on the treacherous land, where the life or death mission was about to begin. Under the rain, the group had arrived. A voice rang out. We've reached the 4th mana vein. Hyul began to implement the plan. Senior Jin Hee-yoon, please prepare. In response to the command, Jin Hee-yoon unexpectedly questioned. Hyul, I have something to ask. The important thing isn't achievement, but the ability to control mana circulation, right? Hyul raised his tablet, confirming her words were true. Immediately, Jin Hee-yoon pointed towards another student. In that case, instead of me, it would be better to entrust this to Sun-chan. Ji Sun-chan was startled, unable to believe his ears. Huh? Me? Jin Hee-yoon looked directly at Hyul, her gaze firm. Hyul, you know it too. Sun-chan's mana control ability is better than mine, Hyul silently considered. In this situation, I think it's better to let someone who's even slightly better than me do it. Jin Hee-yoon's words rang out as she handed the vial to Ji Sun-chan. Her eyes were pleading under the rain. You're the one who's worked harder than anyone. Please help us. Ji Sun-chan. The heavy responsibility was placed in Ji Sun-chan's hands. Clutching the vial, he looked up at the stormy, thundering sky, determination etched in his eye. Ji Sun-chan roared, gathering all his courage. All right, I'll do it. I will definitely succeed. Even so, he still needed a final confirmation. Hyul, are you okay with this too? The signal was transmitted, and Hyul's image appeared on the screen. From the control room, Hyul flashed a confident smile, his eyes glowing red. Of course, I'm counting on you, Jisun-chan. At the same time, on the target island, the storm was raging fiercely. Elsewhere, a finger scrolled across a screen, monitoring the storm from afar. Kang Shinwoo stepped out of the pool, indifferently looking at his phone. So, it's begun, hasn't it? He leisurely dried his hair, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Today will be a very special day. He spread his arms wide before the magnificent scene. Let's admire this wonderful room. Suddenly, Kang Shinwoo's phone rang. A call from number 18. Kang Shinwoo cheerfully answered. Yes, dear customer, how have you been? But the other end of the line brought bad news. Father has found out about the Spirit Core riot. The voice on the phone was full of anger and panic. So what are you going to do now? In complete contrast, Kang Shinwoo merely smirked. Well, I'm not going to do anything. The nonchalant answer was like a thunderclap to the man on the other end of the line. The man roared into the phone, his face red with fury. What the hell are you talking about? Do you know how much money you've thrown out the window? Kang Shinwoo chuckled, a surge of dark purple magic beginning to gather on his finger. I misspoke. It's not that I'm not doing anything. It's that there's no need to do anything, he declared, magical energy exploding to envelop the space. Because Bangyong Island was now completely isolated within a gigantic magical vortex. Lying stretched out on the couch, Kang Shinwoo explained with a smug look. Even if the head of the Grand Mage family, an 8-ring mage, were to act right now, by the time they arrived, Bangyong Island would be nothing but ashes. Whether we intervene or not, Hyul will die there. Just enjoy the show that's already been prepared, dear customer. On the other end of the line, the man couldn't believe such arrogance. You just got lucky because a storm came up and everything went smoothly. Don't you think you're being too complacent? Kang Shinwoo sneered. I think you're misunderstanding something. Do you really believe that a storm hitting at this exact moment is just a coincidence? Dark magic surged around his body. The man was stunned, cold sweat breaking out as he heard the loaded question. Kang Shinwoo slowly listed. Just before the spirit core exploded, the mana pathways were broken, the mechanic disappeared, a storm hit, and the harbor was empty. Kang Shinwoo continued to explain, his tone full of hidden meaning. Furthermore, that storm drained the mana from the spirit core, making aerial magic impossible. And then, he concluded with a question that pierced the opponent's heart. Do you truly think this is a coincidence? On the other end of the line, the man stammered, horror evident in his voice. So, you mean all of this was planned? Without hesitation, Kang Shinwoo revealed his trump card. In less than an hour, there will be an explosion on Bangyong Island. That means, the assassination plan for Hyul will be complete. The fear still lingered, and the man tremblingly asked, What if? What if the plan fails? A wicked smile spread across Kang Shinwoo's lips. Ah, if he miraculously survives, then I will kill him myself. He brushed aside all complaints, his tone commanding. So stop your useless whining and prepare the additional payment. If there's nothing else to say, I'm hanging up. Without waiting for the other party to react, Kang Shinwoo decisively ended the call. Everything was within his grasp. Kang Shinwoo leaned back, savoring the feeling of absolute power. But then, an unusual light from afar made his smile vanish. Kang Shinwoo's eyes widened, alert. Amidst the pouring rain, a brilliant pillar of magic light shot straight up into the sky. He whispered, disbelieving his eyes. Light? His complacency vanished, replaced by extreme shock. Kang Shinwoo sprang up from the bathtub. No way? Doubt quickly turned into furious rage. He gritted his teeth, snarling the name that had ruined everything. Hyul. His anger erupted, but mixed within it was a twisted admiration. You're truly unbelievable. A massive surge of mana erupted from the ground, signaling the activation of the first mana circuit. Amidst the torrential rain, Adela became the epicenter of the magical storm. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but Adela's focus remained unwavering. A second mana circuit immediately responded, roaring in resonance. From afar, Shin In-hyuk quietly observed, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes as his plan unfolded smoothly. At another location, the third mana circuit also erupted, integrating its energy into the gradually forming magical network. Meanwhile, at the fourth mana circuit, Jisun-chan gritted his teeth, enduring the violent current tearing through his body. The pressure was immense, but his will was even stronger. Everyone, I'm counting on you. In the central control room, Hyul tensely monitored every indicator, sweat beading on his forehead. The scale of this operation far exceeded all imagination. The unified energy began to take effect. The chaotic mana flow within the spirit core gradually stabilized and dispersed along its designated trajectory. From the field, Seokyeon reported back, his voice resolute. The connections between the mana circuits are stabilizing. We're using mana for communication, completely unaffected by the weather. I'll project the holograms, Seokyeon declared, and the holographic images of the key participants immediately appeared. But then, a piercing alarm signal shattered their concentration. The first mana circuit was overloading. Hyul's eyes widened in horror. The immense energy suddenly turned against its master. Adela convulsed, fresh blood spilling from the corners of her mouth as the uncontrolled mana ravaged her body. In a panic, Hyul slammed his hand onto the control panel, roaring an urgent command. Pull Adela out of the mana circuit immediately. The team on site acted swiftly, pulling Adela out of the energy vortex. Miss Adela is safe. Begin emergency treatment. But the crisis had only just begun. One fire had barely been extinguished when another flared up. The second mana circuit also overloaded, causing its operators to collapse in pain. In the control room, another report came in. Kang Shinwoo was also receiving emergency treatment. Simultaneously, the Spirit Core's mana had significantly depleted. Disasters struck one after another. The third mana circuit also overloaded. Amidst the chaotic energy rain, Ma Jin-seok collapsed, his breath shallow. Hang in there, Ma Jin-seok. Only one last line of defense remained. Hyul yelled into the communicator, sweat pouring down his forehead. What's the situation with the fourth mana circuit? The answer came from the field, where the rain poured down relentlessly. Amidst the chaotic scene, Jin Hyun's desperate scream echoed. Ji Sun-chan. Amidst the rain, Ji Sun-chan's body convulsed violently, blood gushing from the corners of his mouth as the uncontrolled mana tormented him. The report from the field was full of despair. Ji Sun-chan's mana circulation isn't functioning properly. At this rate, he'll die even before an overload occurs. Jin Hyun screamed, about to rush forward. Ji Sun-chan, let me take your place. I should have. But Kang Hyungmin held her back. No, we don't have a panacea. Helplessness, despair. Jin Hyun gritted her teeth, clenching her fists until they were white. Damn it. What am I supposed to do? Pain tore through Ji Sun-chan's body from within. He collapsed, his scream lost. It hurts so much. It feels like I'm about to explode from the inside. On the verge of death, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ji Sun-chan, can you hear me? In his delirium, Ji Sun-chan recognized it. It's Hyul's voice. A device was brought before Ji Sun-chan. On the screen, Hyul's tense face appeared, calling his name. Back in the control room, Hyul stood before the Spirit Core, his gaze resolute. He began to give instructions. Listen carefully, he explained the situation. Among the mana circuits releasing the core's energy outwards, 3 are in a state of rampage. Hyul's eyes flashed with a brilliant golden light. His ability was activated, allowing him to see through the flow of mana, and he saw it. That mana flow is heading towards Ji Sun-chan. Hyul was stunned as he realized the truth. He is forcing himself to operate the mana circulation excessively. Without a moment's hesitation, Hyul reached out towards the chaotic mana source. For now, I will cut off the mana flow in that direction. In the meantime, regulate your breathing. Energy converged at his fingertips, aimed directly at the red crystal exploding with dark power. Using his ability, Hyul unleashed sharp mana streaks, directly interfering with the violent magical current. Terrifying pressure surged, forcing Hyul to brace himself, blood already trickling from the corner of his mouth. Hyul's intervention immediately took effect. Kang Hyungmin exclaimed in surprise. The mana circuit's power has decreased. Jin Hyun seized the opportunity, grabbing the shoulder of the exhausted Ji Sun-chan. She screamed amidst the pouring rain. If you can't do it, we'll all die. I've bet everything on you, on your skills. If you give up and die, I'll kill you again with my own hands. So you have to do it no matter what, understand? Amidst the body-racking pain, Jin Hyun's words still echoed. So noisy. Ji Sun-chan gritted his teeth, struggling to reply. I'm listening. I have to do it. He realized he couldn't collapse. My whole body aches. But Hyul is carrying his share. I can't let this continue. Hyul mustered all his strength, shouting, I'm giving it back now. You can do it, right? Ji Sun-chan's determined roar replied. Yes. I can do it. No, I will do it. As he finished speaking, a pillar of pure, emerald green energy violently erupted from Ji Sun-chan's body, pushing back the gloomy rain. Jin Hyun and Kang Hyungman burst into joy. Ji Sun-chan. He did it. At the heart of the mana storm, Ji Sun-chan spread his arms wide, letting out a triumphant roar as he completely controlled the energy flow. The mysterious supervisor was stunned as the device alarmed. Fourth mana circuit. Mana overload confirmed. Exploding energy enveloped the entire battlefield, a pure and fierce mana storm. At the eye of the storm, Ji Sun-chan collapsed into his teammates' arms. They had succeeded. The entire sequence of events was closely monitored from another location. In the control room, Seo Kyun supported the staggering Hyul. "Young master, you're overexerting yourself." Hyul brushed him off, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his gaze remained resolute. "I'm fine, because I trusted Ji-sun-chan." Hyul's words made Seokyeon concede. Yes, the young master's comrades. They truly are extraordinary mages. Memories of his fallen comrades flooded Hyul's mind. They trusted me and staked their lives on me. But it's not over yet. Bangyong Island was engulfed in a storm, at its heart an unstable spirit core. From now on, it's my turn. Hyul and Seokyeon stood before the spirit core chamber, where the chaotic energy source was violently shaking. Without a moment's hesitation, Hyul stepped forward, his eyes glowing crimson. The divine eye was activated. The structure of the spirit core and the flow of mana veins became crystal clear before Hyul's eyes. Magic began to unfold. Beitner style, second circle, resonance. Everyone risked their lives to weaken it. With this level of mana, even in its current state, I can completely control it. Pure magical energy surged, enveloping Hyul's body. He reached out, determined to seize control of the crystal. But another force suddenly intervened. Hyul gritted his teeth, straining to resist the strange energy. The magical tug-of-war began, and the one blocking his path was none other than Ma Jin-sok, with cold, challenging eyes. In an instant, Hyul's magic was crushed. The interfered energy exploded out of control. A destructive pillar of light shot straight into the sky, tearing through the night and stirring the storm clouds. The terrifying energy explosion swallowed everything, transforming the area into a chaotic sea of light. Then everything fell silent. Only a hazy mist enveloped the academy. Elsewhere, soft light filtered through the foliage. Ji-sun-chan lay slumped on the ground, blood gushing incessantly. Ji-sun-chan, he's losing consciousness. As his consciousness faded, Ji-sun-chan had only one thought. Am I going to die? Amidst his despair, his comrade's shout rang out. Hey, you idiot! Don't you dare die! Look up at the sky! Hyul did it. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Ji-sun-chan smiled peacefully. That kid Hyul, he really did it. If this is the end, it's not so bad. But it wasn't the end. Ji-sun-chan suddenly sat up, breathing heavily, realizing he was lying on an unfamiliar bed. Right in front of him, Adela smiled with relief. You're awake. Ji-sun-chan sat up in shock, memories of death still haunting him. Where is this? Didn't we all die? Another student reassured him. This is a hospital, Bangyong Island, and everyone are safe. This person held out a phone, explaining that while they were unconscious, the whole world had gone wild with the news. On the screen, a large headline praised Bangyong Island's Hiroshin Hyul, who had single-handedly prevented the disaster. Ji-sun-chan just smiled faintly. Ah, Hyul's in the news again. He's already returned to the academy, another student announced. Without any rest, he's dealing with the aftermath and facing a horde of reporters. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office, Wee Sung-cheol coldly asked Seokyeon, "Is that the entire report?" Seokyeon resolutely recounted what he had witnessed. With his divine eye, he discovered the rampaging spirit core, and used a type of magic I'd never seen before, to neutralize it and save everyone. I was right there and witnessed the entire event. However, instead of praise, Wee Sang-cheol merely mused. How? Interesting. In his mind, an image of Hyul soaring amidst the mana storm appeared, filled with doubt. Of all people, he got caught up in that incident. And yet, he had a way to resolve it. Wee Sang-cheol made a decision. Regarding the Bangyong Island incident, we will conduct a joint investigation with the Blue Tower. His voice hardened, echoing over the image of the island that had just escaped disaster. A catastrophe like this must never be allowed to happen again. The scene suddenly changed. A grimoire opened, releasing fantastical pink energy along with adorable items. But the master of the magic, Mimir, was frowning, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Just then, Hyul appeared with a large bandage on his cheek, asking blankly, Mimir? Why the long face? In the endless library, Mimir took Hyul's hand, her eyes shining with anticipation. Pure joy lit up Mimir's face. She excitedly flew around the space, like a spirit amidst a vast sea of knowledge. Hyul merely smiled gently, quietly observing her liveliness. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, a question suddenly popped into Hyul's mind. Ah, come to think of it, I have something I'm curious about. Mimir immediately replied. What is it? Hyul asked seriously. I don't think there's any information about dark magic here. Do you know anything about it? Mimir innocently pointed in one direction. Dark magic? If it's dark attribute magic, it's over there. Hyul quickly interrupted, trying to find the precise words to explain. No, not that, but something else. The kind of magic corrupted by darkness. The moment the word corrupted was uttered, The smile on Mimir's lips vanished, replaced by extreme astonishment. The cheerful atmosphere dissipated. Mimir slowly descended, her eyes emitting a strange light that stunned Hyul, the successor. An invisible pressure emanated from Mimir. Where did you learn about that corrupted magic? Hyul swallowed hard at the sharp question. Hyul suddenly realized he had never told Mimir about the Black Tower. He was flustered, trying to find a way to explain. After a moment of hesitation, Hyul began his story. It's like this. Upon hearing this, Mimir was horrified. You mean the successor is constantly being threatened by that Black Tower? Memories of corrupted enemies flooded Hyul's mind. Last time it was an academy teacher, and this time it's the director of Banyong Island. Both of them were drawn into that corrupted dark magic in the game. Hyul shivered, recalling. That feeling, a cold current ran down my spine. I always sensed danger whenever the Black Tower's forces approached. Mimir grabbed Hyul, angrily questioning him. Successor, why are you only telling me about such an important matter now? Facing Mimir's wrath, Hyul calmly replied. Sorry, but since I met you, I haven't encountered the Black Tower. That's why I'm telling you now. Hyul's mocking smile only annoyed Mimir further. Are you kidding me? Mimir slammed the table in protest, but Hyul suddenly became serious. From now on, I'm going to say something very important, so listen carefully. The space around them transformed into a magical dimension. Mimir began her lecture. You know that all existing magic originates from Ray, right? An illusion of the ancient mage appeared, manipulating an endless source of energy. The infinite circle is a type of magic that draws natural mana as its source. Mimir looked directly at Hyul, posing the crucial question. If so, do you think the origin of the dark magic used by the Black Tower is also from Ray? Hyul pondered, recalling the terrifying sensation when facing that power. No, it's different. It's an aura completely distinct from dark attribute magic. Mimir pointed directly at Hyul, her voice full of conviction. Yes, exactly. The origin of dark magic is dark magic itself. A chaotic sphere of dark energy appeared, proving her words. It's a magic system with a completely separate origin. Hyul was stunned. In other words, there's a separate founder who created dark magic? Mimir confirmed Hyul's words with an extremely serious expression. Precisely, her voice echoed through the dark space. A calamity born to corrupt mana, to destroy the world. The origin of destruction. His name is Veilstole. At the same time, at Shinjihan's penthouse, a chaotic scene was unfolding. An angry man kicked over a table, roaring Ju Han-wook's name. He grabbed Ju Han-wook by the collar, his face contorted with rage. What did you say? Didn't you say Shin Hyul would definitely die on Banyong Island? From the shadows, a cloaked figure spoke coldly. Because of your foolish mistake, Hyul has become the hero who saved Banyong Island. Meanwhile, Hyul had become the savior of Banyong Island, his reputation soaring. Even within the family, factions supporting him have begun to openly appear. In response to the accusation, the man growled, How do you intend to take responsibility for this, Ju Han-wook? But his hand, before it could tighten, froze. A cold surge of dark magic emanated from the cloaked figure, stunning the man. The cloaked figure's eyes were icy, dark magic swirling around his body. His voice rang out, devoid of emotion. Let go. The power was instantly withdrawn. The cloaked figure calmly adjusted his hood. My apologies. I don't particularly like showing my face. He turned and walked away. Of course, I must take responsibility, as it was my mistake. The man asked, bewildered, Take responsibility. What do you mean? The cloaked figure stopped, his voice laced with cruelty. Even if his image improves, even if he gains more supporters, if he dies, then it's all meaningless, isn't it? The man was stunned, finally understanding his intention. So you mean, you will personally take responsibility for killing Hyul? How? The cloaked figure revealed his plan, a global stage appearing before their eyes, the Olympiad. As long as he's in the country, he remains within the Shadow's sight. But when he goes abroad, that's when the opportunity will arise. A sinister smile spread across his lips, and a venomous oath was uttered. I will take responsibility. These hands will kill him. I swear, in the name of the Black Tower. Night fell over the academy, strangely quiet. In the infirmary, Hyul lay on the bed, covered in injuries. His thoughts raced endlessly. Information related to Veilstole can only be unlocked after becoming a 5-ring mage. The image of Elena L. Greenwood suddenly appeared in his mind, her warning still echoing. The only thing I can tell you now is that the Black Tower is definitely your enemy. You must become stronger, successor. Hyul's eyes snapped open. That warning made him uneasy. Damn it, this is frustrating. All the mysteries. The true name and power of the cloak, information about Veilstole and dark sorcery, can only be known from the 5-ring rank and above. Hyul clenched his bandaged hand, his eyes gleaming with iron resolve. No matter what, he had to become stronger to participate in the Olympiad. To fulfill his resolve, Hyul sought out the Blue Tower headquarters, a modern and majestic edifice reaching straight into the blue sky. The grandeur of the place left Hyul awestruck. Inside the artifact workshop, Kim Kangan led the way. This is the artifact workshop that we, the Blue Tower, are extremely proud of. That item hasn't even been unveiled yet. Hyul, Kim Kangan turned back, placing a hand on his chest to express sincerity. Although it was unexpected, we also feel responsible for the Banyong Island incident. As your supporters, we promise to pay more attention to you. Thank you, Tower Master, Hyul replied. Kim Kangan smiled meaningfully. Now, Hyul, there's something you must see. Hyul's gaze froze before a strange microscope. He stammered, speechless. What is this? I've never seen a machine like it. Kim Kangan merely smirked. Of course you haven't. This machine was built for one purpose only. To create an artifact for you. Hyul turned back, stunned, unable to believe his ears. Just to make one artifact? Kim Kangan explained the complex process. The machine applies a deformation cycle of less than 0.01% to ultra-fine compress the magic stone. Repeating this process 100,000 times will make the magic stone as thin as paper. Based on your requested data for an artifact that doesn't interfere with the body, we researched many methods, but nothing was better than this. Kim Kangan opened the box, revealing an unprecedented creation, the world's first 4-element composite artifact, and also the first eye-mounted artifact. The Blue Tower's greatest masterpiece, the 4 realms. Kim Kangan's eyes sharpened, full of confidence. I'm sure this artifact will show you a whole new world, Hyul. Afterward, they dined at a luxurious restaurant overlooking the city. Did you enjoy the meal? Yes, it was delicious. Hyul wiped his mouth, his expression more relaxed. Thanks to you, I've discovered another wonderful place. Kim Kangan let out a hearty laugh. That's great then. Now, may I ask what you wanted to discuss? The playful demeanor vanished, replaced by the sharp gaze of a tower lord. Hyul hesitated. Yes, the security of this place. Kim Kangan smirked, a swirl of emerald mana twisting at his fingertip. You don't need to worry about security, but perfection is always better. Immediately, a colossal, shimmering magical dome enveloped the entire space, isolating them from the outside world. Kim Kangan gestured confidently. Now, speak freely. Within the absolute barrier, Hyul no longer hesitated. I'll be direct. His eyes became cold and resolute. During this Olympiad, there's a very high chance the Black Tower will interfere. The confidence on Kim Kangan's face shattered, replaced by extreme astonishment. That. Could you explain in more detail? Hyul began to explain, his tone firm. During the interview after I returned from Banyong Island, you know I revealed my magic eyes, right? It was a risky move, exposing his weakness to both his rivals and the Black Tower. But to explain the tragedy on Banyong Island, it was an unavoidable choice. At the same time, it was also a golden opportunity for Hyul to demonstrate his true power. A carefully calculated move, aimed directly at those in power. And it succeeded. As a result, within the mage family itself, a faction that trusts and supports me has formed. In the private space, Kim Kangan smiled in approval. Ah yes, I watched the interview. Hyul chose a bold strategy to make others wary during the Olympiad. Kim Kangan admitted it was a plan that required absolute confidence and power. But then, his eyes sharpened. But aren't Hyul's magic eyes for detection? How does that relate to the Black Tower? Hyul calmly replied, his crimson eyes gleaming. That's right, my magic eyes can identify an opponent's mana through its color. Kim Kangan froze for a moment. Then a flash of understanding appeared. By color? I see. Now everything makes sense. Kim Kangan's smile became knowing. So, this time you've also confirmed the Black Tower's characteristic mana? Hyul affirmed confidently. Yes. During Smith's incident, I distinguished mana by color and recognized it as the Black Tower's. And on Banyong Island, the Black Tower's characteristic black mana was also detected from the Central Research Institute director. Kim Kangan mused, connecting the events. So it's highly likely that the recent Spirit Core riot was also orchestrated by the Black Tower. He raised a finger, pointing out an even more terrifying truth. Furthermore, within the mage family, there's someone who wants to eliminate you, Hyul. The shadow of the power struggle loomed. And because the family is in an internal struggle for the successor's position, the one trying to eliminate you, Hyul, is connected to the Black Tower. Is that what you mean? Kim Kangan summarized the issue. Hyul silently confirmed. Kim Kangan warned, his voice grave. Considering they dared to cause such an incident on Banyong Island, They certainly won't miss the opportunity when you leave Korea to attend the Olympiad. Hyul's eyes suddenly became resolute. Tower Lord. Kim Kang-in looked directly at him. At the Olympiad, I promised to win in exchange for the Blue Tower's cooperation. But because enemies like the Black Tower stop at nothing, even my life is in danger. Hyul boldly made his offer, a life or death pact. Therefore, throughout the Olympiad, I propose that the Blue Tower protect me. The black car glided along the deserted highway, signaling the start of a perilous journey. Inside the luxurious car, Hyul gazed thoughtfully at the passing mountain scenery outside the window. Kim Kang-in's words still echoed in his head. Currently, I cannot give you a definitive answer. I will consider it carefully and get back to you later. An ambiguous answer, sounding like a refusal, but Hyul understood the meaning behind it. For someone like Kim Kang-in, that was already a 99% guarantee. The remaining 1% was a personal investigation before he accepted the offer. The car finally stopped. We've arrived, Hyul. Hyul stepped out, taking a deep breath. Even though he had secured a protective force for the Olympiad, a sense of unease still lingered in his heart. He looked up at the magnificent building before him. This was the Mage family, and also the key to solving his problems. As Hyul stepped into the main hall, a familiar voice echoed from above. Hyul. Shin In-hyuk stood on the balcony, smiling down. Long time no see. Hyul paused, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Brother. The moment he arrived, he ran into the most troublesome person. Shin In-hyuk feigned concern. I was very worried when I heard about the incident on Bangyong Island. I'm glad you're safe. Though cursing his bad luck internally, Hyul still offered a polite smile. I'm sorry to have worried you. I'm truly grateful, brother. He played the role of a carefree younger brother perfectly, grinning widely. It was just a minor injury. I'm fully recovered now and in top condition. Shin In-hyuk merely smirked, his eyes full of hidden meaning. I'm glad to hear that. You've overcome a serious crisis. As he spoke, Shin In-hyuk slowly descended the stairs. After all, you are my younger brother. He approached, his voice softening, carrying a thorny offer. Next time something happens, lean on me. That's what brotherhood is for, isn't it? Hyul kept his smile. Of course. I'll contact you. But you're always so busy. Shin Ji-han continued the act, his crimson eyes gleaming with condescension. Anyway, you don't need to worry about me. You should take care of yourself. Don't overexert yourself. He put on a fake smile. Come on, don't say that. Actually, having such a reliable younger brother makes me very happy. From a distance, the servants marveled at the warm, brotherly affection, believing that under Shin Ji-han's leadership, the family would grow even greater. They had no idea that Shin Ji-han's hand on Hyul's shoulder was not an act of encouragement, but a gesture of asserting dominance. He leaned down, his voice a probing whisper. I heard your goal for this Olympiad is a gold medal? Hyul looked up, his smile still in place. Yes, if I'm participating, I want to try for gold. That would also bring great strength to the Mage family. Shin Ji-han looked pleased. Good ambition. I'm sure you'll achieve it. I'll be looking forward to it. Hyul replied to that empty promise. With your support, I'm confident I can win it. I will grow even faster, to become the strongest pillar behind you. In response to the commitment, Shin Ji-han merely burst into a dramatic, loud laugh. He suddenly changed his demeanor, waving his hand. Ah, look, is it already this late? I have to go now. Before turning to leave, Shin Ji-han cast a meaningful glance back. Next time, let's meet somewhere better, Hyul. The moment his back disappeared, the smile on Hyul's lips froze. Now everything was clear. That bastard Shin Ji-han was definitely plotting something for the Olympiad. The scene changed. Hyul stood in Shin In-hyuk's study, the atmosphere so solemn it was suffocating. His father, Shin In-hyuk, stood with his back to the window. Hyul spoke, his voice devoid of warmth. Father. Shin In-hyuk slowly turned around, his fiery red eyes full of authority sweeping over his son. He simply issued a command. Sit down. Between father and son was a vast, cold space, just like their relationship. Night fell over the Obelisk Academy dormitory. Returning from the tense confrontation, Hyul flopped onto his bed amidst scattered piles of magic books. His fiery red eyes gazed into the distance, his mind heavy with thought. Memories of the conversation with Shin In-hyuk flooded back. They had reviewed a series of events, from Smith's death, the Baek Sahyuk incident, up to the incidents related to the Black Tower on Bangyong Island. Hyul mused. His father must have received a report about the Bangyong Island incident from Seokyeon, and the outcome of the meeting was that until the Olympiad concluded, Hyul would be under the surveillance of elite members of the Shadow Guard. Among them was Seokyeon. Hyul leaned back on the bed, feeling he had done everything he could. Well then, so be it. But the real burden was the secrets he was forced to hide. First, that Shin Ji-han was colluding with the Black Tower, And the other secret, that his magic belonged to the Baitaneo style. Time flew by. Only 9 days remained until the Olympiad. Hyul declared, "Today's training ends here. With only 8 days left, everyone should start managing their physical conditions seriously from today." After training, Jin Hee-yoon stretched refreshingly. It was satisfying yet a little regrettable. The atmosphere in the team became more enthusiastic than ever. Ma Jin-seok laughed loudly. "At this rate, who knows, we might actually win a gold medal." Hyul silently summarized. After the trip to Bangyong Island, the entire team had recovered and plunged into relentless training. Adela offered Hyul a banana milk, but he refused. Thanks to drinking blessed mana, Adela's mana circle had become much stronger than before. Ma Jin-sook's and Kang Shin-woo's mana circles also became more stable. The entire team was growing stronger every day, but Hyul knew, the one who had made the most significant progress, was Ji Sun-chan. By daringly operating his mana, Ji Sun-chan had broken through the wall of enlightenment and reached the 4th circle. Hyul looked at the new strategy on the tablet with satisfaction. As expected, danger is opportunity. The diversity in our tactics has increased unimaginably. He turned around, drawing the team's attention. "Oh, right, there's one more announcement." Hyul spoke. "Does everyone remember I said we were adjusting the flight to the Olympiad, right?" Kang Shin-woo immediately asked. "Yeah, why? Did something happen?" Hyul's eyes became serious. Yes, there was a problem. Then he suddenly shouted, breaking the tense atmosphere. "We've been provided with an even better plane. Tomorrow, we'll board the Blue Tower's private jet and depart for the US at 10 a.m. The entire team was stunned by the sudden announcement. "We're leaving tomorrow? The Blue Tower's private jet?" Hyul concluded emphatically. "Everyone, get ready." The next day, the clear blue sky signaled an important journey. Jin Hee-yoon couldn't hide her excitement. "Wow, it's beautiful." What caused a stir among the team were the magic rings. Hyul mused. "So these are the artifacts we'll be using in this Olympiad?" Go Chang-soo explained that they were specially modified by the Blue Tower, only differing in color from other countries. Meanwhile, Ji Sun-chan slyly approached Adela. "Adela, let me see." Despite Adela's protest, Ji Sun-chan quickly snatched the ring with a naive thought. "Wearing more makes it stronger, right?" Hyul smiled, cutting off the joke. "These rings have been customized to match each person's unique mana wavelength, so the consequences of wearing the wrong one won't be pleasant at all." Ji Sun-chan immediately collapsed, his face pale green. "My stomach feels like it's turning inside out." Hyul casually concluded. "That's the price you pay for wearing someone else's gear by mistake." He added a teasing remark, as if he had just remembered. "Oh, I forgot to tell everyone beforehand." Just then, a voice rang out. Kim Kang-in, the Blue Tower Master, had arrived with Sua. The entire team was astonished to recognize this important figure. Looking a bit tired, Kim Kang-in still offered a professional smile. "Sorry for being late." Hyul was the first to notice the exhaustion hidden behind that smile. "You look very tired." But Kim Kang-in merely waved his hand gently. Deep down, Hyul knew the reason. His mana wavelength was so unique that no artifact was compatible. Kim Kang-in himself had to personally intervene, staying up all night to complete the ring for him. Hyul's train of thought was interrupted by Sua's reminder. "It's time for departure." Kim Kang-in urged, "Oh, is it that late already? Let's go." The entire national team headed straight to the airport, where the private jet was ready and waiting. Inside the luxurious private jet, the atmosphere became lively. Ji San-wook and Jin Hee-yoon couldn't hide their astonishment. "Wow, a private jet. This is amazing." Kim Kang-in smiled and announced, "We have about 40 minutes before departure. Feel free to look around. I'll have Sua lead everyone." While the others eagerly explored, Hyul approached Kim Kang-in to thank him. "I didn't expect you to prepare both a private jet and artifacts. I'm truly grateful." Kim Kang-in casually sat down, waving off the thanks. "I haven't fully repaid you yet, Hyul. More importantly, there's something I need to tell you." The atmosphere immediately turned serious. Hyul listened intently. With a snap of his fingers, Kim Kang-in summoned an envelope glowing with magical light. Hyul took it, his eyes shining with surprise. "Confidential documents sealed with magic?" "Hyul." Kim Kang-in got straight to the point, his gaze sharpening. "The Black Tower's recent movements are highly unusual." The private jet took off, soaring into the clear blue sky. Inside, Kim Kang-in continued to explain. "I've also investigated the Black Tower myself, from various angles." Hyul flipped through the documents, astonished by their detail. Kim Kang-in looked out the window, his voice even. "As you can see, the number of incidents suspected to be caused by the Black Tower this year is 67. A magical chart appeared from the tablet, and this is a chart showing the number of incidents caused by the Black Tower from January to May over the past 10 years. Hyul quickly analyzed. Excluding this year, the annual average is 131 incidents. This year, it's halved. Truly a strange fluctuation. And here's the data from 11 years ago. Kim Kangan raised a finger, his eyes full of hidden meaning. This is the number of incidents that occurred from January to May in the year of the Great Atlantic Catastrophe. Hyul froze as he recognized the name. The Great Atlantic Wormhole Catastrophe. One of the 10 greatest disasters in the world. A never-before-revealed truth suddenly flashed in Hyul's mind. It was a man-made disaster caused by the Black Tower. Kim Kangan continued his analysis, pointing out an alarming similarity. As you can see, the number of incidents from January to May 11 years ago was 61. A pattern very similar to this year. Hyul immediately understood the implication. This means the Black Tower is very likely preparing for some kind of terrorist attack. That's my assessment too. Kim Kangan switched to a world map. And now, let's look at the next data. This is a map comparing the locations of incidents this year and 11 years ago. Hyul pointed out the anomaly. This year, a large number of incidents occurred in the United States. Kim Kangan nodded. Exactly. What's more, this year's Olympiad is. A jolt ran down Hyul's spine. Being held in the United States, their plan was clear. Right in the United States, the Black Tower was preparing a terrorist attack, aimed directly at the time of the Olympiad. Kim Kangan clenched his fist, his gaze resolute. We will also have to prepare cautiously. Hyul held his breath, feeling the weight of the future. A great storm was about to break, and the eye of the storm was right here, Los Angeles International Airport, United States. In contrast to the tense atmosphere, the Korean team was incredibly excited. Kang Shinwoo shouted, "Whoa, is this America? Even the smell is different," Jin Hee-yoon replied coolly. "That's the smell of the airport air purifier." A woman in a business suit approached. "Let's go, I'll guide everyone." As the team walked, a student asked, "Isn't the Blue Tower Master coming with us?" Sua replied without turning around. "No, the Tower Master has an important appointment with the Red Tower Master." Hearing that, Hyul showed a flicker of interest. "The Red Tower, I want to visit it once." Adela, walking beside him, agreed. "Yes, I want to go too." Suddenly, Sua stopped, turning back with an unreadable smile. "In that case, shall I arrange a tour?" The sudden offer stunned both Hyul and Adela. Sua confirmed the offer, then revealed even more important information. The Red Tower Master also expressed a desire to meet Hyul and Adela. Hyul couldn't hide his eagerness. "So, if it's not too much trouble, may I accept that offer?" Adela also quickly agreed, her face alight with anticipation. The promise was quickly fulfilled. As night fell, a specialized vehicle was already waiting to begin the Red Tower tour. All preparations were carefully discussed by Sua with the security team. Inside the vehicle, a man, Ji-sun-chan, was guiding them. Adela couldn't help but marvel at his thoroughness. "Wow, you're really meticulous." Hyul just smiled faintly. "That's how he is. The more so, the more trustworthy." But then, a blinding flash of light suddenly enveloped the space. Immediately, all three of them changed expression. A deadly sense of danger descended, putting Hyul, Adela, and Ji-sun-chan on high alert. From the night sky, countless energy spikes rained down like a freezing shower. All three were thrown out of the safe zone, standing exposed in the plaza. The target of the attack was them. One of the spikes plunged directly into Sua's and the security team's position, creating a horrifying impact. Chaos ensued. Those around could only exclaim in shock. "What? What the hell is going on?" From a distance, two other students screamed in horror the names of their friends in danger. Adela, Ji-sun-chan, Hyul. A massive, destructive energy blast descended directly from the sky onto the trio's position. But just before impact, Ji-sun-chan acted in time. A sturdy magical barrier appeared, enveloping all three and blocking the fatal attack. A figure landed gracefully, praising the trio's perfect coordination. It was Kyle Ventia, the representative from the United Kingdom, with a flamboyant smile and demeanor. "Good evening, representatives of Korea." Adela narrowed her eyes, completely unfazed by his appearance. "I just learned this is how the British say hello, Kyle Ventia." Kyle Ventia burst into hearty laughter, dramatically denying it. "I highly doubt that. England is a nation of gentlemen. There's no way they'd greet someone like this." His smile suddenly vanished, replaced by a sharp, provocative gaze. "This isn't a greeting. This is a challenge." Ji-sun-chan couldn't suppress his anger. "What did you say?" But Kyle Ventia completely ignored him, his hand already on his sword hilt. "Of course. Honesty is a knight's virtue. So I'll speak my mind." His gaze fixed on Hyul, who stood there with glowing red eyes. "Hyul." Kyle Ventia drew his sword, pointing it directly at Hyul with an arrogant smile. "Fight me, right here, right now. I'm very curious about your skills." Hyul stood still, letting the sharp gusts of wind from Kyle Ventia's magic swirl around him. Why should I fight you? Kyle Ventia, the Storm Knight, a battle mage specializing in close-quarters combat with wind magic, simply replied, because I want to. If a battleground is needed, I'll prepare it immediately. Hyul thought to himself, the rumors about a battle maniac who loves fighting strong opponents were indeed true, but this guy was even more unreasonable than imagined. However, in response to that passionate challenge, Hyul simply raised a hand to refuse. I refuse. Kyle Ventia froze. Why? Ji-Sun-chan sighed in exasperation, while Adela just shook her head in dismay. Isn't it obvious? He hasn't changed at all since the junior tournament. Hyul smirked, a condescending smile. Because fighting you brings me no benefit whatsoever, he continued, his tone as if bestowing a favor. Besides, if you get injured, it'll be a hassle. Kyle Ventia was stunned, stammering speechless at the blatant insult. You think I'll get injured? Witnessing Hyul's provocation, Ma Jin-sok sighed in exasperation. Here we go again, that damn guy, Kang Shinwoo calmly remarked. That's just his bad habit. Humiliated, Kyle Ventia tried to salvage some dignity. Don't you want to gather information about a fifth-tier mage like me? The only reply was a cold, decisive answer from Hyul. No need. The blunt refusal shattered Kyle Ventia's pride. He was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Just then, a figure gently appeared from behind. See? I told you it wouldn't work. It was Maya Narantia, a member of the UK team. She comforted her disappointed captain. Don't be too sad, Captain. We'll be fighting him in another week anyway. Immediately after, Maya Narantia turned to Hyul, bowing politely. On behalf of Kyle Ventia, I apologize for this sudden incident. He meant no harm. Please understand. Hyul merely replied indifferently. I don't really mind, because from the start, Hyul had seen through the nature of that magic. It was merely a flashy display, causing absolutely no harm to people or objects around. It was just an empty magic. Maya Narantia thanked him, then left with Kyle Ventia in a surge of emerald magic. Kyle Ventia didn't forget to shout a challenge for next time. Watching their retreating figures, a student spoke up. They're like a storm. Hyul simply replied, Indeed. And it seems there will be a series of storms from now on. The bus rolled away, returning quiet to the road. But in another corner, Jin Hee-yoon's anger had not subsided. What's wrong with those crazy guys? She couldn't swallow her indignation. They just attacked out of nowhere, then gave a perfunctory apology and left. Jin Hee-yoon clenched her fists, fury blazing in her eyes. Are they really insane? No way, I can't let this slide. Still fuming, Jin Hee-yoon turned to Hyul. So what are you going to do? What else? Report them so they get punished. Contrary to her exasperated look, Hyul calmly replied, There won't be any punishment, Jin Hee-yoon yelled, unable to accept the explanation. Why not? They used magic to attack in public. Hyul's eyes flashed red as he reanalyzed the situation. But Kyle's windslash was actually just a harmless mass of wind mana. Even if it hit directly, it wouldn't leave a scratch. Hearing that, Ji-Sun-chan suddenly realized. No wonder, my shield didn't feel any impact at all. Hyul emphasized a harsh truth. Besides, we're in America. Magic of that level isn't considered a crime here. It's more like mages observing each other's magic. And the fact that they recorded it with nearby magic surveillance cameras is enough proof that this wasn't an attack. Even though she understood, Jin Hee-yoon couldn't help but be furious. Damn it, those calculating bastards. Meanwhile, Adela remained silent, lost in thought. After some analysis, Adela spoke up. Looking at their systematic actions, they must have challenged other teams as well, right? Highly likely. Adela continued to deduce, her eyes sharpening. Their goal is to gather information, isn't it? Another student on the bus interjected. That's right. Recording with those cameras will give them a lot of data. Even Ji-Sun-chan's magic just now must have been exposed. Ji-Sun-chan was still skeptical. But seriously, would many teams accept such a risky match? Hyul asserted. Yes, many more than you'd think. Ji-Sun-chan sat up, completely bewildered. Huh? Why? Hyul calmly repeated. Do you remember what Kyle said? Memories of Kyle Ventia's smug smile flooded back, along with his arrogant provocation. Because you can get information about a fifth-ring mage like me? Ji-Sun-chan froze, finally understanding. Ah, that's right. If they fought, they could gather information about Kyle. Magic energy gently emanated around Hyul. And the reason I avoided that match is because my information is even more valuable than his. Ji-Sun-chan could only roll her eyes, muttering, Ah yes, whatever you say. On the moving bus, Ji-Sun-chan spoke up. It seems we're almost at the hotel, but not everyone could keep their composure. Jin Hee-yoon's fury erupted. Arg, I'm so mad I could die. I won't let those bastards get away with this. As soon as the bus stopped in front of the splendid hotel, she growled, "Ma Jin-sok, you're coming with me." Called out by name, Ma Jin-sok could only meekly agree. Leaving the commotion outside, Hyul stepped into the luxurious room that had been prepared. A quiet space, perfect for his own plans. After arranging a few things, Hyul looked around with satisfaction. All right. All preparations are almost complete, he mumbled, holding two important grimoires. Only the Book of Idrid and the Book of Mimir are left. Now, where should I put them? His gaze suddenly stopped under the table. Huh? What's this? A magical safe, cleverly hidden. Magic energy flowed from Hyul's fingertips, activating the room's defense system. He smiled faintly in admiration. It was indeed the Olympiad, a completely different level. Even if it's not the highest tier, this security system is more than enough. Feeling safe, Hyul decided not to waste time. All right, I finally have some free time. Let's get to my work. The space transformed. Hyul stepped into an ethereal library, where Mimir was waiting. Mimir, I'm here. Oh, successor, have you arrived safely? Yes, I've arrived at my safe lodging, Hyul replied. But Mimir seemed to sense something. Really? Nothing happened on the way? Mimir's question made Hyul hesitate. He recalled the recent encounter. Well, if you have to call it a problem. After Hyul recounted the entire incident, Mimir pondered over a cup of tea. She drew a conclusion, her eyes sharpening. The Black Tower is very likely plotting something, and the UK team as well. Mimir inquired. The successor didn't cause any trouble, did he? Hyul, sitting amidst a pile of books, quickly denied. Of course not. I have no reason to do so. Mimir suddenly became excited. I generally understand what you mean. Helping with this is my role anyway. Just trust Mimir and leave it to me. Hyul smiled. I trust you. But then his eyes showed a hint of doubt. But what exactly does I understand mean? As soon as she finished speaking, a surge of magical energy erupted from Mimir, engulfing the entire space. Thousands of books flew chaotically in the air. Hyul was stunned, his eyes wide at the magnificent and overwhelming sight. Amidst the whirlwind of books, a single volume gently landed in Hyul's hand. He looked bewildered. What's this? Mimir immediately replied. What else? A book about fourth ring mages. Hyul was astonished. What? How do you know? Mimir pointed triumphantly. Haha, I knew it with just a glance. The UK team is smarter than I thought. But then, her voice suddenly sharpened, her expression serious. The likelihood of encountering the Black Tower is increasing. You need to improve your skills, even just a little, to prepare for any emergency. Mimir soared up, clasping her hands dramatically. Mimir, tell me how to reach the fourth ring. She played both roles herself, holding the book out to Hyul. Hyul sighed. Mimir, don't be so dramatic. He flipped through the book, his gaze becoming focused. But you're not wrong. You're right, Mimir. With renewed determination, Hyul stood up. I need to improve my skills even further to prepare for what's to come. He held up the book, his gaze firm. And what's written in this book is, a complex magic circle appeared. The realm of a four-ring mage, fusion. Before the tournament begins, I must master it. The scene shifted abruptly. The city glowed brilliantly in the sunset. In the Twilight Park, Hyul stopped short. His eyes met a familiar figure sitting on a bench. Huh? Adela turned, a little surprised to see Hyul. Adela? Oh, hi. Hyul approached, pressing her. What's wrong? Are you worried about something? Adela evaded. Oh, nothing. It's getting late. Adela sighed, her eyes heavy. She looked at her watch, seemingly unwilling to continue the conversation. It's not that there's nothing to worry about. I should head back to the hotel, Hyul recalled. All day today, from the joint training session to dinner, Adela had seemed distracted and unusual. Worry welled up in Hyul's heart. This isn't good. Adela is the core strength of the entire team. If her morale is unstable, the whole group will be affected. Deciding he couldn't ignore it, Hyul called her back just as she turned to leave. Wait a moment, Adela. Can we talk for a bit? They walked side by side in silence. Hyul got straight to the point. Is it the trip to the Red Tower tomorrow that's bothering you? He explained further. Ever since Sua came to the training ground to announce the schedule, I've felt your mood change. Adela lowered her head, softly denying. No, it's not that. Hyul was confused. Huh? It's not? Then what is it? Adela hesitated, her eyes full of awkwardness. You won't laugh, will you? Hyul affirmed. No, of course not. I won't laugh. With an unbelievably serious expression, Adela revealed her concern. Do you know? In America, they don't have banana milk. Hyul was stunned. All his worries and conjectures vanished into thin air before a truth that couldn't be more absurd. Adela was truly panicked, wringing her hands. What am I going to do without it? Hyul could only call her name in astonishment. Suppressing a laugh, Hyul covered his face. They sell banana milk in America too. You can even find it in the imported goods section at the nearby supermarket. Adela's face flushed crimson, utterly embarrassed. No way. But Jin Hyun Unni said for sure that. Ah. Realizing she'd been tricked, Adela quickly ran off in embarrassment. Ugh, Jin Hyun Unni tricked me. Thanks. I'm heading off. Hyul smiled and waved goodbye. Yeah, see you tomorrow. He also had to prepare for tomorrow. Finally, it was time to go to the Red Tower. And the next day arrived. Before the grandeur of the high-tech tower, Ma Jin-seok was utterly overwhelmed. This is. Inside was a breathtaking, modern space, like something out of a sci-fi movie. This was the Red Tower. Ma Jin-seok couldn't hide his excitement. It looks like a spaceship. A female staff member stepped out, professionally announcing. I will go prepare the tour documents then. Please wait a moment. Meanwhile, another student curiously watched Adela's retreating back. What's wrong with those two? Hyul chuckled, explaining to Ji-sun-chan. Jin Hyun Unni joked with Adela that they don't sell banana milk in America. A guide began to introduce. All the facilities here are state-of-the-art. Recently, they seem to be focusing on research into magical mechanization and automation. Amidst everyone's excitement, Ji-sun-chan whispered to Hyul, his face full of worry. It might be strange to ask now, but is it really okay for us to be here at this time? His fear surged. No, this is Dalria Sorrentia's base. What if information leaks? Hyul reassured him. So what? We're not using magic here. It's just a tour. Ma Jin-seok interrupted, changing the subject. Anyway, about this Olympiad competition, he became quite excited. It's turned into an interesting match. Kyle Ventia of the Green Tower, Maya Narantia of the Red Tower, and Shin Hyul of the Blue Tower. With support from the three towers, this has essentially become a proxy war. Don't tell me the Tower Masters are betting on this too? Hyul could only force a laugh, but a cold, furious voice rang out from behind, silencing all laughter. They've already placed their bets. Maya Narantia appeared, her entire body ablaze with anger. And right now, they're on their way back after being thoroughly beaten. They said, if the Tower Master loses, it's all over. The entire crowd was stunned by Maya Narantia's accusation. Her whole body radiating fierce aura, she questioned Hyul. Isn't that too much pressure for a disciple? Are all Tower Masters like that, Hyul? Faced with the tricky question, Hyul awkwardly replied. I'm not sure. I'm not actually a disciple of the Blue Tower Master, so I don't really know. Maya Narantia sneered, looking disappointed. Really? What a shame. If the Blue Tower Master knew how to cherish his disciples, perhaps I would have switched sides. A radiant smile suddenly bloomed on Hyul's lips. Oh, is that so? Then let me tell you something first. The Blue Tower Master is extremely good to his disciples, Hyul confidently asserted. If you want to change masters, I highly recommend him. Suddenly, Maya Narantia burst out laughing, dispelling the tense atmosphere. I'm just kidding, you're really funny. Then she extended her hand, her eyes sharp. Nice to meet you. You know my name without me having to say it, right? Hyul took her hand, his eyes glowing red. Yes, nice to meet you. I don't need to introduce myself either, do I? After all, we've met before. The smile on Maya Narantia's face suddenly vanished. What? Joking so blandly right after meeting? Don't you remember? Hyul smiled meaningfully. This isn't the first time we've met. We met once when we were both 10 years old. A vague memory suddenly flashed. You came with the Red Tower Master to my birthday party. You were introduced as the proud disciple. Maya Narantia was confused, trying to search her memory. Well, I don't remember much, but if you say so, I'll believe it. In that case, suddenly, she rushed forward and hugged Hyul tightly. Once again, long time no see, my friend. And then, before everyone's astonished eyes, Maya Narantia placed a kiss on Hyul's lips. From a distance, a figure wearing sunglasses smiled contentedly. Oh ho, truly my disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, a flamboyant man appeared, followed by Kim Kangan. He smirked. Already using a honey trap, are we? Called by name, Maya Narantia startled and turned around, her face flustered. Master, Tower Master, James Filler, the Red Tower Master, provoked Kim Kangan. Blue Tower Master, what do you plan to do now? It seems we've won this bet. He's helpless against Maya Narantia's honey trap. Kim Kangan merely smirked. Honey trap? I don't think so. This looks more like a man trap. That reply made James Filler burst into delighted laughter. Oh ho, that makes sense. It's definitely Maya Narantia's type. Seeing her master still teasing relentlessly, Maya Narantia quickly spoke up. Master, that's enough. It's rude to treat guests like that. What's wrong? James Filler continued to taunt. Has the girl really fallen for him? The last straw. Her anger erupted. Maya Narantia roared. Master, shut up. Unable to bear it any longer, she vanished in a blinding flash of light, leaving behind a promise. I'm leaving, Hyul. See you at the Olympiad. Witnessing the scene, Kim Kangan sighed. James, ease up a bit. He's about to lose his mind. I know, but his reaction is too funny. I can't stop, James Filler replied, then added, he even said he wants to change masters. Those words made James Filler flinch. What? Am I that bad? He panicked for a moment, then quickly waved his hand. No, no way. Absolutely not. After some joking, James Filler turned to Hyul, his demeanor becoming serious. Hyul, this is the second time we've met, isn't it? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am James Filler, the Red Tower Master. Hyul calmly shook his hand. It's an honor to meet you again. James Filler smiled with satisfaction. I had originally wanted to personally mentor you. James Filler waved goodbye, his smile still radiant. But unfortunately, my schedule is packed. Feel free to look around. In response to that enthusiasm, the students, led by Hyul, cheered loudly in excitement. The tour began at the Red Tower's Magic Analysis Room, a state-of-the-art and overwhelming space. Immediately after was the training room, with its enormous scale and modern combat zones. The students couldn't help but marvel at the superior technology, secretly wishing their own academy was equipped the same way. Even the Red Tower's cafeteria exuded splendor, far different from anything they had ever known. 2 hours flew by in a flash. Amidst everyone's cheerful atmosphere, Hyul, who was sitting alone, was interrupted. A man in a polite suit approached. Hyul, do you have a moment? Hyul was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The man calmly explained as they entered the elevator. Both tower masters are calling for you. The elevator stopped on the 75th floor. The door opened to a luxurious corridor, stretching out with a magnificent red carpet. Hyul silently followed the man, sensing the solemnity of the place. He looked up in astonishment, realizing that the entire top floor was built from flame rock, an incredibly rare material. As they arrived before a large door, an authoritative voice echoed from within. Come in. As the door slightly opened, Hyul froze. Inside the luxurious meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. Father? Shin In-hyuk looked up, his voice even but full of scrutiny. When did you arrive? You were supposed to come on the final day, weren't you? Hyul stepped in. I arrived 4 hours ago, because something important came up. Sensing the abnormality, Hyul's eyes glowed crimson. Something important? James Filler spoke up, his voice slightly apologetic. I apologize for dragging a student who was just here for a tour into this. But business is business. I hope you understand. Those words were like a warning. Hyul's pupils contracted, and a premonition of ill omen struck him. Kyle Ventia, who was sitting opposite, decided to get straight to the point. This morning, we apprehended a dark mage from the Black Tower, disguised as an Olympiad official. Kyle Ventia's face was cold, his eyes sharp. I'll get straight to the conclusion. Kyle Ventia's declaration struck a heavy blow to Hyul's mind. He was stunned, speechless. A full view of the skyscraper, where the fateful meeting was taking place. Inside, a storm was brewing. Kyle Ventia looked directly at Hyul, explaining why he was there. We called you, Hyul, because this information came after our conversation on the plane, and we are gathered here to hear the opinion of the informant, Hyul. Hearing this, Hyul could no longer remain calm. Where? How did you catch them? He rushed towards the meeting table, panic evident on his face. And where is the captured mage? Kyle Ventia raised a hand to stop him. Calm down, don't get too agitated. From beginning to end, Shin In-hyuk silently observed his son's reaction, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Hyul realized he had lost control, and he took a step back. I apologize. The news was so sudden that James Filler smiled reassuringly. When I first heard the news, I reacted just like you. First, please sit down. The meeting began with information about a spy who was apprehended at the arena during the final inspection. Sitting at the table with Shin In-hyuk, James Filler, and Kyle Ventia, Hyul spoke up and asked, how was he discovered? In response, a blue magic cube was placed on the table. An employee discovered him trying to install this. Hyul was stunned as he picked up the cube, sensing an unusual surge of energy. He closed his eyes, concentrating his entire mind to analyze the complex magical structure within. When he opened his eyes, Hyul's pupils had turned a brilliant yellow. A detonator. James Filler and Kyle Ventia reacted with extreme surprise at Hyul's discovery. Meanwhile, Shin In-hyuk's gaze was sharp and probing. Hyul explained, this is a detonation spell, and it's also inscribed with a resonance ritual with other spells to increase its destructive power. James Filler clapped in admiration. Oh ho, that's impressive. You can recognize this complex ritual in an instant. There's also a small amount of Black Tower dark magic. It's definitely them, Hyul affirmed. James Filler burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. To possess such a magic eye. The family head has an outstanding successor. Shin In-hyuk's voice cut in coldly. James, needless to say, keep what you just saw a secret. James Filler flinched, quickly covering his mouth. Of course. I won't breathe a word to Maya Narantia, don't worry. Kyle Ventia, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, drawing everyone's attention. And there's one more thing to add. Kyle Ventia revealed disturbing information. This individual took their own life the moment they were apprehended. Contrary to the tension, Hyul merely mumbled. I thought so too. It's regrettable, but we should be satisfied that we have concrete evidence, Kyle Ventia said, holding a magical storage device. Hyul narrowed his eyes, steering the discussion to the core issue. So the question now is what the Black Tower is plotting at the Olympiad. Shin In-hyuk suddenly spoke up, his eyes as sharp as knives. They only have one reason to target the Olympiad. With a cold expression, Shin In-hyuk stated firmly, to abduct promising talents as materials for human experiments. Kyle Ventia shot up, so shocked he stammered. Shin In-hyuk, family head. James Filler also looked tense, beads of sweat forming on his temples. How can you say that with Hyul right here? Kyle Ventia questioned. But Shin In-hyuk replied nonchalantly. Hyul already knows. I showed him the report from 2 years ago. Kyle Ventia froze, unable to believe his ears. 2 years ago, you told a 16-year-old child? Is there a problem? Shin In-hyuk asked coldly. I merely told him what a member of the Demon God clan should know. Hyul maintained an impassive expression, not interfering in the adult's argument. Realizing he had overstepped, Kyle Ventia bowed his head. No, it's nothing. We shouldn't interfere in family matters. My apologies. Good that you know. Be more careful next time, Shin In-hyuk said, then returned to the main topic. To continue, I believe their objective is to secure experimental subjects. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy. Though they didn't want to admit it, everyone understood it was the most plausible hypothesis. James Filler gritted his teeth, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, using talented young mages as research material. Those bastards are sickeningly disgusting. Hyul observed silently, understanding that this was more than just a competition. Indeed, the Olympiad is the only place where promising talents gather. Faced with the threat, an extreme solution was proposed, but Kim Kangan immediately rejected it. Cancel the Olympiad? No. All preparations for the tournament are complete. James Filler also agreed, emphasizing the unbreakable political constraints, and the International Mage Organization, including the United States, will not allow that. With the option of cancellation dismissed, Hyul presented the only viable alternative. Then, the most practical countermeasure is to strengthen the defense system. A high-ranking official's gaze grew thoughtful, considering Hyul's proposal. James Filler also fell into contemplation, assessing the feasibility of reinforcing the defenses. Breaking the silence, Kim Kangan steered the discussion to the core issue. Regarding that defense system, the high-level meeting continued, a tense atmosphere pervading the room. As dusk fell over the city, the discussion seemed to be drawing to a close. Kim Kangan decisively stood up, assigning the first task. We will negotiate with the U.S. government regarding what was discussed today, then inform you in writing. Following suit, James Filler also took on his part. I will consult with the Olympiad Organizing Committee. Wee Sang-cheol donned his cloak, his voice full of authority as he took charge of the security front. I will handle the International Anti-Terrorism Headquarters. Witnessing it all, Hyul couldn't help but be astonished. Truly incredible. Their decisions and task assignments are so swift and precise. The backs of the three of them gradually receded, leaving Hyul with a profound sense of awe. So this is the caliber of the world's top mages. A colossal, complex, and brilliant surge of magic erupted, as if signaling a grand destiny that had just been decided. Mimir mused, her eyes glinting with contempt. Human experimentation. They truly haven't changed at all after all these years. Worried for Hyul, Mimir suddenly suggested, Successor, how about we withdraw from the Olympiad? But Hyul immediately dismissed it. That's not happening. His resolve unwavering, Hyul clutched the book tighter. Precisely because of this, I will change my strategy. Mimir was surprised. Huh? How? Hyul's eyes gleamed with determined red. I will enter the 4th challenge page. A worried expression appeared on Mimir's face. Successor, are you sure? You know full well. Mimir's warning was not without reason. The 4th challenge could only be attempted once a month. And ironically, that day was none other than the opening day of the Olympiad. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the stadium heated up by the minute. The audience excitedly chatted. I wonder what special performances there will be this year. At the opening ceremony, the magical performance by each nation's representative was more than just a mere show. A grand performance was a testament to the representative mage's superior skill. Moreover, it was the honor of an entire nation. Amidst the crowd, big names like England and America were mentioned, until the identity of South Korea's representative was revealed. It's the youngest five-ring mage in the world, and backed by the Blue Tower, expectations for Hyul reached their peak. Truly incredible. But ironically, the main subject of all the talk had vanished without a trace. Ji San-wook was utterly panicked. He's gone. Hyul is nowhere to be found. The entire South Korean team gathered, the atmosphere as tense as a stretched string. Did you check his room? Jin Hee-yoon pressed. Yes, there was only a book and an old cloak on the bed. On the empty bed, only the magic book and the familiar cloak remained. The entire team was stunned. What do we do now? The performance is about to begin. At a grand international arena, the atmosphere for the upcoming major event was incredibly lively. Inside, tens of thousands of spectators filled the stands, cheering non-stop. In the waiting room, Kyle Ventia was in utter panic. He's gone. Hyul is nowhere to be found. The entire team gathered. Kyle questioned while Kang Hyungmin reported that Hyul's room was empty, with only a book and a cloak left behind. On the empty bed, Hyul's magic book and signature cloak lay there like a challenge. Suddenly, in another world, a dignified woman questioned an elder. Do you also think we should overlook this? I only want the truth. Elder Tianjian could only bow his head, reluctantly responding in confusion. The woman turned to another disciple, forcing him. Chu Tianhan, eat. Or do you not want to eat? Chu Tianhan trembled as he looked at the object in his hand, his face paling with fright. His face contorted in disgust, trying to fight back the urge to vomit. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Chu Tianhan fell backward in extreme agony. Under the effects of the truth serum, Chu Tianhan began to confess his sins. Out of jealousy towards Lin Jichen, he had deliberately harmed his fellow disciple. He bitterly admitted that his plan had failed, and that Lin Jichen had fortunately survived. The other elders and fellow disciples were all stunned upon hearing this, one of them sighing in disappointment at the truth about the senior disciple they once respected. Back in the waiting room, Jin Hee-yoon angrily shouted, "This is truly infuriating." Adela tried to calm everyone, suggesting they wait for the Blue Tower Master and the head of the Demon God clan to arrive, while also planning for contingencies. On the arena's large screen, the official program began with a greeting from the host. Two professional commentators, a man and a woman, began the live broadcast. Meanwhile, in the cultivation world, the powerful woman pointed at the fallen Chu Tianhan, exposing his crimes before his master. She growled, her eyes sharp as knives. "Speak, how should a traitorous disciple like this be punished?" Tianjian exclaimed in shock. "This," Chu Tianhan gasped, collapsing in despair. He realized in despair. It's truly over. Everything is finished. In a distant memory, a hand offered a bottle of 9 revolving jade dew pill, a divine medicine for internal injuries. Under the moonlight, the powerful woman gently reassured her white-haired disciple, promising that no one would be able to bully him again. She smiled, advising him to rest early. The young man, Xiao Chen, could only watch his masters retreating back with gratitude. At the same time, in another world, the Grand Olympiad opening ceremony officially began. Kyle Ventia was in utter panic, not knowing what to do. His dark-skinned, blonde-haired teammate could only worry in silence. Back to the night before the opening ceremony, Xiao Chen unexpectedly received a friend request from Gu Chushui. Gu Chushui joyfully called his name. Xiao Chen asked in surprise. "Sister Shui, when did you arrive in Bahuang?" She hastily explained that she was being chased by a group of people and forced to accept a friend request. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's aura turned murderous, and he demanded her immediate location to come to her rescue. Meanwhile, the thugs were still mocking Gu Chushui for her stubbornness. At the same time, in another world, the Grand Olympiad opening ceremony officially began. Suddenly, a flash of light caught the attention of two thugs. They all looked up in horror as someone flew straight towards their village. In another corner of the arena, a mysterious mage appeared splendidly amidst a magical vortex. Hyul breathed a sigh of relief, appearing in an unfamiliar room with the magic book in his hand. He secretly thought about the next challenge, the fourth challenge, while a mysterious chest glowed from afar. "Let's begin." Hyul decisively removed his cloak, ready to face what was coming. The magic book automatically opened, emitting a dazzling light, revealing a completely new world. In that world, a white-haired master was flying on his sword, causing observers to marvel and speculate about his identity. He landed gracefully in front of a purple-haired girl in danger. The thugs blocking the path were astonished, wondering if this was a high-level boss coming to a beginner village to bully them. "Sister, are you all right?" he asked, but the girl happily punched his shoulder lightly. "Xiao Chen, You're finally here. The thugs were dumbfounded when they realized the two knew each other. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold, sharp as a knife. With just a flick of his hand, he sent them all flying into the air. One of them screamed miserably, begging not to be reborn again. 3 pillars of light appeared, marking the defeat of the troublemakers. The book displayed the first line of text, the successor. Once you can perfectly control the ring of expansion, and proceed to the page of the 4th challenge. Hyul received the information, realizing he could only try again after a month. The book gave a final warning. Think carefully before challenging it. Back in the world within the book, Xiao Chen smiled and invited Gu Chushui. Sister, come with me to Xuanyi sect. Gu Chushui joyfully nodded repeatedly, completely trusting her junior brother. The book gave a final warning. Think carefully before challenging it. Xiao Chen, go a little slower. I'm a bit scared, the girl said timidly, and he gently replied, Don't be afraid. Hold on tight to me. Gu Chushui felt apologetic for bothering Xiao Chen, but he gently reassured her that it wasn't her fault. The two landed before the gates of Xuanyi sect, and Xiao Chen promised to make her the best healer. Their appearance caused a stir. The disciples recognized the master Lin Jichen and were curious about the girl accompanying him. Gu Chushui hastily clarified that she was just his younger sister, causing the crowd to immediately turn to flatter the big sister. At the same time, in another space, Hyul found himself standing in a magnificent hall. He was astonished to realize this was the stage of the 4th trial. With eyes burning with determination, Hyul resolutely requested, All right, let the trial begin. A graceful figure emerged from the light, introducing herself as the guide for this trial. Back at Xuanyi sect, Lin Jichen was startled to hear someone call out. A beautiful female cultivator with silver blue hair smiled brightly, confirming it was indeed him. Lin Jichen greeted Taoist Qingju, who immediately became curious about Gu Chushu. He happily introduced her as his younger sister, Gu Chushu, whom he had brought to the sect for cultivation. Qingju immediately ordered the other disciples to take Gu Chushui to meet the master. Reluctantly parting ways, Gu Chushui called out Xiao Chen, and he promised to visit her soon. Qingzu remarked that Gu Chushui seemed to be a promising talent. In the trial hall, the guide officially introduced herself. Her name was Gamma. Hyul thought to himself, just as he predicted, after Alpha and Beta came Gamma. He smiled and replied politely, Hello, Gamma. It's a pleasure to meet you. Gamma began to explain the content of the 4th trial. This trial would test the perfection of the infinite loop that Hyul possessed. Gamma explained that this trial required absolute harmony and fusion. She warned, If you fail, you won't be able to try again for 30 days, so be careful. Hyul thought to himself that this was indeed a dangerous gamble, and if he failed this trial, he would never be able to defeat formidable opponents like Kyle Ventia. Gamma explained that this trial required absolute harmony and fusion. With eyes burning with determination, Hyul resolutely requested, All right, let the trial begin. Gamma responded and began the ritual. The entire space erupted in a dazzling light. Hyul was hit by the powerful surge of light and quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes. When the light subsided, he exclaimed in surprise, This is… Before Hyul's eyes, a pristine white grand piano appeared in the center of the stage. He approached, unable to hide his astonishment. A piano? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, startling Hyul as he realized it was his master's voice. The master explained that Gamma had transformed into the piano, a truly special instrument. Hyul cautiously placed his hands on the keys. He was puzzled to realize that when he pressed the keys, the piano produced no sound. The master's voice echoed again, explaining that if he couldn't harmonize the 4 rings, the piano would remain silent forever. Hyul nodded in understanding, took his seat, and prepared himself. He concentrated his power, and 4 colorful magic rings immediately appeared, coiling around his arm. His fingers glided over the keys, and the first sound finally rang out. But Hyul grimaced in horror. A sound came out. But what is this unpleasant noise? A voice echoed, explaining that ordinary mana would be useless, and this trial was quite simple. Play the piano perfectly. He concentrated his power, and 4 colorful magic rings immediately appeared, coiling around his arm. The time limit was 12 hours. The antique pendulum clock began to chime, officially starting the test. The clock hands began to move. Time was slowly ticking away. But Hyul grimaced in horror. A sound came out. But what is this unpleasant noise? Hyul touched the keys, his eyes glowing red, thinking to himself that this trial was truly too abstract. He recalled his master's words that ordinary mana had no effect, and Gamma's statement that the goal was to test the fusion of the infinite loop. Hyul took a deep breath. His mind already had the answer. Vibrant, multicolored mana rings began to swirl around Hyul. If Hyul produced a result that satisfied himself, he would automatically pass the trial. Hyul inwardly cheered. He had figured it out. Only mana perfectly fused through all 4 rings would produce a pure sound. He recalled his master's words that ordinary mana had no effect, and Gamma's statement that the goal was to test the fusion of the infinite loop. The mysterious voice offered a final blessing. "My disciple, I wish you infinite success." Hyul's hands emitted a shimmering blue aura, ready for the performance. A beautiful magical melody rang out, filling the space. The scene suddenly shifted to a modern, magnificent theater where a crowd was gathered. Inside, Adela and another student were startled when the door suddenly burst open. Hyul rushed in, panting and hastily apologizing for being late. His brown-haired friend grabbed Hyul, snapping, "Hey, where have you been?" But Hyul just gave a wry smile and promised to explain later. It was an overwhelming performance by the Italian team. Thanks for the Italian team's efforts. And now, without further ado, the next performance is the beautiful fiery flower representing our country. The American team led by Dalria Sorrentia. The massive stands were packed with people, the atmosphere buzzing. The audience cheered. "Oh, it's finally the American team. I can't wait to see what the Red Tower has prepared for this year." In the middle of the vast arena, Dalria Sorrentia stood alone, becoming the center of all attention. She raised her hand, and streams of golden energy and magical interfaces began to activate. Immediately, a colossal pillar of fire erupted from the ground, swirling violently. The entire audience was stunned by the overwhelming display of power. Dalria tilted her head back, reveling in the torrent of wild magic flowing through her. She extended her hand, controlling a complex magic array that appeared amidst the sea of fire. The fiery vortex grew stronger and stronger, seemingly wanting to swallow the entire space. From within the pillar of fire, burning leaves and digital patterns began to form. An astonished audience member exclaimed, "The pillar of fire is transforming into a giant flower. It's beautiful." Dalria floated in the eye of the storm, enveloped by the fiery petals she herself created. The entire stadium erupted in cheers at the spectacular performance. The magic was complete. A colossal fiery rose proudly bloomed on the arena. Dalria smiled contentedly, her eyes shining brightly amidst the swirling fiery petals. With a graceful gesture, she commanded the flames to dance to her will, concluding the performance. A colossal pillar of fire exploded in the arena, radiating brilliant light like a blooming flower. The night sky was illuminated by a spectacular fireworks display, blending with the resounding cheers of the crowd. Amidst the chaotic yet beautiful scene, Maya Narantia stood calmly, enjoying the fruits of her labor. Her face glowed with extreme satisfaction, silently marveling at the incredible performance that had just taken place. The audience was overcome with emotion, hailing it as Dalria's greatest performance to date. After the dazzling fireworks, the arena returned to a quiet state, bathed in a soft blue light. In another observation room, Kim Kangan and his colleagues also marveled, acknowledging that she was on a completely different level. The announcer's voice rang out, announcing the next act from the British team. A group of fervent fans screamed, holding up a banner bearing the name Kyle. Kyle Ventia, the representative of Great Britain, stepped onto the stage with his rapier in hand, preparing for his performance. He began to cast magic, streams of blue energy swirling in the air. With a confident expression, Kyle pointed his sword straight ahead, magical interfaces appearing around him. His green eyes flashed with a sharp, proud gaze. Kyle unleashed his power, creating a colossal wind magic vortex that enveloped the entire arena. The audience was blown back by the strong winds, but they couldn't hide their astonishment and admiration. Kyle glided gracefully through the eye of the storm, skillfully controlling the vortex. He moved at dizzying speed, merging with the flow of the wind. The vortex grew stronger and stronger, rising into a colossal pillar of wind. As soon as the vortex dissipated, an astonished audience member shouted that Kyle had vanished. The loudspeaker dramatically announced, Kyle Ventia had disappeared mid-performance. No one knew where he had gone. A young audience member frantically pointed forward. Over there! Kyle Ventia suddenly appeared, somersaulting in midair in the arena. He plunged downwards, his rapier glowing brightly with green magical energy. A terrifying energy explosion shook the entire arena. The crowd of spectators gasped, completely overwhelmed by the power. From the epicenter, a colossal vortex formed, which the commentator called a living storm. Kyle stood defiantly in the eye of the storm, completely controlling the raging magical flow. As the vortex dissipated, he winked at the audience, concluding his peak performance. The commentator marveled, acknowledging the irresistible charm of the British wind mage. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Ma Jin-seok remarked that this year's lineup of contestants was truly legendary. Kang Shin-woo anxiously asked about his teammate. Where is Hyul? Kim Jae-seok was equally restless, turning to ask Adela if she had any news. Adela asserted that the whole team had to trust Hyul, even though Kim Jae-seok was visibly panicking. The arena lights came on once more, preparing for the next match. In the VIP area, Red Tower Master James Filler smirked and commented, Kyle isn't bad either. Sitting next to him was Min Gayun, Green Tower Master. She yawned, looking disappointed. What a shame. I thought this time I'd crush their pride. James Filler snapped. That should be my line. But I suppose we'll call it a draw. Min Gayun sighed, changing the subject. Why hasn't Kim Kangan arrived yet? She scoffed, wondering if the youngest five-ring mage in history had gotten scared and run away. James Filler sat with his arms crossed, a smug smile on his face, while Min Gayun observed from behind. In the VIP area, Red Tower Master James Filler smirked and commented. Kyle isn't bad either. She yawned, looking disappointed. What a shame. I thought this time I'd crush their pride. James Filler laughed loudly, provoking. The performances from the American and British teams are already over. What are you going to show us? In the VIP area, Red Tower Master James Filler smirked and commented. Kyle isn't bad either. She yawned, looking disappointed. What a shame. I thought this time I'd crush their pride. Because Hyul isn't the type to use magic based on artificial intelligence, we couldn't help much either, he added. In the VIP area, Red Tower Master James Filler smirked and commented. Kyle isn't bad either. She yawned, looking disappointed. What a shame. I thought this time I'd crush their pride. In the middle of the colossal arena, the announcer's voice echoed. And the next performance is the representative of the Korean team, Shin Hyul. She yawned, looking disappointed. What a shame. I thought this time I'd crush their pride. Meanwhile, the brown-haired academy student and Adela looked at each other with worried expressions. The representative of the Korean team, Shin Hyul. She yawned, looking disappointed. What a shame. I thought this time I'd crush their pride. A colossal magic circle appeared, summoning an astonishingly exquisite white grand piano. Min Gayun, Kim Kangan, and James Filler all held their breath, watching intently. Hyul calmly sat down before the piano, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The entire audience fell silent, their eyes fixed on the stage with extreme curiosity and anticipation. Hyul opened his eyes, his pupils flashing with brilliant golden light, ready for an unprecedented performance. Hyul placed his slender fingers on the pristine white piano key. As the melody began, verdant magic transformed the entire arena into a dreamlike meadow. The audience was astonished, as pure streams of energy swept past them. Each note from Hyul wove a wondrous scene. As cherry blossom petals began to appear, Kim Kangan was bewildered. This is sound writing on mana. No. Is he using mana itself? A verdant magic butterfly fluttered before Kim Kangan, proof of the impossible. He stared in awe as the entire arena transformed into a vibrant garden, whispering, Spring, the warmth, the birdsong, all things coming to life. Music and mana resonated, creating an oddly realistic sensation. James Filler screamed in horror. What the hell is this? How did he do that? Min Gayun also couldn't hide her astonishment, she muttered. So he had been hiding his true power. The warmth, the birdsong, all things coming to life. Music and mana resonated, creating an oddly realistic sensation. Hyul closed his eyes, savoring the moment, completely immersed in his own symphony. Disregarding James Filler's exclamations of admiration, the melody shifted, the ground transforming into a clear lake, where schools of magic fish swam freely. The melody changed. An audience member shouted, Look! A colossal pillar of water suddenly erupted from the ground, leaving everyone speechless. In the sky, a brilliant firebird soared, its wings spread amidst lush greenery and dazzling sunlight. That was the season of life, perfectly recreated through each note played by Hyul. The summer symphony erupted as Hyul played the piano atop a waterfall, amidst a fiery meteor shower. Then the space changed again, leaves turning withered colors, a cool breeze blowing through, signaling the arrival of autumn. A deer made of light suddenly appeared, running through the audience seats, who wondered in astonishment. Is it real? The symphony began, warmth fading as the cold winter enveloped Hyul. Hyul thought to himself about the stark white silence, about the lonely times that had forged him into who he was today. He felt the heart and will of mana, recreating the cycle of the 4 seasons. Streams of magical energy intertwined, empathizing and unifying all things into one. Hyul sat alone with the grand piano amidst the vast white snowy expanse. He pressed his hands down, unleashing a colossal surge of magical energy. The path of magic inheritance of the great mage Vaitner was recreated. The infinite circle. Adela and another academy student were astonished by the sight, realizing that being born a mage was already a blessing. The brown-haired academy student recalled his master's teaching, not to be arrogant with such power. He remembered his childhood, when he was taught that there was a world only those who constantly strived could see. In his eyes, Hyul was the embodiment of that teaching, someone who constantly moved forward. Hyul's performance was a combination of all 4 seasons, revolving on a magnificent ice pillar. His fingers glided lightly over the keys, bringing the music to an end. Hyul stood up with a confident smile, declaring, "That is who I am now." A panoramic view of the colossal stadium appeared, where the performance had just concluded. In the observation area, Kim Kangin, James Filler, and Min Gaeun sat in stunned silence. Min Gaeun exclaimed in shock, realizing that Hyul not only infused mana into sound but also directly affected emotion. James Filler gritted his teeth, unable to believe that magic with such control could be cast without AI assistance. Min Gaeun turned to Kim Kangin, asking with a bewildered expression, "Kangin, what the hell is he, really?" Kim Kangin could only cover his face with his hand, admitting, "I knew he was strong, but I didn't think it was to this extent." Kim Kangin thought, "That's not something that can be achieved with a magic eye or by modifying a magic formula. He's definitely hiding another type of magic." Meanwhile, his excited teammates rushed towards Hyul. The brown-haired guy happily ruffled Hale's embarrassed head. Adela proudly said, "That's our captain. You have to tell us about it later, okay?" Hyul happily agreed, and Kang Shinwoo believed this performance would make tomorrow's strategy easier. But Hyul suddenly announced seriously, "Regarding tomorrow's match, I plan to change the strategy a bit." The next day, at the international arena packed with spectators, the female commentator excitedly opened. "It's finally starting. The first match is a 5-on-5 siege battle, and the first two teams will be Team Italy and Team South Korea." In the waiting area, the Italian team captain pondered as a female teammate admitted she was a little nervous. The captain reassured her, "No need to worry. In a siege battle, we just need to capture the enemy's base. No need to confront Shin Hyul directly." The starting signal sounded, and the match officially began. The Italian team captain was scouting when he received an urgent report. "Captain, someone's coming." He immediately asked back over the comms, "What? How many of them?" Two members of the Italian team stared in shock at the figure approaching them. The scout stammered, "It's just Shin Hyul alone." Hyul smirked, his red eyes glowing provocatively. "Hello." The Italian team captain frantically ordered. "No way, scan for mana. The other four are surrounding us from outside, right?" The entire Italian team immediately went on the defensive, nervously searching around, unaware that their opponent was just one person. Team Italy scoured the forest, nervously searching for their opponent. Suddenly, Hyul appeared and declared, "No need to search, I'm here alone." The Italian team captain was stunned, growling as he asked what that meant. With his eyes glowing red, Hyul smirked. "It means I'll take on all 5 of you by myself." The arrogant provocation infuriated the Italian team members. "You bastard! There's a limit to insulting people," the captain roared, ordering the whole team to charge. "He's alone. Everyone attack." Facing 5 charging opponents, Hyul's eyes flashed with a cold light. He raised a hand to the sky, summoning a massive surge of azure mana. The ultimate spell was activated. Resonance, creating a destructive pillar of fire. Meanwhile, at a luxurious hotel, the night sky glowed magically. Inside, the South Korean team was happily toasting their victory. Jin Hee-yoon laughed heartily, thinking everything from the opening ceremony to the match was too perfect. Kang Shin-woo immediately reminded her, "You're getting too excited. Today's victory is all thanks to Shin Hyul." While Kang Hyungmin admitted the team didn't do anything, Jin Hee-yoon insisted this victory belonged to everyone. Ma Jin-sok turned to ask Hyul, "By the way, are you okay?" He worriedly reiterated, "Didn't you say you'd be exhausted for 12 hours if you used your full power?" Hyul smiled reassuringly, but secretly thought it was just a lie to hide the secret of resonance. Suddenly, Adela raised her hand and spoke seriously. "I have a question." She questioned Hyul about why he had to display his full power in the very first match, when he had already set enough bait. Hyul smiled back at Adela, asserting that there was, of course, a reason. The entire South Korean team focused on listening to his explanation. Hyul reiterated, "During the performance, I was wearing the Four Seasons artifact. You all know that, right?" Ji Sun-chan was surprised. "Ah, you mean that thing like contact lenses?" "That's the artifact that helps me unleash my full power," Hyul explained. "But that truth, do the other teams know about it?" He posed a loaded question. Meanwhile, at the English team's hotel, an emergency meeting was underway. "That's the artifact that helps me unleash my full power," Hyul explained. "But that truth," a female analyst began to present. "As you can see from the footage recorded by the mana analysis camera," Kyle Ventia wondered, "Maya, his mana seems particularly dense around his pupils. What is that?" Maya replied as the screen showed a close-up of Hyul's eyes. "I think it's mana from his magic eye." Kyle Ventia pondered deeply, trying to connect the dots. Maya continued, "And here is the analysis report from the British experts on his performance." A staff member in the meeting room gasped in horror upon hearing the report's content. Kyle Ventia also glared, his face showing extreme shock. The report's conclusion was displayed. Shin Hyul is very likely a sixth circle mage. Kyle was stunned, finally understanding. Shin Hyul. No wonder he didn't flinch at the provocation. Maya turned to a new analysis page. This is data from the match against Italy, she clarified. The spells he used all exceeded the fifth circle, estimated at around 5.5, and he cast 6 such spells simultaneously. Maya continued her analysis. It was assessed as stable, with no overload detected. In other words, it's highly likely that Shin Hyul is a sixth circle mage. That means, all our plans have gone up in smoke. Kyle Ventia pondered, realizing they would need a new strategy to stop Hyul, while a voice asked him what to do now. Meanwhile, at the stadium, the loudspeakers announced that the match had ended, and the round of 16 was decided. And the winner was none other than the Korean team. Ji Sunchan was still in shock. I can't believe a powerhouse like Germany was crushed so easily. He turned to Hyul. Well, today we followed your plan, but... Hyul humbly replied. I didn't do anything today. Ji Sunchan excitedly said. That's right, you really didn't do anything. It was all thanks to that super decoy strategy, wasn't it? Jin Hyun immediately pouted. Your naming sense is terrible. The story flashed back to the previous day, when Hyul began to outline his plan. A dark-skinned female teammate wondered, huh? Don't they know? I mean, the Four Seasons is still an artifact. They can analyze it, right? Hyul confidently replied, I guess not, he explained. Firstly, contact lens. Type artifacts directly attached to the eyes don't exist yet. Furthermore, the eyes emit an unusually dense mana reaction. Hyul continued, his eyes flashing with magical light. When other teams analyze me, they might think my level is 6 ring. The entire Korean team was stunned by that shocking declaration. Exactly. Hyul calmly confirmed. He stood before the entire team and revealed the truth. We need to fully exploit that point. Actually, according to Weitner's classification, it's only 4 ring. But to keep it a secret, I officially announced it as a variant magic. So, everyone usually thinks I'm a 5-ring mage. And now, if rumors spread that I might actually be 6 ring, then everything will go according to plan, Adela analyzed. Then the opposing team will have to change their tactics, slowing down their movements. Hyul replied, his eyes thoughtful. But I'm not sure if this trick will work on the next opponent. This time, their opponent was the representative of the English team, a 5-ring mage named Kyle Ventia. The third quarterfinal match of the Siege tournament. Korea versus England. The atmosphere in the arena heated up by the second. In the stands, an excited spectator asked, who will win this time? His companion confidently replied, clearly England. Another person objected. Didn't you see Shin Hyul in the match against Italy? Korea will definitely win. An argument broke out, and they decided to bet on who was right. He stood before the entire team and revealed the truth. We need to fully exploit that point. Actually, according to Weitner's classification, it's only 4 ring. Kyle Ventia pondered, realizing they would need a new strategy to stop Hyul, while a voice asked him what to do now. Min Gayun smirked. Of course, our Kyle will win. Kim Kangan also smiled back. Naturally, Hyul will win. Another person objected. Didn't you see Shin Hyul in the match against Italy? Korea will definitely win. Kim Kangan turned to ask, James, what do you think? Min Gayun also glanced over, awaiting James Filler's answer. James Filler pondered for a moment, looking hesitant. I'm not so sure. Then he suddenly pointed. I'll vote for him. The start signal appeared, and the match officially began. As soon as the match started, both players charged straight at each other without hesitation. Then he suddenly pointed. I'll vote for him. Kim Kangan also smiled back. Naturally, Hyul will win. Immediately, a terrifying explosion erupted from their first clash. Kyle Ventia smiled challengingly. Long time no see, Shin Hyul. Exactly 180, 3 hours, 47 minutes, and 34 seconds. Hyul replied indifferently. I'm not sure if that's exact, but it has been a while. Kyle affirmed with an obsessive look. It is exact. I haven't been able to forget you since the day we met. Hyul closed his eyes, hitting the nail on the head. You're sulking because I refused our duel, aren't you? Sulking? Never. Kyle swung his sword, roaring in extreme excitement. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Hyul secretly assessed, still as aggressive as ever. But there are no openings. Greetings are enough, aren't they? Kyle began to unleash his power, making Hyul acknowledge his title as the Knight of the Gale. A strong gust of wind suddenly rose, sweeping leaves across the arena. The swirling wind grew stronger, gathering into a whirlwind around Kyle. Magical energy in the form of digital code began to envelop his body. The power of wind intensely condensed in Kyle's hands. His gaze reflected on the sword blade, sharp and highly focused. Hyul flinched. clearly sensing the enormous magical power being summoned. Kyle completed his magic, donning the brilliant golden wind god armor. He shouted a challenge. "Show me what six-ring feels like, Shin Hyul." Hyul tensed, taking a defensive stance, thinking, "He's coming." Kyle closed in a flash, making Hyul only have time to exclaim in horror, "Fast!" He shouted a challenge. "Show me what six-ring feels like, Shin Hyul." He shouted a challenge. "Show me what six-ring feels like, Shin Hyul." Kyle confidently raised his sword, imbued with wind power. Hyul replied indifferently, "I'm not sure if that's exact, but it has been a while." Kyle confidently raised his sword, imbued with wind power. Kyle showed amusement. "Oh, you're the first person to cleanly block my attack like that." Hyul tensed, taking a defensive stance, thinking, "He's coming." "Yes," Kyle confirmed. Wind God Sword. First form. Wind Strike. Hyul tensed, taking a defensive stance, thinking, "He's coming." Hyul was secretly terrified. That last slash, I couldn't even see it clearly. He's much faster and sharper than I thought. Sulking? Never. Kyle swung his sword, roaring in extreme excitement. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time," Kyle challenged. "Let's see if you can block the next attack." He explained that it was a magic that focused a gale onto the sword blade, enhancing its power and speed significantly. His glowing golden eye saw through his opponent's movements. This time, he's unleashing a continuous barrage of slashes. Hyul dodged through the deadly sword strikes with lightning speed. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a counterattack. Fireball. The fireball shot forward, hitting the stunned Kyle directly. The force of the explosion sent the Knight of the Gale flying. However, Kyle landed lightly, his posture completely unshaken. Hyul smiled confidently, thinking to himself, "I had a feeling," but he continued his thoughts as he dodged Kyle Ventia's attack. "I didn't expect a three-ring spell to cause no damage at all." Kyle openly admired. "Wow, you dodged all of that? You're really something." But then the knight immediately scowled. "But you used a fireball? Are you looking down on me?" Hyul calmly replied, "Not really. I've never looked down on you." Hearing that, Kyle Ventia immediately blushed with delight. "Really?" He roared with excitement, charging forward. "Then give it your all, Shin Hyul." Meanwhile, in the observation room, the three Tower Masters were watching the match on a large screen. James Filler burst out laughing, dodging, and then counterattacking. "He's truly the real deal," he mused, analyzing. Shin Hyul's power has now surpassed both Kyle and Dalria, not just in magic power but also in eye techniques and intelligence. James suddenly yelled in annoyance at Kim Kangan. "And you're only revealing now that he's a six-ring? Unfair. Are you playing dirty even with us?" Kim Kangan quietly pondered. Ever since Hyul saw the 4 seasons, he must have planned this. He suddenly spoke up. "Hey, can you promise me something?" James Filler asked, bewildered. "Promise? Out of nowhere?" Kim Kangan was stern, his eyes glinting red. "That's right. Promise not to tell anyone what I'm about to say." Min Gayun agreed. "All right. I swear on my title as Tower Master and my mana." James Filler also solemnly replied, "I also swear on the honor and mana of the Red Tower." Kim Kangan nodded slightly. "Good." Kyle Ventia smiled challengingly. "Long time no see, Shin Hyul. Exactly 180, 3 hours, 47 minutes, and 34 seconds. A commentator stated that Hyul had not yet reached the level of a six-ring mage and might lose this match. On the battlefield, Hyul was surrounded by colorful magic streams. His opponent, Kyle Ventia, roared a challenge to Shin Hyul and decided to unleash his full power. Hyul calmly responded with ice magic, wondering if it was necessary. A green wind magic stream from Kyle clashed violently with an ice spear from Hyul. Kyle angrily yelled, accusing Hyul of looking down on him by not going all out. Hyul calmly explained that this match was not a one-on-one fight. With his eyes glowing red, he smirked and said he didn't even need to defeat Kyle. Kyle Ventia was stunned by Hyul's declaration. Suddenly, he heard his teammates frantically calling his name, reporting an emergency. Kyle was completely bewildered by the unexpected situation. Meanwhile, Hyul quietly formed a magic hand seal. At the same time, Hyul's teammates began a long-range magic bombardment on the enemy base. The previous commentator broke into a sweat, astonished by the remote magic support strategy. Adela and Ji-Sun-chan focused on delivering precise, coordinated attacks. One of Kyle's female teammates was struggling to defend, desperately calling his name. Kyle heard the call but was still stuck in place. He turned to Hyul, furiously shouting and asking what the hell he had done. Hyul looked up at the distant explosions, feigning innocence and asking what he had done. His eyes glowed a brilliant gold, and he thought to himself that this was getting interesting. Kyle Ventia unleashed wind magic, enveloping himself. Simultaneously, Adela also cast a lightning magic attack from her staff. With that coordinated assault, the match ended, and victory belonged to the Korean team, amidst the cheers of the crowd. In the observation area, Min Ga-eun turned to Kim Kangin and asked about the identity of that child. She couldn't understand how someone could cast magic with such precision from 2 kilometers away. Kim Kangin also admitted it was a tough question, and he would need to reanalyze the footage later. When Min Ga-eun asked the Red Tower Master, James Filler just chuckled and said he obviously didn't know. However, James Filler commented cryptically that while he didn't know about the magic, he guessed the kid was incredibly cunning. He recalled that in the match against Italy, Yahello had made everyone mistake him for a 6-ring mage. He had lured Kyle, the opponent's strongest warrior, away from their base. After drawing the enemy away, Yahello had supported his teammates with ultra-long-range magic. James Filler couldn't believe such a complex plan came from an 8-year-old. Moreover, Yahello hadn't even truly engaged Kyle but still succeeded in deceiving the opponent about his level. James Filler suddenly realized that someone like that could also be a threat to Dahlia. Meanwhile, elsewhere, information about the match was being analyzed. Mimir, the manager, muttered about what the successor had said while reviewing the data. According to that person, Kyle Ventia was an extremely powerful battle-crazed individual. Yahello confirmed this with Mimir and added that, worse, their combat styles were incompatible. He explained that Kyle was a high-speed close combat warrior who maintained a defensive barrier called the Wind God. For someone like Yahello, who specialized in free-form magic combat, Kyle was the toughest opponent. Mimir wondered if Yahello could win if he used resonance. Yahello affirmed he would definitely win, but the problem was that Kyle wasn't the only opponent. Mimir suddenly remembered the red-haired woman the successor had mentioned, named Dahlia. Yahello confirmed, explaining that using resonance was a great burden, so if he had to face both, he would have to fight one without using it. Mimir sighed, suggesting Yahello was falling into his usual perfect preparation syndrome again. However, Yahello believed that being proactive and cautious was not a bad thing. He smiled and thanked Mimir. Yahello told himself that the Olympiad had only just begun. To face strong opponents, he was determined to go further, to the 5th infinite circle, the circle of truth. The next day, at the stadium, Yahello's team received news that the American team had won their semifinal match. A gray-haired teammate analyzed that the American team had overwhelmed their opponents without using secret techniques, and they likely had no data on Dahlia. Ma Jin-sok and the tanned female teammate were emotional thinking about the finals, recalling that last year facing America was like attending a funeral. The gray-haired teammate had to remind them that they were still in the semifinals. Ma Jin-sok confidently smiled, saying they had practically already won the semifinal. He added that they had even defeated the British team, so there was nothing to worry about. Yahello agreed, stating that with their current strength, the semifinal was not an issue. He led the entire team onto the field amidst the cheers of the other members. The second siege match of the semifinals concluded, with the Korean team easily crushing the powerhouse Canada. Noticing that Korea was on a completely different level this year, someone angrily smashed a glass of water, thinking about how they would target the American team in the finals. Shin Ji-han clenched his fists in anger. He couldn't believe the Korean team was that strong, and he was even more furious that Yahello had reached the 6-ringed mage, equal to himself. Shin Ji-han realized in panic that if the Korean team won a medal, be it gold or silver, he would no longer be able to control them. In his rage, he called his accomplice, but on the other end, Liu Bao-gui calmly replied that Shin Ji-han was too impatient. Liu Bao-gui reiterated his promise to handle everything. Unwilling to accept the vague answer, Shin Ji-han roared, demanding a detailed report on the plan to handle the situation. However, Liu Bao-gui coldly refused, stating that the plan was top secret and could not be revealed to anyone, not even his client, Shin Ji-han. He only offered one hint. The enforcers mobilized this time were not just him, and Shin Yahello would definitely be eliminated. Meanwhile, on the day of the Castle Siege final, Kim Kangin was present at the vast stadium. As he walked, he suddenly sensed the presence of an acquaintance. It was Shin In-hyuk, who had also come to watch the match. Kim Kangin asked in surprise why Shin In-hyuk had come in person, and said that Yahello would be very surprised if he knew. As they walked together, Kim Kangin asked about work, and Shin In-hyuk reported that the International Anti-Terrorism Bureau had accepted their proposal. Kim Kangin smiled with satisfaction, praising Shin In-hyuk for his hard work in persuading those stubborn people. Shin In-hyuk sat down and asked about Kim Kangin's situation in return. Kim Kangin happily reported that everything on his end was going smoothly, and both James and Min Ga-eun had reported no issues. He added that both of them were busy and couldn't come, and James seemed regretful about not being able to watch Dahlia's match. Thanks to this, Kim Kangan excitedly said that he and Shin In-hyuk could quietly cheer for Hyul together. Shin In-hyuk just sighed, thinking that Kim Kangan's choice of words was a bit off. Then his expression turned serious, as if he had another important matter to discuss. Amidst the roaring cheers of the audience, the Korean team began to enter the arena. Hyul led the way, followed by Adela and another teammate. In the stands, Shin In-hyuk smirked, remarking that perhaps there was no need to cheer for Hyul. Kim Kangan simply replied that he understood. Hyul briefly thought, even Shin In-hyuk, the phantom of the demon god clan, found his son adorable. The final match of the Olympiad, the 5v5 castle siege battle, officially began. As soon as the match started, Hyul immediately charged forward. The commentator explained that Dahlia's specialty was high-output fire magic and wide-area destructive magic, making team combat disadvantageous. Hyul recalled his match against the English team and decided on a one-on-one strategy against Dahlia. He believed that forcing the opponent into a duel was the best option. However, Hyul knew that unlike Kyle, Dahlia would not willingly accept a one-on-one fight. He calculated that if Dahlia engaged in a direct confrontation, he could use coordinate-fixing magic to crush the opponent's main base. But if she chose an all-out attack, he would be forced to invade enemy territory, while also considering the overall strategy of the American team. Hyul assessed that if Dahlia made that choice, his team would surely lose. Unexpectedly, Dahlia appeared right in front of him and asked if he had arrived. She cheerfully commented on the beautiful weather, saying that a day like this should be spent strolling in the park instead of fighting. Hyul remained silent, warily observing his opponent. Dahlia asked if his other 4 teammates were staying at the base. Then she laughed heartily, saying it would be troublesome if they wandered around and stepped on traps. Hyul froze, realizing that Dahlia knew his coordinate-fixing magic was a preset type of magic. A fierce magical fire erupted on the battlefield. Amidst the energy flow, Dahlia revealed her team's strategy was total defense, except for herself. With a smug expression, she declared that her team would not leave the base unless Hyul's teammates joined forces. As a wide-area destruction specialist, Dahlia's presence made it impossible for them to regroup, completely isolating Hyul. Hyul realized he was facing an opponent who used blue flames. Dahlia asserted that this match now depended entirely on the confrontation between the two of them. She immediately unleashed the Hellfire Incineration technique, a massive stream of fire magic rushing towards Hyul. Hyul quickly gathered magic power around himself to prepare for defense. Dahlia's Hellfire Incineration secret technique, the Pride of the Red Tower, generated blue flames burning at extremely high temperatures. Seeing Hyul only defending, Dahlia provocatively taunted him, calling out Shin Hyul's name and saying that just probing was boring. Hyul, while agilely dodging, replied that he wished she could go easy on him. Dahlia laughed heartily, mocking Hyul not to act cute. With his golden eyes glowing, Hyul realized he couldn't observe Dahlia's magic circle. He knew that the minimum condition for the divine eye to function was to be within 4 meters and look directly at the core of the magic circle. However, the wide attack range of Hellfire Incineration made it impossible for him to get close. Hyul calculated that even a small fireball from Dahlia could incinerate everything within a 10-meter radius. He assessed Dahlia as a formidable opponent in a completely different way than Kyle, and erected a defensive shield. Hyul intended to use the shield to block the attack, and then observe her magic circle through it. However, against the terrifying heat of the blue flames, even the magical shield would melt instantly. Seeing his opponent only dodging, Dahlia roared, asking if Hyul truly intended to run away. Maya Narantia declared she would be disappointed if Hyul only knew how to run away. Immediately, she unleashed an overwhelming torrent of blue fire towards Hyul. Hyul, with glowing eyes, began to gather magic to prepare for the confrontation. He agilely leaped into the air, dodging the fireballs that were tearing up the ground. While moving, Hyul continued to focus on creating a complex energy vortex in his hand. Seeing this, Maya Narantia contemptuously switched to another technique, creating a sharp wind blade. The blue fire combined with the wind blade, forming a destructive magical whirlwind. Hyul somersaulted in the air, skillfully evading and preparing for his counterattack. The magic whirlwind descended, aiming directly at Hyul's position. Suddenly, Maya Narantia noticed an anomaly in the attack's trajectory. She immediately turned, sensing another danger approaching. Maya confidently erected an energy shield, asserting that an attack of this level wouldn't trouble her. Hyul landed safely after his attack was blocked. He smirked, thinking to himself that the speed and curvature of his attack weren't enough to penetrate, so he had to resort to another method. Hyul raised his hand, beginning to cast a new type of magic. He chanted the resonance spell, summoning the power of water. From the ground, colossal water spheres began to rise. Maya Narantia was stunned, Wondering why Hyul was using such a seemingly rudimentary water magic, she immediately unleashed her full power of Hellfire Burn, asserting that Hyul's water magic couldn't possibly block her ultimate flame. Maya Neurontia's flames collided violently with Hyul's water. A massive steam explosion erupted from the point of impact, engulfing the entire arena. The commentators announced that the entire competition area was covered in a thick fog of steam. In the stands, they were confused, wondering what was happening below, as they couldn't see anything. Amidst the steam, Maya Neurontia cautiously observed her surroundings, trying to discern her opponent's intentions. The steam grew denser, completely obscuring vision. Hyul calmly appeared amidst the mist, appearing to be completely in control of the situation. Contrary to her confusion, Maya burst into excited laughter, declaring Hyul was the first to perfectly block her attack. With glowing red eyes, Hyul simply smiled and asked her back, "What about you?" Maya became even more fervent, shouting that she knew Hyul hadn't used his full power yet. Hyul continued to launch water spheres, making the steam even denser. Soon, the entire space was submerged in a blinding white of steam and tiny water droplets. The steam even reached the commentary area, causing them to panic as they could no longer see anything in front of them. Maya realized her vision had been completely nullified by Hyul's strategy. She began to sweat, realizing that creating this steam screen was a deliberate trap. Using detection magic, Maya sensed an energy source and immediately launched an attack, confident she had found Hyul. However, her target was merely a water sphere used as bait. Maya was stunned to realize she had fallen for the trick. The real target wasn't there. Immediately, a destructive lightning bolt descended from an unguarded position. Maya Neurontia was fiercely struck by a brilliant golden lightning bolt. She realized in horror that the attack came from behind her. Meanwhile, Hyul was also surprised by his own magical power. Maya quickly turned, confidently erecting an energy shield and declaring it would not be penetrated. Hyul smirked, provocatively asking if that was all she had. The two mages faced each other directly, lightning clashing violently with the energy shield. Hyul focused his power into his hand, preparing for his next move. Suddenly, he lunged forward, throwing a punch at the stunned Maya. Shocked by the reckless action, Maya angrily called Hyul a crazy bastard. Hyul's punch grazed her face, pushing her back. After landing, Maya thought to herself that she hadn't anticipated her opponent would rush in to attack at that moment. She glared at Hyul, mentally calling him rude for daring to punch a woman's face. Undeterred, Maya began to accumulate a massive blue magical force to counterattack. Hyul responded by summoning countless water spheres around himself. As they both continued to unleash their spells, Maya realized she was enjoying the battle with great excitement. She smiled, relishing the tension the match brought. However, Maya's excitement suddenly turned to surprise when she realized her earpiece was gone. Hyul recalled the moment he threw the punch, wondering if the earpiece had fallen out then. Maya quickly dismissed the distraction, asserting that this match would be decided between the two of them. Hyul dismissed all thoughts, focusing on channeling magic for his next attack. He unleashed a powerful water elemental magic attack towards Maya Neurontia. Maya was astonished by the terrifying power of that attack. Meanwhile, Hyul felt something was off as he observed his opponent. Maya suddenly realized Hyul was not a six-ring mage. She deduced that if he were truly at that level, he would have used overwhelming power instead of fighting so complexly. As if reading her mind, Hyul spoke up, asking Dahlia if she doubted his level. Hit by his words, Maya became flustered and angry. Hyul explained that it wasn't that he couldn't, but that it was unnecessary to use six-ring magic. He revealed his true objective was to gather information about her and the superheat hell ability. Maya refuted, calling it a mere excuse and stating a true six-ring mage would use their power to end the match. Hyul retorted that such logic only applied to solo matches, and this was a team battle. He casually added that the tournament still had a long way to go. Maya angrily questioned him, implying his teammates could win without him. Hyul confidently affirmed that was indeed true, and this time was no exception. Feeling insulted, Maya roared and prepared to unleash a powerful attack. But just then, a sudden match-ending announcement appeared, leaving her stunned. The winner was announced as the Korean team. In a dark room, a mysterious figure watched the TV screen, where commentators announced Korea's victory in the first event, and the figure cheered at this spectacular upset. In a dark room, a cloaked figure named Parade scoffed at the excitement over a flashy display, but another voice suggested it was fine. Revealing the tattoos on his face, Parade smirked and said to let everyone enjoy it while they could, because, after this Olympiad, while petting a small cat-like creature with wings, Parade finished his sentence, stating they wouldn't be able to laugh anymore. Parade's cloaked companion, with black hair and a lip piercing, simply listened in silence. Suddenly, a dark shadow rose, ordering the idle chatter to cease. The dark entity with glowing red eyes, another enforcer named Shadow, announced that his master was arriving. The TV screen showing the match suddenly flickered and went dark. Immediately, the three enforcers of the Dark Tower knelt as a powerful silhouette appeared and was greeted. That imposing shadow was none other than the Dark Lord. At the same time in the stadium, confetti rained down as the siege battle was officially declared over. In the center of the arena, Maya Narantia stood frozen as the victory announcement for Korea Obelisk Academy echoed, unable to comprehend her defeat. In a flashback, Hyul, with glowing red eyes, faced Maya and offered her some advice. Maya looked on in shock as Hyul raised his hand, crushing something. Hyul revealed the communication device in her ear had been destroyed, emphasizing that in a team battle, it was as precious as life. He explained that when trump cards like them lost contact, defeat was inevitable. Maya recalled that moment in a daze, realizing she had been tricked from the very beginning. The final image in the flashback showed Hyul had successfully isolated Maya completely on the vast battlefield. Returning to the present, the scene shifted to a quiet park under a starry night sky. Hyul, in casual attire, calmly sat on a bench and browsed his phone. A carton of banana milk was unexpectedly presented. Hyul, with his red eyes, looked up at the gift. The giver was Adela, who told him he must have worked hard. Hyul smiled and replied that Adela was the one who did all the work. He recounted that while he was keeping Dahlia occupied, he heard that Adela and her teammates had completely overwhelmed the American team. Adela said thanks to Hyul, she was able to keep many trump cards, and Hyul also inquired about her performance in the afternoon match. She humbly attributed it to luck in the group stage, admitting that from the round of 16 tomorrow, it wouldn't be easy. Hyul advised Adela not to push herself too hard, as any injury to her would be the biggest loss for the entire team. Adela immediately agreed with firm resolve. Noticing the late hour from the clock tower, Adela said goodbye, and Hyul wished her a good rest. Adela's silhouette faded down the deserted park path. Left alone, Hyul looked at his phone, which displayed the Olympiad's 10 events. He walked, contemplating the rules, that each person could only participate in a maximum of 6 events. Hyul resolved to utilize every free moment when not competing to become stronger. He summoned a grimoire, releasing a brilliant pink energy. Hyul entered a vast library and informed Mimir that he had returned. He confidently boasted that he had achieved a perfect victory. Mimir cheered joyfully, then confirmed that according to the schedule, Hyul would have 4 days of rest. Hyul affirmed his next match was in 4 days, and he intended to focus on training here during that entire period. Hyul, with glowing golden eyes, confidently declared he would use this time to level up, aiming for the 5th infinite realm. His target was the Circle of Truth. A glowing magic page explained this was a super-large infinite realm, existing parallel to the expansion circle. While Mimir slept soundly beside him, Hyul sat reading and mused that despite their different structures, that was precisely the crux of the matter. He realized that, similar to the expansion circle, he needed smaller infinite realms to encompass the Circle of Truth. A diagram appeared, showing that to create it, 4 other circles needed to be linked: reasoning, resonance, intervention, and expansion. Hyul sighed in exasperation, realizing that although it was called the 5th round, he actually had to merge 8 magic circles. 4 days later, breaking news from the Academy Olympics was broadcast. Hyul watched the news, where the host announced that South Korea, Britain, and the United States had each won in one category. While drying his hair, he showed annoyance upon hearing that the South Korean team had been eliminated early in 2 different events, deeming it too fast. The current Olympic standings showed South Korea dropping from 1st to 3rd place, behind the United States and Britain. On screen, a commentator emphasized Shin Hyul's absence as a significant loss for the South Korean team. The commentator continued to analyze, pointing out that Hyul still had matches to play, while Dahlia of the US and Kyle of Britain had both competed twice. The commentator concluded their analysis, leaving open the question of the current situation's impact on the final outcome. Hyul turned off the TV with a confident smile, asserting that 3rd place was unimportant as he would win tomorrow's match. The scene shifted to a massive, modern stadium floating amidst the clouds. In the waiting room, Maya Narantia, the representative of the United States, appeared annoyed and questioned someone. She turned to Kyle Ventia, the representative of Britain, and snapped that they weren't close enough to watch together. Kyle closed his eyes and smiled, casually replying that he wasn't there to watch with her, but simply because it offered the best view. Maya Narantia yelled angrily, demanding Kyle move to the VIP section on the other side. Kyle casually refused, stating that sitting there would only let him see the athletes' backs, and suggested she should move if she didn't like it. As Maya was still fuming, An announcement declared that the decisive match between the Netherlands and South Korea would begin in 30 seconds. On the field, Shin Hyul confidently led the South Korean team to their positions. From the stands, Kyle commented that Hyul looked quite relaxed, and Maya silently agreed that it was natural. Hyul asserted that victory in this match was almost guaranteed for South Korea. The tie-break match was a magic duel, where two teams alternated between attacking and defending to destroy each other's guardian stones within 10 rounds. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the first player for the Netherlands, Raymond, was introduced. Raymond stepped out with his magic cannon, muttering Shin Hyul's name with a tense expression. Despite sweating with anxiety, Raymond told himself that winning might be very difficult. But then he regained his resolve, asserting that his team had also worked tirelessly, and fired the first attack. A powerful magic blast shot forward, shattering one of the South Korean team's shields. The announcer declared that 1 point had been broken, and South Korea had only 9 guardian stones left. Maya Narantia screamed in shock, unable to understand why South Korea would so easily give up a point, as the Netherlands could now win by simply defending. In response, Hyul initiated his attack, and the South Korean team deployed a magic shield with only 10% of its power. Kyle Ventia analyzed that the Dutch team was trying to play it safe to secure their victory, as magic shields in this match had limited durability. He wondered what Shin Hyul would do. While Hyul was accumulating a massive amount of magic power, Hyul's attack was unleashed. It curved in an extraordinary way to completely evade the shield, causing the entire Dutch team to realize in horror that it was an unblockable strike. As Hyul stood alone on the field with his opponents defeated, the commentator declared that if no errors were recorded, the history of the tie-break format would be rewritten.